Volume 3. Chapter 201, Yang Jixian. Chapter 201, Yang Jixian. Translator, Editor.
Yang Jixian only deepened her frown and expressed her disgust. However, she remained quiet. Her silence towards Fatty Han sent the message that she would never lower herself to talk to a person of his stature.
Li Ru giggled. Yang Jixian. I've not seen you in 4 years. Your temper seems to be much better now. Please.
Yang Jixian only replied with a single word.
What an arrogant and prideful lady.
Looking at the lady, fully clad in branded clothing, she looked like she came from a wealthy background. No one dared to put up a face publicly and kept their judgment by themselves. They went back to the dishes and let things run its course. The world won't stop turning just for one person.
It's best not to think too egoistically.
Zhang Yang only smiled knowingly. Even though Yang Jixian tried her best to play the role as the cool and noble beauty, he saw right through her immediately. This was not her true nature, but a persona carefully crafted to express her apparent status.
To put it bluntly, it's an expression derived from psychological motivations.
When one encounters a true lady, the person would consciously try to imitate the behavior as she would deem it superior and exemplary. Yet, if she could not behave like the original, she'll end up weird and strange.
Something would be off.
She would fail to portray the true noble-like behavior, turning out egotistical, rude, and standoffish.
A good example would be Sun Xinu. That was what a real, cool, ice queen should look and behave like.
She does what she thinks, and whenever she encounters anything that does not sit right with her, she would immediately take action. She would do it without fail as it's her true nature.
People true to themselves would not need to put up any pretenses.
It would naturally be expressed out. After a short period of silence, the noise returned and the atmosphere in the hall returned to its liveliness. At the table, Yang Jixian was always clicking her tongue with a cold, patronizing grimace. As she turned to the left, a tisk could be heard. As she turned to her right, another tisk came again. She was disgruntled, dissatisfied with something, apparently, and she made a huge show out of it.
At one point, Fatty Han could take it no more.
Just when he was eating happily, he would raise his head to see a blackened, disgusted face.
How could he even eat in peace? He laughed awkwardly again and said, Yang Jixian. So, where are you working? If it was Sun Xinu, she would not even be bothered to look at you, much less answer your question.
You could reel in the moon and blacken the sun, but she would still ignore your entire existence. On the other hand, this lady, who loved to put up airs, pretended to stall a little but eventually replied to Fatty Han in a rather happy tone.
It's nothing.
I'm working as a deputy chief in the Industry and Commerce Bureau in Changlang Province.
Is that real?
Wang Hai was the first to be startled. His face was filled with excitement and shock.
You just graduated recently and was able to work in the government as a chief. Oh my lord, that's Industry and Commerce Bureau we're talking about. The most lucrative department. Zhao Weishan looked like she was forming an alliance with Fatty Han.
Among the three queens, despite Li Ru being the wealthy widow due to her $1 million inheritance, Yang Jixian seemed to be in an even better position. No matter how much money Li Ru had, everyone knew that she had obtained that money by selling her own body for it. With the tag Lonely Widow on her head, everyone else would want to have her as their own. She was no threat to Zhao Weishan.
But Yang Jixian was different. Back in high school, she was called the genius girl and the beauty queen.
And, right now, she bore the aura of nobility with a rather good position in society. In an instant, she had managed to place a huge gap between them.
Others could only gaze up to her as if she was higher than any one of them.
The gathering they were having right then was all because of her in Zhou Kongming. But when people like Fatty Han, Li Ru, Yang Jixian had appeared and grabbed the spotlight, Zhao Weishan had been left wordless.
She laughed lightly and said, I heard that to climb ladders in the department is easy as unbuckling one's pants.
The leader would surely obliged.
What a poisonous utterance.
Zhang Yang truly believed that if Sun Xinu was here and heard what Zhao Weishan had just said, the latter's face would have a reddish handprint on her cheek.
However, after listening, Yang Jixian only smiled and replied evenly. My father is the head of magistrate of the Changlang province.
Head of magistrate. That is a provincial officer leader.
It's the same as local governor. No wonder.
Ha! No wonder. Everyone exchanged a look in understanding. They turned back to Yang Jixian and looked at her with a sense of respect. A citizen cannot compete with an official, that was the beliefs of the people of China since the ancient times. Zhang Yang returned to gaze at her seemingly nonchalant, casual expression. He could easily observe and detect, she was actually expressing a hint of pleasure.
From the slow beginning, to when she revealed the information about her father, Yang Jixian wanted to experience the shock of the crowd. And she had pulled it off successfully. Back to when he was in high school, Yang Jixian was the one who Zhang Yang admired the most. He really loved her conduct and elegance. However, as how things were now, he would not even think of marrying this woman. Even if he wanted to get back to her, he would completely start over again, he would only do it for the fun of it. Once a relationship with her carries on for a longer period of time, no one could possibly endure her snobbish attitude. To qualify as a true beauty, a beautiful face alone is not enough to pass the bar. Without a sense of independence, a beauty would be no different from a pretty picture. Back in ancient China, a so-called classic beauty would need to be good with the ancient Chinese music instrument, guqin, Chinese chess, books, drawing, calligraphy and more. Zhao Huishan was bitter. But just as she was about to sulk even more, she had a sudden realization. Among the 3 beauty queens, she was the least successful one. One had $1 million inheritance. The other was the daughter of a head of magistrate. As for her, her family background was rather normal. Even though she managed to get herself a rich husband, how could she compare herself with the other 2? Because of that, Zhao Huishan had failed in her intention to further shame Zhang Yang. She lowered her head in silence and ate the meal in front of her, licking her own wounds quietly. The entire hall was still rather lively. Many of them were still drinking and chatting happily. Slowly, they spent close to 2 hours in the dining hall before one by one, they started to leave. Zhou Kongming's eyes was filled with lust and depravity, glancing with every chance at Li Ru's magnificent chest and called out. Guys! Everyone! Since it's such a rare occasion for all of us to gather together, shall we continue the party? How about a trip to the KTV karaoke center? Oh! Sounds good. Nah, we can't make it. We left our baby back at home and got to go back soon. I'll go. Grah. What a shame. I've work tomorrow. A part of the crowd could join, while the others had to leave the party. After a head count, there were about 40 people that had to go back to take care of their children, others had to work tomorrow and rest early. In the end, only 12 remained. Zhang Yang wanted to leave, but he was dragged along again by Fatty Han. Fatty Han had successfully hooked up with a former member of the disciplinary committee. Because of that, he wanted Zhang Yang to tag along and have a good time at the karaoke center. When they leave the building, Zhang Yang whispered to Fatty Han. You fat F***ck. Didn't you once hate Wu Haili? Wu Haili was the disciplinary committee of the class they were in back then. Whenever Zhang Yang and Fatty Han got into trouble, Wu Haili was almost always responsible because of her whistleblowing tendencies. That got them to write dozens of books worth of punishment writing. Back then, wherever Fatty Han heard the name Wu Haili, he would grit his teeth so hard and he could grind them into bits. Fatty Han laughed. That's because we deserved it back then. Right now, I'm going to drill her, like really drill her, as payback for what she did to us. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Fatty Han was truly beyond saving. Back at the parking lot, Fatty Han gallantly dragged Wu Haili by the hand to ride along in his car. He turned around and told Zhang Yang, bro, this car has no more space for you now. How about you join that Li Ru chick? He flabby hands pointed at the smiling Li Ru. Zhang Yang. Join me. Let's ride. Li Ru waved at Zhang Yang. Now that it has come to this, Zhang Yang had no choice but to sit in Li Ru's Ferrari. Right then, everyone could easily distinguish those who had a fortune and those who did not. Fatty Han has his Maserati, Li Ru had her Ferrari, both of their cars are world-famous sport cars. Some had cars that at most cost around $200,000 to $300,000, while the majority of them had cars that only cost around $100,000. Watching the Maserati and Ferrari driving off, leaving only a trail of dust behind them, the crowd was filled with both admiration and envy. Zhao Huishan was even madder. Blood had already drained off her face. Clenching her fist with pure rage, she turned to see Zhou Kongming's own $600,000 Toyota. She got into the co-driver's seat and slammed the door with great force. Her face turned bitter. Zhou Kongming had no reaction to what that had just transpired. Which could only mean that his attention was no longer on Zhao Huishan. Compared to Zhao Huishan's natural beauty, Li Ru's mature style had awoken a new kind of itch in him. When he was still in high school, he had always known that Li Ru was a SL*T. Now that she had lost a husband, he would not believe that the woman could endure being alone for long. If he could just put some effort, he believed he could reel in the widow, and then he would kill 2 birds with one stone, claiming both her fortune and her body. But it would be even better if he could get his hands on Yang Jixian as well. If he did, he could be living together with all 3 beauty queens.
That would really be realizing his lifelong dream. With a lewd smirk, Zhou Kongming started his car and drove out of the parking lot. The sound of the Ferrari engine roared through the narrow roads of Jiusu City.
Hey hey hey! You're not really trying to cause an accident, do you?
Cried Zhang Yang as he tried to stabilize himself in the car. Watching cars being overtaken by this red sport car at an incredible speed, Zhang Yang could not help but to feel and make a show of his horror. Even though he had died once, it had not turned him into a daredevil. On the contrary, it would be the lamest thing for him to die in a car accident. Li Ru laughed loudly, shaking wildly as she laughs, causing her massive jugs to jiggle about vigorously.
What's wrong, Zhang Yang? Back then, you're the one people called the daredevil of the school. Was it all a facade of Zhang Yang the scaredy cat?
Zhang Yang forced himself to laugh.
I'm not afraid of fighting. But I do not wish to die in vain in a car accidental. Scree! Li Ru hit the brakes suddenly.
The tremendous inertia and pushed Zhang Yang forwards and slammed him face first onto the dashboard. He would have broken his nose if he had not shielded himself with his arms. He was not wearing his seatbelt. What the F? Zhang Yang turned around to face her. But just as he was about to give her his peace of mind, Li Ru had already caught hold of him and laid him on her lap. She pulled his chin up and planted a deep, passionate kiss onto his lips.
Ooh, you naughty boy. After a while, Li Ru withdrew from the kiss.
She looked down to him, with sparkling eyes of lust as she spoke to him playfully.
Zhang Yang didn't know what to think or feel.
Instinctively, he tried to push her away but found his hands sinking deep into her voluptuous breasts. A wonderful, blissful feeling that you would usually find in heaven rushed across his palms. That sudden jolt of sensation left his hands resting there for a little too long. From the looks of it, it looked like he intentionally did it.
I can explain,
cried Zhang Yang. Colors had vanished from his face. His senses were just beginning to return.
Trying to give an excuse would only mean you're guilty, said Li Ru.
She raised her hands and ran them down her own red color lips, tasting her own fingers.
She then put her index finger into her mouth and licked it ever so sexily.
She moaned and touched herself as if tasting the remaining saliva on her lips had given her the ultimate pleasure.
I have been wanting to kiss you since 5 years ago. Now, my wish has come true. Ah.
That felt really good. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 202, A Meeting of Chance at the Karaoke. Chapter 202, A Meeting of Chance at the Karaoke. Translator, Editor.
There is a song out there with lyrics that goes like this: a woman's heart is like a puzzle. Zhang Yang did not understand what was happening to him.
Could it be that he was reborn with the hidden attribute of a bastard?
Sun Xan, you wanted him to be her boyfriend. Well, technically, he did ask for it. Li Ru has this I've been M***RB**T**ing to you for several years kind of look on her. If he had not died and had his rebirth, he would have quickly hopped onto this train of pleasure and went off to Sexville. However, this time, in his better sense of mind, he could not possibly accept things lying down like this literally.
The gods must be crazy.
How could they just toy with his life? Zhang Yang had never wished to be the center of a huge harem. Why would the gods keep sending these minxes to compel him into committing such sins? But what Zhang Yang did not know was that a woman's heart was much simpler than he could imagine.
Women view romance in a simpler way than men believe it to be. For starters, the men that they would like should have these 3 attributes: handsome, smart, famous.
Zhang Yang did not have superstar handsome looks, but he was tall and buffed. Moreover, he was, in fact, one of the famous boys in high school.
That time, Li Ru falling in love with Zhang Yang was no accident.
Following the years after, she had dropped out of university to be married to an old and ugly gold mine. Every time she slept, she would have dreams of her first love, and that was Zhang Yang. That being said, back then, Li Ru was not truly aware of her own crush on Zhang Yang. But after her marriage, she was constantly comparing her husband and Zhang Yang, creating her own fantastical image of Zhang Yang, intensifying her love towards Zhang Yang. Perhaps, the one she had really fallen in love is not the current Zhang Yang, but the high school delinquent. These pure and innocent emotions sculpted the perfect Zhang Yang in her own mind.
Li Ru started her car again and drove off.
This time, she drove normally, without speeding off like a F1 driver. She rolled down the driver's window and let the wind blow her hair off randomly. She had a smile on her face. Her smile was rather genuine and happy, as if she had never experienced true happiness for a long time.
I love this feeling. The sensation when you let the wind to blow you away. That feeling of freedom, and I can just forget about anything I want. That is why I love to drive. By the looks of it, Zhang Yang could clearly see that even though she had inherited a large fortune, she had also been burdened by something unseen. My husband had no legitimate kids. However, he had many nephews and nieces. Those little buggers have been harassing me for a while, pestering me to give up my dead husband's inheritance. They have been throwing all sort of insults at me. They called me a sly fox. They called me a witch. They said that I did no deserve to inherit anything. But all I see and hear are the same thing. They just want the money. Zhang Yang listened to her complaints and turned to his window. As lights and shadows came through the car, illuminating the interior momentarily, he replied. It's their right to speak, and your right to ignore. Don't mind about the others. Li Ru was surprised at his words and smiled happily. Well, what they say was true anyway. I did cause my husband's death. Her face turned solemn. That old man had a weak heart. One fateful night, when he was on the bed with me, I wanted to give him a rather nice son. But, little did I know, sex is rather cruel. To have the ultimate pleasure in bed is truly a dream. But he was old, his body didn't work the way it used to be. He had to rely on drugs and supplements if he wanted to have me in bed. Eventually, one thing led to the other. He died in my arms. She scoffed. Still, I had it better when he's gone. I do have to see his ugly face anymore. You have to know that when my parents saw their son-in-law, they thought he was my husband's grandfather. Grandfather. Do you understand how serious this matter was? After I cleared things up with my parents, they scolded me that night and even refused to attend the reception. I had shamed my family. Zhang Yang remained quiet the whole time. Even though they were old friends, neither of them were really close enough to reveal deep secrets to each other like in such manner. Realizing his silence, Li Ru finally stopped talking and drove on through the night. Neither of them looked at each other after that. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Ru drove into a parking lot. The two of them remained silent as they got down the car and walked away. A short distance away, Zhou Kongming and the rest of the merry little band were already waiting. What took you so long? Said Zhou Kongming as his eyes flitted repeatedly between Zhang Yang and Li Ru suspiciously. His voice had a trace of jealousy as he spoke. On the other side, Fatty Han's right arm was around the slim waist of Wu Haili. He had completely seduced and claimed her. Zhou Kongming. What does his tardiness have to do with you? Li Ru smiled playfully. I was shagging Zhang Yang on my way here. That's why I was late. After she said that, everyone was completely dumbfounded. To count the time they had taken from the hotel to here, they were only late by a few minutes. No matter how quickly some people did it, they couldn't have actually done the deed as she claimed. But, that was beside point. To think that she would dare use that term to joke around, it was only further testament to her boldness. Furthermore, she had only allowed Zhang Yang in her car and no one else. Who else is there to say otherwise? Zhou Kongming got even more jealous. Truthfully, Zhao Weishan was not as pretty and alluring as Li Ru, but they say that a wild flower would bloom better than a potted flower. What you cannot own makes it even more valuable to you. Since Zhao Kongming was aiming to only ruin everything that she had, it was just a natural reflex to direct jealousy and hatred towards Zhang Yang. Let's go. Let's blow our vocal cords out. Everyone walked away from the parking lot and headed into a karaoke center called Dream City. This time, it was Zhao Kongming who paid the fees and got them a private room to sing in. After the transaction was made, a beautiful usherette led the little party into a large room. Everyone got themselves a large case of beer and started to sing with the lights dimmed down. As the lights dimmed, everyone grabbed the microphones and sang with the beer in their hands. Yang Jixian did not know what to think then. Although she was constantly putting on airs, like she was looking down on everyone, but eventually, she did come alone. However, she was hiding silently in one corner, occasionally glancing over at Li Ru and Zhao Weishan. Perhaps she was silently judging the two ladies who were respectively once the class queen and as well as the school queen with her keen eyes. Zhang Yang did not sing alone. He opened a bottle of beer, blew the cap off the mouth, and gulped the beer down. He turned around the room and found Fatty Han and Wu Haili snooping around in one corner. Even though the lights was dimmed down, he would make out their silhouette. Both of them were practically stuck to each other like sandwiches. Now, even though he could not make out what they were actually doing, even an idiot could easily guess it right. Still, the man was unmarried, and the same goes to the woman. No matter what they did was none of Zhang Yang's business. Zhou Kongming was the mic hogger. Even when his singing was always out of tune, he would still hold onto the mic without giving a chance to others. He had even winked at Li Ru seductively, earning the rage of Zhao Weishan.
even thought it was rather dark. Her glowing red cheeks could practically set the room on fire.
Li Ru. Let's sing this together.
Zhou Kongming had purposely picked a duet and boldly asked Li Ru to be his partner. Glancing back at Zhao Weishan with a pitiful eye, she understood how she felt and shook her head.
Sorry. I don't know this song. That cannot be.
We all know that you were practically a superstar back in high school. In fact, we still know that you can be a superstar someday.
How could you not sing this song?
Zhou Kongming was borrowing the power of the alcohol in him to speak so boldly.
Zhao Weishan had finally snapped. She got up. Kongming. I'm heading out to buy a few things. Come with me.
She pulled him, or rather, dragged him out of the room to, obviously, give him a piece of her mind. By the time the angry couple came back, Zhang Yang and Li Ru were singing the very song that Zhou Kongming had picked earlier. It was like a tight slap to the face.
Zhou. Kongming sulked.
If his self-consciousness was any good, he would have already picked up the telltale sign that Li Ru had no interest in him. He managed to own Zhao Weishan by baiting her with his money.
However, Li Ru was a rich widow. What would money do to her? She could have several more digits behind her fortune. What reason was there for her to look up to Zhou Kongming? Why? Why? Zhao Kongming could not understand it.
He wanted to humiliate Zhang Yang, but nothing ever went past the planning stage. Before he could throw the first strike, he had already been slapped in the face multiple times.
How did that happen?
Zhang Yang sang the song together with Li Ru because he was forced to do so. After that one song, Zhang Yang quickly went back to his seat and glued himself to it.
No matter how Li Ru tried to push, dragged, and persuade, Zhang Yang was determined to remain stationary.
The singing continued on for another hour. By then, Zhang Yang had already drunk 4 to 5 bottles of beer. A sudden discomfort struck Zhang Yang. It was like his arse was about to explode. He quickly got out of the room to find a toilet, only to realize that the establishment did not have one. He had to leave the center entirely. Toilets were only available at the end of buildings around here. After taking his time to answer nature's call, Zhang Yang exited the toilet and returned to the karaoke room. Just when he was about to pull the door, he heard a loud thud coming from the room opposite. He saw a shadowy figure bumping against the wall.
Ha ha. Miss you. Don't be shy. Come back. Let's sing a little more.
Immediately, a rather large middle-aged man, with a huge beer belly came out.
He reeked of alcohol.
The first person who came out of the room was a young lady, around the age of her early 20s. She had the most alluring body, with full frontal peaks and a curvaceous butt. Her face was flushed red. It was not the kind of red you see on a shy person, but rather, the red cheeks, of a person who has clearly drank too much. Her eyes were out of focus.
In her dazed, disoriented struggle, she cried out, "No! I can't drink anymore. I'm going back."
The man smirked slyly and grabbed the woman.
Going home? Sure. I'll send you home, said the man as he grabbed the woman and pulled her forcefully back into the room.
Zhang Yang's hand was already holding on the doorknob, but when he saw the face of the woman, Zhang Yang instinctively walked up to her and grabbed the woman's other free hand. The man felt a sudden jerk. He pulled the woman again only to find that she would not budge. He turned around to see a huge man holding on to her hand.
Annoyed, he scolded. What are you doing? Let her go.
Zhang Yang calmly replied, the middle-aged man with a low voice was staring straight into him.
Didn't you hear what teacher you said? She wants to go home, yet you're dragging her back into the room. What are you planning? Teacher, you? The man was stunned and quickly expressed an understanding emotion. I see that you're misused student. Don't worry. There's nothing to fuss about.
We're singing and drinking together with a couple more colleagues from work.
Zhang Yan?
The woman tried her best to lift her head. Her hands reached out and grabbed to Zhang Yang's sleeves tightly, her expression terrified.
Save me. She pleaded. This woman was clearly one of the lecturers that had taught Zhang Yang in university. Zhang Yang nodded confidently and said, Teacher, you. Worry not. I shall send you back home. Don't you dare walk away. The middle-aged man was obviously infuriated. His hand was still holding onto Yuli's feeble wrist. Mind your own business, boy. Leave.
As he spoke, another man came out from the room.
Chief Qian, is there something wrong? He revealed his face and Zhang Yang could easily recognize the man.
He was the Dean of ICT, Faculty of Information, Computing, and Technology. His name was Ho Bai Hua.
Since he was not really good person in the campus, students had given him a nickname, Monkey But One.
When Monkey But saw Zhang Yang, he was stunned.
Zhang Yang recognized him, but the same was not the case for the other party.
After all, there were so many students in the entire campus, he could not possibly remember all of their faces.
He was annoyed. Who are you? Trying to act like a thug?
Zhang Yang laughed boldly.
I'm not trying to, I'm the real thing.
At least, I'm not some pretentious bastard that look all righteous while planning to harass a girl.
You're the ones acting. Bullsh*T. Let her go now.
Or I'll call security.
Monkey But started to threaten Zhang Yang.
Humph. Zhang Yang scoffed, and with lightning speed, he threw a punch at the shoulder of the person called Chief Qian. The pain was unbearable that the man let her go in reflex. Zhang Yang quickly walked up, covering Yuli behind him, and readied his fist.
Monkey Butt. You can try, if you dare.
When he heard Zhang Yang called him Monkey Butt, he knew instantly that Zhang Yang was a student from his university. His heart sank.
This outing was all for the university president's nephew, the Songlang Province Government Publication Department Deputy Chief Qian Hongwen.
He had an eye for Yuli and had requested Monkey Butt to pull a few strings to get them together. However, Monkey Butt knew that Yuli was not the kind of woman who would spread her legs for money. If that had been the case, he would have gotten on to her earlier. So, make it less sketchy, he invited a few more lecturers from his own faculty and made the encounter with Chang Hongwen purely coincidental. Everyone had started a drinking session, and at Monkey Butt's direction, the other lecturers had pushed Li Ru to drink. With no effort at all, they had successfully made her drunk. The rest of the lecturers were proactive and quickly left with many random excuses. The remaining people in the room were Monkey Butt, Qian Hongwen, and the heavily intoxicated Yuli. Tipsy and dizzy, Yuli sensed their ill intentions and had quickly decided to leave the room. However, she was so dizzy that she needed the wall to support herself. If she had not drawn Zhang Yang's attention, she would have been dragged into the room, and the following events that could have unfolded would have been most undesirable. This could have been the start of her downfall from his past life.
If Zhang Yang was indeed a student from his university, he could use his authority to pressurize him.
If he wasn't, what that is about to follow would be a little rough. Monkey Butt looked at Zhang Yang with a deathly stare and asked,
"What year did you graduate?" TL note.
One Monkey Butt, the author used a word play that sounded the same but writes differently. The Chinese word used was, which sounds ho, the same as means monkey. Sounds bai while sounds pi, but meant butt. Thus, the word play, ho bai, pi, monkey's butt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 203, Rage for the Damsel. Chapter 203, Rage for the Damsel. Translator, Editor.
Zhang Yang ignored him completely and turned to Yuli. "Teacher, you.
Let's go." Qian Hongwen was immensely angered.
He threw his arms across, grabbed Zhang Yang's shoulders, and turned him around forcefully.
"What do you think you're doing? Leave the woman behind."
A few days back, Qian Hongwen was in the campus to meet up with his uncle.
Coincidentally, he saw Yuli when she was bending over to pick up the books that she had accidentally dropped.
That moment, he saw her plump little butt plastered against the fabric of her skirt. The perfect peach-like contour was so vividly pressed out that he could see a hint of butt cleavage between the two bumps. A boiling wave of lust surged out, and he hated the fact that he could not just rush in to grab those perfect melons. All he wanted to do was to thrust himself between that perfectly formed gap. When Yuli straightened up, he saw her face, which was as beautiful as a superstar's. The lust in him rose up like bile, and he could not just let her go. Qian Hongwen knew that Ho Bai Hua, Monkey Butt, was working hard for a promotion. So, Qian Hongwen used that to bait the man, hinting that all he wanted was to get her into his lap. If he could do it, promotion would be in hand. Without any further thought, Monkey Butt accepted the offer. The plan was laid out smoothly. The little sheep was about to land into the mouth of the wolf when someone unexpectedly appeared to interrupt. Like having cold water poured over his head, how could Qian Hongwen remain calm? As a Songlang Province Government Publication Department Deputy Chief, he was still a Deputy Chief of a governmental institution. If he wanted to get down with a woman, why would he need to behave? If he wanted his bed warm, hundreds of women would be jumping onto his bed for him. Zhang Yang frowned furiously. Let go. Yuli was the woman he had secretly been in love with ever since he had entered university. Even though time had been cruel to him and made him forget about his youthful love, he could never allow a woman he knew to be harassed right in front of his face. Rage, anger, righteousness, you name it, he had them all. As a man of rank, it had become a habit for a person such as Qian Hongwen to look down on a nobody like Zhang Yang.
He proudly bellowed. Boy! Do you know who I am, Dot?
That cliché, it was like almost every single villain only spoke that same utterance every time they were challenged.
Zhang Yang scoffed. What do I care?
If you don't let go, you'll be sorry about what happens next.
All the commotion had brought the attention of Fatty Han and the rest of his ex-classmates.
Everyone came out of the room, peeking at the situation only to see Zhang Yang and the obese middle-aged man having a war with words.
Zhang Yang is such a stud. He could even seduce a woman while on a toilet break. But, is he starting a fight?
With a strong brotherly love, Fatty Han immediately let Wu Haili go.
How could he allow this fight to go on without him?
He walked up with large steps and bellowed.
What's up? You wanna fight? His nostril was practically flaring with potent rage. Even though he was no high-ranking officer in this province, the current province leader Yang Baokoan was an old friend back in university.
He relied on this special relation to do whatever he wanted, as he saw fit. This fat F***CK definitely looked like a street thug in a glance. Was he seeking trouble, a common street thug, picking a fight with a government officer out of all things?
Bastard! I am San Lang Province Government Publication Department Deputy Chief Qian Hongwen. Try and touch me if you dare.
Qian Hongwen decided to puff his chest to let those two oblivious brats to understand who they are dealing with. Like astrophysics trying to explain the theory of spacetime to a 5-year-old, Fatty Han was rather confused about that long title. Fatty Han mind was only filled with girls, women, ladies, and fights. In his perspective, government officers were either governors, mayors, city leaders, or district leaders. As for chief of departments, the only department chief he knew was the safety department chief at a transport company that he used to work at. With that in mind, Fatty Han thought that his middle-aged man must be out of his mind.
Deputy chief? Ha! Fatty Han crossed his hands. So what if you have a few underlings? You think I'm afraid? Call them if you want. I'll fight all day. Zhang Yang grew impatient.
He glanced down to where Qian Hongwen was grabbing his hands and said with a serious tone.
3 seconds. If you don't let go, you'll regret it dearly. What are you pulling at? Annoyed, Qian Hongwen raised his hand to slap Zhang Yang. Wham!
Zhang Yang lifted his leg and delivered a strong kick.
Qian Hongwen cried out suddenly with colors drained from his face.
He trembled a little as he staggered a few steps back. His throat quivered a little before a loud argh was released from his wide, open mouth. The hallway was suddenly filled with the smell of alcohol. Everyone instinctively pinched their noses.
Why you? What have you done? You actually hit an officer in the open. Revolt. Rebel.
Monkey but quickly took out his phone and dialed 110. He had not dared call the cops for fearing that it might tarnish Qian Hongwen's reputation. He was a government officer, and being seen in an entertainment center, a karaoke establishment would be rather embarrassing for him. But, now that an officer had been struck down, he had to do something, or earn Qian Hongwen's fury. Monkey but was categorized under the education department, and since his university was under the private sector, not even a city-level officer could touch him, much less a provincial officer. Technically, he should not be afraid of Qian Hongwen. Still, he is the nephew of the university president, he could easily ask his sister to say a word or two when her husband is sleeping next to her.
If things get any worse, he might not be able to work in any department at all.
That was from the perspective of the bad guys.
Everyone else had their own thoughts about Zhang Yang striking the self-proclaimed government officer.
Wang Hai and Lu Qiming were just regular, everyday chaps.
They were stunned and immediately begun trembling in fear.
Zhang Yang might have gotten them involved in trouble, dragging them down the sea along with him.
Zhao Kongming was beyond glee.
He knew that once Zhang Yang had offended a province government publication department deputy chief, he would not be able to walk free after this event. Zhao Weishan was also happy that she had made the right decision to dump him back then. If she had followed him closely, a man who knows no danger, who acts all high and mighty and gets into a huge messes like the one that had just happened in front of them, she would have had to watch over her shoulder fearfully, till the end of her life. Li Ru, on the other hand, was brimming with joy. She was able to see the wild, fierce Zhang Yang in action again. Her desire for him had doubled. She had decided to invest a little more money to keep him for her own. Yan Jiru was rather shocked at his action. Once again, she clicked her tongue out of habit. She thought that since she had publicly announced of her father's position, he intended to borrow her strength and influential power to act how he want. Still, he was still an acquaintance. As such, she would be willing to help out a hand. Still, she wanted to make sure that she could properly control Zhang Yang. If he had tasted the power, he might abuse it.
The truth? Zhang Yang dared to kick down Qian Hongwen because he was borrowing someone else's strength and influential power. The target was not Yang Jixian, but his own girlfriend, Sun Xinu.
She was the real god here. Since he had that power right in his pocket, why not use them? Zhang Yang was not that kind of man who would rely on his own strength to enact justice.
Why do something when you can let someone else do it for you?
Qian Hongwen was drunk and wanted to rape a helpless woman. This kind of information would definitely be fuel to the icy flame of Sun Xinu. Her kicks would definitely be stronger and harder than his.
Teacher Yu. Please get up. I'll send you home.
Zhang Yang supported Yu Li on his shoulder and began to leave.
Don't you move. Monkey but had just ended the call.
He did not dare to stand right in front of Zhang Yang, fearing that he would end up the same way as Qian Hongwen. However, the karaoke center security guards was alert. One by one, they rushed over. Monkey but started to shout while pointing his fingers at Zhang Yang.
Don't let them go. That man beat Chief Qian up.
The guards had no idea who Chief Qian was, but they did know that Chief meant something. They quickly blocked Zhang Yang from moving further. Be it a minor brawl or random fights, it was their duty to detain the people involved and let the police take care of the rest. Qian Hongwen coughed heavily for a while and got up after a huge struggle. He pointed his trembling fingers at Zhang Yang, his voice shaking.
King bastard. I'll mess you up real good.
Zhang Yang turned around and smiled.
You must have many colleagues in work. Be wary that you might be called in for an afternoon tea by the disciplinary committee. All government officer would be scared of the disciplinary committee. Annoyed, Qian Hongwen screamed. Who you think you are? You think you can call up to a disciplinary committee to check on me? Is your father a city chief? A province chief? Humph.
I'll let you sit and rot in jail for the next 10 days.
Or even a month.
I'll arrange a very nice spot you.
People would be able to F***ck your bare naked *SS all day.
Yang Jixian heard what he said and frowned angrily. She was familiar with such people. One of them was her father's old classmate back when her father was in university. Back when he came to her house as a guest, he treated her father with respect, to the point where she thought that he was very kind and friendly without any trace of anger nor savagery. But lo and behold, once the tables are turned, she could not believe that he could be so rude and violent. Even though she was a girl, having experience of dealing with politics since she was young, she gained a strong understanding on the political world. She knew that this kind of people would only be up to no good. Whenever a big case came up, her father would definitely be involved. A leader would lose his credibility because of a single misjudge. No, she cannot allow this man to continue his act of horror.
Fatty Han rolled up his sleeves and asked Zhang Yang. Little Young.
This man's mouth is spouting something smelly.
I can't bear to smell it anymore.
Should I help you close his mouth up? Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said, there's no need to soil your hands on a rabid dog.
A province government publication department deputy chief was insulted as a rabid dog?
If Zhao Kongming and the rest of his friend were shocked beyond belief, what would Qian Hongwen himself feel? Zhang Yang must be mad beyond reason.
He is crazy beyond anyone's comprehension. He must be crazy. How could you fight with a province government publication department deputy chief? That man could easily blow you off with a simple fart. You think you're all strong and invincible just because you can fight? What's the use of the police force then? Fatty. Let's go, said Zhang Yang. He needed Fatty Han to drive Yu Li back home. Don't you dare move, said the karaoke guards.
If this case escalated to a serious level, the guards might be in serious trouble if they let Zhang Yang leave the scene. Qian Hongwen had steam coming out from his ears and nose.
He was the Lang Province Government Publication Department Deputy Chief. How could he take a beating in a public just like that? If the word got out, he would be shamed.
When he saw many guards surrounding Zhang Yang, he gathered the courage and walked up front boldly. He gripped his fist tightly and thrust a haymaker to the back of Zhang Yang's head. Now, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han were excellent fighting partners. Even though Zhang Yang was facing the guards, Fatty Han was covering his back out of habit. This fighting stance was formed after years of fighting together in the streets. Now that he saw the sneaky Qian Hongwei about to land a hit to Zhang Yang, Fatty Han immediately threw a punch to meet with his fist.
Qian Hongwen backed away in a flash.
His hand was flung backwards. Blood started to ooze out from his hands, and his face was cringing in pain.
Blood.
There's blood.
Once the guards saw that happening, how could they let them go? Zhang Yang and the fat guy had completely ignored the guards and assaulted the government officer. In an instant, the group of guards rushed towards Zhang Yang, raising their batons to hit Zhang Yang, to try and stop the two suspects, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han. Seeing that he was about to be attacked, he could not just let them do so, and in a quick flash and a blur, Zhang Yang beat them all into a pulp. During the commotion, Zhou Kongming and the rest of his friend were dragged into the mess. The guards had mistakenly assumed that they were with Zhang Yang and beat them up with their batons, leaving them wailing in pain. Since Fatty Han was a little annoyed at Zhou Kongming earlier, he had even accidentally threw a few punches to leave a mark on his face. Zhang Yang himself had purposely led the guards, one by one towards Zhou Kongming, letting the bastard have a taste of the fight. However, that bastard had even shoved Zhao Huishan in front of himself and cowered behind her. Know that Hammer of Justice does not discriminate genders. In the midst of the huge commotion, who would have the time to pull their punches if a beautiful girl got involved in the fight? Furthermore, since the guards were bullied by Fatty Han and Zhang Yang so badly, they took their chance to have their revenge at the poor, wailing little Zhou Kongming. Target the weak ones first, in a fight. This was the perfect example. However, the true victim here was Zhao Huishan. Her hair tugged it so roughly that her scream was so loud that people might have thought that she was actually giving birth. Her chest and *SS had marks. Perhaps a few of those guards might have taken the opportunity to molest her. Both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han were unmatched in fistfights. They could face more than 10 guards and still remained unfazed. The alcohol in them made their punches a little more sluggish than usual. But, after trading a few blows, they grew stronger, faster. In turn, they had managed to beat them all with only a little effort. Xian Hongwen and the monkey but were not out of the fight, their faces and noses clearly bruised badly for taking innumerable hits in the commotion. Wee woo wee woo. The siren of the police was heard outside of the establishment just when the fight was about to reach its conclusion. After a few more punches were thrown, a squad of policemen came up the building and surrounded everyone. Face the wall. Face and wall and kneel down. Being used to these kind of situation, both Fatty Han and Zhang Yang quickly headed to a corner and complied. After all, those policemen were holding electric batons. If they were to get stung by those contraptions, it would be stinging for a few days. Xian Hongwen, however, refused to comply. He was the officer in this province. A leader, technically. These police officers are all under his rank. They were practically his subordinates. If he listened to them and kneeled down, how could he still face the public after being humiliated so extensively? Furthermore, he was the victim here. Fatty Han's punch had knocked out 2 of his front teeth. If he did not at least beat them with a punch or 2, he would not be able to sleep comfortably tonight. The policemen watched closer, and when they saw this one man still rearing for a fight, they zapped him with the electric baton and sent the man down to his knees. Grrrr. The poor man was zapped badly before he could no longer remain standing, where he laid on the ground twitching with the remaining electric current in his system. Wait. He's the Grrrr. The poor monkey but was already kneeling down when he quickly jumped to his feet to reveal Chen Hongwei's identity. But the policeman did not know that and thought that he was somewhat resisting arrest. They zapped him as well and left him shaking in pain. Both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han saw what had happened and giggled quietly. Take them all back to the station, cried one of the policemen. The number of participants in this fight was quite large. It could even consider to be a mass brawl. The leading policeman raised his hand and gave the command. The other policemen nodded their head and took them all into the police car. One by one, they were led into the back seat of the police car, with men and women in separated vehicle. Zhou Kongming stared begrudgingly at Zhang Yang with a right eye. His left eye was completely swollen shut. He screamed at Zhang Yang angrily. Look what you have done to us all. Lu Qiming was also one of the unlucky one. He had only wanted to get into a good relation with Fatty Han. He had never thought that he might got involved in a fight, much less being dragged to the police station. If he was charged in participating in a street fight, he did not dare think any further. His face went pale and he started to sob uncontrollably. Fatty Han heard the sob and scolded the poor little boy. What are you crying for? Have you never been to the police station? Keep your mouth shut, screamed the driver through the barbed net between the passenger and the driver. Shut the F***ck up. Zhou Kongming froze in his seat and did not even dare make squeak of a mouse. Still, his rage had not been extinguished. He stared angrily at Zhang Yang and silently swore that he will accuse him as much as he could when the police questioned them. Wee woo wee woo. The siren of the police car echoed as they reached the police station. Since the number of suspects was just too great, the car was driven into the station, stopping right in front of the building. Get out. Get your lazy bums out of the car now,"
said the policeman as he dragged them all out like ducks out of their cages. As they walked into the building, a man dressed in a casual clothing, looking to be around the age of 30, ran up to them and greeted the frontmost policeman.
"Are these the people that had caused the commotion at Dream City?"
"Yes, Secretary Lee," said the policeman. The person that addressed him was the secretary of the chief of the Public Security Bureau. He could not afford to make a mistake. Secretary Lee quickly searched through the crowd, screaming, "Chief Chen!
Chief Chen! I'm here! I'm here!" cried Qian Hongwei with his trembling lips.
The poor man had zapped with the electric baton, and he could still feel the numbing sensation all over his body. The man could not even speak properly. Secretary Lee quickly headed toward Qian Hongwei and said sternly,
"Officer Bai, this man is the Zhang Province Government Publication Department Deputy Chief Qian Hongwen. Look at him. Look at how much he was mistreated."
These psychotic madmen had betrayed the country and dared to even strike a member of the government. "We have to punish these rogues severely with extreme prejudice." The policeman called by was stunned. He had never known that he had arrested the Zhang Province Government Publication Department Deputy Chief Qian Hongwen.
Oh God! He did see one of his subordinate using the electric baton to attack the man.
If the department finds out what had happened, he would be partially responsible for it.
Zhou Kongming was completely dumbfounded. His heart racing madly. Psychotic? Betray the country? Rogues?
If he was really charged with those accusations, he would not even die in peace. He quickly jumped in horror and screamed at the top of his lungs.
"I'm innocent. Innocent, I tell you. It was all Zhang Yang and Han Guang. It was the two of them that started the fight. I'm innocent. Innocent."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 204, Gujun Stance. Chapter 204, Gujun Stance. Translator, Editor.
Being told that they were culprits, betrayers of the nation, and even tagged as a psychotic madman. They had been seriously being dragged into the fire pit.
But they had done nothing. Literally nothing. If this turns out any worse than they can imagine, what would happen to them? With that negative thought circling in their heads, Lu Qiming and the rest of the victims screamed for justice.
On the other hand, Secretary Lee was annoyed at their cries.
The police will not simply wrong an innocent man. On the other hand, we will not let a criminal run free. So, what are you screaming for? We will get down to the bottom of this. Don't think that you can just get away by simple screaming like a little wimp.
Zhou Kongming's face turned as bitter as a bitter gourd. With nothing else that they could do, they resort to only curse the man at their side. It was all Zhang Yang's fault to begin with. It was all because of his inconsiderate actions that had led them down to this path. Even Zhao Weishan, who was envious of Li Ru's inherited wealth and Yang Jixian's family background, knew that she had to do something about this matter by seeking help from one of them. This concerned his boyfriends and her own future as well.
She could not just allow this to go on without any intervention.
It might jeopardize the one-sided relationship between her and Zhou Kongming.
She turned to Yang Jixian and asked, "Jixian, say something. I know you can do something about this."
Only when she mentioned Yang Jixian's name, the rest only recalled that she was the beloved daughter of the province leader of Zhonglang.
What could Qian Hongwei do as a mere deputy chief of a department?
The other person was of much higher rank.
The pathetic guys quickly surrounded Yang Jixian and begged her.
Because Yang Jixian had been hiding behind the crowd, Qian Hongwei had never managed to catch a glimpse of her, until Zhao Kongming and the rest were screaming out her name and groveling at her feet.
Qian Hongwei heart sank. This time, it might be more troublesome than it could really be. Why was this young lady among the crowd? Why was she involved?
If she did give in to their pleas and help the youngsters, it might really be the end of Qian Hongwei, but when a person with only one rank higher could easily step on his subordinates, how much would he be trampled on when he was 3 times lower than this girl's father? Now, a large majority of any department deputy chiefs would never ever reach the height of being the head of a department in their lifetime.
A provincial officer, much less so. In the governmental ranking world, a provincial ranking officer was far, far stronger than a mere department chief. The difference in authority would be heaven and earth. Even though Qian Hongwen was Yang Jixian's senior in both age and position, Yang Jixian's father was at an even higher position.
At least he still had some manners in him. He proactively greeted the girl with a rather pitiful smile that beckoned a punch.
"Ah. It's Jixian."
Yang Jixian smiled, but it was so rigid and robotic, and anyone knows it was just an obligatory respond.
Uncle Qian.
As a secretary, he was rather sensitive to his surroundings and was very competent in his work. He quickly rushed to Qian Hongwen and whispered into his ears, "Chief Qian, who is this woman?"
Her father is the Zhang province leader. Secretary Li sucked in a deep breath.
He knew that this was completely out of his league. Even his own Ma Wushi bureau chief was just a department chief. He quickly switched his voice tone and spoke stoically. "I'm afraid that his matter is much complicated than it has to be. The police would require much more information from all sides to solve this case." Yang Jixian peeked at Zhang Yang and was offended at his aloofness. He did not even open his mouth to ask for her help.
"I'm helping you as an ex-classmate.
You could at least show some appreciation to me."
"What am I? Your nanny? Such insolence."
Still, her face remained completely unfazed, revealing no emotions.
"I can testify.
The one that took part in the fight was only him and him.
The rest of the people here were completely innocent," said Yang Jixian, and she pointed at Zhang Yang and Fatty Han, indicating the true culprit. Qian Hongwen was both surprised and happy.
He had initially thought that the girl was with Zhang Yang and Fatty Han. He had originally let go of the intention to get back at Zhang Yang since his reputation and fame was far more important than a little fight. However, that all changed when he heard what Yang Jixian had just said. It was obvious that she had never had the intention to protect Zhang Yang and Fatty Han. If that was the case, Qian Hongwei might still have a chance to have his revenge against Zhang Yang. Secretary Li was a smart lad, he could easily understand what Yang Jixian meant when she said that. He gestured a wave with his hands and called the police officer.
"Officer Bai, take these two to the interrogation room and interrogate them nicely."
Secretary Li purposely emphasized the word.
Fatty Han was getting worried.
Even though he had no clue about who being the higher rank, he could see that this Secretary Li and the Deputy Chief Qian were both afraid of Yang Jixian.
"Damn girl. We were classmates. Why did you ignore us?"
Yang Jixian purposely stared at Zhang Yang, to give him a last-minute window to beg for her help. Zhang Yang was thinking of completely another thing.
He was snickering.
If they were caught and placed in another police station, he might have been a little worried. But here, this was where Sun Xinu goes to work.
What there is to be afraid of? He could easily call on his girlfriend and ask for her help. Officer Bai pulled Fatty Han and Zhang Yang into the station.
Along the way, a middle-aged man appeared to be in the way. Both of his hands were behind him, his completely stoic stance and a stern face was familiar. When the officers around saw him, they stood still and raised their hand to salute.
"Chief Gu. That man was the bureau's deputy chief, Gu Jun. Even since the incident involving Zhang Yang and the robbery case, Gu Jun had been rather outstanding. His reputation had been severely affected by the public humiliation from Sun Xinu.
He took the chance to compete with the other two deputy chief and had managed to obtain credit for a number of contributions. It was not to the point where he could rival the actual chief of the bureau, but he did act more often and was not passive as he was last time.
The man nodded.
A man of his rank could not simply react casually to others, lest it might tamper with his reputation and respect as a leader. He walked further with his hands behind his arm crossed behind him.
Officer Bai relaxed and pushed Zhang Yang. "Move." Zhao Kongming was completely delighted. Now that he was off the hook, he began to have his own thoughts in his head. "I might have taken a few punches, but now that things had gone this way, UF*Kers will have it worse. When a police resorts to violence, they can be worse than an actual street thug." Back in the car, Li Ru had already glued her phone to her ear, calling here and there, trying to find a connection that might save Zhang Yang. If Zhang Yang was dragged in the interrogation room, every minute that passed in the room would mean a minute of torture. Li Ru could not help but feel distressed about it, stomping the ground in frustration. "Wait!" cried Gu Jun when he had only walked a few steps forward. He turned around and observed Zhang Yang closely and was shocked, and a little happy to recognize him. "Why you? You're Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang smiled casually. "Good day to you, Chief Gu." Gu Jun had been grieving in regret when he had missed the chance to get closer to Sun Xinu. She was practically a god in the bureau. But he had let her roam about right under his nose. He regretted that he did not care about the girl before the incident. If he had just had a normal conversation with Sun Xinu every now and then, who knew where he would be this day? The worst thing was that when Sun Xinu was in trouble, he remained at the sidelines, doing nothing. He could have taken the chance to get close to the woman and get into her good side. But all he did was literally nothing. Fearing that the woman might hold a grudge against the man, he did not partake any action to subdue the woman. He was scared that he might make things worse.
That all changed when Zhang Yang appeared like a lifeline in a pinch. However, he was still a government servant. What shame does he have to incur to himself to ask an officer of the law to kiss a civilian's butt? But, now that an opportunity had revealed himself, he could use his power to get him out of this little boy's trouble. Who knew, Zhang Yang might feel a little gratitude to him and might allow him to take the chance to ask him for a favor from Sun Xanu. As the train of thought railing in his head, Gu Jun had steeled his decision to help and asked. What offense did he commit? Violence against an officer. Secretary Li quickly answered before any other officer could. By the looks of it, he knew that Gu Jun was doing something to help Zhang Yang. Fearing the latter, he quickly revealed the highest offense.
Chief Gu, this man is the Zhonglang Province Government Publication Department Deputy Chief Qian Hongwen.
He was assaulted by this guy.
Gu Jun sucked in a long breath. Damn.
Birds of the same feather flock together, but not the other way round. Back then Sun Xanu punched the sun in front of the chief, and here Zhang Yang is, punching the deputy chief. Technically, Qian Hongwen and Gu Jun were just about the same level in rank. Zhang Yang finally opened his mouth to defend himself. He pointed at Yu Li, who was sitting in the bench, and said, "That lady there is my university lecturer. I spotted her being chased by a pervert in the karaoke center. As a lawful citizen, I had to prevent a crime from happening and ask the man to stop his indecent acts. But, instead, the man cried out, saying that he was a government officer and wanted me to leave him alone. Back then, I was thinking, a government officer should be the one serving its citizens. How could this perverted, rampaging thug be a government servant? I was angry and kicked him. I was enacting justice." When Qian Hongwen was insulted with pervert and thug, his face turned pale and all he could say in return was only, "Why you? Why you?" Gu Jun was laughing inside. He thought that Zhang Yang might not be as reckless as he thought he would be. As long as he relied on the lawful citizen, protecting the law card, he might be at the right side of the law even if things got a little messy. Of course, without anyone supporting his back, he would never gain the higher ground, no matter how reasonable his excuse was. But, this man had someone behind him. When the image of Sun Xanu was pictured in his mind, Gu Jun felt a sudden chill flowing down his spine. Fear gripped his mind. This young lady was the gods among gods, why would she land a job in this poor, mortal realm? Ever since the incident, the entire station had been rendered cold and filled with fear whenever Sun Xanu appeared. Everyone was so afraid that their actions might offend the godly Sun Xanu. Gu Jun coughed lightly and turned to Qian Hongwen. "Chief Qian. I'd say, it would be rather embarrassing to you if this matter got out to the public. How about we come to a truce? As the saying goes, treat a big problem as a small one, a small problem as none, Qian Hongwen got angry. No matter how he listened to his word, he could not miss the tone in his voice and the word that he used to call him. Embarrassing. What is he trying to do? Was he trying to provoke Qian Hongwen? So what if he had been with women? Who would not be at his own age? Being a high-ranking government servant for many years, who had indulged in all the luxuries and pleasure that it could offer. By the looks of it, Qian Hongwen understood that Gu Jan had decided to side with Zhang Yang. Qian Hongwen was cursing Gu Jun in his heart, he had the rage, but no way of venting it. Gu Jun was at about the same rank as him, but he was from another province. He could not exert his authority here. On the other side, Yang Jixian nodded her head. She finally understood what had happened. No wonder Zhang Yang had never made a move to ask for her help. He had a trump card since the beginning. He was relying on the Public Security Bureau deputy chief. There is a saying, that hatred was born from love. Yang Jixian was never in love with Zhang Yang to begin with, but since she had a strong egoistic behavior, she was offended by Zhang Yang's act of not replying on her. Right there and then, she walked up, feeling unsatisfied with the outcome and said, "Deputy Chief Gu. The person had committed a crime against a government officer. How could you say something like that?" Gu Jun glanced swiftly at Yang Jixian and felt a little uncomfortable. "Little brat, who do you think you are?" Secretary Li quickly explained. "Chief Gu, this person is the daughter of the Zhonglang province leader." Gu Jun was shocked beyond words. No wonder she dared to walk into the conversation like that. She was the child of another powerful leader. However, Gu Jun smiled. Normally, a province leader would easily shock the life out of him, but Sun Xinu had powers beyond measure. She could easily pick up the phone and call up the city secretary. So what, if your father is the Zhonglang province leader? If any leader of any province walked into the station right now, Gu Jun dared to have a quarrel with him. All in all, the more hits he took on, the better favor he could get from Zhang Yang. To climb the ladder of promotion, you must stand with the person at the highest ladder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 205, Tilly Suffers. Chapter 205, Tilly Suffers. Translator, Editor.
Gu Jun steeled his will, putting up a stoic stature and stated clearly. Public Security Bureau is a place where justice is enacted. We will only accept facts and evidence and not favors. After Gu Jun's short speech, everyone felt conflicted.
Gu Jan intended to protect Zhang Yang.
That had been clearly established.
But why?
Who was Zhang Yang and what was driving Gu Jun to offend a province leader's daughter to take over the case boldly? He should have known that her father was the provincial leader, a position much higher and more powerful than Gu Jun by several levels. Yang Jixian was shocked at his answer. She had never thought that Gu Ju would still be headstrong and resist to stop helping Zhang Yang.
What's done is done.
Even though she was rather arrogant and headstrong herself, her sense towards political behavior was strong.
She knew something was wrong but could not put a finger on it. Could it be that Zhang Yang had a hidden background that no one else but Gu Jun knew about? Was that the reason why Gu Jun would not even fear a provincial leader?
She waved her hands and gestured to Secretary Li to come to her. Secretary Li saw her call and ran over rather lavishly.
Miss Yang? What's wrong?
Yang Jixian pointed at Zhang Yang and whispered.
What relationship does that man have with your deputy chief?
Secretary Li scratched his chin and shook his head. I'm not sure about that, miss.
But wait, let me go ask around.
He left the group and went into the station and started to gather information about Zhang Yang. She was but the daughter of the province leader, one of the people that everyone would want to have a good relationship with. No sooner, Secretary Li came back with a rather shocked expression and sneaked towards Yang Jixian and whispered back.
I'm afraid this is rather complicated, Miss Yang. That man is not just any simple man.
Not long ago, do you remember about an armed robbery case that happened around this area? He then explicitly explained the event that had transpired to Yang Jixian, down to the detail where Ma Wushi was belittled by Sun Xinu in front of everyone.
Before Yang Jixian could finish listening, she covered her mouth. No wonder this man dared to be such a ruffian.
He had such a strong back supporting him. His relations were so strong and vast that he could reach the city secretary himself. That's just the tip of the iceberg. She was selfish and egoistic, that she realized herself. But she wanted to climb the ladder of ranks as well. In an instant, she knew what she had to do. She realized the immense value that Zhang Yang had with him. No wonder even the deputy chief Gu Ju would want to join hands with Zhang Yang. Yang Jixian changed her attitude 180 degrees. Gu Jun, my father once said to me, as a government servant, he or she must serve the people as their highest priority. As for the black sheep in the office, I'll say, wouldn't it be for the best if we get rid of the root? His head completely drained of blood, Zhen Hongwen went so pale that people might mistake his face for a piece of poorly drawn sketch on a piece of paper. What the hell is this blood B** TCH was thinking?
Is she trying to make him suffer till the end? Black sheep? Root of the mess?
If he was really going to wear that insult, securing his current position would be a problem, much less hoping for any promotions in the future.
Gu Jun scoffed and nodded his head. He now understands that the girl must have known something about Zhang Yang.
He had only wanted to protect Zhang Yang, but now he had gained support from the daughter of the province leader. With lesser obstacles in his path, he could now give a better impression to Zhang Yang and gain his favor. He raised his hand and waved.
The office will now take over and handle the case. We will now interrogate everyone and reveal the truth. Raging with anger, Shen Hongwen bellowed. Why you? Why you can't interrogate me? I'm a government official.
Gu Jun swiftly glanced at him and replied while looking into the distance. This is but a normal case of street fights and attempted rape. You're here as a criminal suspect. We're not going to charge you with any political offense.
That would require further investigation by the Bureau. Xian Hongwen wanted to open his mouth to scream, but he was quickly dragged into the station by a larger police officer.
Zhou Kongming and the rest of them dropped their jaws.
What the hell happened? How could the bold, arrogant Chief Qian be dragged away in an instant?
And then there's Zhang Yang.
What is he? Who is he?
What made him so special that even the deputy chief of the Public Security Bureau would risk protecting him? Circling about the same questions over and over again, the rest of them felt like they had not known Zhang Yang at all. He was shrouded in mystery. After the whole ordeal was almost over, they had finally realized that the real man, the real boss was Zhang Yang. Being quiet and all after being detained, he was the wolf hiding in a sheep's skin.
Everyone had been blinded by their greed. How could they not know sooner? Now, they are doomed for sure.
They had been vigorously trying their best to draw a clear line between them and Zhang Yang, to make sure the police do not group them up with him. But lo and behold, Zhang Yang had emerged triumphant. Now that it has come to this, how could they beg him for help? He would not even glance at them. But, worse, if he wanted revenge, Zhou Kongming and the rest could not bear to think of the consequences of their actions. Everyone was as pale as ghost. On one note, Zhao Huishan felt devastated.
She did not know what to think now. Did she, perhaps, make the wrong choice after all?
That question was now planted in her brain, echoing endlessly as she could not stop thinking about it. Secretary Li was smarter. For a while now, he knew that things had gotten out of hands. He retreated secretly and called Ma Wushi, telling him everything and had just happened in the station without leaving a single detail untold. Ma Wushi had clocked out long ago, but when he heard his secretary report, he had only given him one order.
Let the office handle it. The office, handle it.
Zhang Yang was the first one to have his testimony recorded. He then explained everything that had happened in the scene down to each detail. Yuli had drank a cup of hot tea earlier and regained some of her senses. She was the first person that was directly related to the incident. Monkey but was rather weak-willed. After being threatened by the police, he gave in and exposed his plans about how he and Qian Hongwei wanted to do Yuli in the karaoke center. Moreover, he even exposed his past crimes of luring female students in for sex. This time, it was most certain that Monkey but would not escape his fate being jailed. However, Qian Hongwen was rather hard to deal with. The police alone could not interrogate a deputy chief. They would need the appropriate authoritative figure to do so. Yang Jixian made a quick phone call, and after a very short period of time, Leader Yang, the provincial leader of the Zhonglang province, had personally called Gu Jun to make a statement. This nation will not allow a rotten criminal to sit among the government position. That statement was a hint for Gu Jun to collect enough evidence. The Zhonglang provincial office would always conduct their own investigation and find all the criminal acts that Qian Hongwei had committed in the past.
Suffice to say, Qian Hongwei is doomed. Qian Hongwei could have never foreseen this event. There was a saying, if you do not secure your footing, you'll fall into the frozen lake. Yang Jixian was the one that had caused the domino effect that led all the way to how Qian Hongwei fell. At first, she had stated her intention to help Zhang Yang, which led to Gu Jian arresting him. Yang Jixiang had also advised her father, Yang Baokuan, to discard the rotten apples in the basket. Since this man would only develop more problem for Yang Baokuan, he had to be removed. If he could not be a useful ally, he is a useless trash. Now that Gu Jun had things cleared out with Qian Hongwei, he could still leave a good impression on Zhang Yang. That's two birds with one stone. How could he not be happy? After the messy ordeal, everyone, be it Yang Jixian or his ex-classmates, had a different opinion on Zhang Yang. Right now, Zhang Yang was the best among them and they should have treated him better. Zhou Kongming was practically slapping himself in the face, crying as he said a dozen sorries for looking down on Zhang Yang. He pleaded to have a little mercy and forget about him. All that, while wiping away his snort in tears. The last thing he could do was to kneel down and kiss his boots. Fatty Han was so delighted at the sight of Zhao Kongming that he was laughing all the way out of the station. Zhao Huishan saw how his boyfriend was behaving and felt utterly disgusted. Then, she remembered back at the fight in the karaoke center, where he had pushed her in front of himself to be his shield. She felt an even greater disgust at his cowardice. Being a policeman for several years, Gu Jun had good insight with people, and he noticed how Zhang Yang and Zhou Kongming were not seeing eye to eye, quietly noting a reminder for himself. He should find leverage on Zhou Kongming, and take good care of him, and kept this matter secret from Zhang Yang. He would leave a subtle hint to Zhou Kongming, never to mess with Zhang Yang or he will pay it dearly. That way, he could still do something for Zhang Yang and remain unaffected. After the recording of their testimony, Gu Jun pulled Zhang Yang alone to have a friendly chat. He expressed his utmost sincere intention to deepen their relationship and to be friends. He then let them all go home and even gave them advice to rest early. On his way out of the bureau, he noticed Yuli wobbling unsteadily and said to Fatty Han, "Fatty, you go on. I'll send teacher you back home." Fatty Han cracked a perverted smirk and walked away from Zhang Yang. Sure. He gave a thumbs-up gesture and leave them alone. At least, Fatty Han could have some alone time with Wu Haili. "Teacher you, I'm here to send you back," said Zhang Yang. He then proceeded to support her out of the station. On the roadside, Zhang Yang hailed a cab and the two of them disappeared into the night. "I have never thought that Zhang Yang could have such deep connections," said Lu Qiming in awe. Since the group of ex-classmates were sent here with the police car,
They had to take a cab to get back to the karaoke center and drive their own cars back home.
Lu Qiming thought of Fatty Han and viewed him with respect.
He came to a conclusion by himself that Fatty Han must have had help from Zhang Yang by pulling some strings here and there. It was the only explanation on how a guy with poor education, who only knew how to fight for living, could earn such a massive fortune in such a short time. In truth, he was right, though it all happened in the game.
Fatty, what sort of person Zhang Yang is?
Said Wu highly curiously while she was in Fatty Han's embrace.
What do you mean by that? Replied Fatty Han.
You know what I mean,
Fatty Han knew what she meant.
But, to describe Zhang Yang properly would be a challenge.
Was he normal? He was normal. He was as normal as the random person you see in the streets. But he was not dumb. He will not reveal how a brother helped him to earn that surreal amount of gold. He purposely scoffed and said, "My boy Yang is rather strong. He has more than 10,000 underlings." He then proceeded to use in-game context to tell her about Zhang Yang. But, if you do not explain properly, how would the girl know about Zhang Yang playing a game?
When others heard about having 10,000 underlings, they would certainly give you the same shocked looks on their faces.
How could a person manage 10,000 subordinates? If it was a company, how large would the company be then? If he was a government official, which department could fit in 10,000 officers? Could it be special forces? There could be a possibility, since the man could fight like a MMA fighter. He must have been scouted by a leader and was chosen to join. Damn! If he had more than 10,000 subordinates under his command, what rank would he be then? Instructor? If he was an instructor, then he would be at the rank of a city leader.
As confusing as it may, the guesses they made only grew wilder. Everyone thought that they had Zhang Yang figured out and were shocked at their own conclusions. How could Zhang Yang be a government official at such young age? After drinking some hot tea back at the station, she did sober up a little. However, the alcohol was still affecting her. Bobbing her head left and right in the car, she could not endure it any longer and rested her head on Zhang Yang's arm. Zhang Yang had a strong muscle and thick skin, he did not mind about it one bit. On the contrary, he was afraid that his roughness might hurt her delicate skin. He opened his arm and let the woman rest on his chest.
"What a lovely couple,"
said the 40-year-old cab driver as he peeked through the rear mirror. Zhang Yang only smiled at the driver without saying a word. Since both Yuli and Zhang Yang did not meet that very often, let misunderstandings be misunderstandings.
The cab driver was rather chirpy, he had been having idle conversation with Zhang Yang every once in a while.
Yuli, disturbed by their talks, woke up groggily and finally managed to state her home address. After 20 minutes, the cab arrived at an old housing area and stopped in front of an old apartment which looked like it was around 20 to 30 years old.
Zhang Yang paid the driver and helped Yuli out of the car. He lifted his head up to see the apartment had 5 floors. "Teacher Yu, which floor are you living in?"
Being out in the night, the cold wind blew her face, bringing her back to her senses.
4, no, 3, way to 4th floor. Zhang Yang frowned.
He pushed himself and supported Yuli to climb up all the way to the 4th floor. Luckily, after struggling to find her keys, she managed to unlock the right door after all. He was afraid that they might have been trying to open the wrong house door. She opened the old wooden door and brought Zhang Yang into an old 60 to 70 meter square apartment.
"Sit," said Yuli bashfully.
Whether it was the alcohol in her, or the fact that she was seen by one of her ex-students being in such a mess, who knew? She brewed some tea and served it to Zhang Yang, while she went back to the kitchen to drink some vinegar, fully sobering herself up. Zhang Yang looked left and right, observing her living area and asked,
"Teacher Yu, didn't you once say that you're living with your mother?"
The little small apartment had only one room, one living room, and a toilet. The bedroom door was wide open. The bed looked rather neat and tidy, as if no one had been sleeping on it for a while.
Yuli came out of the kitchen.
Solemn and dread filled her face as she said, "My mother is in the hospital. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 206, please take me in. Chapter 206, please take me in. Translator, Editor.
Zhang Yang quickly apologized and said, "I'm sorry, miss you."
"Is she okay? It's not serious, right?"
Yuli sat opposite Zhang Yang and her facial expression turned even gloomier as she said, "It's uremia, she needs kidney transplant."
Zhang Yang was shocked as kidney transplants were costly, major surgeries.
Besides, it was not easy to look for matching kidneys, so he asked her that. Yuli shook her head anxiously and replied, "They found nothing yet." Zhang Yang let out a sigh as he could not do anything about it. After drinking tea, he stood up and said, "Miss Yu, it's getting late, I've got to go and you should also get some rest."
Zhang Yang went to the door. His fingers were about to touch the door handle when Yuli suddenly uttered, "Zhang Yang, please take me in."
Zhang Yang staggered and nearly did a somersault.
What exactly is going on today?
All sorts of strange things were happening to him. He turned over and he saw Yuli's face flushed with heat but unusually staunch. However, the dithering in her eyes revealed her wild feelings at that moment.
"Miss Yu, what difficulties did you encounter? Please tell me, if I can help, I will help you."
Woo woo woo. Yuli started to cry suddenly. She cried in misery, unable to produce any further words. It was not good for Zhang Yang to go, so he decided to return to his seat and asked, "Miss Yu, do you have enough funds for the surgery?" He guessed as he thought of Yuli's situation in his previous life.
"My dad is a compulsive gambler."
Yuli cried for a while before she started opening up. He still owes a pile of debt and he has fled with all sorts of people on his tail. "My mom pays for my school fees and my dad's debts. She has been working hard her entire life, too hard. Yet, she found out that she has uremia a few days ago. I just started to work for less than 2 years. Furthermore, we used up all the home savings to pay off debts, even selling the house that we used to live in, but we still do not have enough money."
"Zhang Yang, do you know how miserable I feel?
Sometimes I really want to end my life there and then, and I would be free of all these worries." The story was very old-fashioned, but it was still a tragedy no matter what. Anyhow, Zhang Yang would never turn away without helping Yuli, so he said, "Miss Yu, do not worry. If it's money, I can pay for your mother's treatment first." Yuli continued on with her rambling, her eyes unfocused. "A bestie, from my former university, told me that it is easy for a woman to earn money, especially if they had good looks. All they have to do is to spread their legs open. She even introduced me to one of the hotels in Lin Hai City. You can earn a few $1,000s a night there." Her face was usually flushed due to the alcohol.
Lin Hai City?
That's right. Zhang Yang had one night stand with Yuli in Tianluan Pavilion Grand Hotel at Lin Hai City during that time, in his previous life.
He let out a sigh. "Miss Yu, you are drunk."
Coo. Yuli laughed madly and said, "I'm not drunk, I'm wide awake."
"You think I wasn't aware?"
"Every time I went to class, you boys were always staring at my chest and looking at my buttocks. I clearly knew what was in your minds." She staggered to her feet, walked unsteadily and said, "Do you dare say that you won't want to sleep on me?" Men had a tendency to act crazily when drunk, but women doing the same were on an entirely different level. Zhang Yang felt a twinge of guilt when he met her eyes. Because in his memory, he really did sleep with her. The memories of her luscious and charming body were as vivid as day, down to her irresistible moans.
Zhang Yang gulped. "Miss Yu, I have to go." "Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang."
Yuli grabbed one of Zhang Yang's wrists. "I really have no choice. More than $2 million is needed for a kidney and surgical fees, there's no way I can afford that. Besides selling my body, I really don't know what else there is to do. But if possible, I'd rather have you than be ruined by hundreds of strangers. I know you are rich, you can pay for $2 million easily. I know, because I helped you sell those potions 2 months ago. I have nothing but this body, please, take me in." Zhang Yang frantically said, "Miss Yu, I can lend you the money, just stop mentioning your selling your body anymore, please."
"But, the follow-up treatment costs, that would be a bottomless pit." "Zhang Yang, I'm just a normal teacher, how could I possibly pay you back?"
Yuli shook her head. "Selling my body is still easier, I just have to open my legs and get pinned down by others for a while."
"It won't kill me, right?"
She had lost her balance, as she fell sideways onto the couch, her eyes in hazy drunkenness. These words would only show themselves in her intoxicated state. This strong, stubborn woman would never mention something like selling her body to anyone but secretly wipe off her tears and face her problems alone. If it was not Zhang Yang accidentally getting involved tonight, it was probably difficult for Yuli to escape her dark fate. After going through the ordeal in the hands of that corrupt official, in addition to the urgent need for money, Yuli was probably pushed over the brink, having lost her chastity, and had decided to venture into the red light district. Both of Yuli's hands held onto the sofa and she crawled to Zhang Yang's side. She gazed at Zhang Yang with her seductive eyes, laughing incorrigibly and teased, "Little pervert, I know you like me. Every time you attended my classes, you were trying to strip me with your eyes. Come on, I'm yours now, do whatever you wanted to me."
Zhang Yang admitted that he definitely had to crush on Yuli when he was studying at university.
As a developed youth with a normal man's mind and the exuberant energy of youth, every time Yuli taught in the class, inevitably, Zhang Yang would end up fantasizing about her. However, this matter was 5 years ago to him, and he had almost forgotten about it. He stepped back a little as he said, "Miss Yu, it's true, I used to like you.
But now I have someone else who I really like.
Oh. Yuli nodded her head with uninterested facial expression and said, "It is okay, I'm not going to marry you anyway. I just want to be your lover, 5 years, let me be your lover for 5 years, as long as you can help me pay the medical fees for my mom, I will not ask for anything else." Zhang Yang reached out to stroke her silky hair and said, "Miss you, if you do it like this, you are betraying your love. Have you thought about your boyfriend?" All the boys in their class knew that Yuli had been in a relationship with her boyfriend for 2 to 3 years, which in an extent that they were going to marry. The news had hurt so many boys, making them insomniac and listless for the next few days, that him? Yuli started laughing hollowly once again while her facial expression was a mix between crying and laughing. "Once I found out my mum's disease, I quickly looked for him to solve the problem together. Guess what he did? Not only did he not offer to help in any way, he wanted to break up with me. He even wanted me to sleep with him to compensate for his years of disbursement. F***ck, such a jerk. But you still have to marry, sooner or later. Do you want to keep the memory of someone's mistress for a lifetime? My mom worked so hard to raise me up. I'm willing to die for her." Bang! These words were just like a boom exploding next to Zhang Yang's ears. This is because the night Lin Yu rejected the elopement with Zhang Yang, she had said the same thing. Zhang Yang's heart was greatly disturbed as he could not help it but recall the fateful night after hearing what Yuli said. Yuli is selling her body because of her mother. In his previous life, she had sold her body to many guys, but in this life, she seemed to have another choice, to just sell her body to Zhang Yang alone. Still, no matter what, the fate of Yuli selling her body seems unchanged. But what's different here? Lin Yu rejected Zhang Yang because of her mother's wishes and had chosen to marry Lu Wei, a man who she did not love at all. Wasn't that the same as selling her body? The only difference was that she used the marriage as the best packaging to whitewash her betrayal of love. From Lin Yu and Yuli's point of views, they were right to save their mother's life out of filial piety. But from Zhang Yang's point of view, Lin Yu undoubtedly betrayed love and betrayed Zhang Yang, but in this life, Zhang Yang had the advantage of being reborn and it shouldn't be difficult for him to earn hundreds of millions of dollars in assets and surpass Lu Wei. But if there was another guy with an equal amount of fortune, Lin Yu's mother would still force her to marry the other guy instead of Zhang Yang. Wouldn't Zhang Yang have to die and be reborn once again? What if another guy with trillions of dollars in assets showed up? There was no end in sight. In his previous life, Lin Yu had abandoned him. Zhang Yang unconsciously leaned against the couch. He was struck by a massive headache, like a few 100 pounds of weight had been placed on his head. After the rebirth, he had been busy using the 5 years review of the game to earn money. As long as he had spare time every day, he would continuously recall the contents of the game and dungeon strategies, leaving him no time to think about anything else, but now, Zhang Yang had finally come to realize the truth and faced a problem that he had refused to face in his previous life. Did Lin Yu really love him? He had put in so much effort, was it all for naught? Zhang Yang took a deep breath and thought in his mind, Lin Yu should have loved me, but it was far from my imagination. In her world, love was not all. She is the child of a rich and big family. She was brought up with the idea that benefiting her family came above all other ideas. So, when there is conflict between love and family, she chooses family. But if it was Sun Xanu, according to her temper, if the family forced her to marry a man she did not like, she would either shoot the hapless man dead, or take her own life. She would never compromise. This woman would be so committed to her ideals that no amount of difficulty or danger would stop her. But Zhang Yang did not know why Sun Xanu popped up in his mind, suddenly, but he realized that it was a rather fond thought at that too. He suddenly found himself thinking of Han Ying-shui. Han Ying-shui, she may be such a tricky person, but Zhang Yang believed that she would definitely fight for her love to the bitter end as well. Lin Yu was a dutiful daughter. But in love, she was a loser. Suddenly, his enthusiasm to meet Lin Yu once again died off. On the contrary, he even felt a trace of fear, always recalling Lin Yu's cruel rejection on that night. Would it all be fine? Would it be the same with him and Lin Yu again? Absolutely not. The moment Lin Yu decided to marry Lu Wei, his impression on her had already dropped, whether he liked it or not, and it would only continue to crack further. Zhang Yang felt extremely resentful and said, "Miss Yu, is there any liquor?" But Yuli thought for a while, shook her head and said, "No, but wait." She walked unsteadily to a side of a cabinet, took out a bottle of soaked red bayberry and said, "Soaked red bayberry wine, do you consider that liquor?" Jiusu natives used white wine, soaked in red bayberry to cure diarrhea and abdominal pains. It is really effective and potent for that purpose. Yes, it is. Zhang Yang just wanted to drink it this time, not caring about the quality of wine anymore. Zhang Yang finished off the tea in his glass with a single gulp. He poured all the tea leaves in his glass into the ashtray and then filled up his glass with wine and started drinking the wine silently. Yuli watched him for a while, before also taking a glass and pouring herself some of the wine. Drinking solves all worries. In Zhang Yang's memory, Lin Yu's smile started to fade, slowly being replaced by a sense of betrayal and sorrow. Zhang Yang knew that he had no right to blame Lin Yu, but he was also being hurt. His heart was covered in wounds. The degree of being hurt was much stronger than the pain he felt on the day Lin Yu rejected eloping with him. In his life, he had only been hurt to such an extent for 3 times. The first time was when he was 7 years old, and received news that his parents had died in a plane crash. He had cried alone all day long in his parents' room. The second time was when Lu Wei had sent a girl to become Zhang Yang's lover. She soon stole all the stuff in Clearwater's warehouse and left him a video to tell him the truth. Zhang Yang had put in a lot of effort in that relationship, and it had left him depressed for months. Now, he was experiencing such pain for the 3rd time. Even though he had crippling wounds inflicted on him when in a fight, he could just grit his teeth and endure the pain. But the wounds in his heart were not as easily healed. Sometimes when he thought of that fraud who was the cause of all his pain, Luo Xanyan, his heart would still ache. Lu Wei. Zhang Yang was at a loss as he did not know what to do. His eyes were wet with tears. Hatred had the same intensity as love. People would feel hurt by it and it gave a pain that was hard to forget. Even it was not for Lin Yu, but for revenge on Lu Wei who wanted to kill Zhang Yang in his previous life. Zhang Yang would definitely hunt Lu Wei down. Having found a solution to his anger, he started drinking without holding anything back. Life could not move on without a direction, so his new resolution would be to surpass Lu Wei. Zhang Yang unconsciously drank more and more, starting to get intoxicated. He even laughed along with Yuli for no reason, clinking with her glass, exchanging slurred words that both of them could not hear, yet it somehow made them laugh even more. Eventually, they finished up the whole bottle of red bayberry wine. Both of them finished up at least a gallon of wine, and very soon, both of them were punch drunk. Zhang Yang was so disoriented that he went into the bedroom, took off his clothes and went to bed naked, a habit he practiced at home. He woke up once in the middle of the night, feeling thirsty. He tried to get up from bed to get himself a drink. But the moment he lifted his upper body off the bed, he would get overwhelmed by dizziness, and could only fall back to the bed. In his half-awake stupor, he felt somebody lying next to him. Fatty sh*t, go back to your doghouse, I'm not gay. Zhang Yang pulled the bed sheets to himself and kicked the person next to him off the bed. He occupied the whole bed and slept like a pig. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Sleeping on the Wrong Bed. Chapter 207, Sleeping on the Wrong Bed. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Headaches are never pleasant. Zhang Yang finally woke up, but his whole body was stiff like a plank of wood. It was as if he had fought hundreds of people and took such a beating that he could not even feel his body. His head felt like it had been split open from the inside, like firecrackers continuously exploding in his head. He opened his eyes a little but quickly snapped them shut due to the dazzling sunlight. Damn, how much did I drunk? Zhang Yang could only lie there unmovingly, at the whims of his catatonic body. Damn it, how did I end up drinking so much yesterday? This is self-torture, I have to stop doing this. By the way, how did I get home yesterday? Zhang Yang's mind suddenly popped up a question and the memory flashed back immediately. Last night, he was attending a classmate reunion, and then they went to karaoke. After that, he met Julie, who was nearly violated by others. He had a fight with them and then he beat down a group of karaoke's guards, then all of them went to the public security. Next, Zhang Yang sent Yuli home. How come there was no memory after sending Yuli home? He actually did not have any idea what happened after that, so how did he actually get home? Pa! Just as Zhang Yang was wondering, a hand was suddenly placed on his chest. His eyes burst wide open. The dazzling sunlight struck him in its full force, but he was too bewildered to care about it. As he squinted, his eyes finally focused on a person sleeping next to him. It wasn't Fatty Han. It was quite the opposite, a sexy woman with long hair, a voluptuous body shape, clad only in a cotton t-shirt and tea-back undergarment. She was Yuli. He himself was buck naked, and his left hand was beneath Yuli's neck where it had reached her front, grabbing hold of her ample, firm bosom. No way. Could it be the same as it was in his previous life? Did they have drunken sex? Zhang Yang gazed at his manhood that would stand at attention every morning, trying to see any indicator if it got some action last night. But he had drank too much last night, his whole body was numb including that member. Did they do anything last night? What shocked Zhang Yang was that he did not feel any guilt whatsoever. Lin Yu. Zhang Yang was speechless as he did not know if he still loved her, as his new perspective on her betrayal had hurt Zhang Yang's soul badly. Zhang Yang did not really know how he felt towards her right now.
My head hurts.
Yuli groaned, her long eyelashes fluttered a little and she slowly opened up her eyes, but the dazzling sunlight immediately forced her eyes shut. She twisted her snake-like body and nuzzled up even closer to Zhang Yang's body, mumbling sleepily, Fei, when did you come back? Zhang Yang was frozen in fear, his mind racing for a way out.
Yuli slapped Zhang Yang's erect manhood, which twanged like a radio antenna. She even reached out and touched it, murmuring, Fei, what did you bring to bed? So hard and long, cuckoo, just like a real man's. Little brat, don't tell me, you went ahead and bought that thing?
She reluctantly raised her body off the bed, turning to look at Zhang Yang through her messy bangs.
Since when did Fei go for plastic surgery? Wait, no.
That face was so familiar.
It was her ex-student, Zhang Yang.
Yuli was so shocked that her fingers that were wrapped around the meat pole squeezed hard.
Ah!
Both of their voices were raised at the same time, one in shock, the other in pain.
You.
Yuli was scared, her face turned pale, hooligan, beast, jerk, she started tearing up. Zhang Yang tried to ignore the pain in his lower region and rushed at Yuli. Throwing himself onto Yuli, he reached out to cover her mouth because she looked like she was about to run away and call for help. Zhang Yang put on his most urgent expression and asked, Miss Yu, please try to recall.
Yesterday, a series of scenes flashed back in Yuli's mind.
First, she was invited to karaoke, where she was forced to drink a lot of alcohol. In her drunken state, she somehow noticed Hou Baihua and that fatty Qian's pervert gazes, so she struggled to escape from the room.
After that, she met her ex-student, Zhang Yang. Afterwards,
all the memories flashed back in Yuli's mind, included her shamelessly asking Zhang Yang to take her in. She remembered the both of them getting wasted, but she had no idea how she ended up in the bed with him. When Zhang Yang saw Yuli slowly calming down, he let out a sigh and said, I'm going to let go now, you won't scream, right? Yuli blinked her eyes repeatedly in pointed fashion, Zhang Yan removed his hand, and the both of them stared at each other in awkward silence.
Zhang Yang.
A few seconds later, Yuli said, I'm serious about what I mentioned last night. If I had not been drunk, I would not have dared mention it all. I know that it is shameless, but I do not care about my self-esteem any longer.
I'll be your lover if you support me financially. Miss Yu, don't be like this. I will give you money to cure your mother's disease, no returns, for real.
Zhang Yang said sincerely. Yuli smiled a little, getting more comfortable with the topic. I'm not somebody important in your life, how could I just take your money without any return?
This is a debt that I can never pay off in my lifetime. I don't know anything else, I'm going crazy here. Take my body, this the only thing that I can offer. It had always been the bad guy forcing the beauty to sleep with him, why was the situation now reversed? A devil spoke within Zhang Yang's mind, stupid fellow, what are you waiting for, accept the deal. Didn't you want her so badly when you were studying in university? The opportunity is in front of you right now, you can do whatever you want to her. However, because Zhang Yang liked Yuli. He genuinely did.
There's no way he'll toy with her in such manner. Besides, his soul had been continuously hurt by Luo Xi and Yanwan in Lingyu. At least for now, he definitely did want to be in a relationship with any woman. He shook his head and said, could not it be considered as me being concerned? If you did not use that thing beneath your body to touch me, perhaps I would still believe you.
Yuli said coolly. Zhang Yang's face went deep crimson, to his own surprise.
His meat pole that had been gripped hard by Yuli was starting to rise to the occasion again. Before this, in his attempt to stop her from screaming, he had pinned her plump and fascinating body with his little accomplice standing upright against Yuli's smooth belly. This time Zhang Yang had nowhere to run. His own body had betrayed him.
This is accidental.
Zhang Yang explained, never actually expecting Yuli to trust him.
Then everything here is accidental?
Yuli, revealing her mature side, openly said, to successfully sleep with your ex-teacher, don't boys dream of that all the time?
Otherwise, why are there so many scandals involving teachers and students all the time? Zhang Yang was stunned and speechless, he was deep in thought and asked, did we do anything last night? This is very important as it would break him to know that something happened between them under drunken conditions.
Yuli was someone he liked, and he did not want to put her through this.
What do you mean? Yuli asked him back. It is like, you know, right? I don't know. Yes, we did something last night. Yuli suddenly answered. Out of the blue, Zhang Yang was astonished as he actually did it with Yuli under the influence of alcohol. He glanced at the messy bed sheet and said, we did not do anything last night. There are no bloodstains on the bed. Yuli was astounded and asked, "You think I'm a virgin? You said yesterday your boyfriend wanted to do it with you, as compensation for his loss. It's like a goddamned geisha offering. This showed that the two of you have not done it before." "He was not my first boyfriend." Zhang Yang shook his head and an idea came up to his mind. Since she would only accept my help on condition that I take her in as a lover, I'll just go ahead and let her do it. If it is Sun Xinu, I would have been afraid of her taking the gun and forcing me to bed, but Julie has no gun, what's there to fear? What the heck, I wanted to do good, how could it end up like this? Besides, what am I actually so afraid of? It's not like I have never slept with any woman before in previous life. Alright, we did not do anything last night, I'm still a virgin. So you should be satisfied with it now, right? Don't men feel proud when they pop a girl's cherry? Yuli was staring at the ceiling, speaking in a monotone of a person who has given up hope. 5 years, I will give you 5 years of youth and beauty. That should be able to pay off my debt to you. Miss you. That's not enough? Let me count it out for you, my bestie said. According to my beauty, I could sell at least $2,000 a night. To cure my mom's disease completely, I'd need about $3 million. So, you have to sleep with me 1,500 times for a fair trade, I wouldn't lose much. Yuli. Zhang Yang couldn't bear it any longer and raised his voice in anger. You freaking stop insulting yourself. I don't want to talk to you about selling your body or pure soul or any of that bullshit tea. If you feel miserable then you should cry it out, but stop saying such things. Yuli astounded and looked at Zhang Yang, her tears filled up her eyes and she yelled, what woman wants to be a b***tch? I can't think of anything else other than selling my body. I'm just a normal woman, I am not a strong woman, other than teaching, I don't know how to earn more money. Of course I want my self-esteem, but if I have to do it this way, there's no point caring about my dignity. Even if I insist on having a clear conscience, I'm still a b***tch who's selling her body. Both of them suddenly became silent. Ka! The sound of unlocking came from the outside, and a woman walked in. She closed the door shut, leaving her shoes at door. She called out, Yuli, you're such a lazy bum, you're going to be late. Look at the time. She was taking off her clothes as she walked towards the bedroom saying, night shifts are the worst. Sigh, why am I still not married to a good husband yet? I'll happily be a housewife. She pushed the unlatched bedroom's door, having most of her clothes stripped off. All she had left on was a red teabag undergarment. She had taken off her bra and was holding it in her hands. When she headed up, she was shocked as she saw Yuli and a naked man on the bed. The girl screamed immediately and quickly grabbed the bedsheet close by to cover up her body. Ei, it's you. In her shock, she somehow recognized Zhang Yang and cried out. Zhang Yang had a new headache to deal with now. She was the person he saved during the bank robbery, Yan Fei Fei. Translator note. 1 Luo Xin Yen, she will be appearing in the far future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Lovelorn? Chapter 208, Lovelorn? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Relatively speaking, Zhang Yang was even more ashamed of his nakedness. Now 2 ladies have seen all of him. He grabbed a pillow and covered his lower body and saying with forced casualness, oh, you and Miss you staying together. Miss you? Yan Fei Fei was greatly surprised. She pointed at Yuli and Zhang Yang and said, you guys are teacher-student lovers. Her finger went lower and, she immediately screamed, that's my pillow. Damn it, that's my favorite pillow. Fei Fei, get out. Yuli said. Yan Fei Fei quickly nodded her head and hurriedly escaped from bedroom where she locked herself in bathroom. Put on your clothes. Yuli picked up the clothes from each corner that scattered over the floor. She even generously helped Zhang Yang into his clothes. A surge of warmth emerged across Zhang Yang's mind. He had never felt at home like this before. Since his parents had died, he never had such an experience before. You know Fei Fei? Yuli simply asked while she was helping Zhang Yang button up his shirt. I think I do. Zhang Yang had just started to tell the story concerning the bank robbery incident, when Yuli suddenly interrupted, oh. You are that great lifesaver and millionaire dude that she talks about all the time. What? Fei Fei is my high school classmate and she is from an ordinary family. She has a brother, but she was urged out of the house once her brother got married. Coincidentally, I sold my house, so both of us rented a house and are staying together. She has always had a dream to get married to a millionaire husband. Ever since she saw your bank savings, she had been obsessed about you. Let's not mention that you even saved her in more ways than one.
Yuli patted Zhang Yang's chest as she smiled and said, "Okay, done." Zhang Yang could not help but frown as the current problem had not yet been resolved and yet another one was coming. He quickly said, "Miss you, I'll head back first. When I log on to the game, I will transfer the money to your account. By the way, my money is invested in something now and my current cash flow isn't quite there yet, so I need about 3 to 4 days to raise $2 million. I got it. I'm leaving. Wait a minute. I will try my best to be your lover." Yuli suddenly grabbed Zhang Yang. She stood on her toes and kissed his lips with her cheeks blushed. "Do not be so good to me, otherwise, I won't be satisfied as a lover alone." It was really inexplicable. Zhang Yang grabbed a cab and went back to his house. The headache from his hangover was still there, so he simply went back to sleep until 2 p.m. in the afternoon. After waking up, he ate his lunch, then he logged on to the game. "Ha ha ha, little Yang, your physical fitness is so poor. Last night I did it 5 times continuously and 1 night's rest was enough. Little brat, you should train your endurance up." Fatty Han immediately turned on voice messenger. "By the way, who was that pretty woman last night? How come I've never seen her before? Oh, is she your university schoolmate?" This fatty sh*t did not hear Zhang Yang calling her "miss you" last night? Whatever, it was better if he knew nothing. Otherwise, Fatty Han would tease him endlessly. Zhang Yang said, "If you say so." "Hey, little Yang, we are brothers, you can't be hiding anything from me. You better figure out a solution for Wu Haili and Yun Yun, it's never easy handling 2 relationships at once." Zhang Yang immediately changed the topic. "Nah, that's easy, Wu Haili just loves money. I will fight for more equipment and sell them all and she'll be mine." Fatty Han laughed with glee, pretending to know more than he was letting on and said, "Little Yang, Wu Haili wasn't that upright disciplinary committee member with justice written all over her face we thought we knew. When she's in bed, you have no idea how much of a freak she is, she nearly drained all my energy last night. Fatty sh*t, if you continue this, you're going to die on the bed one day. Bullsh*t, at least 90% of deaths occur on the bed anyway. By the way, I forgot to mention, someone will come to you later." "Who?" "Li Ru, that buxom Ulala beauty. Damn it, did you tell her my ID? I'm so sorry, little Yang. You know I'm weak against women." That evil woman squeezed her chest in front of me, even calling me Brother Fatty with her sweet voice. "Then I revealed your ID. I wanted to reveal more info but that evil woman already ran off, she really made me mad. F***CKU, Fatty sh*t, nut. Little Yang, she's a really beautiful girl. I really don't understand why you keep on rejecting her. We are wolves, why are you still pretending to be a sheep? She passed my QC, you can go ahead and F***ck her. F***ck her my *SS. Bullsh*t. If I had a sister, I would have already married her to you and gotten myself a nephew by now." Zhang Yang could only frown at the increasingly ridiculous statements. "Ah, that evil woman just logged on the game. I'll leave you two alone." Fatty Han immediately ended the voice chat. Zhang Yang shook his head again and again while he was rushing to auction house. It had become part of his routine by now. This was because every there and now, good stuff would pop up in the auction house, be it items sold by those players who did not understand the equipment or item's value, or players who were feeling generous for some reason. So whoever gets lucky would get such prices from auction house. Ding. Player button free last sent you a friend request. Will you accept it? That's correct, she was Li Ru. This is because she told Zhang Yang her IGN yesterday. Since his identity had already been revealed by Fatty Han, it was hard for him to refuse Li Ru's request. So Zhang Yang selected accept. After a while, the voice messenger request rang. *Tai Zhang Yang. You are Lone Desert Smoke's guild master and you told me that you didn't have the authority to invite players. Once the voice messenger turned on, Li Ru started scolding Zhang Yang. Wait, how come I cannot hear the sound? Wait, are you still there? Ha ha. Li Ru smiled slyly and said, Alright, stop pretending, I'll stop blaming you, okay? Guild master, please invite me to your guild. At most, tell me about the unspoken rules. I'll have to warn you, you can't simply flirt around in our guild or cause any other disturbances, but... Che, you think I'm that much of a skank? Don't worry, I only have eyes for you. Li Ru laughed proudly. Currently, I only have 2 targets. The first is to join Lone Desert Smoke. And, I'm almost there. The second is to seduce a guy named Zhang Yang and F***ck him. Both targets would be achieved with a nod from your head. Was this woman suitable to join Lone Desert Smoke? Zhang Yang felt that she would be a better fit in Crimson Rage as that bunch of crazy women spoke the same language as Li Ru. Zhang Yang shook his head again and again as he sent a guild invitation to Li Ru. Instantly, an announcement popped up in Guild Channel notifying that a new member has joined the guild. As 100 shots prohibited the members from chatting in the Guild Channel, the announcement of Li Ru joining the guild was very eye-catching.
Hello everyone, I'm Button Free Lass. This is my first time joining such a big family. Please take of me in the future. Li Ru spoke in Guild Channel. Chatting is prohibited in Guild Channel.
Because you just joined the guild and do not know about our guild rules, I will not deduct your guild's contribution points this time.
Please take note. 100 shots immediately responded to Li Ru's message in Guild Channel. Currently, besides eating and sleeping, 100 shots was using all his energy in managing the guild, and he worked so conscientiously that his fame in guild was just slightly lower than Zhang Yang. Li Ru was shocked and quickly sent a message to Zhang Yang. Why is this person so fierce? It's forbidden to even send messages in guild?
Zhang Yang laughed and explained, there are a lot of members in the guild, if everyone sends messages, the guild channel will be a total mess. Just in case there is any emergency situation, everyone would not notice it the first time. Thus, that is why we have such a rule, but...
Oh. Li Ru had finally understood and said, that's good, it feels like a big corporate.
Guilds that are messy and noisy all day long would not be effective in combat. Both of them chatted for a little while more before Li Ru decided to go for training as she was just level 37. In order to match the level of the members in guild, Li Ru needed to train day and night for a long time. Zhang Yang searched around in the auction house and did not find any good stuff. He decided to leave the auction house and head for his guild shop. Zhang Yang had been busy fighting for fire resistance potion recipe on previous days, and he was not free to auction those yellow gold equipment he looted from seizing fortress. Since he was free now, he decided to auction all of them. Zhang Yang used the name of Little Merchandise Shop to make an announcement. Dear friends, the merchandise shop has 3 pieces of level 60 yellow gold equipment, and all of them will be auctioned tomorrow at 7:00
p.m. The equipment includes 1 weapon and 2 armors. Take note that they are not just any ordinary yellow gold equipment but parts of the second set equipment.
They can be mixed with gray silver, green copper and black steel for set equipment effects. These 2 armors for set equipment are Cryomancer and Sniper's Boots, while the weapon is a one-handed sword. For interested parties, please do not forget the time. The auction will be started tomorrow at 7:00 p.m. Once the announcement was made, all the players in White Jade Castle were excited. Even the players from Violet Star City, Emerald City, and the rest of 7 main cities got wind of the announcement.
Cryomancers and snipers all over were even more excited to join the auction.
The highest grade of set equipment from dungeons was only gray silver, so anyone equipped with yellow gold set equipment would be one cut above all others. The level 60 yellow gold one-handed sword also brought the attention of bandits, guardians, and defenders. After this auction, the reputation of Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop was surely going to increase even further and bring in more cash. Zhang Yang checked the current level of guild members. Except for the 8 people in his gang, the current highest level was 49, which was only 1 step away from level 50. At least 2 or 3 days would be needed to gather a 20-man exploration team. In the evening, Zhang Yang led the team to fight against the castle. All the while, Lin Yu was on his mind, and not in the good way. Along the journey of fighting the castle, he was silent and did not talk much but released his anger on the monsters.
Pervert Fatty, what's wrong with Noob Tank? Little Brat asked with curiosity. Fatty Han thought in deep and very hard, then he answered, I don't know. He was still fine yesterday. It must be due to the classmate reunion that you attended. Han Ying Shui interrupted. Ah. I figured it out. Fatty Han patted his thigh. Little Yang must be lovelorn. Shang.
Sun Xianyu blared at Fatty Han as she tightened her grip on her daggers, prepared to interrogate Fatty Han for more information if necessary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 209, Poisonous Fireland. Chapter 209, Poisonous Fireland. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Fortunately for Fatty Han, he continued to explain, unaware of the danger he was in moments ago. The girl brother Yang fell in love with in high school is about to marry to someone else in this coming May.
Would anyone feel good about this? Sun Xianyu relaxed and sheathed her daggers.
Wei Yenair was curiously agitated, so she tried to pry for more. Fatty, please be more specific about it. Daffodil Daydream had also become mightily curious, and she begged for more information. Say it.
Say it. Fatty, stop saying sh*t.
Zhang Yang hacked a monster to death and turned to Fatty Han to issue a warning. Fatty Han threw both of his hands up, pretending to be helpless, and said, Little Yang, you know that my will is weak, especially against these sex bombs right here. F***ck, but after giving it some thought, Zhang Yang realized that Fatty Han did not know anything that he should not know, so he just left him be.
Fatty Han smiled broadly and told the gang about what that had transpired during the night of the gathering.
Coming out from his mouth, it was natural that he turned Zhou Kongming even more insidious in his story, using money to lure Zhao Weishan step after step closer into his arms, implicitly trying to humiliate Zhang Yang by the table, completely shaping the two into the image of a pair of adulterers, describing the guy as the Shimen Chang 1 and the girl as Pan Jinlian 2.
Zhang Yang felt more uneasy as he listened further. If he's describing them as Shimen Chang and Pan Jinlian, wouldn't he be the Wu Delang in the story? Wah!
That's just so disgusting. Wei Yan'er immediately soared with a sense of justice. If I'd known about this earlier, I would have gone there and given that shameless pair of adults some serious slapping. Zhan Yu, how pitiful, passionate Daffodil Daydream was already wiping her tears, her eyes red and puffy. Wu De brother Zhan Yu, the world is full of colorful flowers, there's no need to shower your love on one flower only.
Look at our small party, full of ladies as pretty as flowers and jades, why would you reject what is near at hand and seek so far away instead?
Endless Starlight spoke his voice out without fearing death.
This bunch of people.
Zhang Yang let out a breath of sigh. I'm not broken-hearted, alright? My relationship with her was like hundreds of years ago, please stop making assumptions about my past.
No can do.
Wei Yan'er pulled up her sleeves relentlessly and said, there is only one person in the world can bully Noob Tank, only me.
Humph.
Shimen Chang and Pan Jinlian, just wait till I turn up to them and tear down their house. As it seemed, the little girl was really into her character. Han Shui laughed and made a proposal. Silly you, if there is another classmate gathering around, I shall go and make a good impression of you. Just give me 180 pieces of grey silver equipment and I shall allow you to pretend to be my boyfriend for the night. That is not the righteous path, my sister. Wei Yan'er gave a few taps on Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, we are out here to mix into society, and the number one rule we always put in our heart is to have loyalty.
Noob Tank, I will help you. Zhang Yang stared at Han Shui incredulously and asked, young and dangerous?
Sigh, I have absolutely no idea on where she downloaded it from.
Han Shui sighed in surrender.
After clearing up the dungeon, the party was for everyone to have their own free time. Zhang Yang went back to the little merchandise shop. Excited by his previous announcement on the yellow gold auction, the shop was crowded with people, making the whole atmosphere very lively. He pulled up the sales record to see, and he was instantly stunned by what he saw. His profit margin had actually reached up to 400,000 gold coins. He could not believe his own eyes at first, but as he thought about it, he realized, currently, the 8 main cities in China region have all been connected, players can travel to any one of the main cities by the teleportation points, and the cost for traveling between these cities was free. Therefore, when players knew that the little merchandise shop was in possession of level 60 yellow gold equipment pieces, players from other main cities will deliberately crowd up the little shop. Once it's crowded, there will always be people making purchases, one purchase after another, raising the number of sales in the shop. It was the only private property in the entirety of China, if not globally. To add on to the history of the little merchandise shop also auctioning out a guild upgrade order, the level 60 yellow gold equipment pieces only made it even more popular. With such success in raising the shop's popularity, it would not be that surprising if the business of the shop wasn't good. Exchanging the 270,000 gold pieces earned from yesterday and 400,000 gold pieces earned from today into cash, with the addition of Zhang Yang's savings of 700,000 in his account, there should be around 3 million in total. With this amount of money transferred to Yuli's account, it should already be enough for her to treat her mother. In just a while, Yuli messaged back with 4 words, saying that, money has been received. She did not express any gratitude, it was most probably because she felt like she was trading her own body for the money.
It was a business transaction, nothing else.
She would not owe Zhang Yang anything else. The night of the following day, the little merchandise shop began its second, highly popular auction, pushing 3 pieces of yellow gold equipment onto the table. It was already very rare to see players with a full set of level 40 grey silver equipment. With players knowing that there would be a sale on level 60 yellow gold equipment, and armor set pieces to add on to that, the shop was instantly clogged up to capacity. Zhang Yang had no choice but to implement a measure. 500,000 gold pieces had to be handed over as deposit upon entering the shop, eliminating a large number of players who went there as bystanders. Players would be able to reclaim their deposits when they leave, or they can also place bids by using the deposits as part of the payment. After half an hour of auctioning, all 3 pieces of yellow gold pieces had been purchased. Among the pieces, the spiritual boots was auctioned out at the high price of 760,000 gold pieces, while the hunt of the sniping giant was auctioned at a more inferior price of 480,000 gold pieces. The weapon, being the most valuable of all pieces as always, was auctioned out at the extreme price of 970,000 gold pieces. It seems that spellcasters tend to be richer.
Zhang Yang sighed. The profit of 2 million gold pieces was equally divided among the 8 party members, with each person getting their cut of 250,000 gold pieces. The profit was so handsome that Fatty Han and the others were smiling to the point that their eyes were narrowed into a straight line. The remaining 210,000 gold pieces were kept in the guild's account to carry out some regular expenses. Another 2 days had passed. The Lone Desert Smoke had finally obtained a total of 20 level 50 players. Zhang Yang put Endless Starlight and 100 Shots in charge of the parties, first off to clear the normal mode and the hard mode of the Poison Fireland. The first reason was to accumulate equipment, and the second reason was to familiarize themselves with the patterns and skills of the boss, building a firm ground for them and exploring the death mode of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, Fatty Han, Wei Yenair, Sun Xinu, Han Shui and Daffodil Daydream departed for the Centaur's Palace. It was still alright to forego the other bosses, but Zack is a level 50 Yellow Build boss. They wouldn't miss it at any chance they got whenever it respawned. Following the advancement of their levels and equipment, they were strong enough to completely crush the monsters and the bosses of the Centaur's Palace. Previously, it took them about 5 to 6 days to complete the dungeon, but now, one night was all it took for them to handle everything. Lone Desert Smoke spent only half a day to reclaim the dungeon in normal mode, while hard mode took 2 days. Even then, they had to rely on Zhang Yang to provide fire resistance potions, before they managed to slaughter the final boss Roshan Copper Hammer. Within these 2 days, as the large guilds sent their main forces to the Poison Fireland, the cost for iron ores, iron bars, and solid iron bars were rising quietly without alerting anyone. The iron bar, initially sold for the price of 2 gold pieces per set was not questioned by anyone, so they slowly increased the price to 6 gold pieces per set. Even so, the iron bars were in such short supply that even the auction house ran out of iron bar, but every crooked profiteer had already gotten the news that players had to pay a solid iron bar to the NPC station by the entrance of the dungeon in exchange for an immunity against the erosion effect of the poison fire. Ever since then, they had been mining competitively for iron ore, iron bars, and solid iron bars, waiting for more people to reach level 50, where they planned to further increase the price of iron bars. Although the iron ores were the most common mineral raw materials, but they simply could not accommodate the sheer numbers of miners. Furthermore, only regions of level 30 or below will produce an infinite supply of the ore. A sophisticated miner can mine up to 80 to 100 pieces of iron ores in an hour, but if the same region is full of miners competing for ores, their yield would be greatly diminished. Although the number of miners knew about the appreciating price of the iron bars, ores could only refresh by so much in a day, so they quickly reached maximum output, which wasn't enough. The demand was lower than the supply. Therefore, although the mainstream players were still around level 45 or so, the crazy season of solid iron bar sales had already begun. After all, they would be needing 100 iron bar to craft 1 solid iron bar. It was definitely exceeded Zhang Yang's expectation, as he believed that 1 solid iron bar could only be sold at 5 gold pieces each. But, judging from the currently increasing price of the item, many solid iron bars were quickly sold at 20 gold each, which got him sighing with mixed feelings. It was also true, the price of 5 gold pieces for each, that was the price quotation in his previous life, and it was about 2.5 years after the open server, but Zhang Yang no longer hesitated, immediately commanding Natalia to begin selling solid iron bars. He didn't want to be too greedy, and decided to follow mainstream price of 12 gold coins. That would suffice. In just 2 days, the little merchandise shop had sold a total of 130,000 solid iron bars. The number of sales for the first day was 50,000, while the number had increased up to 80,000 on the second day. The total profit was 1,300,000 gold pieces for the little merchandise shop, excluding the auctioning of the guild upgrade order and some yellow gold equipment which were special occasions. This profit of 1,300,000 gold pieces were totally belonged to Zhang Yang alone. Instantly exchanging the gold pieces to some cash, the numerical value in Zhang Yang's saving account was increased from a pitiful $7,000 to 3 million, and then to a total of 6,900,000. It was just like riding a roller coaster, but following the uninterrupted sales of the solid iron bar, the space of the warehouse was slowly cleared out, allowing Zhang Yang to store more of the fire resistance potion. On the night of October 15th, Zhang Yang selected 20 players according to the suitability of their professions, before leading the party over to the Poison Fireland dungeon. Ding! You have entered Poison Fireland, hardcore mode. Stepping over the entrance of the dungeon, a land of red flames appeared right in front of everyone. Every then and now, larvae would spring up from the ground, spitting terrifying beams of light into the sky. The whole space was enshrouded in red mist, giving them poor visibility. At the entrance stood a stout, 1-meter-tall dwarf whose beard flowed freely to his chest, with braided long hair. The name, Dwarven Prophet Ankla the Ale, hovered right above his head. Ankla the Ale, normal, humanoid creature. Level 1. HP 50. Defense 10. A yellow named NPC, a non-aggressive type. Hey there, travelers, what are you guys up to? Passing this area full of fire and poison? Oh god, how can there be such stupid people in the world, to actually traverse this land? Do you want to return to the embrace of the great god Titan in such a hurry? Ankla immediately starting whining strangely after seeing everyone in sight. How many times have these brains of yours been stomped on by donkeys, in order to attain this level of stupidity? Even the most stupid Tapala beast is so much brighter than you are. Ankla was spraying his saliva like twinkling stars at everyone, with both of his hands on his hips, in a know-it-all posture. Endless Starlight and the others had completed the normal mode and the hard mode, so they were expecting some rather mean words from this NPC, and took it in stride. But Wei Yen is like a firecracker, once lit, guaranteed to explode. Instantly, she was provoked, and she took out her axe and snarled at that NPC, "Stinky shorty, I shall smash you flat with my axe if you insist on speaking like that." Ankla instantly exploded in anger, pointing his finger at Wei Yen's nose, shouting, "Little b******. How dare you show such disrespect towards the great Ankla?" Seeing how furious the little girl was as she shouted back at him, Zhang smiled lightly and informed her, "Little girl, if I were you, I wouldn't touch this NPC." Wei Yen curled up her lips in a battle-like snarl before saying, "What is there to be afraid of? It's just a level 1 shorty." Although she spoke in that manner, she slung her axe over her back anyway. On such a rare occasion was she wily enough to calm down at Zhang Yang's advice, but Ankla was not willing to let it go just like that, and with a loud pooey, he spat on the little girl's shoe. "Arg, you short piece of shit. I'm mad now. How could Wei Yen endure such a humiliation?" So she pulled out her axe from her back and cleaved the NPC into two. Pack. The level 1 NPC only had 50 health points, with just a gentle touch, he fell straight down to the ground. Wei Yen was full of herself as she said, "Noob tank, this stinky NPC was nothing after all, slaughtered like a..." Boom! A huge claw suddenly descended from the sky, flattening the little girl's body with a damage value of -100,000, and she was reduced to a flattened corpse, half sunken in the ground. The body of Ankla had disappeared completely, replaced by a gigantic dragon. Its whole body was covered in deep blue scales, looking just like a gigantic lizard with a pair of wings. The gang that stood in front of the dragon were completely dwarfed by its size. D's twerk the blue dragon, ethereal boss, dragon type. Level? HP? Defense, ... So, your brain was really damaged by the kicks of donkeys, to actually dare to attack the great blue dragon. The blue dragon shook its head, with an expression saying, "This person is stupid beyond cure." Shoof, a blue light flashed, this gigantic dragon had returned back into a dwarf. Hanning Shui quickly rescued Wei Yen. She got up, with tears in her eyes, "Stinky noob tank, why didn't you warn me about his ability to transform? I did not even have the chance to say it before you already started swinging your weapon at him." Zhang Yang was trying to resist himself from laughing. Wei Yen stood at one side, pouting as she stared relentlessly at Ankla, but her face suddenly lit up and she made a suggestion, "If we kill him, then there will be drops of ethereal equipment?" Zhang Yang burst into laughter and replied, "Didn't you see the attack that got you with 100,000 damage? Do you really think we can kill them, ? Wei Yen sighed in despair, went to one side and started drawing circles in the ground while cursing the gigantic dragon that disguised itself as a dwarf. Actually, even if players managed to take down an NPC, there would be no spoils whatsoever. In his previous life, some level 150 plus players had traveled all the way back to take down this blue dragon, but they did not even get a single fart. Still, it wasn't like he could tell her that. Zhang Yang went up to Ankla and asked, "Oh great blue dragon, may I consult your great wisdom for ways to aid us across this vast land of poison fire?" Ankla raised his frowned face and spoke in pride, "It is indeed your luck to come across me. It's such a coincidence that I have some of these potions, they can aid on protecting you from the corrosion of the poison fire damage. However, you'll need to hand over some solid iron bar for them." The gigantic dragon, disguised as a dwarf, expressed a face of greed as he spoke. Zhang Yang turned around and smiled, then he said, "The dragon race is definitely very fond of glittering shiny things. They're stingy, the attitude in which there is only taking and no giving is quite similar to two certain members of our party, stingy and petty." Wei Yen was instantly provoked, putting herself in the shoe that fit, snapping at Zhang Yang with rage, "Noob tank, who are you talking about?" Everyone traded a solid iron bar to Ankla respectively while the dwarf buffed them in turn, having collected the solid iron bar from each of them. Ankla's blessing allows you to resist against the corrosion of poison fire. The effect will remain even after death, last for 5 hours. Translator notes. 1. Shi Menqing, describing a man in the reincarnation of Golden Lotus who was lustful and rich, used money to sleep with another man's wife, Pan Jinlian. 2. Pan Jinlian, describing a woman in the reincarnation of Golden Lotus who was full of lust and unfaithful. Wife of Wu Delang.
3. Wu Delang, describing a man in the reincarnation of Golden Lotus who was betrayed by his wife, Pan Jinlian, while he was working hard to earn money out there. 4. Young and Dangerous, a 1996, notoriously popular, crime-action thriller film in Hong Kong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 210, Connecting the Six Cities. Chapter 210, Connecting the Six Cities. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Forward. Zhang Yang gave the command to push forward after every single one of the party members had been buffed. Pong. 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 Approximately 10 meters away from where they stood, the thick mist dispersed and there came a humanoid stone giant, as tall as 10 meters tall, maybe taller, deep crimson in color. Every step it took rocked the ground with tremors. Poison Fire Giant, Elite, Elemental Being. Level, 54. HP, 1 million. Defense, 600. Charge. Zhang Yang shouted with a loud voice, pulling out his axe and used charge to shoulder check the monster. Ayo! The Poison Fire Giant roared in rage, swinging its giant fists at Zhang Yang. -2, 267. With one slap across him, it only took away 1/6 of Zhang Yang's health points. It was not even worth mentioning. One must know that Zhang Yang's current defense value had reached 420, with a damage absorption of 600 points. This was why the basic damage of the monster had been brought down from approximately 4,000 damage to 2,000 damage. The party members ganged up on the monster, and standing in a circle, one after another they unleashed their attacks on the Poison Fire Giant. The Poison Fire Giant had only one skill with group knockdown effect, followed closely by a burning shockwave which dealt 4,000 damage points to all targets within a 20-meter radius. However, with Zhang Yang's Vitality Aura in effect, even the player with lowest HP exceeded 4,000 HP, and it was absolutely unnecessary to worry about anyone dying. The total damage per second of the whole party reached a total of 200,000 damage. It took less than a minute to destroy the Poison Fire Giant with 1 million health points. Swiftly chiseled away, the monster exploded and dropped a few pieces of rock fragments and a piece of crimson-red crystal. Zhang Yang widened his eyes, instantly picking up that piece of crimson-red crystal from the ground. Fire Crystal Substance, Special Item. Use, divides one piece of Fire Crystal Substance into 10 pieces of Fire Crystal Shards. Wei Yan'er and Han Yingxue stared to each other and exchanging sinister smiles. As the party proceeded forward, they slaughtered another 4 Poison Fire Giants. Wei Yan'er and Han Yingxue were actually beginning to compete with Zhang Yang for the Fire Crystal Substance. These Fire Crystal Substance did not fall every time, but the drop rate was quite high nevertheless, and out of 5 monsters, 4 pieces of Fire Crystal Substance will drop. Han Yingxue and Wei Yan'er had managed to snatch one for themselves each. These two girls immediately smiled proudly. They had no idea what these Fire Crystal Substances were for, but bring out such a face from Zhang Yang, these crystal substances must be very valuable. The geometry of the Poison Fireland was like the long twisting body of a snake, which shaped into a spiral, with 7 bosses on a total of 3 layers. The first layer had 4 bosses, while the second layer only had 2 bosses, leaving the third and final layer with the final boss, Roshan Copperhammer. The backstory of the dungeon was that a small number of the dwarves, defectors from their own race after snatching up the sacred relics of their kind, ended up offering themselves to the demonic side, becoming their fangs and claws. It didn't take long for Zhang Yang and the gang to reach the entrance to the spiral structure. It was just like a snake's mouth, with 2 Poison Fire Giants guarding the entrance, while the 2 sides of the road were lined with boiling of lava, the heat causing flames to lick the edges. If players fall into that area, they will suffer a fire damage of 5,000 in every second. Furthermore, the 2 end points of the snake's body was very far apart, it was at least hundreds of meters apart. To swim across the lava and skip the dungeon straight up to the boss seemed to be impossible at that stage. The party unleashed their power and slaughtered the 2 monsters in no time. In just half an hour, they had already sighted the first boss in front of them, with dozens of Fire Crystal Substances in their backpacks at that point. As Zhang Yang and the other main members of his party had equipped themselves with few pieces of yellow gold equipment. Despite this being death mode, their equipment was turning it into a cakewalk. Other players had been carefully picked from the core level of the guild's combat power, with good combat awareness, and most importantly, cooperation and ability to react to orders. Furthermore, these players had went through the normal mode and hard mode of this dungeon, having a certain level of understanding towards the bosses, their skills, and their habits. The whole journey was like crushing dried branches and sticks all along. In just a short period of time, they had already slaughtered the first to the 6th boss, pummeling them down to the ground. The first and the second bosses dropped only profession-specific weapons, and starting from the third boss, armor set equipment pieces were among the loots.
Zhang Yang had already lost his interest on the gray-silver equipment, however, he was the only guardian in the whole party, and it was contrary to what that was expected. The third, fifth, and sixth boss only dropped the guardian's furious set equipment pieces, therefore, he could only take that which was given freely. After they were done with the sixth boss, Zhang Yang and the gang were annihilated 3 times in total, which was remarkable, considering the death mode difficulty. But the monsters were too many in their numbers, most of their time was spent on clearing out the monsters in the area. Sensing morning approaching, Zhang Yang announced that the activity for today had come to an end, and they would continue by 7 p.m. on the next day.
Back to the main city, Zhang Yang went offline immediately and slept through the night.
The next morning, Zhang Yang went to the identifier and identified the 3 pieces of gray-silver equipment, Furious Helmet, Furious Metallic Gloves, and Furious Metallic Boots, and had all of them socketed with Level 2 Vitality Gemstone, S. His health points had reached the amount of 13,510, with Vitality Aura.
The players in the China region were doing pretty well.
Their progress on the death mode of the Poison Fireland was at May 7th, while Imperial Sky, Crimson Rage, Radiance and the other guilds with top strength had reached the progression of 6-7, competing hand in hand with the Lone Desert Smoke. All of them carried the possibility of leaping through the Dragon's Gate, becoming the first guild in the China region to complete July 7th, securing the first clear of the dungeon. Throughout the entire day, Fatty Han had been very anxious over it, apprehensive about the sudden moment when someone else triggers the first clear announcement. Seeing Zhang Yang was crafting potions leisurely, Fatty Han could not hold it in anymore, so he asked, "Brother Yang, how could you not feel anxious at all? This will be the first clear of the dungeon, and everyone is just one boss away from it. That title must not be snatched by others."
Zhang Yang, without even look up, said, "Does being anxious make a difference?"
Fatty Han immediately rolled both of his eyes, and then he said, "So after half of the day, it's just like the ancient proverb, the emperor is not worried, but the eunuchs are worried to death."
"Ha, those were all your own words. F***ck off, I wake up every day with a boner pointing up to the stars. Eunuch your ass."
Fortunately for him, after the whole day, there was no sign of any server announcement on the World Channel, and Fatty Han finally loosened up with a sigh of relief, and he began to push Zhang Yang to assemble the party members since it was 7 p.m. But Zhang Yang was pulled by Wei Yin Air over to identify her equipment. You keep what you sow, that is the basic principle of Wei Yin Air and Han Ning Shui, and to be able to spend others' money without spending a dime of their own would be even better. Of course, these two ladies were standard swindlers of friends and associates, they would not give a damn to regular people.
In Wei Yin Air's words, "Noob Tank, I come to you because I have a good opinion of you." Fine, after spending money, he still needed to thank people with screenshots.
Later at 7 p.m., with Fatty Han gazing looking out for new players so intently that his eyes were bloodshot, the Land Reclaim party had been assembled, and was speeding to the Tukula fortress by plane. Zhang Yang has privilege of the city order to teleport to the city, so naturally he did not have to walk all the way together with the gang, and he used that little time to craft a few sets of fire resistance potion. After Han Ning Shui and the others arrived at the Tukula fortress, only did he teleport himself to the chamber of the fortress owner, entering the dungeon with everyone. 20-player dungeons initially required 3 days to refresh, therefore, the gang only needed to look for Ankla to trade for one of his buffs before they could travel across the boundless plainland directly to where the 6th boss was located, and clear the remaining last group of monsters before they could face the final boss, Roshunya Copper Hammer.
"Little sis, have you forgotten to activate your strength aura again?"
Zhang Yang reminded her.
"Oh."
Wei Yin Air quickly waved both of her hands, and a stream of golden light channeled down through her body, stretching out by a radius of 30 meters, and as the light faded slowly, everyone was instantly boosted with a 2% increase in strength value. "Noob Tank, when can we acquire gemstones for upgrading aura skills?" Zhang Yang gave it some thought before answering. "Open world bosses with the grade of gray silver or above have the tendency to drop Aura Stone, when Poison Fireland is cleared, we shall begin our sweep on the open world bosses."
"That's great." Wei Yin Air nodded her head like there was no tomorrow. "Oh yeah, silly you, so what's the deal with the battle mounting system?" Han Ning Shui asked the question out of the sudden.
"Yeah, after the battle to secure the fortress, I was too tired and directly logged out. I wanted to ask that too."
Endless Starlight asked as well. Zhang Yang frowned and asked them back, "You guys did not check on the official website by yourselves?"
The gang were shaking their heads left and right in silence, until 100-Shot smiled and said, "It's still the best to hear it from you, it save us the trouble of looking for it, but..."
"What the F***ck, you lazy bunch of lazy people."
Zhang Yang shook his head non-stop, then he said, "The battle mount system is good stuff. Our personal mounts that were purchased from the NPC are called regular mounts, or non-combat mounts.
While on our mounts, we cannot execute any attacks or perform any movement that causes damage.
In order to engage in battle, we must put aside our mount first."
Han Ning Shui immediately understood, and she said, "Then, battle mount allows players to sit on their mounts during battle?"
That's the gist of it, but those mounts will be much stronger. Zhang Yang reorganized the images in his head and said, players get to sit on their mounts with battle mount system, where not only they can attack with them, they would also share health points with their mounts. Those mounts will also have their own attack values, just like the pets of the hunter.
Wow, Noob Tank, why didn't you say it out earlier?
If every one of us are here with our mounts, we can sweep and conquer this dungeon already.
Wei Yan excitedly grumbled.
Zhang Yang shook his head again and said, firstly, battle mount are not hunters' pets, they are not allowed to be summoned in certain areas, making them utterly useless.
For example, dungeons, arenas, indoors.
Secondly, battle mount are not tigers or lions that can be tamed to become your mount so easily. Only beasts that are labeled as rare can be captured with sealing reins, that will be purchasable from shops.
Once the sealing is successful, then only will the beasts become your battle mounts.
He paused, suddenly thinking about that red dragon pet that 100 Shots was bound to acquire in the future. Could it be a very uncommon rare dragon race? Right after 100 Shots got that dragon mount, countless other hunter class players tried their best to subdue a dragon as their pets.
But none ever succeeded.
Even if the success rate was as low as it gets, there should have been a chance when there were so many hunters trying their luck. Unless, it was something that can never be subdued with the hunter's beast taming. If that is the real case, then everyone would have a chance to get a dragon pet.
However, non-hunter profession players can only use them as their battle mount.
When players are in the condition of riding a mount, the health points of the player and the mount will stack together. Furthermore, the mount will have its very own skills. The type of skills would, of course, depend on the monster it was tamed from. Let's take Thunderous Light Leopard as an example. It can spew out a ranged attack taking the form of a laser-like beam of plasma from afar.
It should retain that skill after becoming a mount. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, Roshan Copper Hammer. Chapter 211, Roshan Copper Hammer. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That means that everyone can have a little pets just like the hunters?
Zhang Yang shook his head and explained further, mounts have many limitations, they can only bring out their functions when players are riding on them. Once dismounted, the mount will disappear immediately, unlike the precious pets of the hunters which can continue attacking separately together with their owner. Only hunters can treat their mounts as their pets and use them.
Wah, that is also good enough, Noob Tank. Let's go catch some battle mounts tomorrow.
Wei Yan was happy for a moment, because she is a mount freak. Even if the mount did not have any special abilities, she would still do everything possible to collect them. Let's not forget that the battle mount can actually increase maximum health points, consequently increasing the battle power of the player.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, little girl, do you really think that capturing a battle mount is a fun thing to do? First off, the word rare is already a big headache for you.
Who wouldn't want a battle mount? When you encounter one, surely the first thing to do is to immediately take out the sealing leaves to capture it. Everything else is based on luck.
Hee, my luck has always been great. Wei Yan revealed her teeth with a smile. Just wait and see, Noob Tank. I shall come back here and capture that bad **SS dragon by the entrance of this dungeon, then I shall come back and send you to your demise with one stomp.
Silly little girl, all battle mounts that can be captured start at level 0, you can save your breath.
Zhang Yang immediately shattered the beautiful dream of Wei Yan. 100 Shots quickly asked Zhang Yang, then, can we level up a battle mount?
Yes. Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, just like the pets of the hunter class, they can be leveled up as long as they are gaining experience points. Furthermore, the amount of experience points required for the mount to level up is much lesser compared to the amount of experience points required for players to level up. However, the level of the mount cannot exceed the level of the player, just like a hunter's pet. The gang did not have much knowledge about the battle mount since the beginning, so they were easily moved by what he heard, and one of the healer knights named 9 Days of Thunder asked, Guildmaster, would the capturing of a mount end in failure? But
Zhang Yang nodded and said, it would, and the number of failure in capturing the mount is limited.
Any mount that is available for capturing are green-named monsters, but, after 10 times of failures in capturing it, the monster will become a red-named monster, and by then, it will become impossible to seal the monster, ever again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, are we here to slaughter the boss or to capture mounts? Hustle up!
Don't the others snatch the first clear of the dungeon? The only thing that Fatty Han was obsessed at the moment was the first clear of the dungeon. Oh yeah, 100 Shots tapped his forehead and said, Zhanyu, there was a representative from an advertisement firm named Far Ocean Electronics who contacted me, expressing their interest to sponsor our guild. All we need to do is when we acquire the first clear for a dungeon, we register our party name after Far Ocean Electronics Lone Desert Smoke on the first clear list. There will be a reward of 300,000 cash for every first clear title we acquire, and a reward of 100,000 cash for every time we get ourselves onto the time attack list.
Holy moly, have you agreed on it already? That's as a sky-high kind of a great news indeed.
Fatty Han was moved instantly, shaking 100 Shots by the shoulders. 100 Shots shook his head and said, this kind of decision should be made by Zhang Yu, of course. Zhang Yang had passed over the responsibility on the administrative matters to him. That was a kind of trust, allowing him to make his own decisions. Facing such big deal of a decision-making, of course would be natural to let the guildmaster decide. Zhang Yang smiled and said, they are really stingy on it, planning to handle us with 300,000. Fatty Han immediately slapped his head. That was true to the core. Each of they were already earning 1 million or even more just by dividing the earnings from their equipment sales. Acquiring a first clear title for a reward of 300,000 cash might sound appealing, but even with only 10 players in one party, each of them would only receive 30,000 cash. Furthermore, according to the conventional design of the game, there's a 10-level limit compatibility for each dungeon, and it requires 7 days to level up. Once after achieving level 50, it would probably require approximately 2 months to acquire one first clear title of a dungeon. Therefore, players could only rely on the time attack dungeons to earn cash on regular basis. But the time attack of the dungeons were also limited in terms of the shortest time made possible with the shortest route taken, the fastest kills, the right party arrangement, and with so many guilds competing, each guild would only have their chances to go for it by 3 or 4 times at most. So, players should be thankful if they could even earn an amount of 10,000 or 20,000 a month. For regular players, earning 10,000 or 20,000 was considered pretty good. But Fatty Han and the gang had been so well fed that their appetite would not be so easily satiated. Such a small amount of money would no longer matter in their eyes. Han Shui widened her eyes a little and said, rich water should not be let out of one's own fields. Please allow us to be the sponsor for the guild then. You girls? 100 Shots stared at Han Shui, having some confusion over what she just said. Han Shui smiled lightly and said, Yen Air's dad has a company of their own, I own some of the stocks, and this game, God's Miracle, is famously blooming nowadays. It'll be great advertising for the company. Cousin, you don't have to be modest, you already own 55% of the company shares, that's actually more than my dad's. Wei Yen Air immediately said, Noob Tank, aren't you heartbroken now? I will give my cousin's sister to you, you won't have to ask for any sponsorship money. Ha, the gang laughed, as Sun Xian flashed her stare of death across the room. You little brat, in order to save a little bit of money, you dare to sell me out? Han Shui gave a glance at Wei Yen Air, but Wei Yen Air did not give a damn and responded with a funny face. Work is work, private matters are private matters, not gonna get these two mixed up. So this is how it is going to be, I will arrange for a representative of my company's advertisement department to contact you. Alright. Just look for 100 Shots, after you are done with the negotiations, just inform me. Hey guys, are we going to beat the boss or not? Fatty Han had tears streaming down his face now. As the party members chatted while pushing forwards deeper into the dungeon, another half an hour passed, all spent on clearing out the monsters in the area. Finally, they stood in front of the last boss. The boss stage was vast, like a shopping plaza, and the boss was standing right in the middle of it all, with no monsters in the surroundings, at all. Roshan the Copper Hammer, King of the Flaming Dwarf, Grey Silver, Humanoid. Level, 58. HP, 5 million. Defense, 600. The boss was wearing extremely thick armor, with a large axe held in his right hand, his skin the color of crimson red. Standing in the boiling mist, he looked like a burning flame. Just like the other two modes, the boss has no other differences other than the damage increased. Zhang Yang had also revised on the battle tactics with the gang firsthand, as Han Shui and some members had not cleared this dungeon before. Among the skills of this boss, the most lethal one is his forced teleportation. It will randomly teleport 4 players 100 meters away from the boss, afflicting each of the players with a negative effect chain of burning flame. Players who carry the chain of burning flame will inflict a DPS of 2000 fire damage to each other if they are within 30 meters from each other. So, the trick is this, the 4 players that are affected by the chain of burning flame must head out in different directions until they are at safe distance before they are burned to crisps. Zhang Yang looked at the gang and said, this is the time to test our mutual understanding and our teamwork. If 2 or 3 people run towards the same direction, who should be the one to concede? One must react and decide in an instant to run elsewhere. Take note that this is hardcore mode. If you have 5 seconds to react in hard mode, you only have 3 seconds to react here. Oh, silly you, no wonder you wanted the recipe for fire resistance potion, now I see what it could be used for. Han Shui suddenly understood, instantly rolled her eyes back at Zhang Yang, you stingy little piece, now you are going to earn another big roll of cash. Zhang Yang smiled lightly, then he said, once we are opened up to the boss, just drink the fire resistance potion to prevent any complication later. Fire resistance potions can decrease the damage received by 600 points of damage. It can greatly increase the margin of error, but to beat this boss, fire resistance potions were not a compulsory to have, but with no doubt, having fire resistance potions will obviously decrease the difficulty in engaging the boss. Other than the chain of burning flame, the other difficult situation the boss will create for us starts when the boss uses destructive smash on the tanks, decreasing 50% of the healing effect on them. Of course, I will do my best to block, and the priest has to reserve their holy shield. Wait for the moment where I receive destructive smash from the boss before casting the shield on me, because the shield absorbs damage instead of heals, so there shouldn't be any influence on this. Zhang clapped his hands a few times and said, "Alright, there's no point repeating my instructions 1,000 times or 10,000 times, it will be clearer once we try this out in practice. Drink the potions up and let's charge forward." But he took out a bottle of the fire resistance potion. With a gulp, he emptied the whole bottle before pulling out his axe, charging swiftly towards the boss with huge steps. "Who are you people? How dare you to trespass my land of the flaming dwarfs? It doesn't matter, all I have to do is to annihilate all of you." Roshan swung an axe that was 3 times his height, coming forward to meet the charging players. "I am Roshan, the king of the flaming dwarves. Remember my name, for this name belongs to the one who will send all of you to see the Lord of Hades." "You're full of hot air." Wei Yan stuck out her tongue at him. Zhang Yang used charge, and with a whoosh, he crashed into the boss, waving his battle axe and ferociously hacking away at anywhere and anything. Wei Yan was not willing to be left behind, following with an immediate charge, swinging her giant axe, slicing and dicing as well. -5480. With a swing of the axe from the boss, Zhang Yang received a huge amount of damage. Only a boss dealing 8,000 or more damage could have done that much. Fortunately, Roshan is categorized as a berserker type. His attack rate was not that frequent, and it takes about 3 seconds for him to deliver one attack. With 4 healers in the party, they can leisurely heal Zhang Yang's health bar back to full in no time. Burning Flame, aid me in burning these nincompoops into crusty crisps. The battle had just begun for a while, when Roshan let out a roar, raising the axe in his hand up high. 4 chains formed from the burning flame of his axe, where they split and hit Endless Starlight, Defiant Monk, Sky Burial, and Lady Baidu. In a flash, the 4 players immediately disappeared from where they stood, reappearing 100 meters away from the boss, 7 o'clock from his direction. Bam! For stream of lights explosively rose upward, flashing right above the 4 players respectively, dealing a series of damages ranging from -1400 to -1050. Because Endless Starlight is a defender, naturally possessing a passive 75% spell damage reduction, he sustained the least damage among the 4. Run! Quickly! The 4 players quickly began their running, but only Sky Burial ran towards the west, the other 3 were all running towards the same direction. What the fart? Defiant Monk, Lady Baidu, stop sticking my ass. Change your course of direction now, I don't want to die because of you too. Endless Starlight was shouting in a loud voice while gulping down a bottle of red potion. Son of a, Lady Baidu, do you like my ass that much? Turn around. Turn around. -1400. -1400. -1050. The damage value consecutively appearing right above the heads of the 3 players as they tried to pull themselves apart. However, Lady Baidu had the lowest gear in term of grades, having just a little over 5,000 health points. Although she did drink a bottle of red potion, she could only hold on for another tick of explosive damage. 5 seconds later, her health points were all burned off, and she skidded face first across the floor, having died mid-stride. As Lady Baidu died, Endless Starlight was no longer in danger. He crowed in joy and said, "I have tons of health points. If you follow me again the next time around, I'm not going anywhere. Others will only be burned to death if they don't get away from me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 212, Silky Soft Bra. Chapter 212, Silky Soft Bra. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. For F***'s sake man, you are one shameless brat. Isn't that an act of pushing people forward to be the victim instead? Fatty Han was conflicted with mixed feelings, laughing and berating him at the same time. Within such a short period of time, 1 player had been lost, with the remaining 3 players waiting out for the duration of Chain of Burning Flame to expire, before they headed back to the party and did what they were supposed to do. Zhang Yang then informed, "Fatty, hunters have it easiest when it comes to escaping the effective Chain of Burning Flame. 1 tumble would do the trick. You'll end up 10 meters away from the others." "Oh yeah, I actually forgot to use tumble." Defiant Monk gave himself a strong slap to his forehead, with a face that looked like he just woke up from a dream. It was just a mere 30 seconds before Roshan activated the second Chain of Burning Flame, randomly picking 4 targets and teleporting them to a spot 100 meters away. This time, they appeared at the 12 o'clock direction. The healers had it tough. It was like playing a game of tag, having no clue which of the 4 burning members should they heal first. As the teleportation location was completely random, it was not possible for them to make any arrangements in advance to where the 4 targeted players would be teleported to in order to heal their health points back. The best they could do was to heal whoever they could. Compared to the first teleportation, this time, it was handled much better, or should we say that they were much luckier. The 4 players had already picked 4 different directions in the beginning, although they were not running outwards at an even pedal of 4. With the support of the fire resistance potion and the usage of red potions, everyone managed to hold on until they were out of the 30 meters distance from each other. None of them was killed.
Although the boss has a destructive smash that decreases healing effect, it did nothing against Zhang Yang and Han Air, both already possessing a few pieces of yellow gold equipment, basically toying with the boss.
Without posing too much of a threat, the only difficult thing was to handle the roll calls by the boss. On the 3rd roll call, another player was killed. On the 4th roll call, most unfortunately, the 4 hapless players started running in the same direction, and realizing their mistake, turned around at the same time, turning again. This went on for a while with everyone constantly running alongside each other. In the end, all of them died except for one. That player survived because of their long health bar, if not for anything else. On the 5th roll call, none of them died. On the 6th, after experiencing 11 roll calls, a total of 9 members of the party had been killed, while the boss still remained with 38% of health points. It didn't affect their performance all too much, as the deceased members of the party were not the main force of Zhang Yang's 8 core members of the party. There was still hope to turn the table around. How was it?
I was right, am I?
One shall not die with a long health bar. Endless Starlight was considered to be the lucky doll among the unlucky ones. A total of 11 roll calls were made by the boss, and Endless Starlight was selected for 6 of them. With his longer health bar, the other 3 players were all blown to death, and he managed to survive in a most disapproving manner. Get lost, what use is there for you to survive without even contributing a tiny bit of damage? 100 Shots, clearly disgusted, had a guttural quality to his voice.
Burning Flame, incinerate them all.
Roshan raised his axe again, activating his 12th roll call with his skill, targeting Haning Shui, Wei Yin Air, Fantasy Sweetheart and Defiant Monk. Initially, the party had 4 healers. 1 had been killed in a previous roll call. With the current roll call, 2 strong priests, Haning Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart, had been picked. In an instant, the party was left with only 1 Holy Knight half-gram not 2 yuan to heal Zhang Yang. Of all times, Zhang Yang had to be carrying the negative effect of destructive smash at that moment. This was probably the gravest situation they've been in since the beginning of the battle. Zhang Yang quickly summoned his servant Clear Lotus and activated the substitute skill, instantly acquiring a 5-second invincibility, nullifying all the negative effects he had on him. By doing so, he allowed the Holy Knight half-gram not 2 yuan to heal him without interruption while waiting for Haning Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart to return. Furthermore, once the selected players were teleported, they started running around like headless flies.
Haning Shui never had any sense of direction to begin with.
She activated shield around herself, healed herself, then she literally shut her eyes and ran forward without looking to see if there was anyone in front of her. As a result, Defiant Monk was forced into a rather tragic situation. He had already used Tumble to create distance from the others the moment he was teleported. Wei Yin Air and Fantasy Sweetheart were already running in different directions, but Haning Shui quickly caught up to Defiant Monk with her powerful legs. Defiant Monk suddenly panicked, as he quickly yelled with his top voice, "Vice Guildmaster, you are running at the wrong direction. Turn around. Turn." Haning Shui heeded his screams and did turn around, except that it was a 360-degree turn, resulting in her continued rampage towards Defiant Monk. Although the fire resistance potion reduces a lot of damages, it only managed to increase the running time from 3 seconds to 5 seconds. Although Defiant Monk had already gulped down a red potion, with an additional healing from Haning Shui, he wasn't able to keep Haning Shui from burning his ass, so he ended up being blasted to death. Ha ha ha. Wei Yin laughed with her hands pressed against her stomach, and she said, "Cousin Sis, you are really mean. It was already bad enough to blow others up, and you even healed him, prolonging his suffering." "I can't stop laughing. You'll be the death of me. You're a secret operative mole embedded within my army. I shall destroy you on behalf of the Moon One." Zhang Yang could only bitterly smile at her understandably bad sense of direction. He said, "Witchy Snow, the next time you get selected again, just stand there and don't run, heal yourself from where you are standing." Haning Shui smiled with guilt and said, "I am so sorry, Defiant Monk." It's all right." Defiant Monk resignedly accepted his unfortunate fate. "If I were to die beneath a peony flower, I would still be charming as a ghost too. Queen Snow, you can blow me to death, I don't mind." Endless Starlight was shouting like an anthemaniac.
TSK, Starlight, pretty Snow is brother Yang's type, you should just go to the shade. If they had come without any fire resistance potions, the whole party might have been totally annihilated by now. Never underestimate a potion that only increased the survival time of the players by a mere 2 seconds, because players in God's Miracle can reach up to the speed of 10 meters per second with their full power while running. The game had turned everyone into an Olympic sprinter. 2 seconds would allow players to run another 20 meters, and if 4 players can run in the direction of 4 axes, they can definitely escape the burn in no time. It could still be done without the fire resistance potion, but it will require absolute understanding among each other and perfect teamwork. With the fire resistance potion, there is no doubt that it will greatly decrease the difficulty, allowing a much wider margin of error, making the boss much easier to take on. 30%, 20%, 10%. 2 more members were killed afterwards, and the party had successfully pushed the health bar of the boss down below 10%. You despicable insects, to be able to push me this far. Curse you, I shall teach you all, the terror of provoking a dwarf king. Roshan gave out a roar that shook the heavens, raising up both of his hands and lifting the axe up high. His entire body was instantly pulsating beneath a bloody red halo. Ding! Roshan has awoken the ancient power of the kings, damage dealt increased by 50%. Son of a sniper! The boss is entering berserk mode. Fatty Han was shouting frantically. That's strange, in normal mode and hard mode, the boss did no such thing. 100 Shots scratched his head, having trouble understanding the situation, as the parties that cleared the normal mode and hard mode of this dungeon were led by himself and Endless Starlight. That is why this is called hardcore mode. Zhang Yang replied him. 8534. After entering berserk mode, Roshan's attack was increased significantly. His basic attack was elevated to a total attack of 12,000, and only the guild's top tanker could hold on. That tanker was Zhang Yang. Speed kill. After the boss entered berserk mode, there was no way to kite and tank the boss, with a single attack surpassing 8,000, and the inconsistent use of destructive smash that reduced healing effects. Zhang Yang could still buy time using his emergency skills, but even he wouldn't last indefinitely. The only way left was to speed kill the boss. Burning Flame, incinerate these pests. Once again, Roshan did a roll call and did his teleportation hocus pocus. Immediately, Sun Xinu, half gram not 2 yuan, 100 Shots and Fantasy Sweetheart were teleported 100 meters away from the boss at a 3 o'clock direction. Pack! As the sparks of fire flared out, all 4 of them began to receive damages of 2400. With the boss in berserk mode, the damage inflicted by the chain of burning flame effect had also been increased by 50%. With a swift activation of his tumble, 100 Shots quickly blasted 10 meters away, where he continued running, turning around to take a peek to find that no one else was following him. Half gram not 2 yuan was all alone in one direction, but Sun Xinu and Fantasy Sweetheart were heading towards the same direction. Stay where you are, heal yourself. Sun Xinu commanded Fantasy Sweetheart in her cold and icy voice. The Ice Queen had a very oppressing aura, therefore, the busty Fantasy Sweetheart who had large, watery eyes immediately stopped and nodded. The abrupt halt jolted her pair of excellent boobies up and down, and they jiggled without any signs of pausing at all. She quickly activated a shield around herself, casting a strong healing skill. Sun Xinu had a total of 7,300 health points, so by theory, she could withstand 3 hits of the chain of burning flame. However, she had ran towards the same direction as Fantasy Sweetheart and wasted a bit of time, so she had already been burned 3 times, leaving her with only 100 health points remaining. Even if she drank a level 2 healing potion, it would only heal her by 1,000 health points, which was not enough to counter the damage of one explosive attack. Pack! Just as the 4th explosion happened, Sun Xinu waved her right hand and suddenly, her entire body vanished into thin air, before she reappeared again in an instant. She continued to run like hell, rushing to gain 30 meters of distance away from Fantasy Sweetheart. Beautiful! Zhang Yang was watching all events that unfolded, and when he saw that last particular scene, he could not help himself but to applaud her. Just now, Sun Xinu had used her skill Vanish, to gain a single frame 3 of invincibility. It had such a narrow window of opportunity that it was just enough to avoid the blast damage. It was definitely a performance only Masters of Masters could pull off. To use the split-second short of invincibility when activating Vanish in order to avoid damage required precise control down to the last millisecond at the moment when the explosion happens. Even if it was Zhang Yang, he could not have done it so perfectly. She would indeed be the number 1 of the top 10 thieves in the China region. There was no doubt about it now. Just witnessing what she just did was eyes-dropping. Other than Zhang Yang, the others also started applauding her. That evasion was just too incredible. 5%, 4%, 3%. Roshan was once again ready to do another roll call, but his health bar was already coming to an end.
Even with 4 players dead, it would not change the fate of Roshan was at death's door.
2%, 1%. No, no.
I cannot die, I am the king of the flaming dwarfs, I shall snatch all the sacred relics back and conquer the entire dwarf race, I am.
Defeatable.
Pam, Roshan did an odd pirouette as he spun around, the axe falling heavily onto the ground. His fat, short body soon followed, causing a tremor as it hit the ground. As the blood flowed across the ground, the blood eerily formed a magic circle, emitting some dark lights.
Ha ha. We did it.
Zhang Yang had not expected this to go so smoothly, even with the fire resistance potion, he had never expected them so succeed at their single attempt.
Ding.
You and your party have acquired the first clear title for the Poison Fireland Dungeon, Death Mode. As the leader, please insert your party's name to be published on the list of the Death Mode's first clear title, for the world to behold and sing praises.
Zhang Yang suddenly thought of it, so he asked Hanning Shui, so how about it, do we put your company's name this time? The next time we acquire another first clear title will be 1 or 2 months later.
Hanning Shui pondered briefly upon it and said, alright, you can use Silky Soft Bra, giving you the most personal care.
Lone Desert Smoke as the party's name.
Zhang Yang blinked dumbly for a second before saying weakly, hello, you did not mention that your company sells bras. Hanning Shui gave him a backward eye roll and said, you did not ask, I did not tell.
Can't we just put Silky Soft Company or Silky Soft Holdings? There won't be any point, then.
Hanning Shui was speaking in a serious manner, silly you are too chauvinistic, what is wrong with the name Silky Soft Bra, it's not like they are naughty or perverted words.
Are you filling it in or not? I am about to get mad.
Fatty Han was excited, written all over his face, and he said, Pretty Snow, your company produces bra, there should be a large number underwear models, right? Of course, every single product of our company is worn by models, to be made into albums and the brochures for the products. Fatty Han rubbed both of his hands together and said, so when are you bringing me for a tour over the changing room, to your company to have a look?
Sign me up too.
Endless Starlight quickly saw the opportunity and reacted. Daffodil Daydream spoke out and said, Sister Snow, the Silky Soft Bra Holdings is one of the top 3 bra distributor in the whole China. My thesis actually used your company's sales data. That is one big company with billions in annual revenue.
I happen to be wearing a Silky Soft Bra myself.
Zhang Yang could not help but laughed, silly girl, you told me that you possess 55% of the company shares, that means you earn at least 500 million per year, right? Everyone was staggered, as they tried to comprehend Hanning Shui's wealth. Endless Starlight tried to squeeze his pitiful face and said, Queen Snow, please take me in.
Hello, silly you, are you going to fill it in for real or not?
Hanning Shui put her hands on her waist and started to raise her tone.
Yes. This would suffice, right?
Zhang Yang let out a sigh, if he had known about it a little earlier, he would not have asked. It would be awesome, when the server announcements begin to pop up in red.
After keying Silky Soft Bra, giving you the best personal care.
Lone Desert Smoke in the column, Zhang Yang gave a sigh, and confirmed the party name entry with the server. The server announcement began to make the announcement in red on the big screen.
Server announcement, Silky Soft Bra, giving you the best personal care.
Lone Desert Smoke has successfully acquired the first clear title for the Poison Fireland, Death Mode, their great deeds will be published on the list of the Death Mode first clear title, China region. Please cheer for them. Zhang Yang did not even wait to read the following announcements. God damn it, this time, Lone Desert Smoke was about to make every single male player in the guild blush, they might even be called the Bra Guild for the rest of their days. 1. I shall destroy you on behalf of the moon. A reference from Sailor Moon, original dialogue is I shall punish you on behalf of the moon. 2. If I should die beneath a peony flower, I will still be charming as a ghost, it means the person is willing to die for beautiful women.
3.
Frame in video games, a frame is a term used to address a moment so brief that it can only be measured roughly in terms of frames per second, the rate at which a screen refreshes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 213, Queen of Medusa. Chapter 213, Queen of Medusa. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Soon after the public announcement of the server announcement, Zhang Yang received the congratulatory messages from Snowseeker, Sky Shaman, Crimson Fire, and the others. Of course, fun being poked at that advertisement was inevitable. He almost logged out of the game to escape the ridicule. As most bosses only dropped gray-silver equipment, Wei Yinair had lost her interest in the victory loots, irresponsibly pushing the job of picking everything up to Zhang Yang. Roshan had dropped a total of 5 pieces of gray-silver equipment. Among the 5, 4 were all armor set equipment, being the chest plates that belonged to berserkers, bandits, pyromancers, and beastmasters. So, Zhang Yang decided to auction them out one, using the guild's points as currency. The last piece of the gray-silver equipment was a spellcaster's cape. Fire cape, gray-silver, cape. Vitality, plus 17. Intelligence, plus 17. Equip, increases 10 points of spell damage. Unidentified. Level required, 50. As the majority of players protested on the unidentified property of the equipment, the allocation of equipment became chaotic as they became ridiculously high in demand. As Dream Technology was under a lot of pressure, they had made some subtle changes to the unidentified trait a few days back. Without a proper identification of the equipment, players could still see its special effects, but all attributes will be reduced by 30%, and these reduced attributes would be restored only after identification is done. After a long auction that had the same few names increasing the bid, the equipment was finally claimed by Daffodil Daydream, who instantly swapped it with her current equipped one.
Noob Tank, we are done with the dungeon, let's go capture ourselves some battle mounts.
Wei Yan'er, being the standard hothead, immediately made to run to the dungeon's entrance.
Silly little girl, don't run off just yet.
Zhang Yang quickly pulled her back and said, there's a hidden boss that has yet to be taken down.
A hidden boss, everyone was curious.
Ever since the first dungeon, they had never come across any other dungeons with hidden bosses. They had almost forgotten about the existence of such things.
Where is it? Wei Yan'er quickly regained her interest.
Accessories like rings and necklace are harder to find, and the accessories she had on her were all level 30, better replacements were long overdue. Zhang Yang pointed at the magic circle that had been formed in the blood of the fallen boss. Step on it. Everyone followed his words and stepped onto the magic circle. Immediately, a stream of dark light shot upwards. The players that stepped onto the magic circle vanished one after another.
Zhang Yang was the last to step onto the magic circle.
As the dark light engulfed over him, he instantly appeared in an unfamiliar place, beside Han Shui and the rest of the gang. The place was dark and gloomy, with way to tell whether it's day or night, with the only source of dark light illuminating on one of the corners of the area. About 50 meters away in front of them, there was a beautiful face paired with a sexy bust, but its lower body was made up by a tail of a snake. It held a longbow in its hands, constantly screaming in a high pitch. Her upper body was extremely erotic, it was tremendously curvy, and at times she arched her back or gyrated her body in a very seductive manner. However, her hair was made out of hissing gray little snakes, each having a pair of cold eyes that gleamed in the dark. By gazing at them, one would feel goosebumps running up their spine. The snake body itself was extremely long. If it was measured from one end to the other, it would have been at least 10 meters long. She had been tied down by 3 burning red chains of light. 2 of them had been crisscrossed over her voluptuous chest, squeezing out the 2 large mounds, making them stand out vulgarly. At the other end of the 3 burning light chains, 3 dwarfs, their red skins indicating their flame dwarf heritage, were keeping the snake lady restrained. The strange thing was that, all 3 of them had green names, meaning that players cannot attack them.
This is the most authentic BDSM I've ever seen. Man, that's heavy stuff. Good taste.
Fatty Han and Endless Starlight were murmuring to each other, their eyes transfixed on the boobs that jerked about violently.
The gang selected the tied-up beauty and read her information.
Egawa, the sealed queen of Medusa, Grey-Silver, Demon.
Level, 59. HP, 8 million. Defense, 600. The 3 dwarfs were named Marjorie Ash, Lingament, and Bassin.
All of them were level 55 elites, with 180,000 HP and 300 defense points.
Who are you people? How did you find this place? The 3 dwarfs spotted the intrusion of Zhang Yang and the gang into the area. The one in the middle of them, Lingament, spoke in a strong, demanding voice.
Zhang Yang showed an adventurer's salute to the dwarves and said, "My respected fellow dwarves, we are adventurer from White Jade Castle, here to slay these foul demons."
Pooey.
Just you, the dwarf standing on the left, Marjorie Ash spoke in contempt. The dwarf standing on the right, Bassin, however, said, "They managed to enter this area, it only means that they had defeated Roshan.
Only his blood can activate the seal and open the magic portal." You people defeated Roshan?
Marjorie Ash revealed a shocked expression. "I guess I must have underestimated you all."
It was quite obvious that Marjorie Ash had the most authority in the area.
After a light wave of one of his hands, the other 2 dwarfs immediately went silent, and he spoke unhindered. "To pursue absolute power, we surrendered ourselves to the demons. In the beginning, our strengths did indeed increase, but our souls were beginning to warp into something else.
Our beliefs in the great gods of Titan were quickly shaken.
Us 3 chiefs discovered the conspiracy of the demons. It turns out that they wanted to imprison our souls and make us their slaves in absolution.
However, we discovered their plans a little too late. Too many of our kind had already been driven to madness because of the twisted power. Three of us tried everything we could and everything we knew just to seal this demoness that lured us into our downfall. But she is simply too powerful. We have been forced to remain here with her, tying her down with our own life force. Marjorie Ash sighed again and said, perhaps, your arrival is in the arrangement of the gods of Titan himself. We have held her as long as we have been able to. Our life force is at its end, and when that happens, this demon shall be free to enslave our kind completely. Travelers, if you are ready, please inform us. We will let loose the seal and try to oppress some of her power. Perhaps it would be enough to you in destroying this demon. Having said that, the three dwarfs now gazed at Zhang Yang with their starry eyes, waiting for Zhang Yang and the gang to sound the charge to begin the attack. How do we fight this? Han Yingshui and the gang turned their sights towards Zhang Yang. This battle will stay in the vicinity of the three dwarfs. They will suppress the boss' true power. As long as they do not die, the damage of the boss will not be anything too outrageous. However, once all three NPCs are dead, the attacks of the boss will have an after effect and an AoE, inflicting an additional 6,000 shadow damage to any and all targets within a 50 meters radius from the boss. If that happens, unless the boss is close to death, it'll be the end for us all. Zhang Yang gave it some thought and added, this boss will only target the NPCs. I know what you are thinking, but we cannot heal them. If the battle is prolonged excessively, the NPCs will definitely die one after another. This battle only focuses on our damage output. Either we kill the boss, or the boss kills all the NPCs and annihilates all of us in a single second. No tactics involved, just pure damage output. If the party damage output reaches the requirement, then we will succeed, if not, we shall be stuck here. Zhang Yang smiled and said, there is a higher difficulty available in this boss fight. We can choose not seek help from the NPCs, and if the boss is taken down without their aid, we will get an extra achievement. Fatty Han quickly said, well, honestly, we should just get rid of the boss, that will be enough. After engaging for 5 seconds, everyone must drink a power potion and unleash all your strongest skills, all out. Zhang Yang pulled out his battle axe and said, I shall signal NPCs to lift the seal, so everyone, get ready to fight. He made another salute at the three dwarfs and said, respected dwarven chiefs, please lift the seal, let us join forces to eliminate this demon once and for all. Adventurers of the White Jade Castle, we acknowledge, and return your respect in equal share. Prepare yourselves, we are about to lift the seal. The demon will be awakened, this is your only chance, we no longer have the power to seal her again. Lingaman spoke gravely. Let's begin. The three dwarfs raised their hands into the sky at the same exact moment, chanting a dwarven spell. Magic lines appeared on the heads of the three dwarfs at the same time. The duration of the chanting was 30 seconds in total. Arg the boss Agawa was screaming loudly, and hissed, the Trinity of Fools, you are never going to imprison me. I am the great general of the demon Lord Roguler, he is second to none, I shall tear your bodies into pieces, one piece after another. Zhang Yang swiftly went up to the side of the boss. The seal was not yet lifted, so both parties could not start attacking yet. Everyone. In position. Melee professions immediately circled around the boss, waiting for the seal to be broken. 25, 20, 15. The power of the seal is weakening, all of the snakes on Agawa's head were twitching in excitement, as monstrous aura accumulated around her, I can feel it, the powers that keep me here are growing weak. At last, freedom. I am going to kill you all. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blood rage. Plus 30 rage. Gong. 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 The three chains of light began to shatter. The cracks started from the dwarves' end, and ring by ring, they shattered one by one in the direction of the boss. As the last chain ring shattered, Agawa raised her snake body up, raising herself to a height of 3 meters. 3037. Horizontal sweep. Agawa had already raised herself upon her tail up to 7 or 8 meters high, and as the attack landed, she let out a roar of rage, letting loose an arrow at Zhang Yang. Humans, elves, dwarves, beasts, all here, just in time for me to kill you all. You shall all be blood sacrifice for my freedom. Cripple defense. Cripple defense. Cripple defense. Attack, full power. Zhang Yang shouted at the top of his lungs, with Wu Yenair aiding him with mutual understanding, helped him place another 2 layers of cripple defense, completing the stack. Everyone knew that time was of the essence, not a millisecond could be wasted. They gulped down their power potions and began their attacks with heavy skills that required long cooldowns, and began their onslaught. 30 seconds later, Agawa suddenly turned away from Zhang Yang, aiming her bow ligament and firing at him instead. Foof. Foof. The basic attack of the boss had reached a high value of 9,000 points, and Lingament only had 300 points of defense.
Every arrow that Agawa released at the Dwarven Chief would deal a damage of 8000 plus. In just 20 seconds, she had already taken down approximately 90,000 of Lingament's health points. Only then did she regain her aggro system and got back to attacking Zhang Yang. Witchy Snow, Fantasy, you two can stop healing, just focus on attacking the boss. 2 Holy Knights healing me is more than enough, a little more damage from you guys would also help. Zhang Yang roared. Holy Knights are good at healing single targets. Even though the equipment of the 2 Holy Knights were far inferior than Han Yingshue's equipment, having 2 of them heal Zhang Yang was sufficient, as long as Han Yingshue paid enough attention to cast the occasional regeneration and shield on him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Destructive Power. Chapter 214, Destructive Power. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who among the party had the best equipment? No, not Zhang Yang. It's Han Yingshue. Her staff, accessory, boots, rings and armlet were all yellow gold tiered. That's 5 of them. Their attributes stacking up, her magic attack exceeded 1,800. It was a pity that her offensive skill, Punishment Ray, was not a very high damaging skill. However, she could still deal around 2,700 damage over 2 seconds. Her DPS was around 1,300, which could be compared to Sun Xinu or other offensive class characters. All things considered, her attack was rather impressive. That wasn't all. After activating the skill of Magician's Brooch, she would gain an additional 700 magic attack. If she takes another bottle of Power Potion, she could raise her damage to an extreme level for a brief period. The boss attacking pattern was quite predictable. After attacking Zhang Yang for 30 seconds, she would clear her aggro and randomly attack an NPC for 20 seconds for around 90,000 HP worth of damage. She would easily kill off an NPC in 2 turns. Theoretically, after the 6th turn, the boss will kill all the NPCs and become much stronger than before. This meant that the party would have to remove all 8 million HP of the boss in just 300 seconds. The required party total DPS had to be at least 26,667 to achieve that. That was an impossible task. The team had defeated 7 bosses yesterday and hauled a bunch of gray-silver equipment, increasing their attack power by a level after level 50. However, that only increased their overall damage from 20,000 to 27,000. Equipment upgrades alone proved to be insufficient. A better way to increase the overall damaging power is to rely on the fighting capability of the players themselves. For example, to maximize his damage power, Zhang Yang has loosely arranged a sequence of which skill to use after the other, and to repeat the cycle depending on the cooldown. The skill cycle would depend on the usage of rage, stamina, focus, or MP of the player class needs. The battle progressed on without much difficulties. As per usual, Zhang Yang tanked the boss, while the rest of the squad executed their roles from the rear. The boss would occasionally clear her aggro and pick an NPC to attack. That in turn, saved some MP for the healers. After 100 seconds, Lingament was the first NPC to die, while the boss had lost only 30% HP. 200 seconds later, Marjorie Ash died and the boss had lost 60% HP. After fighting for a while, Han Ying felt something was off and called Zhang Yang. Dummy. If this continues on like this, I'm afraid that we won't be able to kill the boss. She was not wrong. Each time one NPC fell, the team should have reduced at least 33% of the boss HP. Just give it all you got. This first attempt is a good opportunity to gauge the party's total DPS. Zhang Yang smiled without any trace of worry. 300 seconds later, the last NPC, Bassin, fell defeated after being pierced with an arrow through his chest. Ha ha ha. I can feel it. The last chain has been unshackled. There's nothing to hold me back now. I am the Queen of Medusa. The strongest fighter of Lord Rougelier. A sudden dark light erupted from Agawa. The ray spread across the field like dark clouds before an imminent storm. The boss still had over 10% HP left, which was more than a value of 800,000. Now that her attacks have gained a 6,000 splash effect, Agawa could easily kill the entire party in 2 randomly placed arrows. Vanguard Aggression. Shield Wall. Zhang Yang quickly activated 2 skills and protected the entire party with a light barrier. This boss fight does not even require strategic movements in the battle. As long as the fighters position themselves conventionally, with ranged attackers attacking from the rear of the tank, and melee attackers attacking the back of the boss, no one would need to move around when the battle starts. Since everyone was already in place, Zhang Yang's Vanguard Aggression could easily protect everyone. -2, 832. -1, 800. With Vanguard Aggression and Shield Wall both activated at the same time, Zhang Yang's damage reduction rate was at 60%. Even though the boss arrow attacks had a 6,000 damage splash effect, it would only cause over 1,800 shadow damage to Zhang Yang, while the rest of the party only received 600 damage. After 10 seconds, Vanguard Aggression ended and the boss still had 7% HP. Rearm. Vanguard Aggression and Shield Wall were activated again, buying them another 10 seconds. 6%, 5%, 4%. 10 seconds ended. Agawa let out a deafening shriek and shot an arrow towards Zhang Yang. The attack landed on him and a darkened shockwave was emitted from him, striking everyone else. The damage text, -6000, popped up all over the place. Those who had less than 6,000 HP were instantly killed. In the just 2 seconds, Agawa shot another arrow which caused another blast of waves, causing another 6,000 damage to everyone. The sudden drop of HP was too much for any healer, including Han Ying-shui, to keep up with. In the blink of an eye, everyone else besides Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight was removed from the battle. If only the boss had been left with 24,000 HP instead of 240,000 HP, Zhang Yang would have considered staying on to finish the fight, but now that it had come to this, he knew that it was impossible. Activating Shadow of the Void, Zhang Yang withdrew from the battle. Hey! F***CK. Boss! Did you just give up and run away? Endless Starlight screamed as he activated Sacred Protection, gaining a 5-second window of invincibility. He continued to swing at the boss, one hammer blow at a time since he had no way of leaving battle mode. Pack! After 5 seconds of wailing pathetically, he fell defeated with honor in his own words. As the battle ended, the three dwarves respawned and the boss went back to being restrained by the magical chains, with full HP. Noob tank. What sort of act was that? Pooey. You've lost my respect. How could you not have the spirit of unity, cried Wei Yen Air. If he had not left the battle forcefully, instead continuing to fight on, that would not have been unity, it would have been stupidity at its best. Zhang Yang laughed at her comment and replied, "Little brat. You're not mad because I quit fighting in the middle of the battle. You're mad because I did not die. Most of all, you're mad because I was able to save some gold coins from repairs. Isn't that right? Ni hei." Wei Yanwei laughed sheepishly. "Zhan Yu, we're severely lacking in firepower," said 100 Shots worriedly. Fantasy Sweetheart solemnly mumbled. "It's my fault. If only I could be as strong as Sister Snow, I wouldn't have dragged the team down. Please. Replace me with someone else." According to the damage statistic, Han Ying-shui was ranked 7th while Fantasy Sweetheart was ranked at the lowest 18th place. Fatty Han walked towards her and patted her shoulder consolingly. "Take it easy, sweetheart. You're a healer. Why are you comparing your attack power with someone else? Even if we brought another player in, I'd rather swap out Endless Starlight. He's a useless tank. Look at him, he didn't get a chance to tank the boss. He's a huge *SS leecher." Endless Starlight was clearly embarrassed. He fired back, "Fatty bro, how about I let you do something about it? Don't be aiming at my one weakness." Blah. Everyone stuck out their tongues and expressed their disgust. Still, dummy, we're severely lacking in attack power. "What do we do now?" asked Han Ying-shui. She frowned over the matter. Zhang Yang smiled. "That was just our first try. I needed to gauge how strong was our team's DPS. That is why I did not use my trump card." He took out the magic scroll, Rising Morale, level 1, and posted it on the party channel. Even though Lone Desert Smoke had dominated the Cave of Bones map boss, the respawn and drop rate was rather low. Zhang Yang was running low on scrolls. Since he had also used some scrolls in the Expedition War, he only had 7 pieces remaining. The scroll could increase their offensive power by 5%. It wasn't much, and if the party's firepower was beyond helping, there would be no point wasting the scroll. But, the party firepower was much better than Zhang Yang had expected. They could at least last until the boss had over 4% HP left. If everyone gained a 5% increase bonus, victory would be quite definite, but... Oh. Right. Haha. I've completely forgotten about that thing. 100 Shots laughed and facepalmed himself. With renewed hope, the party quickly respawned and rushed back to the fight. They were already thinking of the rewards. After 10 minutes, everyone revived and regrouped with Zhang Yang. "Heal yourselves up. I want everyone to perform just like we did in the previous round. Put everything you have into attacking. Maximize your damage. Remember, the scroll effect will only last for 1 minute. Fighting the boss could take up to 6 minutes. We have only one shot at this.
Now, if you think that the scroll is going to guarantee a win, then you're dead wrong, said Zhang Yang sternly. Your attacks have to be fast and strong. Only then will the scroll's potential be brought up. Noob tank. We're ready. Let's fight, said Wei Yan hurriedly. Zhang Yang looked at the little girl with widened eyes. He coughed and cried, those who wants to fight immediately, please raise your hands. Sush. Sush. Other than Sun Xinu, Haning Shui, and Daffodil Daydream, everyone else in the party raised their hands up. Zhang Yang sighed and shook his head with disappointment. Looks like we only have 4 smart players in this party. Everyone turned and exchanged a look with each other. They did not understand what was happening. Daffodil Daydream, please enlighten our friends here, said Zhang Yang as he gestured to her. Daffodil Daydream smiled and said, Zhan Yu's rearm has a 30 minutes cooldown duration. If we start the fight now, he can only use Vanguard Aggression and Shield Wall once. We will be losing that extra 10 seconds of window for attacking. F***CK. How could I miss that, said Fatty Han as he facepalmed himself hard in the forehead. It's fine. It's great news for us all that you're now aware of your own stupidity, said Haning Shui. Look. Our little drizzler is still in shock. Her eyes are still wide open. Arg. Ah. Haning Shui. You're calling me stupid again, aren't you? That's it. I'm cutting all ties with you, cried Wei Yan angrily. The tension dispersed in the air as everyone started to laugh. After 10 minutes, there was only around 5 minutes left on his rearm cooldown timer. He would activate it at the exact moment when the last NPC falls. Zhang Yang signaled everyone to get into their positions before starting fight by talking to the 3 NPCs. The 30-second countdown timer started. 3, 2, 1, start. Both Zhang Yang and Wei Yan worked together to inflict 5 layers of crippled defense. Swiftly, Zhang Yang slung the shield over his back and took out the magic scroll, Rising Morale, level 1. A golden light enveloped his body and spread to everyone. Ding! You have gained the effect Rising Morale, level 1. All attacks and healing effects have been increased by 5%. Last for 60 seconds. Rampage, start. 100 seconds into the fight, the first NPC. Marjorie Ash fell. The boss had lost 31% HP. 200 seconds into the fight, the second NPC, Bassin fell. The boss had lost 63% HP. 300 seconds into the fight, the last NPC, Ligament fell. The boss had only 5.5% HP left. Vanguard Aggression. Shield Wall. 10 seconds passed, Egawa had only 2.4% HP left. Rearm. Vanguard Aggression. Shield Wall. 2%, 1%, 0%. Arg. Egawa released a deafening scream and twitched violently in her death throes. Her lower half snake body convulsed as her snake hair flailed about like a headbanger. After a few seconds of struggling in the obligatory boss ending line, she falls down dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Solid Blockade. Chapter 215, Solid Blockade. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha. We did it. We did it. Everyone cheered. It was not the toughest boss they've ever encountered. However, it was definitely the most epic fight they have ever been in. Attack. Attack. And more attack. Everyone had pushed themselves past their limits to achieve the highest damage output they had ever achieved. This battle had helped the party understand their own classes better, gaining innate knowledge about cycling their skills. They had also gained further understanding on the concept of cost, be it rage, mana, focus, or stamina. In a way, this had been a very different form of training to help them strengthen their character's class basics. Woof! Let me pick the loots. Let me. Me, screamed the little girl as she skipped her way to the boss cops. Those who were already familiar with the little girl's behavior made way for her, while the rest who were joining Wei Yan for the first time were taken aback and mesmerized by her cuteness. This one is interesting, the little girl posted an item description in the party channel. Eye of Medusa, consumable. Use, unleashed the ominous stare of Medusa. Cause a target to be petrified. Removes all buffs and debuffs on the target. Prevents the target from moving or performing any actions for 5 seconds. The target will not receive any damage for the entire effect's duration.
Players and monsters above level 60 will have a resistance against the skill and have a lowered success rate.
Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Remaining uses, March 3rd. Level requirement, 50. What is this thing? Asked Endless Starlight.
In PK or monster grinding, freezing a target is nice and all since we can smack it senseless.
But since the target is petrified and will not take any damage to begin with, what sort of usage can this item do? Wouldn't it be rather contradicting? Zhang Yang laughed. This is indeed a good item. If it wasn't limited by levels, it would have been better. Why is that? Other than Sun Xinu alone, the rest of the party expressed their curiosity.
Everyone was looking at him with questioning eyes.
In a solo fight, it doesn't do much. However, during a group fight, you can use this item on an enemy healer and focus on the other target. They would not receive healing for 5 seconds. How cool is that? I'll give you another example. If your own ally is about to be killed by a boss, or a monster or another player for that matter, you can use the item on the dying ally and grant him a 5-second invincibility window. Oh. Everyone nodded, satisfied with his explanation.
Zhang Yang boldly took the item for himself and left the other items out for grabs. The boss had dropped a total of 4 gray-silver equipment. Among the loots, 2 of them were rings, the other 2 being necklaces. One of the necklaces had defensive-oriented attributes. However, as Zhang Yang was already wearing a level 50 yellow gold necklace, he dismissively passed it over to Endless Starlight. The boy took the item, despite having the lowest guild contribution points, smiling so earnestly that his eyes were completely shut. He thanked Zhang Yang repeatedly. After all the loots had been distributed, everyone tore a teleportation scroll and went back to White Jade Castle to complete their level 50 class quests. Zhang Yang went to his little merchandise shop. Now that he had obtained the first clear achievement, there was no reason to withhold the sales of the fire-resisting potion. After carrying out the 2 highly regarded auctions, the little merchandise shop had greatly risen in popularity. He placed the potions at the most visible spot in the shop instead of the storage, where people would have to go through the hassle of tying in the keywords into the search box to search for the item. He believed that the potion would quickly be a hit. However, there were only a handful of level 50 players at the moment. The sales of the fire-resisting potions should be limited for now. It should see improvements as soon as more players reach level 50 and begin their own raids on the Poison Fireland. Even though it was not really required to defeat the boss, it was still a means in making battles slightly easier. How could that not be a hit among players? Even if the potion costs a small sum of gold coins, it was better to defeat the boss altogether, instead of dying and retrying several times over, which will, assuming the players die in the process, incurring higher costs and repair fees? It would also be an absolute waste of time. If you put those 2 options on the scale, people would definitely pick the easier path. The solid iron plate was a really good investment. They were like real-life gold bars. Even the players who have not reached level 50 were already stocking up on them now to save them the trouble of competitively purchasing them in the future. Because of that, the price of each solid iron plate remained steadily at 12 gold coins each. It still had the potential to reach a higher price. Because of the sales from the solid iron plate, the profits gained today had surpassed 1,500,000 gold coins. That staggering number truly shocked Zhang Yang, but nodding approvingly to himself, Zhang Yang then summoned his skeletal warhorse and rode to the warrior's home in search of Ani, the warrior class instructor. As expected, Ani was still as sexy as ever, and as always, surrounded by a number of losers who wouldn't take their eyes off her huge rack and slender waist. It couldn't be helped. Her outfit was rather revealing, after all. Zhang Yang dismounted and sent his horse back into his inventory. Annie broke into a proud, approving grin, nodding repeatedly when she saw Zhang Yang approaching her. You, specimen of a warrior. Well done. I heard about what you did. It's truly a miracle, I must say. You truly have my respect now. Not only did you vanquish Roshan, Copper Hammer, the leader of the rebellion against the Union, you also defeated the evil demon Agawa. Good job. Zhang Yang smiled earnestly. It's all because of your teaching and guidance that I am here today, but Annie puffed up with pride when Zhang Yang said that and flung her golden hair back joyfully. Zhan Yu, you are now qualified to be a true warrior. For now, I want you to follow my lead. I will bestow upon you the title of the true warrior. She reached both of hands out and placed her palms on Zhang Yang's chest. O Lord, brave and mighty God of war. I pray to thee, today, a warrior has been born to serve thy Zhan Yu. Don't just stand there, do what I'm doing. Zhang Yang frowned, slightly annoyed. Who the hell designed this script? He had to touch an NPC's honkers. What a pervert.
Horny * shoal.
No matter how much Zhang Yang tried to refuse, Ani continued to insist. It seems that the system would not proceed if Zhang Yang does not to follow the NPC's instructions. Reluctantly, Zhang Yang reached out with his hands and placed them over the twin domes.
Boing. As expected from a Western female model, huge and bouncy. Humongous. Firm. And bouncy. This game is just too realistic.
It wasn't just from the aesthetics, but the feeling, the sensation itself was almost the same as a real woman's.
*CK me. The usual campers who spent all day obling at Ani were shocked.
Their eyes almost popped as they saw Zhang Yang laying his palms over her huge assets.
It's just Susu out of this world.
After a long speech about justice, power, and some warrior-related stuff, Ani retracted her hands and said, "Congratulations Zhanyu, you're now officially a loyal believer in the god or war. And, please remove your hands from my chest."
Ugh.
Zhang Yang immediately shrunk his hands back.
Ding. You have completed the quest, level 50 class quest.
Obtained 100,000 experience points. Quest difficulty, at completion of hidden difficulty.
Final score, perfect. Ding.
You have learned a new skill, Warrior's Will.
Ding. You have gained an item, Solid Blockade.
Warrior's Will, level 1 removes all debuffs on oneself and causes the next use of Destructive Smash to land as a critical strike. The effect will last for the next 8 seconds or until Destructive Smash is used.
Cooldown time, 10 minutes. At level 50, all class will receive an anti-status affecting skill. However, Zhang Yang was a little disappointed.
The skill reward was the same as it was in his previous life, when he had only obtained an average score.
Looks like the reward was based on the item instead. Solid Blockade, Yellow Gold, Shield. Defense, plus 800. Vitality, plus 400. Level 2 Socket. Equip effect, absorbs 300 damage every time you receive an attack. Equip effect, restores 100 HP after every successful block. Level requirement, 50. Up. Zhang Yang was delighted.
In his previous life, he had only completed the level 50 class quest by defeating Roshan in hard mode. After completing the quest, the reward was the same skill and a green copper tier shield. This time, the rewards were clearly different compared to before.
It's a yellow gold tier got crying out loud.
He quickly headed over to the gem shop to look for a suitable gemstone. Right after he left Ani alone to do his thing, the horny players around Ani were magnetized to her, their arms reaching out. Approaching closer and closer, drips of saliva could be seen dripping on the floor beneath them.
I've always wanted to touch them. Back then, if you even lay a finger on her, she will kill you and send you to prison. It seems like there's a bug in the system. Ah yes. Time to touch until I die. Oh man, those honkers. Those humongo bongo. Here I come. Wham. Bam. Slam.
Ani spun around on the spot and killed everyone with a tornado sweep. What's worse, after the player revive, they were automatically sent to prison. When a player is harassed, they would need to submit a complaint to the relevant figures to bring in the convict. But an NPC is part of the system itself. Without any word or warning, the NPC will first hack and slash, after that it's catch and stash. In the prison, those perverted players exchanged baffled looks. How did he do it? Zhang Yang socketed a level 2 vitality gemstone into his shield. He then swapped it out with the new one, boosting his maximum HP to a whopping 17,040 HP.
Vitality Aura applied. Author's note, unless specified, all HP mentioned from here on will include the Vitality Aura bonus. Where would the limits of his tanking be?
Other level 50 tanks would have, at most, a complete set of level 40 gray-silver equipment. Perhaps their equipment would all be socketed with level 1 Vitality Gemstone S. If they had invested all 5 SP gained during their leveling up, they would have, at most, 10,000 HP.
Needless to say, such is the difference between gray-silver and yellow gold equipment.
Besides, only level 50 equipment and higher will have level 2 sockets.
With his current equipment, he can easily raid Poison Fireland without breaking a sweat.
Zhang Yang had an extra SP to spend, which he had received as a reward from the first clear achievement of the Poison Fireland. Currently, he had maximized block at level 10. Shield Wall was at level 6. Now that he had gained a new skill, Warrior's Will, Zhang Yang was torn between them.
Should he try to maximize Shield Wall level first or acquire Warrior's Will?
Warrior's Will can remove all debuffs and create a sure-hit critical strike for Destructive Smash.
It was both a strong attack and defensive skill. If he raised it to level 10, the skill cooldown time will be reduced to only 1 minute. It would be OP beyond OP, especially in PK battles. This skill is just too important to ignore. Arg. What the heck? I'll invest in Warrior's Will first, since the professional league is going to start soon. A anti-status effect skill, and a really hard hit is most important. If I had invested in Shield Wall first, even at level 10, the cooldown time is only at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Warrior's Will would be far more useful. Now that he had steeled his decision, Zhang Yang went ahead and invested the 1 SP he had on Warrior's Will. Zhang Yang checked the time. It was close to 10 p.m. By the looks of it, he would not even be able to grind his level properly. Zhang Yang decided instead to craft a few more fire-resisting potions and place them all into the warehouse. Even though the current demand for fire-resisting potion was not high, the sales will definitely increase soon after. In about a week's time, a majority of the players will reach level 50. By then, they would need to defeat Roshan, be it for farming set equipment or to complete their class quest. Zhang Yang continued to craft more potions and logged out at around 11 p.m. After the night had passed, Zhang Yang went out and did his routine training. Just as he came back home, Zhang Yang received a call. It was Zhao Huishan. Zhang Yang sob. Zhang Yang could hear crying from the other side of the line. We're sorry. We're stupid. We're blind. We should not have tried to belittle you. Please. Please forgive us and stop torturing us. Zhang Yang was stunned. What the hell did I do? Annoyed, Zhang Yang frowned and said, what are you talking about? Sob. Kong Ming's father's factory, the D distributors have all stopped buying their product. And Kong Ming was caught by the police. They are charging him for drug possession and distribution. Zhang Yang. I know that we're at fault. But please. Please. For my sake. Think of me when we were dating back then. Please stop torturing us. Zhao Huishan was worried. For the past 3 days, Zhou Kongming had been invited to the police station for questioning. On the other side of things, her boyfriend's family business wasn't looking too good. The products that they had produced were piling up into a mountain. If they could not even sell a single one of them, her mother-in-law will treat her like a black sheep, only good at drawing bad luck for her husband. The eye rolls would never stop whenever the mother-in-law met her. Her mother-in-law will soon try to have her leave Zhou Kongming, in order to end the misfortune that she's bringing. Zhao Huishan had thought about it and eventually, she realized that these series of unfortunate events occurred after the night they met Zhang Yang and discovered that he harbored a lot of power in secret. She came to a conclusion that it was all Zhang Yang's doing. She had been reluctant about it, but after some time, she dug out the told student journal and searched for Zhang Yang's house telephone number to call him. However, Zhang Yang himself had nothing to do with the events that occurred to Zhao Huishan, Zhao Kongming and his father. Zhao Huishan, I'm not that narrow-minded and I don't any grudges against you. The truth is, I did nothing. You're barking up the wrong tree. Good day to you. Ka chak. Zhang Yang hung up and logged back into the game. Zhang Yang opened the friend list and found only Wei Yan'er and Han Shui online. A sudden thought came into his mind and he added them both into his party. Little girl, did you do something to the guys who had been troubling me? Ah. Busted, said Wei Yan'er without denying it. In fact, she was happy to admit that it was her doing. How about it? I'm rather strong, you know. Now, do you see this lady in a new light? Comparing Silky Soft Holdings with Zhao Kongming's business was like trying to compare a little ant to an army of giants. Zhao Kongming could not even try to put up any level of resistance. Zhang Yang shook his head. Her had never even thought of Zhou Kongming or Zhao Huishan as an enemy. They were not even worth his thoughts. However, Fatty Han must have been overly dramatic about his situation to Wei Yan'er and angered her so. He only laughed and said, yeah. You're full of righteousness. Seeing how Zhao Kongming had become, Zhang Yang was not even bothered to advise Wei Yan'er to stop her doing. That, I am. Wei Yan'er nodded happily. Noob tank. When are we going to hunt for battle mounts? Things can be given, yet not to be sought. Fortune it be if attained. Destiny it be if not. Zhang Yang shook his head explaining. Hey. Speak plainly. You stupid little girl. Why don't you let him do the catching for you? You can save some money on the ceiling rain, said Han Shui quietly. Ceiling rain were expensive. They cost 100 gold coins apiece. Wei Yan'er's eyes glinted a little and said, ah. Now then, noob tank. Go and catch me one. Snowy B asterisk TCH. What are you trying to do, huh? Besides, I can't help you catch one. Anything I successfully seal would be bound to me. Zhang Yang explained roughly. Little brat. Did you skip school again? My cousin's sister, her period arrived on time. She's feeling a little feverish. So, I had to take a holiday and take care of her. Yeah, it can't be helped. I mean, I really wanted to go to school today, said the little girl proudly, as she put on a melodramatic show. You damn brat. How could you say something like that in the open? Han Shui screamed. She was red in the face, a mixture of rage and embarrassment. In a flash, her character vanished and Wei Yan'er's character soon followed, even as she blinked in surprise at the spot where Han Shui was standing at moments ago. She was probably getting a scolding, or perhaps even a beating from Han Shui. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh at their comical acts. He then used the city teleportation circle and went to Tukula Fortress. After going up his skeletal warhorse, Zhang Yang rode off with a kick. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, A Call from the Princess. Chapter 216, A Call from the Princess. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang rode through the frozen sky wasteland, the necrotic wastelands, and finally reached the eerie flatlands of the Passings. Here, all year long, in fact, for as long as it had existed, thick mist covered the entire field. It was like a layer of dense clouds had descended from the high heavens and blanketed the entire flatlands. The problem was that sunlight was extremely scarce. Dark and gloomy, the entire area was littered with the deceased of many races. There were corpses of human, elf, dwarf, beastman, and even monsters of various sizes. Apparently, many years back, a war between the Union and the demons had taken place on this very field. The remains of those who fell in battle were buried deep underground. With the cumulative anger and vengeance left around, the place was corrupted, spawning endless number of specters to forever roam in this wasteland. Zhang Yang was here to complete a hidden quest. In his previous life, one of his old friends had spoke to him about the quest briefly. Zhang Yang only knew that the quest can only be triggered somewhere in the Twilight Hills. But he was still clueless about how and where exactly in the map can he trigger it. The level 50+ maps are not within the city's jurisdiction, and thus, they do not have a specific teleportation point that players can use to travel around. As such, players would have to depend on their mounts to travel from map to map. Zhang Yang had traveled from Frozen Sky Wasteland all the way to the Necrotic Wastelands. His trip had taken a total of 3 hours. For that reason, once a new territory spawns, and teleportation points become accessible to the players, the owner of the territory can set a toll fee and gain a massive fortune from this little business. Zhang Yang spent another 30 minutes and found Twilight Hills. This little hill was only a few hundred meters tall. However, the long stretch of the mountains went on for quite a distance. On top of the hill were tombstones that were covered in snow. Most of the tombstones were eroded. Zhang Yang could not make out the engravings on their surfaces. As he continued looking, he noticed that most of the tombstones were not in their respective places. Some of them were lopsided, while others had completely fallen down. There were holes everywhere, clearly indicating that many graves were no longer occupied. In fact, the area was densely populated with specters, making arg, and erg moans as they wandered aimlessly. Specters can be categorized into 2 tiers. The lower tiers are the weaker ones and had been revived by the vengeful sentiments of their past life. The only reason as to why they have been revived is to kill. A good example of lesser specters are skeletal soldier and zombies. High-leveled specters had a distinctive feature that separated them from the others. They had the same level of intelligence as they had before they died. Some even retained their original memories. All of the specters in Twilight Hills are all lower-leveled specters, skeletal soldiers. However, even though they are considered as lesser specters, it does not mean that they are low in level. Twilight Skeletal Warrior, Normal, Spectre. Level, 54. HP, 5.400. Defense, 50. Can these sluggish monsters possibly deal any damage to me? Zhang Yang thought to himself and smirked. Ride like the wind, Boney M. Zhang Yang pulled the reins and the skeletal horse neighed as loudly as a passing train. Both of them charged into the group of monsters. Grow Owl. The skeletal warriors responded as they saw Zhang Yang approaching them at high speed. They opened their jaws in a voiceless warcry and swung their swords at Zhang Yang. Riding the horse, Zhang Yang dodged the attacks easily and the monster started to chase after him.
He began to attract the attention of more and more monsters, only stopping to turn around when he estimated that he had kite at least 30 monsters. Zhang Yang unsummoned his mount and got ready. Blood Rage. Plus 30 Rage. Charge. Zhang Yang slid across the field and charged into one of the incoming monsters. Horizontal Sweep. Zhang Yang's attack struck them all at once, dealing an average amount of 3,300 damage to the horde of monsters around him.
There were even some hits that registered as critical strikes, killing some monsters instantly. The monsters retaliated. However, -0, -0, -0, -0, -0, -0. None of the attacks could deal any damage to Zhang Yang. The level 54 normal monster had little more than 1,000 physical attack, which meant that, even if their attack could break through his defense without being nullified, the value that did get through was so low that it would be completely absorbed by the equipment's damage absorption passive skill. They are too weak. Thunder Strike. Wham! A chain of -480. Damage texts flew across everywhere. As the monsters staggered from the blow, Zhang Yang quickly turned around and continued running around, forming a long line of monsters that followed him doggedly. Zhang Yang kite as many monsters as he could and used Horizontal Sweep every 10 seconds and Thunderstrike every 8 seconds. Blast Wave was used every 30 seconds to wipe the monsters out whenever their numbers grew sufficient. Ding! You have killed Twilight Skeletal Warrior. Obtain 5,400 experience points. Ding! You have killed Twilight Skeletal Warrior. Obtain 5,400 experience points. Ding! You have killed Twilight Skeletal Warrior. Obtain 5,400 experience points. The system notification rang in his ears continuously as he killed the monsters. The amount of experience points he gained was rather abundant and he smiled in satisfaction. If he could train like this alone for a few days, his level would quickly exceed even Haning Shue's and he would be the highest leveled player in the China server. In one clean sweep, Zhang Yang had cleared all the monsters within a few hundred meters around him. Zhang Yang went around and slowly picked up the loots on the ground. In God's miracle, the gold coin drops that was produced in the game was very limited, and when they did, the amount would be negligible. Even when a monster is at level 54, it would drop only 50 copper coins. If he had to pick them up one at a time, he had to spend an eternity, only earning some pocket money. Zhang Yang was doing this only because he suspected that the hidden quest might have something to do with the monsters' drops. It was a tedious waste of time. Going through a few hundred monster corpses for their loots would take a lot of time as well. Zhang Yang had spent close to 10 minutes inspecting the corpses for loots. Other than cloths, there were other etc items such as weathered thick bone and broken helmet, none of them worth anything. Zhang Yang rode on his horse again and began to kite the monsters all over again. The second wave of monsters yielded loots that were just as poor. By the third wave, however, a beautiful stone that shone gold, similar to yellow gold equipment, was on the ground. Weird Stone, Special. Description: you can feel a faint magical power from within this weird stone. It's extremely weak. Perhaps you can feel a stronger power if you gather more of these stones. Use combines 12 weird stone into one magical communication stone. Is this what I'm looking for? Zhang Yang murmured. He kept the glowing stone in his inventory and continued farming. After killing waves and waves of monsters, Zhang Yang slowly accumulated the weird stone S. From just 1 to 3 pieces, eventually he gathered 11 pieces in total. Ding! You have obtained weird stone. Zhang Yang had long since lost count on how many waves he had to go through before the 12th stone finally appeared. He took the stones out and placed them together. Fush! Together, the 12 stones began to glow intensely. Zhang Yang had to look away for a second. The stones fumble around for a little while, slowly piecing themselves together to form a larger stone. What was I thinking? What else could have happened? A King Kong appearing from within the stone? Zhang Yang picked up the stone and checked its properties. Magical Communication Stone, Quest Item. Use the stone to reveal a hidden message. Hurry! Someone might need your help. Zhang Yang placed his palm onto the stone and a gold light beam out from it. Close to where Zhang Yang standing, the beam of light projected a life-sized image of a beautiful girl. She had a blonde hair and ruby-red eyes. She was dressed in a flamboyant royal gown which stood out in the desolate background. Somehow, the dress looked like it was perfect for her instead of the other way around. Projection of Princess Serena, Normal, Summon. Level 1. HP 0/50. Defense 0. Princess Serena?
Zhang Yang took a step back in shock.
Isn't she the only remaining legitimate heiress of White Jade's royal family? The future queen of White Jade? Warrior! I need your help. The king of White Jade needs your help, said Serena.
Her voice shook as she pleaded desperately, her face lined with worry.
Zhang Yang saluted and said, Princess, I'm yours to command.
Warrior, I'm trapped in the deepest part of the Tomb of the Grey Shadow.
Please. Make your way there.
Be careful, there is an incredibly powerful necromancer guarding the place.
You must make preparations for this raid, said Serena.
The edges of the projection started to crack.
The cracks grew and spread quickly.
It looked like the projection would shatter into pieces anytime soon.
Princess. Arg. I can't maintain this form any longer. The power of the soul is getting weaker by the minute. Warrior. Please help me. Hold, MMUC, Lon, GR.
Her cracking voice dimmed and the projection blew up, pieces of it flying everywhere, like an explosive mirror.
Ding. You have accepted the quest, a call from the princess.
A call from the princess, difficulty level, A.
Quest description, warrior.
Head to the Tomb of the Grey Shadow to search for Princess Serena.
She needs your help. Progress, find Princess Serena 0 to 1. Isn't the princess living in White Jade Castle? How did she end up all the way there?
For worse, she's now trapped there.
How could White Jade Castle remain quiet about this?
They should have dispatched the entire army to search for her.
She is the only heiress to the throne. Zhang Yang cursed.
But now that he had accepted the quest, might as well get on with it. He circled the area for a while and found an entrance to a cave.
After clearing a few waves of monsters outside the cave, he entered it alone. Ding.
You have entered the Tomb of the Grey Shadow, Zhang Yang opened the world map and examined the map he was in.
The entire structure of the tomb was like a spider's web. There were many tunnels that broke off into other tunnels. This cave was simply too complicated.
Die, a voice was heard and Zhang Yang saw a glint of an axe approaching.
Zhang Yang dodged it.
The attacker was a skeleton with a few broken pieces of metal armor hanging onto its body.
Emerald flame burned within its eye sockets. Tomb Guardian, Elite, Spectre. Level, 55. HP, 55,000. Defense, 300. 763.
Another attack came and Zhang Yang deliberately let it land. He wanted to assess this monster's strength. The result was rather pleasing. The Tomb Guardian did around 3,000 of basic attacking damage. Zhang Yang had 920 defense, 900 passive damage absorption, and a 20% passive damage reduction, which reduced the attack down to less than 800 damage.
643.
Now that Zhang Yang had a good gauge of its strength, he began striking back.
Block.
Plus 30 rage.
355. Block, reflect damage. Zhang Yang used Warrior's Will.
The next, destructive smash, will be a critical hit.
7012.
The hard blow immediately removed 13% of the monster's HP.
This is truly OP.
A controlled critical strike such as this, dealing 7,000 damage, would easily kill 90% of the current players. Even though the Tomb Guardian was a level 55 elite tier monster, his 55,000 HP was no challenge to Zhang Yang. In just half a minute, Zhang Yang had turned the monster into a pile of brittle bones, losing only around 6,000 HP in the process. Among the loots, there was a green copper tier shield.
Zhang Yang quickly picked the item up and examined it. Malevolent shield, green copper, shield. Defense, plus 250. Vitality, plus 150. Level requirement, 50. Malevolent set, 1/4. Malevolent necklace. Malevolent cape. Malevolent sword. Malevolent shield. To equipped, have a 50% chance to curse the target every time you receive an attack. Reduces 1% of target's attacking power. Maximum 5 stacks can be applied. For equipped, 50% chance to reduce the target's defense on every successful hit. Target takes 1% more damage from everything. Maximum 5 stacks can be applied. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, Grinding. Chapter 217, Grinding. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The set equipment was very good.
But, it's a shame that its tier was unexpectedly low. Zhang Yang could not give up his yellow gold equipment for a green copper set. It was also a shame that the second's equipment effect was strong, but only if the condition to activate it was swapped with the first equipment effect. He could just equip the necklace and cape and be able to stack the increased damage/reduce armor effect. It would be almost similar to the Magic Scroll, Rising Morale, Level 1. What a shame, arg. What a shame. Only Guardians and Defenders could use shields. Zhang Yang had no interest in green coppers, but the majority of the players would be fighting for it. In fact, green copper is the most common equipment tier that everyone is wearing. He and his bunch of elite friends are a totally different story. If he could farm all 4 pieces of the set, he can definitely sell them in a bundle at an incredible price. For separate set equipment parts, or one complete set as a whole. The difference was obvious. A sign from the gods of prosperity has appeared. Zhang Yang's spirit lifted and marched onwards. The monsters inside the tomb were numerous. Every few 10 meters, he would encounter one monster. On average, Zhang Yang would deplete his HP after fighting 3 monsters. He had to frequently stop and heal himself with health recovering snacks or use Berserker's Heal. Other teams might need to raid the tomb with a 3-man party. 1 tank, 1 healer, and 1 attacker. However, since Zhang Yang's damage reduction skills were just too strong, paired up with his overwhelming attacking capabilities, he could easily hack his way in without the need for a healer. But, if he did have a healer with him, he would not have needed to sit down and heal, greatly increasing his efficiency. The tunnels in the tomb were poorly lit by torches that hung from the wall every 10 meters. The light was so dim that it barely illuminated the passageway. At least, he wouldn't be bumping into walls. Since the first elite monster had already dropped a malevolent set equipment, it was no indicator of the drop rate being any good. In fact, Zhang Yang had killed more than 100 monsters before managing to find the second equipment of the malevolent set. Malevolent necklace. Fortune does come and go easily, huh? Zhang Yang sighed and kept the necklace in his inventory. 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. After the 3rd hour, Zhang Yang had collected a total of 2 complete malevolent sets. There was still a surplus of 2 extra necklace and 1 extra malevolent sword. By then, Zhang Yang had reached level 55 and had made it close to the center of the entire tomb. The area here was a normal-sized tomb hall, around the size of 50 square meters. There were 2 floors, with entrances to the lower floor at both sides of the dark hall. The upper floor was smaller in size. It was about a quarter the size of the lower floor. In the center of the lower floor was a stone table. A woman lay on it there. That woman was the same woman as the one Zhang Yang had seen in the projection. She was Serena. Zhang Yang cautiously observed from afar and found that she just lay there, motionless. Her eyes were shut tight. Her chest was not moving. She's not breathing. Is she dead? Standing close to the stone table was a figure in black hood. The person was completely covered from the head to toe, its identity impossible to surmise. Since the figure was facing Serena, Zhang Yang could not see anything. He could not even figure out its gender, much less its race. Zhang Yang could only see that the figure was rather thin and small. In its right hand, it held a magic staff that was much taller than it was. On the top of the staff was a fist-sized skull, with glowing emerald fires burning in its eye sockets. Necromancer Sigma, Grey Silver, Spectre. Level, 58. HP, 2 million. Defense, 600. Only 2 million? Zhang Yang mused. This place is small and cramped. It could only accommodate a small number of players. Could it be a specialized 5-man party raid? Maybe I can beat the boss by myself? Hesitating a little, Zhang Yang finally decided. Might as well give it a shot. If I die, I'd only have to pay for repairs. If I can't defeat it, I'll just call the Snowbee *TCH to join me. I hope I can defeat it alone. Calling her to join me would take another 3 to 4 hours, the monsters outside would have respawned and I'll have to kill them all over again. How troublesome. He drew his battle axe and readied his shield. He walked into the lower floor and rushed towards the stone table. Sigma spun around to the sound of his footsteps. When it faced Zhang Yang could then see its true form. It was a skeletal magician, a lich, staring at him through eye sockets filled with bright emerald flames. The living? How could you enter this place? Sigma pointed its staff towards Zhang Yang and started chanting a spell. A progress bar appeared on its head. After 3 seconds, a black light beamed out from its skeletal staff and shot towards Zhang Yang. Ding! Sigma has used Shadow Arrow. -3, 900. Damn! Zhang Yang was shocked.
How would he fight the boss alone this way? Still, now that it has come to this, it's best to carry on. At least he'll get a good grasp on the boss mechanics. When he returns with Han Ing Shui, they would be better prepared. Cripple defense, destructive smash, horizontal sweep, Zhang Yang unleashed everything he got. The stronger his attacks, the longer he could last in the fight. That way, he could at least try to decrease the boss HP as much as possible and understand the boss better. Sigma continued using Shadow Arrow. At one point, when the boss chanting was about to finish, Zhang Yang struck the boss with a crash magic. Ding! Sigma's Shadow Arrow has been interrupted. It worked. The boss casting was interrupted. Moreover, the boss was silent for 3 seconds. During that time, the boss had to resort to physical attack. It raised its fists and legs to attack Zhang Yang. Block! With the shield skill in effect, Zhang Yang recovered 100 HP. 0. Sigma landed another fist on Zhang Yang, but, as a spellcaster-type monster, its attacks cannot penetrate Zhang Yang defenses with its attacks, even as a boss. After the short 3-second silence ended, the boss started to use Shadow Arrow again. Blast Wave. A blast of compressed air hammered through Sigma. The attack failed to stun Sigma, but the spell was successfully interrupted again. Zhang Yang then recalled the first patch of the game. Status effect skills would not be effective on boss-type monsters, but they had a chance to interrupt spellcasting progress bars. Blast Wave, as stunning effect, was useless against the boss, but it did stop the boss from finishing its spell. The boss quickly started over again and cast Shadow Arrow. Zhang Yang regret his actions. He should have known better. He should have waited for the boss to almost complete the spell before using Blast Wave. 3909. 3882. When the boss third, Shadow Arrow, was being chanted, Zhang Yang's Crash Magic skill had just finished its cooldown and was ready to be used. However, he waited. Just as the boss was about to finish its spell casting, Zhang Yang bashed the monster with his shield. Ding! Sigma's Shadow Arrow was interrupted. Restart the cycle. Zhang Yang calculated. On average, he will receive the boss attack twice every 12 seconds. Blast Wave could only provide him 3 seconds of peace every 20 seconds. Zhang Yang summoned Servant, Clear Lotus, and activated Merlinda's Shadow, and started to attack like a madman. Sadly, the Servant, Clear Lotus, could not level up. It had remained at level 36. Since the level gap was too large, her attacks were like a cat trying to attack an elephant. It was too low to even be considered to be an attack at all. However, as small as it could be, even water could erode a mountain over time. Moreover, she had her substitute ability. Slash on. When Merlinda's Shadow had ended, Zhang Yang activated one skill at a time, starting with Substitute, Shield Wall, Berserker's Heal. He lasted until the boss had a little more than 130,000 HP left. By then, his HP was almost depleted. He quickly used Shadow of the Void and fled the battle. He quickly ran over to the upper level and healed himself with a few consumables. Without the main target, the boss had turned to Clear Lotus and had killed her off easily with 2 to 3 attacks. The poor servant turned into a puff of smoke at death, leaving literally nothing at her demise. This boss is lame. Shadow Arrow, and nothing else. Doesn't he have anything else to use besides that? Sigh, what a waste. If I called that B*Ching woman, we might need only 15 minutes to settle this boss. Zhang Yang noticed something was odd. To his shock, he noticed that the boss was not recovered its HP even after Zhang Yang had left the battle. In God Miracle, once bosses withdrew from the battle, they will instantly recover their full HP. It wasn't that bad for open-world bosses. On average, an open-world boss will recover 1% of its HP every second. At most, it will take 100 seconds to fully recover its HP. The strange thing was that Sigma was not even recovering HP like how an open-world boss does. Its HP bar was not even moving an inch. Spectre. Zhang Yang eyes glinted. Spectre are not living beings. That was why these monsters did not have any innate regenerative abilities. They had to rely on consuming the dead corpses of other beings to recover. Normally, the battle will end with the player killing the boss, or the boss killing the players. Situations that involved players fleeing with their lives were rare. Normally, when the players or hunters with pets get killed, specters will use the Consume Corpse skill to recover the HP in non-combat mode, healing them by 10% HP every 2 seconds. They could fully recover their HP in just 20 seconds. However, Zhang Yang was alone, and he used Shadow of the Void to left the battle. Sigma could not find any dead bodies to feed on. That was why its HP remained frozen in place. On the other hand, Zhang Yang can easily heal his HP with bandage and health recovering snacks.
Zhang Yang smiled to himself. As long as he can rely on Shadow of the Void every time he needed healing, he can slowly chip off the boss' long HP at leisure. When he had fully recovered, Zhang Yang rushed into the fight again and did further damage. When the time came, he used Rearm, which in turn allowed Shadow of the Void to aid his escape again. 10 minutes later, Shadow of the Void was ready to use. Zhang Yang entered the fight again.
20 minutes. 30 minutes.
After the battle dragged on for 2 hours, Zhang Yang managed to successfully kill the boss by using Shadow of the Void for a total of 16 times.
Rearm definitely played a role as well, saving more time. Nig.
You have killed Necromancer Sigma, obtained 20 million experience points.
Thud.
The boss falls defeated, breaking into pieces of broken bones, dropping 7 to 8 battle loots.
Holy F*** King Moly. Finally ended.
Zhang Yang screamed out in relief. In truth, the actual battle time had only taken 17 to 18 minutes, the rest of the time was wasted in waiting for his Shadow of the Void to finish its cooldown. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 218, A Change in the Royal Lineage. Chapter 218, A Change in the Royal Lineage. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Noob Tank.
My cousin's sister and I found ourselves a Grey Silver boss.
Both of us alone killed it. Nai he he. Do you know what that means? We don't need you no more. Naya ha ha ha.
Wei Yan ARQ laughed blasted through the voice messenger. Ever since the appearance of the yellow gold bosses, almost all Grey Silver bosses had become weak in comparison. Actually, it was more like them retaining the same level of difficulty, only that the players have grown much stronger. The two ladies finally knew how it felt like to stand out in the crowd. As Zhang Yang was taking his time with Sigma, Wei Yan and Haning Shui had somehow discovered that they could defeat a Grey Silver boss without the need of a tank. They would never had stood a chance if they had tried this when they were level 30. Even so, for Wei Yan, a berserker to able to tank a Grey Silver boss and survive the battle, it was most likely due of Haning Shui's incredible, massive support.
Zhang Yang smirked. Ha ha. What a shame.
I just defeated a Grey Silver boss.
All by my self.
Nay liar, liar, pants on fire, Wei Yan jeered rhythmically. When I said I defeated a Grey Silver boss, you just copied me and said the same thing. When I said we killed the boss with 2 players, you said you defeated alone.
Humph. You have no shame. Noob Tank. What a thick-skinned bashui. Haning Shui. How dare you? You actually left the party and picked up all the money. I'm breaking up with you. Naya ah. Beep.
The call ended abruptly.
Perhaps Wei Yan was going to quarrel with her cousin's sister. Again.
Zhang Yang laughed at their expense. After having laughed enough, Zhang Yang walked over to the boss corpse to claim his prize. Among the loots, 3 were Grey Silver tier, 4 were Green Copper tier, and only one of them was worth using. Roar of the Dead, Grey Silver, ring.
Vitality, plus 17. Strength, plus 17.
Equip effect, absorbs 21 damage on every attack received.
Unidentified, dot.
Level requirement, 50. Since the revision of the unidentified attribute, unidentified equipment will have their properties reduced by 20 levels. His current ring, Honor of the Fallen Warrior, adds only 20 vitality and 15 strength, it's no weaker than the Roar of the Dead.
However, the latter was still a defensive equipment. Zhang Yang decided to opt for Roar of the Dead, and equipped it. Ding. You have completed the quest, A Call from the Princess. Obtain 200,000 experience points.
The moment Zhang Yang approached the stone table, the system notification popped up and rang in his ears.
Was that it?
Zhang Yang waited for a follow-up quest to appear, but after waiting for a while, nothing happened. Before this, when Zhang Yang was talking to Princess Serena's projection, she had been rather frantic. It is impossible for the questline to be completed just like that. The only way left for Zhang Yang to trigger the next quest was to find a way to wake Serena up from her slumber.
Wakey wakey. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. OMG.
A super handsome prince just walked past by.
Nothing. Not even a jerk. Perhaps Zhang Yang had to resort to a more physical approach.
Zhang Yang grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her entire body violently.
No response. He was getting frustrated. Slap. Breast grab. Butt slap. Armpit smother. Nothing.
Zhang Yang had grown tired. He sat down by the stone table and begun to ponder.
I've tried everything possible method. Could it be mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Nah, that couldn't be. However, this was a fantasy world, a world filled with magic and dragons soaring in the skies. It had possibly drawn some inspiration from fairy tales. There were dragons, witches, and, perhaps sleeping beauties?
Zhang Yang could not wrap his head around that idea. No matter how degenerative the developers might be, they would not possibly get a player to kiss a dead person. To kiss a dead person, as if she was alive, that was just. Zhang Yang hesitated for another minute before he finally caved in. He walked up to her and bent down, closing the distance between his face and hers.
Finally, kiss star.
Zhang Yang planted his thick, rough lips onto her soft, supple red lips.
Shrying. Rainbow-colored lights radiated from her body.
They swirled in a vortex above her, coming together to form a giant crown of gold. The crown then grew smaller and smaller until it became just the right size, coming to rest on the princess' head. The light faded and a translucent figure emerged out from the princess' body. The figure got up and stood directly in front of Zhang Yang, glowing as she stood. She shared the exact appearance of the currently sleeping Princess Serena. It was another projection of Princess Serena.
Damn, my kiss actually worked. Am I a prince now? That being said, what if Serena was not a princess, but instead, a prince?
Would the system have wanted Zhang Yang to kiss? Relief suddenly replaced his feelings of repulsion at what he just had to do. The projection hovered a little, and when she opened her eyes, when she saw Zhang Yang, she smiled.
Warrior! You came!
However, that jubilant expression was quickly replaced with a worried look, as if she was carried the weight of the world.
Princess! What happened to you? Weren't you in God City? Zhang Yang asked. God City is the name of White Jade Castle that every citizen knew it by.
In the game, every major city was the capital of their respective kingdom.
Serena frowned worriedly.
Her elegant features faded away, replaced by intense lines of stress and worry. 3 years ago, I was leading the expedition army to attack the Tukula fortress. Just as the attack was about to start, I received a message from one of my soldiers, saying that the Madala centaurs were willing to form an alliance with the White Jade Castle. With 2 forces as strong as such, we could perhaps stand a chance at defeating Tukula fortress. After much consideration, I had accepted their offer and had ordered one of my dragon riders to send me over the fortress to meet up with the centaurs. Her calmness was quickly replaced with an intense anger. Even when she was in her projection form, the anger was so intense that she emitted a strong aura. Zhang Yang could felt it in his bones. No wonder there was a saying, that a king's wrath will cloud the sky and rivers will flow with blood, but I never had thought that it was all a trap set by the specters. When I arrived at negotiation location, the specters had set up an ambush there and we fought hard and long. However, I was eventually caught. They did not kill me but held me here as a prisoner. They had locked me down and stole half of my soul. To my horror, they had used my soul to make a high-ranking specter that looks exactly like me. The imposter has already infiltrated the kingdom of White Jade. That specter will probably want to take the throne and dominate the humans in my place. She calmed her rage and looked at Zhang Yang stoically. Warrior, could you help me escape this place to save the kingdom and kill the enemy? My princess, I am at your disposal. Command me. Zhang Yang gave an adventurer's salute. You have my greatest appreciation, adventurer. Serene was satisfied. Now that I have lost half of my soul, I can only communicate via projections. The communication stone that you picked up was made by me. I had used a portion of my remaining magic to cast a spell on the monsters that roam this place. Sadly, the magic will not last for long as no container can truly hold magic. I have waited for 3 years for you. You have to find my other half of the soul in order to save me. However, since I am trapped in this place, you will need to create a soul container to bring back my other half. Serena continued. To create this container, you will need 3 rare materials. You will have to kill 3 extremely strong beings in order to obtain that materials. Warrior, do you have what it takes to get them? Princess, trust this one, for he is strong, said Zhang Yang with a smile. Serena nodded and said, I trust you, warrior. In that case, bring me a piece of molten core of the Flame King, a piece of root of the demonic Trayan King, and the heart of the Winter Bear King. I will use my remaining magic to turn them into a soul container. Ding! Serena has a quest for you, a soul container. Will you accept it? This quest is linked to the main story quest.
Complete the quest to receive a luxurious reward. Damn. Which dumb F *CK took the quest, saying that it was a hidden quest. Hidden quests and main story quests were completely different. Main story quests are easy to trigger, but they are really difficult. However, the rewards given are extremely luxurious. Mainly, the main story quest will be the main trigger that will push the game content forward. For example, patches in the future will depend on the progression of the main story quest. Invasion of the Spectre patch, Demon Descent patch, and Deep Sea Invasion patch all relied on the progress of the main story quest. Zhang swiftly accepted the quest and said, "Princess, I will return victorious." So be it. But you must hurry. My power is constantly being weakened by the seal. I cannot remain awake for too long. I will be dragged back into my sleep. Just when she had finished her speech, her projection started to flicker rapidly. After a few seconds, her projection started to form cracks and shattered into tiny magical particles. Zhang opened the quest log and examined the 3 quest items needed. A soul container, difficulty level S. Quest description: the Kingdom of White Jade is in peril. You must make haste and collect all 3 rare materials in order for Princess Serena to create the soul container and be released from her restraints. You can find the Flame King in the fiery sacrificial altar in the Burning Flatlands. The demonic Tree-Ant King can be found in the swamp of the ancient moss in the Valley of High Tree. The Winter Bear King can be found in the deepest part of the Cave of Winter's Wind, beneath snowy peak hills in the frozen sky wasteland. Note, these monsters are extremely strong and powerful. Please recruit more friends together to fight. Quest duration, 7 days. Quest recipient limit, 1 player. Player gender, male. Progress: Molten Core of the Flame King 0 to 1, Root of the Demonic Tree-Ant King 0/1, Heart of the Winter Bear King 0 to 1. Quest difficulty level was S ranked, which meant that he would need to kill a super strong boss. After level 50, only the yellow gold tiered bosses would prove to be a real challenge for top players like him. That's 3 yellow gold tier bosses. To add on to that, the quest had a time limit. Zhang cursed. A yellow gold bosses would have a 7-day respawn period, which meant that if the players failed to kill the boss and died fighting any of the 3 bosses, the quest will automatically fail. What sort of setup was that? It literally gives no chances to players at all. Zhang frantically opened his friend list and recruited Han Shui, Wei Yin 100 Shots, and Daffodil Daydream. Sun Xinu, Fatty Han, and Endless Starlight were not logged in. He was short in manpower that he needed urgently. He quickly contacted Snowseeker and asked for a favor. Guildmaster Zhang Yu. How nice of you to call me. Snowseeker accepted the call and talked to Zhang with a normal and casual tone, unlike her usual stern and stoic volume. Zhang laughed a little and answered. The last time, you had requested my help to kill the mountain giant. Now, I'd like to ask the same of you. I need your help to kill several bosses. Are they gray silver? Yellow gold. Alright. How many my members you need? 1,000? 2,000? Snowseeker voice trembled with excitement. Zhang frowned. What sort of guild required that many players to sortie against a boss? If he had that many players from Crimson Rage taking off with him, members from his own guild would be informed. Open world boss' strongest and deadliest feature was their strong AoE attack skill. That was why there were many bosses out there that did not need many players participating. In fact, numbers would be useless if the bosses could easily kill everyone in a snap of their eyes. Counterintuitively, the success of the boss fight would be higher only when a small group of elite players fight it. There are some bosses that draw strength from the numbers sent against it. The more you have, the stronger I become. For example, the demon boss Kazak. Every player in its aggro target will cause him to gain a 10% attack bonus. If several thousand players join hands to fight the boss will gain such ridiculous amount of power and kill everyone like weeds in the garden. The boss can cast 1 shadow arrow for every single player in his range and exterminate everyone in his sight. I don't need that many. Just 2. I need a healer and an attacker. The only people whose strength Zhang did acknowledge were Snowseeker and Perfumed Water. Snowseeker would become one of the top 10 spellcasters in China. Her ability was unrivaled. Perfumed Water was quite the ruffian, but her healing ability was commendable. Her equipment, control, understanding, and situational awareness was good, even if she was far behind Han Shui. However, she was still one of the best healers that Zhang had ever encountered. Guildmaster Zhang Yu, do you, perhaps, have an eye for our fair little Perfumed Water? Do you want me to set something up? Said Snowseeker playfully. Guildmaster Snowseeker, you are too curious for your own good.
Zhang Yang invited perfumed water and Snowseeker into his party and announced, "Please gather at the Tukula Fortress." Currently, Winter Bear King was the closest to him.
Noob tank. What are we going? What are we doing?
Why must we go? Being the impatient little girl, Wei Yen Air bombarded questions in the party channel.
Can you just be quiet for like 10 seconds? Sigh, we are going to kill a boss. A yellow gold boss. Whoa! Everyone gasped in surprise.
Everyone got excited, especially those who already had level 60 yellow gold equipment in their inventory.
To complete their sets, they would need to fight level 60 plus yellow gold boss.
At least, they could collect a complete set of level 60 set equipment before they reached the required level itself. Zhang Yang tore a teleportation scroll and flew back to White Jade City. He cleared his inventory and placed the 2 completed set equipment into the little merchandise shop, selling them as single packages at the price of 100,000 gold coins each. He then had the Roar of the Dead identified and equipped it. Upon identification, the properties of the ring had increased to 25 vitality and 25 strength. The damage absorption rate was increased to 30 damage.
After cleaning up his inventory, Zhang Yang then used the teleportation point in the main city and traveled to the Tukula Fortress.
While waiting for Zhang Yang to arrive, the party had spent their time grinding in the nearby frozen sky wasteland.
Everyone took less than 10 minutes or so to gather together. Stupid you, where is the boss?
Everyone knew the value of an open-world boss since they were so sparse in both numbers and encounters. The map of the game was just too large for them. But once a boss is located, it would be dominated by strong guilds. Because of that, many guilds will butt heads due to the contest for claim over the boss's property. They would be willing to wage wars with each other, lasting until new patches are released, or until the late stages of the game, all because of a single boss.
Zhang Yang pointed west and said, "Snowy Peak."
Han Shui rolled her eyes instantly.
Sigh, do you even know how big is Snowy Peak?
Zhang Yang laughed at her reaction. In agitation, Han Shui was stomping her feet, sending waves of tremors across her breasts, sending them jiggling about like a pudding being served. Zhang Yang could not help but stare at them and said absent-mindedly, "Yeah, they are big."
Pervert.
All the female players in the party cried out loud together.
Let's go then.
I just received a quest to kill 3 bosses. The description was really vague.
They only mentioned the general locations instead of the specific points, said Zhang Yang, not intending to hide anything from them.
Snowseeker twitched, her eyes glinted when she heard Zhang Yang mentioning the word quest.
The quest needed you to kill 3 yellow gold boss? It must be a really rewarding quest. Guildmaster Zhanyu, do you mind sharing the quest?
Zhang Yang shook his head.
It can't be shared. The quest only limited player participation number to 1.
That is why he could not share the quest with anyone else.
Now that he thought about it, Serena could only be awakened by a kiss in the lips.
If a bunch of rotten, perverted players took part in the quest, how would a princess like her maintain her honor? Who know what kind of dirty, indecent stuff would they do to her? That was, if the player accepting the quest was male.
What if the player had been female? Would the princess be? Perhaps, that would not be the case at all. The developers would not be that sexist. The quest could have been turned into a prince in other major cities needing a kiss from a female player instead.
In that case, female players would have their chance to give their first kisses to a handsome young prince. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 219, The Gold-Eared Bear King's Little Cub. Chapter 219, The Gold-Eared Bear King's Little Cub. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Find the cave, cried Zhang Yang when the party arrived at Snowy Peak. The boss is inside a cave called the Cave of the Winter's Wind. The group split up and searched for the cave. Everyone agreed to regroup when any one of them finds it. There was this particularly stupid idiot who had no sense of direction, yet had some ironic luck. She managed to be the first one who stumbled across the cave.
I found it.
Han Shui had managed to find the cave after 20 minutes, and happily announced her discovery in the party channel. Everyone hurriedly converged to where Han Shui was and saw a deep, large cave entrance. As the party was about to enter the cave, a sudden breeze blew by, carrying an intense, rotten smell, causing extreme disgust to those who caught whiff of it.
Blah! What is that smell?
It smells like rotten eggs wrapped in stinky old stockings. Wei Yenair cried out as she squeezed her nose shut.
Zhang Yang laughed at her and said, "Why didn't you take your smell setting down a notch?"
Eh?
You can do that, said Wei Yenair, surprised.
She quickly asked for details, and after a series of messy, unnecessary rants, she closed the window and was delighted. However, her cute, contented little smile quickly disappeared.
Yeah. I'm DBLEH. What the hell?
Why did it turn worse?
You dumb little girl. The system's default setting was at 50%, you didn't turn it up all the way to 100%, did you?
Zhang Yang did a facepalm. Wei Yan'er replied with a quick "oh," and adjusted the setting again.
This time, she laughed and said, "Oh wow. I can't smell anything now. He.
In truth, she was not the only one who was not aware of the smell settings. Everyone started to search through their setting windows and adjusted the setting to prevent the extreme odor from being too disruptive.
Zhang Yang explained. There are other settings besides smell.
You can also adjust touch, taste, and sound. Touch sensitivity is disabled by default so that you would not feel any pain when you receive an attack. However, to be a professional, it's best to increase the touch sensitivity by just a little to increase your response rate. Too high, however, and it will be too much to handle, affecting your overall performance.
As for taste, it's best to leave it disabled.
Drinking potions will not trigger your taste buds at all, or else, you will taste the utter bitterness of it. But, for instance, if you want to prevent yourself from drinking too many potions, you can adjust it to your own preference. These settings were rather plain and dull. Players who were the types to research prod around every aspect of a game would meddle with such settings. A majority of the players would not even take note of such settings.
After everyone had adjusted their own settings, Zhang Yang nodded approvingly and said, "Let's go."
Zhang Yang led the way, entering the cave first. The cave was rather large. At a fixed interval, they would encounter a glowing stone stuck on the ceiling of the cave, illuminating the pathway. However, the light was dim, unable to fully illuminate the entire pathway. Like a poor streetlight in a dark alley, those little glowing stones were the only sources of light in the entire cave. However, as it was, even on the darkest of nights, the stars will shine upon Earth. The light from the glowing stones was enough to allow the players to see where they were going.
Growl!
A deep, loud growl of a beast could be heard. Suddenly, a large white bear jumped out from the darkness and attacked the foremost player, who happened to be Zhang Yang.
The bear used charge and stunned Zhang Yang.
As he swayed helplessly on his spot, the monster swung a massive paw and attacked.
Winter's White Bear, Elite Beast. Level 58. HP 58,000. Defense 300. 100 shots in Zhang Yang original gang were very proactive. Even when Zhang Yang was stunned, they did not wait for him and immediately started their attack. The bear growled and shifted its aggro to Wei Yan'er. Now that the bear had just attacked, it had to wait for another 2 seconds before it could attack again. The stun effect lasted for 1 second. Zhang Yang immediately cast Provoke when he recovered. He activated Blood Rage at the same time and slashed the boss. He immediately followed up with Destructive Smash. -1 634. 3.573. As the aggro on Zhang Yang stabilized, everyone flawlessly synced with his rhythm and killed the monster without breaking a sweat. The team's firepower was so strong that it would not have made a difference if no one was tanking. The monster would not have survived for more than 10 seconds. How could it kill anyone in that short amount of time? Snowseeker was rather impressed and said, "Guildmaster Zhanyu, I'm really impressed with your teamwork. No wonder you guys could easily take down dungeon after dungeon, claiming first clear achievements." Wei Yan'er snickered and said, "Sister Seeker. Actually, it's all because of me. I'm the strongest attacker in this team. Little girl, do you not know shame or humility?" "Humph." Wei Yan'er shrugged. "Humility is nothing but a lack of self-esteem. There is no reason for me to be humble in the first place. I'm merely stating the truth." Everyone laughed and the girls giggled. The little girl was always the clown of the party, bringing laughter and joy to them. One of the ETC drops of the Winter's White Bear was a piece of bear's tail, which could be sold for at least 10 silver coins. However little it was, Han Yingxue still insisted on keeping the item since they could be stacked up to 200 pieces. The team proceeded on forward, killing more bears as they proceed. When the 14th monster was killed, it finally dropped something useful. Frost Bear Coat, Green Copper, Leather Armor. Defense, +6. Vitality, +60. Equip effect, increases 100 frost resistance. Level requirement, 50. Bear Coat set, 1/5. Bear Helm. Bear Coat. Bear Glove. Bear Leg Guard. Bear Boots. 3 Equip effect, increases all attack by 5%. 5 Equip effect, increases frost resistance by 300. Are resistance-based equipment for thieves and hunters? Everyone was curious. Field monsters drop set equipment as well? Zhang Yang answered. In the future, there will be all kinds of set equipment with all sort of effects. This one here specializes in elemental resistance. If you were to wear this and fight a cryomancer, that player would be annoyed to the high heavens. After asking around for a brief period, Zhang Yang called out, "If no one wants it, I'm going to keep it." Zhang Yang took the item and kept it. However insignificant it seemed, it was still a set equipment. There are crazy collectors around who would pay a nice sum of coins just for novelty. Hey! I haven't said anything yet. I want it. I want it. Perfumed Water cried out suddenly. Snowseeker was rather shy and had remained silent since she was rather well-mannered. Moving on, said Zhang Yang, ignoring Perfumed Water. Grah! I'm pissed. Just you wait, Zhan Yu. I'll show you how frightening I can be later, cried Perfumed Water. The party moved on and killed more and more bears. There were more bears in the cave. Perfumed Water was a priest class, but she had chosen leather work as her profession. Whenever a monster was dead, Perfumed Water would pester Zhang Yang to quickly loot all the items and let her use them for her leather work. That had led the miserly sisters to admire her work. Pieces of bear skins were rather valuable. Even though the team's firepower was so strong that they could kill a bear in no time, they had spent more than 2 hours roaming around the cave, because of its sheer size. There seemed to be no end to it. Fudge! Out of the sudden, a ball of white fur appeared out of a corner. The team was ready to attack but stopped when they saw that it was only a mini-size white cub. It was only the size of a small puppy. White fur covered its entire body. It had a golden sparkle on each of its ears and eyes that were big and round. When the bear saw Zhang Yang and his monstrous friends, it was so shocked that it lost balance, sitting on its bottom with its eyes growing even bigger in surprise. It was so cute to look at. Wah! It's so adorable, cried the girls in his team. Everyone was caught up by its natural cuteness. Bear is so cute. Kaya. It's so fluffy. It's so fluffy I'm gonna die, cried Wei Yin Air as she cuddled the little critter. That's a rare monster. Zhang Yang eyes glinted and he pulled the little bear away from Wei Yin Air. Everyone's face sharpened into seriousness as they quickly looked up the little bear's properties. Golden-eared bear king's cub, rare yellow golden battle mount, beast. Level, 0. HP, 50. Note, can be sealed. Battle mount. Everyone was both surprised and happy simultaneously. Everyone quickly took out their sealing leash. Wait! Zhang Yang screamed. We have only 10 tries to seal the beast. Let's talk about this first. With only one cub and many players around, the important way to solve it is to find a neutral stance. Everyone wants the battle mount. But only one of them could own it. So, how do they divide it? One by one. We'll take turns, said Zhang Yang. In that case, who shall be the first? Asked Snowseeker. Sealing can only be done, one player at a time. Only when the said player had failed, others can target the beast for sealing. Now that they had a total of 7 players, if they all failed the first round, who would be the next 3 after that? In that case, how do they properly sort this out? Zhang Yang stopped to think for a while. Let's roll for the turn. Whoever rolls the largest number shall be the first to seal. From there, we will follow the rolls and go by descending order. If all of us fail, then we shall roll again, and only the 3 largest rolls shall be able to take the last 3 chances. Everyone nodded in agreement and felt like it was the best method. Since it was fully based on luck, no feelings will be hurt. In that case, shall we roll? 1 roll each. If anyone rolls again, the smallest number shall be used, said Zhang Yang. Roll the dice system was a special command that was always available in the game. It's not solely used to roll for equipment or items. Player often used the rolling system to place bets. Everyone rolled and the best of them was Han Shui, the manifestation of Lady Luck herself. She had rolled 100 points and was automatically the first in place to attempt sealing. In second place, Snowseeker rolled 92 points, followed by 100 shots at 88 points. The fourth place was Daffodil Daydream at 79 points, Wei Yin Air was the fifth at 77 points, Zhang Yang, sixth place at 55 points and Perfumed Water was the last at 42 points. Come here, little one. Obey me and I will treat you better than my little cousin sister. I'll raise you well and treat you amazing snacks. I'll even help you find the most beautiful female bear, said Han Shui. She petted the little white fur ball. Han Shui took the chance to throw the sealing leash towards the little bear.
The leash had an auto-targeting system. It landed on the little white bear's head with extreme accuracy. A golden light formed, connecting both Han Yingshui and the little bear. A long progress bar appeared on Han Yingshui's head and filled up extremely slowly. 3%, 9%, 17%. Wei Yan'er was squatting by the side, drawing a circle on the ground while cursing endlessly. Fail. You shall fail. 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 Pack. When the progress bar reached 43%, the leash on the little bear's head broke and a system notification popped up, indicating that she had failed. The little bear looked up at Han Yingshui and lifted one of its hind paw to scratch its face. It continued to display its natural cuteness. Ha 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 ha. Wei Yan'er jumped in joy while clapping her hands happily. Following next was Snowseeker. Fail. Don't hate me, sister, but I hope you fail. P-leash fail. Wei Yan'er continued to curse. Pack. Snowseeker's attempt was worse. She failed at 31%. 100 shots tried to seal. He failed at 22%. Naya haha. I'm invincible now. No one can stop me. Suck it, cried Wei Yan'er as she laughed proudly. Daffodil Daydream went on and started her attempt. Sadly, she failed at 3%. Wei Yan'er did not even manage to start cursing. This little brat was like a curse charm, bringing on misfortune. She thought to herself, perhaps her curses were so strong that she did not even need to act. Finally. It's this lady's turn now, said Wei Yan'er as she took out her sealing leash and used it on the little bear. 1%, 2%, 3%, 95%, 96%, 97%. Seeing her own progress bar about to complete, her smile grew larger and larger, in accordance to the progress bar itself. When the progress bar had reached 99%, the smile on her face was so large that it could have reached her ears. Pack. Failed at 99%. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Winter's Wind Bear King. Chapter 220, Winter's Wind Bear King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a tragedy. It was supposed to be a celebration. The overly large smile on her face was quickly replaced with a depressing pout. She widened her eyes and puffed her cheeks, looking at Zhang Yang with her best imitation of a puppy's eyes. Don't. Just don't. You know I'm not going to give it to you. Zhang Yang instantly rejected her before she could speak. He knew that this little girl wanted him to give up his turn for her. You wah. Wei Yan'er ran away to a corner and sobbed. Perhaps she had really learned her lesson. Perhaps her curse was so powerful that it rebounded back on her? Zhang Yan walked up to the little bear and threw his leash towards it. Yee! The little bear squeaked, sticking out its pink little tongue. Its cute little round eyes were hypnotizing. Now that's what actual puppy eyes look like. 1%, 3%, 5%. Fail. I curse you to fail. We wong wong. Fail. It seems that the little girl had not truly learned her lesson. With everything she got, she concentrated hard and drew some shapes in the air, probably meant to curse him. 60%, 70%, 80%. Wei Yan'er grew scared and quickly jumped to her cousin sister. Sis. Quickly, work together with me. Join forces with me to cast the ultimate destruction godly curse of the 9 suns and moons. Zhang Yang twitched his eyebrows and frowned. What sort of movie is she watching now? During a sealing process, a character is not allowed to perform any action. Chatting is allowed though. Han Yingshui crossed her arms and looked away. Curse of the White Pearl. 90%, 95%, 99%. Fail. ABCDE, failure shall befall upon thee. Come on. Fail already, screamed the little girl as the progress bar was close to completion. 100%. Ding. You have successfully sealed the Bear King's cub, turning it into your battle mount. Ding. This is your first time obtaining a battle mount. The tutorial will now commence. The battle mount cannot be mounted before reaching level 30. You can only summon the battle mount as a pet. It will follow the master in battle and gain experience points to level up. When the battle mount reaches level 30, it can no longer be used as a pet, but as a mount. The mount can be used in battle and gain more experience points through a shared system. You can revisit this tutorial through the control menu at any time. Ding! You have obtained an achievement, Battle Companion.
A new leash appeared in Zhang Yang inventory. It shared an almost similar look as the leash of the skeletal warhorse. Leash of the Gold-Eared Bear King, Yellow Gold Battle Mount. Use, summons or unleashes a mountable and battle-ready Gold-Eared Bear King. If your mount falls in battle, it can only be resummoned after 10 minutes. You can only summon one battle mount at a time. Casting duration, 2 seconds. Level requirement, 30. Bounded. Zhang Yang immediately summoned the little critter and 2 seconds later, the mini-sized white bear appeared beside Zhang Yang. It brushed its body against Zhang Yang's feet, and when Zhang Yang ignored it, the little bear stood up on its rear legs to bite Zhang Yang's pants with its undeveloped teeth. It was just drop-dead cute. Ah, so cute. Pretty much all the female players in the team were crowded around the little white bear, petting its head. The level 0 bear rolled over, exposing its bare belly, allowing the girls to rub its belly to their content. It waved its paws, as if it was inviting the girls to rub it. Wei Yan'er shed crocodile tears. Whoa, noob tank. You better reimburse me with one bear as well. Whoa, bear. Whoa. Fine, just keep quiet. I'll find another bear whenever I'm free. The party went on forward, killing so many elite monsters that they had lost count of them. The party spent another 30 minutes and had finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The little bear had absorbed half of Zhang Yang experience points, which was directly deducted from Zhang Yang's own intake of experience points. However, because of that, the little bear had been able to level up as a fast pace. By then, the little bear had reached level 27 and had grown so large that it was already the size of a young calf. Both of its HP and attack power had increased exponentially. However, it still had no skills of its own to use. It was a little disappointing due to the yellow gold title that it had. Perhaps it will gain a skill or two when it reaches higher levels. Gold-Eared Bear King, Yellow Gold Battle Mount. Level, 27. HP, 5880. Attack power, 808 to 1008, attack interval, 3 seconds, DPS, 303. Up. As expected from a yellow gold pet mount. It had almost 6000 HP at only level 27. It was a pity that the little bear could not be summoned as a pet after level 30, it would not be able to contribute to the party's DPS after that. Little Whitey. I'm sorry, you're no longer cute when you're that big. I'm not going to pet you anymore. Wei Yan'er was saying such things to make herself feel better, however, she was not being truthful at all. In fact, she was still a little jealous of Zhang Yang. Everyone laughed. The deepest part of the cave was a large cavern. The ceiling of the cavern was at least 100 meters high, perhaps even higher. There were many ice spikes of many shapes and sizes forming on top of the ceiling. Some were long and thin, while others were sharp and rather thick. Beautiful, yet extremely dangerous at the same time. Nature was truly the best architect there is. In the deepest part of the cavern was a sleeping giant white fur bear. It was probably several meters long. If the bear stood up on its rear legs, it would definitely be as tall as a house. Snore star. The bear was obviously sleeping soundly, snoring so loud that it echoed through the hollow cave like thunder. Winter's Wind Bear King, Yellow Gold, Beast. Level, 60. HP, 5 million. Defense, 1200. I have completely no idea what skills this boss has. Anyhow, let's just give it a shot, said Zhang Yang. He unsummoned the little bear since the battle mount would not be able to provide any DPS in this battle. In fact, it would only be a hindrance, requiring Han Yingxue to heal it. As for the experience gained later from killing the boss, Zhang Yang could easily grind some monsters later on. Fight! Zhang Yang took out his axe and rushed towards the snoring Bear King. The boss was still snoring soundly when Zhang Yang was already close to it. Charge! Zhang Yang rushed in and landed a good hit on the boss. Awoken from its sleep, the Bear King growled thunderously. It lifted its massive claw to slash Zhang Yang. Block! Zhang Yang quickly stacked as much, crippled defense, as fast as he could. The boss' 1200 defense value was just too ridiculous for the others to handle. That skill was a top priority to be used for the other attacking teammates to attack to their fullest. The Bear King stomped the ground hard and released a grayish-silver ray of light from its feet. The light spread out in all directions, as widely as 50 meters. Ding! You have gained the Frostbite aura. Receiving 200 frost damage every second. Ha! The boss damaging aura effect is quite weak. Everyone agreed. In truth, the aura effect was weak. Compared to a healer, healing 200 HP is nothing. Zhang Yang frowned.
He did not believe that a yellow build boss would be that weak. There had to be more to this. It was not just a random monster that was just created to die, but... After a short period of time into the battle, the Bear King flung itself onto Zhang Yang and bit him. Since the block was still on cooldown, Zhang Yang could not dodge the attack no matter how athletic he was. The skill seemed to be unavoidable, unlike the normal claw attack which could be easily dodged by moving his body. Unable to dodge the attack, Zhang Yang's blood splattered on the ice. Ding! You have received the effect, bleeding. Receiving 3000, bleeding, damage every 3 seconds. Luckily, even though bleeding damage ignores defense, Zhang Yang had a passive 930 damage absorption skill. After applying the 20% damage reduction passive and another 930 damage absorption passive, the remaining damage Zhang Yang would sustain was 1470. That had only added 490 DPS from the boss, which was not that big of a deal. -5543. Still, the boss' physical attack was strong. With a swing of its gigantic claw, it could easily remove 1/4 of Zhang Yang's maximum HP. Now that Zhang Yang had perfume water in his party, paired with Hanning Shui, Zhang Yang had 2 super supporters healing him together, eliminating the would-be threat. While doing so, the healers would only need to maintain the regeneration effect on the rest of the party members to completely safeguard them from the frostbite aura. If the battle continued on at such a pace, only time alone would keep the Bear King from falling. However, when the Bear King was at 90% HP... Growl! The Winter's Wind Bear King bellowed a thunderous roar. The roar was so loud that parts of the cavern were crumbling from the sheer power of the sound wave. The others could not help but to cover their ears as the volume was too much for them to handle. Ding! You have received the effect, Deafening Roar, Stack 1. All attacks received will increase by 1%. All attack and healing will be reduced by 1%. Last for 30 seconds. Just after 3 seconds. Ding! You have received the effect, Deafening Roar, Stack 2. All attacks received will increase by 2%. All attack and healing will be reduced by 2%. Last for 30 seconds. If the boss continued to fight like this, repeating the same skill every 3 seconds, in just 30 seconds, the boss would easily apply 10 stacks of Deafening Roar. The stress level of the healers would be increased. Not only would the party's DPS decrease and receive even more damage from the boss, the healer's healing power would also drop by 10%. Zhang Yang called out. Perfumed. I need to use slowly back away. Report to me when the skill, Deafening Roar, is out of bounds. This time, Perfumed Water knew better than to argue with Zhang Yang. She slowly walked backwards, stopping every 3 seconds. She continued on until she was around 50 meters away from the boss. She shouted, Zhan Yu. Here, dot. Zhang Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Stand there, and don't move. All ranged units, move 30 meters away to your maximum effective range and attack from there. Perfumed Water, you're to heal all ranged team members. Snowbee *TCH. Just focus on healing me and the little brat. Everyone nodded and followed Zhang Yang's commands without any objection. Perfumed Water had taken up to 15 stacks of Deafening Roar, and had her healing power diminished significantly. She needed to heal 5 members. Under the effects of the Deafening Roar, her healing was not holding up as well as she thought it would be. On the other hand, Hanning Shui had already been inflicted with 30 stacks of Deafening Roar, but was still in control of her actions and rhythm. 90 seconds later, the debuffs on Perfumed Water had expired while the others had already taken up to 30 stacks of the debuff each, having their attack drastically lowered, while receiving an incredible amount of damage. Snowbee *TCH. Switch with Perfumed Water. The rest of you, if you have any debuff clearing skills, use them immediately. If you don't have any, withdraw by 50 meters. Come back and fight after 30 seconds when the debuffs are cleared out, cried Zhang Yang in a commanding tone. Wei Yan'er used Warrior's Will and removed the Deafening Roar on her, restoring her to original power. The other 2 spellcasters used Ice Barrier on themselves, encasing their characters in a large block of ice to remove their debuffs. On the other hand, Priest and Hunter had learned their anti-status affecting skills, however, their own skills were not strong enough to remove the debuff. Hunter Shots could only use Tumble to leave the battle and hasten his withdrawal. Hanning Shui and Perfumed Water quickly switched places. The one closer to the boss was tasked to take care of Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er, while the one who outside of the boss effective range was set to heal the rest of the ranged characters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, Superpowered Pet Mount. Chapter 221, Superpowered Pet Mount.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang kept his warrior's will in reserve instead of using it immediately. While the others could easily run out of the effective range, Zhang Yang had to remain tanking the boss. It was his job to begin with. Thus, by logic, the longer he delayed his warrior's will, the longer he will survive in battle. 2 minutes in. Zhang Yang now had 40 stacks of Deafening Roar. His attack power was decreased by 40%. The damage he was taking had also increased by the same amount. Each time the boss smacked his asterisk SS, Zhang Yang would take more than 8,000 damage. Zhan Yu. I can't heal you fast enough. You have too many debuffs on you. Do something about it. 30 seconds ago, Perfumed Water and Han Shui had swapped places. In that short amount of time, Zhang Yang had already gained 10 more stacks of the unfavorable effect, causing Perfumed Water to receive the baton from Han Shui for an uphill battle. Zhang Yang nodded, acknowledging her complaint. It's about time to do something. Warrior's Will. Whoosh. Like pressing Select All plus Delete, all 40 stacks of Deafening Roar on Zhang Yang's character was removed. Han Shui was taking a break about 50 meters away from the boss. She did some mental calculations and frowned. Hey! Dummy you! I don't think you have enough time to kill the boss. Even if you used Rearm and Warrior's Will again, it will only give you another 4 minutes. The party's total DPS was at around 10,000. However, with Deafening Roar, its effect of reducing their attack power, and the 30 seconds time that they need to rest on the sidelines would mean that their DPS rate had plummeted to 6,500. They would need at least 12 minutes to kill the boss with his 5 million HP. Zhang Yang had Rearm ready and waiting. It could provide them an additional 4 minutes. But what about the remaining 8 minutes? Zhang Yang smirked. Relax, I have a secret plan. Han Shui rolled her eyes. 4 minutes up. Deafening Roar had reached 40 stacks again. Hey! Do something, stupid you. Don't blame me if you're dead, screamed Han Shui. Zhang Yang holstered his battle axe on his waist and took out the Eye of Medusa from his inventory in a flash. He tossed the item to Wei Yenair, who had just come back from her rest. Use it on me. Wei Yenair was glued on her feet like a statue, stunned. Ha? Why? Han Shui gasped and cried. Genius. TCH. Stupid little girl. Just do as I say and use the bloody thing on me. Humph. You don't have to yell at me. Wei Yenair pointed the object at Zhang Yang and pushed the button to activate its effect. Pew. A dark light shot out of the Eye of Medusa and shone on Zhang Yang. Cracks could be heard as Zhang Yang was gradually turned into stone. Before the transformation was completed, Zhang Yang took the opportunity to raise his battle axe dramatically in a heroic stance, much like Freddie Mercury did. Ding! You have received the effect, Stone Petrification. Lasts for 5 seconds. Immune. 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 For those 5 seconds, be it from the boss claws, bites, aura effect, Zhang Yang was left completely unscathed. In fact, Deafening Roar and the aura effect on Zhang Yang were removed as well. Han Shui laughed cheerfully and said, the Eye of Medusa can be used 3 times. If you used Substitute, Warrior's Will, and Rearm all again, you can drag the time to 14 minutes. You're not as dumb as you look, huh? Zhang Yang complimented her and added one more sentence. Too bad, you're only as smart as Captain Obvious. Hey! What are you saying? Aren't you being a little arrogant? Humph. Shameless prick. Perfumed Water threw a little insult. Zhang Yang smirked. What? You don't like it? Suck it up. What? You think I wouldn't dare to suck? Perfumed Water refused to back down in a fight. Zhang Yang's smirk changed into an uncontrollable laugh. He stopped trying to come up with any witty comeback. If Fatty Han had been present at the scene, he would said something that would leave them no turning back. Being the person who understood Zhang Yang the most, he would have already guessed why Zhang Yang was laughing at the word suck. Perfumed Water was a bold girl. She had been hanging out with her own woman's gang, how could she not be influenced by them? Very much well aware of the context of what she had said, she quickly piped down and calmed herself before teasing Zhang Yang. I'll have you know that I've been sucking on dozens of sausages and wieners every day or two. I couldn't help when I accidentally bite them down. Could it be that it will hurt when I do so? Ha! That joke was a little too cold for Zhang Yang. It sent a zap of chill down his spine, all the way down to his knees.
Oblivious and innocent as a child, the little girl thought that she had found Zhang Yang's one weakness and laughed hysterically.
Noob tank. Ha ha. I see that you're afraid of getting bitten. Hee 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 hee. Naya ha ha ha. If you dare to bully me again, I'll bite you too. Yen air. Stop.
Han Yingshui stopped her younger cousin from embarrassing the both of them any further. It's fine if she did not get its meaning, having heard it only once. But when Perfume Water had been saying it in such a suggestive way, for so many times, there was no way that a girl at her age would not understand the underlying meaning. 6 minutes in, Eye of Medusa was used twice. 8 minutes in, Eye of Medusa was used for the third time. At the last charge, the little gem-like, round, crystal eyeball-looking thing shattered into very fine dust and dispersed into the air. Sigh, what a shame there's only one of that toy, said Zhang Yang with a heavy heart.
It's just some random, fairy dust trinket. We can always find more of those, said Wei Yen air flippantly.
Zhang Yang frowned and stared at her as if she had said something rather offensive. In truth, Zhang Yang was not offended, but he was rather disgruntled at her comment. She does not know the true value of the Eye of Medusa. Before level 60, Eye of Medusa was truly as useful as a time machine. Thus, the drop rate was so pathetic that you would better have trying your luck at winning the lottery. The only reason Zhang Yang could get his hands on the item was because Zhang Yang had 9 luck points and it was also the boss's first kill. Wei Yenair saw how Zhang Yang was staring at her and self-consciously looked away.
Stupid. Idiot. Dummy. Noob tank. If you want to insult me, just say the word. Don't stare me with those pitiful eyes. I'll bite your little head off. I'll bite it. I swear I'd do it. Bite your little head off.
Zhang Yang twitched, his previous expression completely vanishing.
Wei Yenair's cousin sister was red in embarrassment.
10 minutes in, Zhang Yang summoned Servant, Clear Lotus, and used Substitute, and shifted all 40 stacks of Deafening Roar to the Servant.
12 minutes in, Warrior's Will, cooldown complete.
14 minutes in, Rearm was used, and Warrior's Will was immediately activated. The boss had a little over 5% HP left. With victory in close sight, everyone cheered. Almost there. 3%, 2%, 1%. Oh you. The Bear King wailed and dropped dead. Its massive body was clearly heavy, its fall sending tremors all over the cavern and even managing to send a few stalactites dropping down from the ceiling.
Yash. Equipment. Equipment, cried Perfumed Water as she rushed forward to grab the loots. However, when she tried to pick them up, none of the items were going into her inventory. She turned around with tears in her eyes. Whoa, leader distribution mode huh? Zhang Yang laughed and said, Water Lady, move. This superstar will do the picking.
Angry and abashed, Perfumed Water grit her teeth at Zhang Yang cried, You stinky little scoundrel. Piss me off and I'll sneak into your house and bite your tiny little S**HT off.
Right. Move, shoo.
Zhang Yang nodded his head and gestured her to move aside like a dog. He then picked up the Heart of the Winter Bear King and proceeded with the rest of the loots. There were a total of 6 yellow gold equipment, with 4 of them being level 60 set equipment. The 4 set items were the Berserker's specialized helmet, Pyromancer's specialized armlet, Beastmaster's specialized boots, and the Cryomancer's specialized leg guard. The items were all distributed based on their classes. Wei Yenair got hers, as did Daffodil Daydream, 100 Shots, and Snowseeker. Snowseeker had only 1 level 60 yellow gold to wear, and now that she had gained the leg guards, she was very pleased. Her radiant, cheerful smile was so refreshing. She was clearly happy to have accepted Zhang Yang's invitation.
The remaining 2 were random level 60 yellow gold equipments. A cape and an accessory.
Bearskin cape, yellow gold, cape.
Vitality, plus 42. Intelligence, plus 42. Equip effect, increase 41 magic attack. Unidentified. Level requirement, 60.
Before identifying an item, the item properties will only have 70% of its original properties in effect. Only after paying a sum of coins, would the properties of the item gain an additional 40% boost. Every magic user in the party was so riled up by the cape that they pushed Zhang Yang to quickly decide on who gets the cape. Zhang Yang scratched his head, thinking of a way. Let's go with this. Each magic type, spellcaster, and priest alike will roll a number. Who had the biggest roll will receive the item. However, the winner will pay 3,000 gold coins to all the losers as consolation prize. Okay. Han Yingshui and the rest of the girls rolled. As lucky as she has always been, Han Yingshui scored 97 points, winning the roll.
She snickered happily as she took the cape and placed in her inventory. She looked at Zhang Yang and winked at him seductively. Honey dear, care to pay my debts to the other ladies? F***CK. That's 3,000 gold coins.
Zhang Yang sighed regrettably. If he had known Han Shui would be the winner, he would not have suggested the gold coin consolation prize in the beginning. Knowing the miserly sisters, they would curse him daily if he had forced them to pay the consolation prize money.
You're a real devil, no, the devil, aren't you?
Zhang Yang stared angrily at Han Shui. However, there was nothing that he could do. He took out 3,000 gold coins and divided it for the other 3 girls.
Han Shui and Wei Yin Er giggled happily.
Arcane Deflector, Yellow Gold, Accessory.
Equip effect, creates a 3% chance to deflect and cause any magic spell to miss. Level requirement, 60. Percentage-based damage nullification equipment were extremely rare. This was to prevent low-level equipment from being so strong that high-leveled armors would become unnecessary.
If they had been even slightly more common, a tank could wear a set of 50% damage nullification equipment, lasting him for the next 30 to 40 levels, but this piece of accessory would still remain relevant up to level 100 or even level 200, as the percentage rate will always remain the same.
Ha. A tank class item. I'll take it then, said Zhang Yang as he took the item without anyone objecting.
The other 7 to 8 equipment were level 60, gray-silver tiered. Even though they were not as strong and powerful as yellow golds, they were still rather strong for their level.
Each of them was distributed following their class requirement.
There was only one leftover helmet that was designated for the Sacred Knight class. Since no one wanted the item, Zhang Yang took the item, planning to sell it in the little merchandise shop.
The time was already past 9 p.m. With 2 more bosses to go, the nearest boss was the Magic Tree King, located at the Swamp of the Ancient Moss. It was at least a 2-hour journey from where they were. Add in the fact that they would encounter several monsters and spend even more time searching for the boss, they could end up fighting past midnight if they were to start now. Zhang Yang then decided. Okay, let's call it a day for now. Tomorrow, we shall find and kill the second boss at 9 a.m. Is there anyone who cannot make it? No one answered.
Zhang Yang turned to Wei Yin Er and frowned.
Are you planning to skip class again?
Wei Yin Er scoffed and placed both of her tiny little hands on her waist.
Who said I was planning to skip class? It's not like I wanted to.
I have to take care of the 6th sister.
Sigh. Which bloody idiot allowed that dummy to eat all that ice cream yesterday? Yin Er.
I see that you need some knocks on your head to behave properly, huh? Han Shui came towards Wei Yin Er, cracking her knuckles angrily, looking rather intimidating. For a moment there, Zhang Yang could have sworn that he felt a sudden killing intent radiating from Han Shui.
I can explain. Wait. Help. Noob tank. Help me.
Wei Yin Er wailed for a moment before her character disappeared from the game.
After a brief second, Han Shui's character disappeared as well.
It seemed like both of them had logged off to settle their little game of chase.
Guild Master Zhan Yu. Farewell, I'll see you tomorrow at 9 p.m.
Snowseeker tore her teleportation scroll and waved goodbye to Zhang Yang. Without saying a word, Perfumed Water stared at Zhang Yang and then slowly shifted her sight lower to his groins before tearing a teleportation scroll and vanished. Zhang Yang teleported to the Tukula fortress with the main city's teleportation point and came to the wasteland. There, he summoned the Gold-Eared Bear King and started to raise his pet mount's level. Since the pet mount is at low level, the experience points that it could leech from the monsters around was relatively high. Still, its level will always be lower than the players it belonged to. After 20 minutes of grinding, it reached level 30 with a flash of golden light. Immediately, it disappeared from Zhang Yang's side. Ding! Your battle mount, Gold-Eared Bear King, has reached level 30. It cannot be summoned as a pet. Please summon the battle mount again. Zhang Yang took out the leash and summoned the bear again. The progress bar appeared briefly and disappeared after a short 2-second casting time. Growl! The bear appeared majestically with a loud growl. A huge, white-furred bear with golden-tipped ears stood next to Zhang Yang. Its massive size was approximately 3 meters long with 4 strong and tough limbs. Its body was completely covered in a thick, white fur with a pair of golden-tipped ears. From the side, it looked very fierce and majestic. Gold-Eared Bear King, Yellow Gold Battle Mount. Level, 30. HP, 8,400. Focus, 100/100. Weapon attack, 1,116 to 1,516, attack interval, 3 seconds, DPS, 439. Skill 1, Shared Life, passive combines both the owner and the pet's HP as one.
Skill 2, Wild Charge, rushes towards an enemy with great speed. Stuns the target for 1 second. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Effective distance, 2 to 10 meters. Cost, 20 focus.
After level 30, this white bear had gained 2 additional skills. The Shared Life could only be applied when Zhang mount the beast. The blue Wild Charge was a good replacement for his own charge, since he cannot use the skill while riding a mount. The Bear King might be just level 30, but as a yellow gold battle mount, it already had vast HP and attack, and it's only natural for it to grow far stronger in the future. It was probably as strong as an equivalently leveled yellow gold equipped player. After summoning, Zhang quickly hopped on the beast. When a battle mount is summoned, it will disappear quickly after 2 seconds if nobody mounts it. Immediately after Zhang got on the bear, the Shared Life skill was applied and he gained a huge boost in his HP, raising to a whopping 25,560 HP.
This is awesome!
Zhang exclaimed, feeling the controls extending to the bear itself. He felt like the bear was an extension of his body, finding that he could easily control its every move. In his previous life, Zhang had a pet mount which was a Violet Platinum Thunderhawk. It was a flying battle mount too, at that. Based on the tier, Violet Platinum was 1 tier higher than Yellow Gold. However, when he was riding the Thunderhawk, other pro players were riding mythical tiered pet mounts. Some were even riding ethereal tiered pet mounts. It could not be helped, Zhang was a little too late in joining the game and had not been able to get his hands on rare items. Still, his current gold-eared Bear King battle mount, despite being only a yellow gold tier, was, by far, the strongest battle mount that any player would have at this stage of the game. Let's go, Whitey! Zhang named the mount and with a command in his mind, the Bear King growled and galloped towards a snow wolf. Shosh! Wild Charge! The snow wolf was immediately stunned. Zhang kept his hands to himself and allowed Whitey to attack on its own. -803. -789. -898. Even though the white bear's basic weapon attack was strong, the level gap between Whitey and the snow wolf was too far apart, and the damage had suffered a penalty. Luckily, the pet mount and the owner shared the same life bar, defense value, damage nullification skill and other passives. To attack the pet mount was like attacking the player itself. All attacks that the bear received was completed 0 ed. It could basically slowly kill the level 55 snow wolf without Zhang needing to do anything at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Valley of High Tree. Chapter 222, Valley of High Tree. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After another 2 hours of mindless grinding, Zhang pet mount, Whitey had amassed a large amount of experience points and was already level 40. It had gained much more HP, weapon attack, and defense, along with another skill. Claw Attack, attacks the target with a beastly claw. Deals 100% melee damage. Cooldown time, 1 second. Cost, 50 focus. After the level 40 hard bracket, every level gained will be exponentially harder and tougher than before. Even if they were to fight any monsters beyond level 50, they would take 2 to 3 days, killing monsters one at a time instead of nuking them with large-scale AoEs. Zhang involuntarily yawned and realized that it was already past 11 p.m. Stretching his arms, he then decided to return to White Jade Castle. Before calling it a day, he mounted Whitey and made his way to the little merchandise shop. Along the way, many players were mesmerized by the majestic mount. One by one, they asked as Zhang rode by. "Brother! Where did you buy the mount? Big bro! Which shop did you buy the mount from?" Arriving at the shop, Zhang did a quick check on the shop accounting and made a few fire resistance potion to be placed in the shop's storage before logging off to have his rest. The next day, Zhang logged in at 9 a.m. after his routine breakfast and exercise. This time, Fatty Han was present along with the crew members from yesterday. However, Sun Xinu and Endless Starlight were absent since the both of them needed to work during the day. Unfortunately, they would have to miss out on the second boss as they could only log in during the night. Everyone gathered together in the Tukula Fortress before taking off. Before everyone else arrived, Wei Yinair and Han Shui were already in the fortress waiting. Yesterday, both of the sisters logged off in the Bear King's cave. To save time and money, they had unequipped all their equipment and waltzed towards some monsters, allowing themselves to be killed. They had revived and made their way towards the fortress after that. Little Wei Yinair had been waiting for a while and got slightly agitated when Zhang was late. "Noob tank. Hurry up and get your *SS over.
I want to see Little White White. Zhang Yang choked, laughing as he said, Little White White is now Big Whitey, but... He then teleported to Tukula Fortress and summoned Gold-Eared Bear King, riding it towards Wei Yin Air. Observing the bear with great admiration and a little jealousy, Wei Yin Air ruffled her tiny hands all over the massive bear's white fur. After she had her fun, she turned to Zhang Yang and said, Hey, noob tank, when will another Little Whitey will spawn? Zhang Yang shook his head and shrugged. I have no idea. Rare pet mounts and bosses are not the same. There are no fixed spawn times. However, one thing is for sure. The rarer it gets, the long it will take to respawn. Bear King is the Frozen Sky Wasteland's rarest monster. I predict that it might take 1 or 2 months to spawn a second one. Wei Yin Air puckered her lips and moved her jaw side to side, displaying her discontentment. Suddenly, she bumped her fist against her palm and said, Are there other yellow gold pet mounts in other maps? Zhang Yang nodded. Yes, there are. However, you must know. The higher the rarity, the harder it would be to seal it. If you want to have a higher success rate, you'll have to start pumping your luck attribute. Oh, said Han Shui. No wonder you could seal the bear in one try. Now I understand that luck could affect the success rate in sealing a pet mount. Zhang Yang laughed and said, having 9 luck points is really something. Noob tank. What are the current stats of Big Whitey? Wei Yin Air asked Zhang Yang. While others could easily check on the beast's HP and level, only the owner could access the attack and skills. Zhang Yang posted the properties of the Bear King in the party channel. Gold-Eared Bear King, Yellow Gold Battle Mount. Level, 40. HP, 11,200. Weapon attack, 1,554, 1,954, attack interval, 3 seconds. DPS, 585. Skill 1, Shared Life. Skill 2, Wild Charge. Skill 3, Claw Attack. Everyone was stunned. They had long known that a yellow gold pet mount is strong, but those numbers far exceed their own expectations. F***CK. Even the attack is much stronger than mine, cried Fatty Han. D**MN bro. How could you be that selfish? Why didn't you tell me that you were hunting for a pet mount? Hey. If you want to have a battle mount, get in line. We're all waiting for our chance for it. In this case, you're the last in line. Ha, said Wei Yin Air. Ha! It's the final countdown. 2. Fatty Han joked. Wei Yin Air raised an eyebrow. What was that? Oh come on. Count down? How do you count downwards? 3, 2, 1? Exactly. So which number did you said first? The last one? Exactly. Fatty Han posted a victory sign. Lame. Everyone responded. The team chit-chatted for a little while waiting for everyone to gather. Onward. To the swamp of the ancient moss. It took the entire team approximately 2 hours to reach the swamp. They had to make their way through the Frozen Sky Wasteland and the Turgwa Mountains. Even though all of them knew that the demonic Tree Ant King was located in the Valley of High Tree, the minimap around them was still covered in shadows. The system will not blatantly reveal the location of the boss to them. To locate it, they would have to search for it themselves. The team split up into several groups, repeating the same procedure as they did the previous day. Anyone who locates the boss will have to notify the entire party. Lo and behold, history repeated itself as Han Shui, the goddess of luck, found the boss after not more than 10 minutes. She giggled as she announced, It's here. I found it. Zhang Yang opened the world map and examines Han Shui's location. He frowned. I'd say, you were assigned to search the location in the direction of 3 o'clock. Do you realize where you are now? That's 7 o'clock. Where are you trying to go? Timbuktu? Han Shui scoffed. I was the first one to find the boss, not to mention, saving everyone's precious time and effort. Now look at you, calling me stupid and calling me a directional idiot. Well, look at me, the world's dumbest girl with no sense of direction. Oh wait, I was the one who found the boss. The first one. You're calling me idiot. Looks who the idiot now. After being yelled at, Zhang Yang felt a little guilty and remained quiet. The rest of the party felt the same way, having been called a directional idiot by an actual directional idiot. Everyone started to change their courses and headed towards Han Shui. The swamp of the ancient moss truly lived up to its name. Every corner, every inch, every part of the swamp was covered in greens. Not the light green of plants you'd see in a rainforest.
This green would be the deep, dark green of mosses that you would normally find in a drain or an abandoned toilet wall. There were algae growing where there was water. The monsters in this map would also be found in real-life swamps. There were crocodiles, frogs, giant crabs, and other swamp dwellers. The Valley of High Tree, on the other hand, was jam-packed with trees that went up to several meters tall. They would easily dwarf any real buildings in the real world. In the center of the valley was a huge clear lake, while the rest of the map was just normal terrain. Controlled by Zhang, the bear walked up with its gigantic, heavy footsteps forward, sinking its feet into the ground as it moved forward. Sush! A shadowy figure rushed towards Zhang with a flash when he had set his foot into the valley. With a quick command in his mind, the white bear dashed 3 to 4 meters towards the front. Wham! With a loud crash, the huge shadow stopped in its tracks. It turned out to be a huge rock, about the size of a sedan car. The rock was smashed into many tiny particles, scattering all over the place. 20 meters away from them, a tray ant was making its way towards them, lifting another huge rock. The tray ant was at least 10 meters tall. When the treat stood upright to face them, its massive size was large enough to block off the sunlight, casting a huge, long shadow over them. Demonic Tray Ant, Elite, Elemental Being. Level, 58. HP, 58,000. Defense, 600. With another thought, Zhang sent a command mentally and the bear growls as it rushed towards the Tray Ant. Wild Charge. The bear stomped the ground with great force and blasted itself towards the Tray Ant, raising its claws as it flew through the air. Dash 876. Normal Attack. Dash 989. Claw Attack. Zhang activated Blood Rage and started his attack. Dash 1482. Normal Attack. Dash 356. Horizontal Sweep. A pet and its master, fighting alongside each other, dealt an instant 600-700 plus damage to the monster in no time. Everyone could not help but gape at the sight of it. Everyone could only fantasize about having one at that point. Dash 1534. After receiving the attack, the Tray Ant monster returned fire, swinging a massive tree arm and smashing Zhang with it. Zhang took damage, but having morphed together with his mount into one single unit, Zhang had gained a huge HP boost, reaching 28,360 maximum HP. That puny, little hit was nothing but a tiny scratch on Zhang. D*MN son. With that HP, you're just like a boss now, screamed Fatty Han. Ha ha. That's right. We might even get some yellow gold equipment if we kill Zhang Yu, said Perfumed Water rather passionately. Hey Fatty Bum. If you kill Zhang Yu and get me 3 to 4 yellow gold equips, I'll give you a kiss myself, saving you the trouble of sending me those perverted messages. Asterisk pooey asterisk, do I look like someone who would go hose before brothers? Fatty Han crossed his arms confidently. However, it did not take him long before he was intrigued by her suggestion. Make it at least 3 kisses and I'll consider it. Everyone was amused, laughing at their conversation. Even though the damned Fatty Han talks before thinking, he was an interesting fellow to be with. With him around, the atmosphere would never be dull. As always, with the team attacking together ferociously, the Tray Ant did not last for long and was turned into a rotten old tree trunk. Wei Yan went on ahead and picked up the loots. She was expecting some sort of equipment but only obtained 3 counts of thick branch. Annoyed at her loots, she pouted. Fatty Han saw what she had obtained and made his usual joke. He. Thick he, thick, he. Zhang could see where his conversation was about to go and quickly interjected before Fatty Han could say anything else. Fatty, can you just shut your mouth for 3 minutes? 3, God D*MN minutes. Fatty Han crossed his arms unwillingly and kept quiet. However, how could someone as perverted as him could let a chance like that slip by? In just 4 seconds, he opened his mouth and begun to start a conversation. Yesterday, when I was out shopping with Yun, we stopped at a grocery store. Yun wanted to buy some cucumbers for the night and picked 2 rather large and rough cucumbers. I wonder what would she use them for. Han Shui and the girls of the party started blushing. In unison, they screamed at Fatty Han, Fatty Pig. Only Wei Yan started at Fatty Han in confusion and said, the rough ones aren't tasty you know. The rough ones are bitter. Fatty Han laughed extremely loudly, swiping a glance towards the ladies of the party. Yun bought those cucumbers are her beauty treatments. Ha. What are you girls blushing for, huh? He, I must have struck the jackpot. Look what I found. 4 perverted vixens. Now, who's the real pervert here, huh? The 4 girls were rendered speechless.
How could they not think of something indecent when he had to say it that way? Large and rough? Any mature lady would quickly come to that conclusion. If she was to use it for her face, why did he had to say it that way? Pervert. Fox. Pig. Bastard. The ladies lashed out their insults and rolled their eyes. The team proceeded on, and not long after, another treant was found. It pulled itself out from the ground it was in and swung its arms around to attack the party. The team killed the treant and went on. As they chopped their way deeper into the valley, they picked up a few green copper tier equipment. Since they were not set equipment like the ones found in the Winter's Wind Bear Cave, they were barely as valuable as set equipment, and were given to Han Ing Shui to disassemble for profession experience. Noob Tank, why are there no pet mounts here? Wei Yan wouldn't stop pestering Zhang Yang, repeating the question again and again. Sigh, if pet mounts are so common and easy to find, they wouldn't be called rare pet mounts now, would they? Zhang Yang would repeatedly answer her question with different variations of phrasing. Still, no matter how hard Zhang Yang tried to twist his words, the message would simply not get through to her. The valley was extremely large and wide. It was so wide that the party had to spend at least 2 hours to kill every elite treant monster in the valley, before managing to get into the deepest part. However, their efforts remained unrewarded, where they stood in the deepest part of the valley, with no boss-like monsters to be seen. The good news was that after such a long and draggy spree of kills, Whitey had gained 3 levels. Hey, dummy! Where is the boss? Everyone had scanned the entire area but could not find anything resembling a monster. Annoyed and frustrated, Zhang Yang scratched his head. The quest said it would be here. Could it be killed already? Asked 100 Shots, hoping he was wrong. Yaza! Fatty Han screamed to the high heavens. Something just poked my asterisk shoal. Other than Zhang Yang, the rest of the party members had been on foot the whole time. Fatty Han had grown tired, and had sat down on a large popping root nearby. He had let out a sudden scream as his face twitched in a strange manner. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Demonic Treant King. Chapter 223, Demonic Treant King. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Everyone frowned with varying degrees, some twitching their eyebrows, some baring their teeth in disgust, but one thing was for certain, they were all disgusted by Fatty Han. What's with that? I'm serious, said Fatty Han like a wrongly accused housewife. He did make a rather pitiful expression before he got angry. If you don't believe me, have a seat and try it. A sudden thought struck Zhang Yang. He looked at the tree that had poked Fatty Han's butt. He tilted his head upwards to look at the tree and managed to catch a glimpse of its peak. For a moment, he thought he had been mistaken, but after a closer glimpse, he was sure that the silhouette carried a name tag. And the name tag said, Demonic Treant King. The monster's name tag was in yellow, which means it is a neutral monster that will not attack unless provoked. This was why the group did not notice the monster, since it had remained motionless, just like a real tree, even when the group was standing right next to it. Demonic Treant King, Yellow Gold, Elemental Being. Level, 60. HP, 5 million. Defense, 1,500. What thick defense! Even after a 50% armor reduction, it would still have 750 defense value, enough to nullify 90% of the majority of players around. Zhang Yang went back to the group and pointed at the boss, saying, "This is the boss, I supposed." What? Everyone was startled. Everyone went up closer to the tree and observed carefully before they accepted the impact of that revelation. While the others were nodding their heads, Fatty Han was sulking on one side, clenching his teeth angrily. What a perverted tree! It actually poked my butthole. What a shameless bastard! Don't stop me! I'm going to have this tree have a taste of its own medicine. The rest of the team could not help drip cold sweat. Riding the mount, Zhang Yang's HP had gained a massive boost. With a stronger commanding presence than ever, he commanded. Get ready! We are going to start the boss fight soon. Without much delay, Zhang Yang took out his battle axe and laid the first strike on the boss, following closely with a Blood Rage and Horizontal Sweep. -986. -2898. Facing a boss with 1,500 defense, Zhang Yang's attack was greatly diminished even with his Eagle Eye. As for Whitey, its attack was only around 700, so low that it was completely negligible. Crack! 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 The ground quaked violently as the boss began to stir. The tremors were so strong that it was like an earthquake occurring. Cracks began to form all around them as the boss wiggled itself out of the ground.
Two long and extremely large tree trunks came out of the ground. To their horrors, those were its legs. Each of the legs were so large that each of them could be wider than a basketball court. But, if those were only the legs, how about its entire body? Standing at the bottom of it, Zhang and his party were like ants in the face of a gigantic elephant. Wham! The demonic Trey Ant King stomped the ground, covering an area so wide that no one was able to dodge. In an instant, everyone received 9,000 damage. Even Wei Yan'er, who was positioned behind the boss, took at least 6,000 damage. The attack did not kill Wei Yan'er, but the rest of the party was killed instantly. Zhang Yang had only received 5,534 damage, a small wound considering that he had close to 30,000 HP. D*MN. How are we supposed to fight this thing? Fatty Han and the rest had released their souls and had started to run back to their bodies, complaining as they did. Zhang Yang had an idea and commanded Whitey to run back towards the lake in the center of the valley. Even though the bear's movement speed was faster than average, it could not outrun the boss. With one stride of its long legs, it easily stomped the ground, the shockwave still reaching Zhang Yang. 5762. Luckily, Zhang Yang had already moved 60 to 70 meters away from its previous location. That attack did produce a shockwave, but it was far enough to miss Wei Yan'er. She had been so apprehensive of the attack that she patted her own flat chest, sighing in relief. Wham! Slam! The Trey Ant King chased after Zhang Yang, managing to get a few hits in at the same time. When Zhang Yang HP had reached below 10,000, he quickly activated Berserker's Heel and continued his way. Eventually, the boss attack could not reach him since he was riding the mount. The chase continued and the boss remained on Zhang Yang's trail, unable to attack. Several moments later, Zhang Yang arrived at the giant lake. Riding the bear, Zhang Yang commanded Whitey to leap forward and into the lake. After a huge splash, the bear floated on the water surface, paddling constantly like a dog. The demonic Trey Ant King had managed to caught up to Zhang Yang. He sighed a breath of relief. He feared that he might have lost the boss aggro, his arduous journey to the lake for nothing. Within range, the boss lifted its leg and sent it towards Zhang Yang. Whoosh! The massive stomp caused a gigantic wave that was at least 10 meters tall. Both Zhang Yang and Whitey was sent deep into the lake, and after a while, they floated back up to the surface, taking only 734 damage. Its massive attack was greatly reduced. Just as planned. Zhang Yang smirked. Bosses that relied on stomping attack will have its attack power reduced when dragged into water. In God's miracle, there were many examples of using the surroundings to nerf the boss attack. In his previous life, there was a guild that had killed the undefeated Frost King Posilius by kiting the boss towards the peak of the Angula volcano. Using the hot environment to diminish the boss frost damage, the team had successfully killed Posilius, and the news soon spread like wildfire. This game was designed with realism in mind. Use your imagination to create endless possibilities. Cripple defense. Cripple defense, cripple defense. Zhang Yang reduced the boss defense and called out to his team. Once everyone is revived, get over to the lake. We'll kill the boss here. Wei Yan'er healed herself with bandage and quickly head over to the lake. Little brat. Stay away from the boss. Wait for the rest of the team. Before she could jump into the lake, Zhang Yang quickly stopped her. Even though the boss attack had been reduced, it was still strong enough to kill a berserker without the backing of a healer. Sush. Another stomp landed and the lake had formed several more waves that rose up higher than any waves in the beach. Since the boss was just too ridiculously huge, it could easily stand on land and still manage to be in range to attack Zhang Yang. One strike at a time, Zhang Yang could only hack at its root-like feet. Whitey was also attacking with its might. Even in water, Zhang Yang was still taking around 700 damage. He was losing HP a lot more slower than before, but with no one around to heal him, he could not endure for long. Fearing that, he quickly cried out. Hey! The *TCHY Snow. Where are you guys? What's the hurry? We have just been revived, let us eat up. Sure. I can come right now if you want me to. With 0 MP, what you want me to heal you with? Han Shui scoffed arrogantly. Fatty Han giggled. With your love. F*CK. Don't waste time. Please hurry up. I'm dying here, said Zhang Yang. Seeing that his HP was about to be depleted, Zhang Yang quickly activated Shield Wall and summoned Merlinda's Shadow. Before he leveled up, he was much weaker. Back then, Merlinda's Shadow was so strong that it could overheal Zhang Yang. Yet, right now, with that massive HP, Merlinda's Shadow could only heal roughly 1/3 of Zhang Yang maximum HP.
Sadly, things could not remain permanently strong. What was strong then would be weak now. Please hold on, Zhang Yu. We are coming now. Hold on.
At least Snowseeker was courteous enough to say the words that Zhang Yang wanted to hear the most. As the shield wall duration ended, the 10,000 HP that he had regained was quickly being hacked away.
Zhang Yang quickly used rearm, using Berserker's Heal again.
Finally, just as he had reached his limit, the team arrived out of the forest, riding their own mounts.
Splash! 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 Everyone jumped into the lake and Wei Yan swam towards the boss back.
Others swam behind Zhang Yang, engaging their own roles, healers prepared to heal and attackers ready to attack. In the water, the boss stomping attack power had been reduced by roughly a third. The resulting damage was around 3,000. Even though the number might seem powerful and devastating, a tank could take the damage head-on without flinching. As long as Haning Shui or perfumed water could maintain regeneration on Zhang Yang, they could leave him be and focus on healing the rest of the team.
Priests are natural group or mass healers.
Perfumed water was the main healer in Crimson Rage. Not only were her equipment top-notch, her skills were no less impressive. She even had Healing Rain and Mending Prayers, two powerful mass healing skills. With two of them, Haning Shui and perfumed water working hand in hand, they easily managed the other 7 players in the party, excluding Zhang Yang. The battle was now shifting towards Zhang Yang's side.
Wham! Dot.
The demonic Treant King suddenly swung an arm made out of long tendrils, and whipped Zhang Yang, dealing more than 5,000 damage. The attack had also sent Zhang Yang and his bear flying out of the water, towards the other end of the lake, where they would land on hard ground.
Ding! Demonic Treant King has used Whip Attack.
Before Zhang Yang and Whitey was sent out of the water, Zhang Yang quickly grabbed on Whitey's neck tightly and quickly activated Wild Charge, the moment their character leaves the water surface. In a flash, Whitey dashed forward, dragging Zhang Yang along on its back, before it slammed forcefully against the boss. Zhang Yang had jumped into the water right before the moment of impact.
The boss, Whip Attack, was really fast and strong. However, the one at the receiving end of the attack had reacted even faster. Nice one! Everyone cheered.
If Zhang Yang was really sent flying, he would receive additional, falling, damage if he collided with the ground. What's more, he would have been so forcefully displaced that the healers would be out of range. He would have been killed with just 2 to 3 hits if the boss decided to turn around and stomp on his pathetic, little character. Now that the dangerous moment had been dealt with, the team focused on attacking the boss.
After all, solving sudden problems were no better than actually killing the boss. After 5 stacks of crippled defense, Whitey's damage had increased by a level. Its average damage rose from 250 to 1000. That was almost 4 times stronger. Although other physical attack classes had increased attacks after the boss defense was reduced, the attacks were still extremely weak due to the ridiculously high base defense of the boss. The only player in the party that truly received the full benefit of crippled defense was Daffodil Daydream. Being a pyromancer, her fire elemental spells were extremely effective against woodland creatures like Treant monsters. Having Eagle Eye, Zhang Yang would consistently maintain his average damage power. Snowseeker was a cryomancer, her ice-based damage was not affected, they were neither diminished nor boosted. However, Daffodil Daydream's strong fire attacks were not enough to cover up for Wei Yan 100 shots, and Fatty Han's weakened attacks. All 3 of them had their attack reduced by 35% on average, causing the entire team's DPS to be lowered by a significant amount. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Aura Stone. Chapter 224, Aura Stone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Demonic the Treant King used the swing attack every 45 seconds, while Wild Charge only had a cooldown time of 30 seconds, which could totally negate the knockback effect of Demonic the Treant King's swing attack.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Demonic the Treant King trampled on the lake, causing miniature tsunamis, and a lot of chaos as fishes and prawns were washed out, hitting the land around it.
90%, 80%, 70%.
Everybody slowly reduced Demonic the Treant King's long HP. Snowseeker acclaimed, Guildmaster Zhang Yu was so smart. If we did not use the lake's environment to weaken the Treant King's damage, we would not even stand a chance. The Treant King's damage is much higher than Mountain Giant, even if we had more people, this boss would just kill all of us instantly. If real-world elements were not even considered, we would have to gather thousands of players above level 50, or wait until we are at level 70 with better equipment. Fatty Han immediately seized the credit and responded, Guildmaster Snowseeker, I am the one who brought little Yang into this game. All the tactics and skills you witness have been taught by yours truly.
Fatty, you can exaggerate it even more? Fatty Han shamelessly said, Guildmaster Snowseeker, does Crimson Rage not invite male players? Perfumed Water could not hold back on retorting, you must master the Sunflower Manual, and then undergo plastic surgery. Perhaps then, you can be invited into our guild.
Fatty Han suddenly felt a chill creeping down his crotch. He bent his head down, looked and touched his crotch contentedly.
Oi, the girls protested when they saw Fatty Han doing so.
Fatty Han laughed out loud with pride, and sent a private message to Zhang Yang, Little Yang, I just love teasing these little pretties. Unfortunately, all these girls are yours, I'd feel embarrassed to hit on them. By the way, let's go for a drink tonight. Zhang Yang felt cold sweat dripping down his head and replied, if you want to take advantage of them, then just say it, don't come up with excuses. In this battle, the most taxed were the two healers as they need to constantly heal everyone HP. If they were a second too slow, someone could have been trampled to death by the Treant King. The rest of the people were quite relaxed, even drinking some lake water as they were graciously trampled till they hit the bottom of the lake. At one point, Fatty Han mentioned that something leaked out of him. Although he never specified on the details, everyone had a good guess and a few girls almost desperately ran to the lakeshore. 40%, 30%, 20%, 10%.
Con! The Treant King roared madly, a blood-red halo flashing over its mottled bark.
The Treant King instantly turned into a crimson color.
Ding!
The Treant King has initiated Sucker Punch.
All attack increased by 50%. The Treant King's getting violent. Go ahead and use your long cooldown skills, we're going to need every bit of juice.
Zhang Yang shouted loudly. Zhang Yang had kept his guard up, in case this open-world boss went berserk, a typical trait of its kind. Prior to the battle, he had already told the gang to keep their long cooldown duration skills in reserve, only unleashing these skills when the boss became violent. Thus, everyone activated their respective skills and drank power potions, before starting to attack the Treant King with equal fervor. The hardest hitter was Wei Yin Air, as her level 50 class quest's reward was a yellow gold two-handed axe. Her melee attack had already reached 2,800, and after activating, Indiscriminate, and ingesting a power potion, her attacks went way overboard, even surpassing Zhang Yang's attacks. Indiscriminate, all attacks have 90% chance to cause critical strike within 10 seconds. Can only affect targets with HP less than 20%.
Cooldown time, 10 minutes. -6012. Normal attack. Critical strike. -10002. Tornado cleave. Critical strike. Her critical strike exceeded 10,000 damage. The little brat was giddy with excitement every time she slashed the Treant King. For this 10 minutes she was like a heavenly god as her critical strikes caused double damage. The Treant King's 750 defense value barely suppressed her base attacks, only allowing her critical attacks to be critically effective. She left everyone speechless with her terrifying damage. The Treant King's attack increasing by 50% nearly overwhelmed the healing rate of the two healers. Thus, Zhang Yang quickly used the Vanguard's Aggression, Protective Barrier and Shield Wall at the same time. Because everyone was using their long cooldown duration skills, they successfully reduced the Treant King's HP by 200,000 points within 10 seconds, leaving the Treant King with 300,000 HP. But the duration for their long cooldown duration skills was finished, so the team's attacks reverted back to how they were before. The moment Vanguard's Aggression expired, everyone's HP bars went up and down like a roller coaster. The healers were playing a game of Pong with the boss, and the balls were the HP bars of the team. Zhang Yang made up his mind and decided, Evil Snow, Perfumed Water, ignore 100 shots and Fatty, let them die. Focus your healing on the rest of the team, especially Daffodil Daydream, her flame element is key to the battle. Keep her alive at all costs. It was impossible to keep everyone alive, so it was best that they ensure the safety of the hardest hitters. The moment Fatty Han heard Zhang Yang's command, he used Fake Death, and lay down beneath the surface of the water. Bang! The Treant King stomped on the lake once again, and with a big splash, a -4 for 34 damage text appeared above Fatty Han's head. The pitiful Fatty Han had been left with only 1/3 of his HP before activating Fake Death. There was no hope for survival. Instantly, Fatty Han's Fake Death became the real death. Damn, I already used Fake Death, the boss still trampled on me. Fatty Han scolded angrily. Fatty sh*T, the Treant King has ranged attacks, it is useless to Fake Death, within the Treant King's range attack. Zhang Yang could not help but laughed.
On the other hand, 100 shots had tried to swim away from the Traian King's range attack, but the speed of the player in the water was only 10 meters per second. 100 shots was only able to swim about 7 to 8 meters away from the Traian King before he joined the perverted fatty in death. With the departure of the two hunters, Han Shui and perfumed water instantly had lightened loads, albeit it was still very stressful for them.
Zhang Yang threw sacrifice on Daffodil Daydream without hesitation.
At the same time, he also summoned Servant, Clear Lotus, and activated Substitute to relieve the pressure.
250,000. 200,000. 150,000. 100,000.
The Traian King retained last traces of his HP.
However, everyone's HP bars in the team were not faring any better.
The Traian King gave the lake a huge stomp again, striking those close by, with Zhang Yang the only one left standing.
80,000. 60,000. 40,000. Ding.
Player Snowseeker has died.
30,000. 20,000. Ding.
Player Drizzler has died.
Woo woo, cousin, why didn't you heal me? 10,000. 5,000. 1,000.
Kong, the Traian King suddenly flared up with an earth-shattering scream and its huge body crashed down, flattening countless of trees across the land. The Traian King's body was at least a few hundred meters long. The survivors let out a sigh of relief as they had been getting increasingly concerned. If the Traian King had an extra 300,000 to 500,000 HP, Zhang Yang and the gang would be the ones defeated.
Save them first. Zhang Yang told the two healers.
Han Shui and perfumed water immediately started to reviving the fallen. 1 minute later, all of them were sitting by the lakeside, eating health recovery food to recover their conditions. Zhang Yang cancelled his mount summon and ran to the side of the Traian King's corpse to pick up the loot.
Luckily, the loot dropped from the Traian King were clustered together in one corner.
Imagine having to run a few hundred meters just to pick up the loot alongside that massive body.
The first item Zhang Yang picked up was the quest item, Root of the Demonic the Traian King.
Zhang Yang placed it next to the Heart of the Winter Bear King in his inventory and looked for other items. Furious metallic gloves, yellow gold, heavy armor.
Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 101. Strength, plus 40. Dexterity, plus 40. Equipment, absorbs 70 damage points each time you receive an attack. Unidentified. Class requirement, Guardian. Level requirement, 60.
Zhang Yang laughed happily and said, "Very good, the first equipment is mine, I'm such a lucky hand." He immediately threw the gloves into his inventory.
F***CK, Little Yang, find me a few hunter set equipment with that lucky hand. Fatty Han said immediately.
Yeah, my gloves and boots as well.
Wei Yenair also joined the conversation.
Zhang Yang coughed and said, "Write down your wishes on a paper and put it under your pillow on the 24th of December. I will be the Santa Claus who fulfills your wishes." Suddenly, everyone went silent, but Fatty Han laughed mockingly and said, "Little Yang, if you are representing Santa Claus, does that leave you with nothing but balls?
Get lost."
Zhang Yang shooed him away while the girls blushed, rolling their eyes pointedly at Fatty Han. "Sigh, my only wish from Santa Claus is to have 2 girls at once when having some action." Fatty Han said it, surprisingly solemn. They had never seen the cheerful Fatty Han wearing such a sincere facial expression. It could only mean that this wish truly came from the depths of his heart, a wish that he would fight for, as his lifetime goal.
Everyone started perspiring like waterfalls.
They all had seen their fair share of perverts, but have never seen a pervert setting something so perverted as his goal in life. Zhang Yang immediately continued picking up the loot, except his gloves, which was the set equipment part. Treat King dropped another 3 yellow gold equipment, none of them belonging to any set, which were the priest's helmet, priest's boots, and Beastmaster's chestplate. Because Han Shui already had a yellow gold helmet, so this helmet went to perfumed water by default, while the boots went to Han Shui.
Everyone was happy with the distribution.
100 shots had taken a pair of boots yesterday, so the chestplate went to Fatty Han. It kept the entire party happy. Zhang Yang touched the Traian King's corpse once again, his eyes suddenly shone, as he took out 2 stones, proclaiming, Aura stones. Both of these stones were crystal clear and shone like 2 sapphires. They were magnificent. None of the girls would turn away from shiny gemstones.
Han Shui and the rest of the girls surrounded the Aura stone.
Even the cool Snowseeker was not an exception, and they started their girl chatter. The girls were overcome with excitement, chattering and laughing. Zhang Yang shook his head again and again as he said, "Come on girls, these are not gemstones, don't get so excited.
Beginner Aura Stone, consumable. Use, increases a level of Aura skill that is less than level 3. Requirement, possess an Aura skill.
Everyone reached out for the stones, including those who did not possess any aura to speak of.
Zhang Yang was frowning and as he looked at Snowseeker and perfumed water, before saying, "Both of you don't have auras, what are you going to do with this?" Fatty Han immediately sided with Zhang Yang and added on, "That's right, these stones are not thick and long, and they are useless for the both of you." Bang bang. Pa pa. The girls got fed up, and they caught hold of Fatty Han, giving him some punches and kicks. Those who have aura skills, please roll the dice. Whoever gets the highest and second highest points, gets 1 stone each. Zhang Yang made the decision as the party leader. Those people who had aura skill started to roll the dice immediately. As a result, Han Yngshui, who was publicly known for having an affair with the system, rolled the highest point at 96 points while Zhang Yang rolled the second point at 92 points, so both of them got a stone each. What a lewd dog and lecherous vixen. Fatty Han, who was beaten, crossed both his hands behind his back and sighed like a noble person. Zhang Yang opened his skill list and a few rows of skill immediately appeared as three-dimensional projections in front of him. Each skill description was engraved on a metal flatbed, and his fingers toggled and selected his Vitality Aura before using the Aura Stone. Aura Stone broke into small particles of light, as his Vitality Aura's flatbed glowed blue. Vitality Aura Level 2 increases the vitality of teammates within the effective range by 8%. Aura range, 30 meters radius round from the caster. The effect lasts until the death of the caster or until it automatically vanishes. Han Yngshui did not use Aura Stone immediately, but admired hers lovingly. She even teased Wei Yan about it, riling up the little brat. After looting the 2 Aura Stones, the Treant King had no more yellow golds to offer, but 7 pieces of grey silver equipment. Zhang Yang handed 2 pieces over to Snowseeker as reward for her help in defeating the Treant King. Guildmaster Zhan Yu, are we going to fight the third boss? Snowseeker was extremely satisfied as she and Perfumed Water had collected 1 piece of level 60 yellow gold set equipment over the past 2 days. They were really pleased. Zhang Yang looked at the time and replied, "It is going to be 5 o'clock p.m. Everybody should log out from the game, take a break. Let's gather at 7:00 p.m. at Tukula Fortress, the last boss somewhere in that direction." All of them nodded their heads and tore their teleportation scrolls, returning to White Jade Castle. They also identified the equipment and restocked their health replenishing supplies. Zhang Yang also went to Item Identifier to identify his Furious Metallic Gloves. Furious Metallic Gloves, Yellow Gold, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 144. Strength, plus 58. Dexterity, plus 58. Level 2 Socket. Equipment, absorbs 100 damage points each time you deal an attack. Class requirement, Guardian. Level requirement, 60. Currently, Zhang Yang had 4 pieces of the level 60 yellow gold set. If he could get the last piece of set equipment, the boots, from Lord of Flames, and then he would have successfully gathered a full set. Being the top yellow gold set of equipment at level 60, he would have gained the power to conquer the upcoming dungeon, Thunderbolt Prison. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, Imperial Sky. Chapter 225, Imperial Sky. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Everyone started to log in, one after another. At 7 o'clock p.m., Sun Xinu and Endless Starlight finally joined the team. The 10 of them immediately made their way to Tukula Fortress. They traveled through Phil Forest and Xyler Wasteland, finally entering the Burning Flatlands after 2 hours. Burning Flatlands. The name itself spoke volumes about the environment it carried. The ground was lined with cracks of hot lava, threatening to scorch the feet of those who stepped on its surface. It was a horrible environment. The few flora that did grow were those that had adapted to such conditions, such as flame flower and burning grass, precious medicinal herbs. Most of the monsters here were members of the fire and rock elements. There were burning imps and red fire lizards dwelling beneath the magma, and they were above level 50. Because they had never explored the map before, everyone could only follow the old-fashioned method by splitting up and searching in groups. Zhang Yang looked at Han Yngshui and said, "If you are the first one who discover the fiery sacrificial altar again, then I'll admit that you have a godly sense of direction." The rest of the people nodded their heads continuously. As Han Yngshui simply walked without any direction in mind but could somehow discover the right places, it had to be due to some divine intervention. Zhang Yang opened the map, looking for the fiery sacrificial altar at his own assigned area and paid attention to Han Yingshui's location. Unsurprisingly, that fellow who had terrible sense of direction started to walk away from her assigned area, simply walking haphazardly, like a blind fly. 10 minutes later, the little blinking dot on the map that represented Han Ningxue stopped, and she said, "Haha, I'm the first to find it again." Drops of sweat formed on everyone else's heads. Zhang Yang suddenly got an epiphany and said, "Negatives make a positive, perhaps she has just the right amount of negatives to end up as an exceptional positive." Fatty Han muttered, "The fellow who has such a terrible sense of direction actually entered an unexplored map and was able to find the right spot, is really impressive." There was silence as nobody in the party understood what he meant. All of them quickly converged towards Han Ningxue's location. This was a huge altar. It was like a really tall stack made up by building blocks, divided into upper, middle and lower layers, totaling up to several hundred meters. The altar was like a cone that had been cut into 6 pieces, with a piece removed from every alternate layer, having the remaining 3 pieces on top of each other. The top of the first layer's area was as big as the size of 8 football fields, the top of the second layer's area was similar to the size of 5 football fields, and the top of the last layer's area was about the size of a single football field. All around the altar and on the even surface of each layer, many people dressed in black priest robes paraded forth and back. There were men and women, carrying staffs. Obviously, they were magic-type monsters. Fanatic Flame Acolyte, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 58. HP, 58,000. Defense, 300. Zhang Yang leaned forward, patting Whitey on the head and said, "Go." Whitey advanced, using Wild Charge, and dashed towards one of the nearest monsters. Zhang Yang used the momentum to swing his axe. Heresy, the Fanatic Flame Acolyte immediately shouted loudly and pointed at Zhang Yang with his staff, starting to cast Fireball. Crash Magic. The Fanatic Flame Acolyte's casting bar was immediately interrupted. He swung his staff, knocking Zhang Yang off his mount and shouted, "Heathen, your fresh blood shall be used to wash away the desecrated souls." Everyone swarmed the monster and continuously interrupted his casting bar. The pitiful Fanatic Flame Acolyte could not even cast a fireball before being hacked to death. Bah, that guy was all but talk. Fatty Han raised his fist. If it wants to act like a boss, it's not supposed to pay lip service but to speak through its actions. Well said, Fatty bro. The other member of perverted duo, Endless Starlight, immediately looked at Fatty Han admiringly. These clowns. The team continued moving on, killing all the way. 2 hours later, they had almost reached the 3rd level of the altar. The experience points for elite monsters were abundant as Whitey had also gained 3 levels, reaching level 46. Every 10 levels the pet mount gained would only enhance its attribution once. Therefore, there was no difference from when Whitey was level 40. However, Whitey no longer suffered from the damage penalty that arose from level differences. At this time, a bunch of people had walked through the entrance of altar. Imperial Sky was the title that hovered over the heads of these people. These late birds saw that there were no monsters along the route to the altar. However, from far away, they saw monsters on both sides. One Sword Stroke squinted his eyes, raised his head and looked up at the huge and tall altar. "Boss, are there anyone faster than us?" Mountain Cleaver looked at One Sword Stroke. "How can it be? Boss had just accepted the quest to kill 3 bosses, could anyone really be faster than us?" Soul Striker exclaimed, looking incredulous. One Sword Stroke stared at the altar and said, "If I'm not mistaken, Lone Desert Smoke has a party up there, but..." Heartless Striker immediately slapped his thigh and said, "That's right, only they could compete with us, Imperial Sky." "Boss, what should we do now?" "We're going after them, of course." One Sword Stroke said, with a determined look on his face, "I have long wanted to battle the Zhan Yu and see who the top tank in China server is." "Haha, that'll be our boss." Mountain Cleaver laughed out loud and said, "Boss has a level 50 yellow gold weapon, a full set of level 50 gray silver equipment and a level 50 gray silver shield. These equipment are definitely the best." "Exactly, Zhan Yu and his gang cleared Poison Fireland hardcore mode a day before we did. But, yellow gold equipment do not drop in dungeons. Besides that, our boss also got a gray silver pet mount yesterday, together they have 19,000 HP, and monstrous DPS. That Zhan Yu will not know what hit him. Haha, we'll record a video of Zhan Yu getting beaten flat by our boss and put it on the official forum. That'll shut down the debate for good." One Sword Stroke was not prideful like his followers, even as he got his boots licked by them. However, a trace of pride could be seen from his eyes. Most of the time, however, he was known for being calm and despising sycophants. He nodded slowly and said, "Let's go." There were only 11 players in One Sword Stroke's team. It seems that One Sword Stroke was similar to Zhang Yang in the way that both of them preferred to bring a concentrated party of elite players only. All of them quickly followed the route that Zhang Yang had already cleared. After another 10 minutes, Zhang Yang and his gang reached the 3rd layer of the altar. In the middle of the altar, there was a huge creature of flames. It held a warhammer in its right hand, standing upright in an arrogant poise. the heat distorted the air around it.
This flame creature was surrounded in circular formation of 10 flame acolytes in half-kneeling positions. All of them were clearly worshipping the being. Lord of Flames Arcel, Yellow Gold, Elemental Being.
Level, 60. HP, 5 million. Defense, 1,200. There were so many flame acolytes between the gang and the Lord of Flames Arcel, that clearing the acolytes was the first priority. Just as Zhang Yang was about to command the gang to clear all the flame acolytes, he caught sight of 11 uninvited guests who were riding their mounts towards the top. Imperial Sky?
Zhang Yang focused on those words, quickly scanning for the leading figure. As expected, he spotted one sword stroke. This was the top tank of China server in his previous life, always going around with a full set of equipment that practically blinded the eyes of those who beheld him.
He was currently carrying a triangular shield on his back.
The familiar shape of an axe hung around his waist. Zhang Yang recognized it at first glance. It was the same axe as his Dragon Tooth battle axe, but from what Zhang Yang surmised, it could only mean that one sword stroke must have cleared the Centaur's castle as well and had a 99% chance of having Blast Wave. Beneath one sword stroke was a blood-red dire wolf, as large as lion, and looking absolutely feral. It even howled at the sky from time to time, the fur on its back bristling as it did so. Compared to his rather docile-looking Whitey, that dire wolf definitely looked far more intimidating. Zhang Yang tried to focus on the dire wolf. Because one sword stroke had his profile hidden, his pet mount could not be observed as well.
Zhang Yu?
One sword stroke also quickly focused his sight on Zhang Yang. In Zhang Yang's team, 2 people carried shields but one had a MP bar while the other had a rage bar. It was easy to tell them apart. Zhang Yang, who was riding Whitey, took a few steps forward and said, "One sword stroke, dot." Both of them hid their profiles, but by instinct alone, both of them could pick out the other team's leader.
Ha ha. One sword stroke laughed happily and said, "How about we fight a battle?"
Zhang Yang also laughed and said, "The losing side, tear, teleportation scroll, S on the spot and leave right after resurrecting." One sword stroke answered without hesitation, "Deal." Nobody would just back down from a boss fight when faced with another party who had similar goals in mind. If the other team happened to kill the opposing team's tanks, that team would cripple beyond recovery. Being of similar mindset, they both would adopt the same tactics if it came to a head-on battle.
Singles or gang fights? Zhang Yang simply asked. Let's make it simple and direct, single combat. The winner and loser would be clear.
One sword stroke was confident that he was going to win the battle. It was the right mindset for a professional player to have. If the player lacked confidence in himself, he did not deserve to be called a professional player.
Okay.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to charge forward with Whitey, the cool Sun Xianyu held him back and said, "Let me do this." Her competitive spirit could be seen through her eyes. This lady simply will not deny herself an opportunity to pit her strength against professional players.
In his previous life, although Sun Xianyu never joined any professional league, she had assassinated numerous professional players in the China server. The Queen of the Shadow Dance title was obtained after she gained a notorious reputation as a slayer of professional players. In his previous life, Sun Xianyu and one sword stroke had battled 3 times in total. Sun Xianyu successfully killed one sword stroke twice without any hitch, having slight trouble the 3rd time but emerging victorious, nevertheless. However, assassinations and duels were different. Assassination often began with the victim being caught off guard and being killed off before they could recover. But duels were completely different. Both parties would be prepared and fully buffed in a head-on battle.
Moreover, when a dual-wielding thief meets a high defense and damage-absorbing guardian, the thief would already be in an unfavorable situation. Besides, Zhang Yang suspected one sword stroke's mount was a battle mount, just like his. Although Zhang Yang could not determine the grade of that battle mount, it would stack up the odds against Sun Xianyu. She had less than a 1% chance of winning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 226, Utterly Flattened. Chapter 226, Utterly Flattened. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Usually, the losing side would simply have the experience bar of their current level emptied out. Experience points could be regained by killing more monsters. But since this challenge carried the cost of losing a yellow gold boss and a main quest, Zhang Yang could not afford to let Sun Xianyu go wild. Knowing her, if Zhang Yang directly told Sun Xianyu something like, "You are not his opponent, off you go," this block of ice that took human form would definitely lose her temper.
Zhang Yang got around it by saying, "How about we decide the winner by the best of 3 between 3 representatives from each side?"
One sword stroke thought for a while and replied, "Okay. As long as I get to fight you, Zhang Yu, regardless of the other 2 battles."
"All right.
On another side, Mountain Cleaver immediately said, "Boss, Zhang Yu doesn't seem so sure of you. He is probably using the other two battles as a safety net."
He. Imperial Sky's people laughed mockingly.
Besides their professional bootlicking skills, they made a point to show that One Sword Stroke constantly had their support.
He was their pride and joy.
Brother Zhang Yu, in order to ensure the fairness and to avoid the situation of sending ill-matching classes against each other, how about we send our fighters on the spot? One Sword Stroke asked, smiling slightly. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement and then spoke in the party channel, "Ice Cube, go for the first battle."
Sun Xianyu was slightly disgruntled as she actually wanted to fight One Sword Stroke.
Zhang Yang wanted to prevent exactly that from happening. But she already said, "Let me do this." She was not the type to fall back from her words, according to her personality. However, she still glared at Zhang Yang angrily.
"Brother Zhang Yu, let's start this."
Both parties sent a player out. Eventually Lone Desert Smoke sent out Sun Xianyu, while Imperial Sky sent out a thief named Blooming Ichor.
Zhang Yang thought for a while, trying to recall Blooming Ichor's identity.
In his previous life, he was the main thief in the Sky and Ocean Electronics, a professional league battle team that was led by One Sword Stroke. Although he was never mentioned in the list of the strongest thieves in China server, he was still the main thief in Sky and Ocean Electronics, the strongest battle team in the S-Class Professional League.
He must not be underestimated. Without wasting much time, both thieves immediately used stealth. The battlefield became deathly silent, the suspense almost suffocating.
Battles between two thieves usually played out in the form of a deadly hide-and-seek that could go on for half an hour, yet ending quickly within 10 seconds of action. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, both of these thieves had yet to show themselves yet, knowing the first one to slip up would mean instant death. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "Brother One Sword Stroke, let's get started with the second battle. I hope we learn much from each other."
"Okay. Noob Tank, let me do this. Let me do this. Little Yang, let me shoot them to death. Guild Master, let me do this. Guild Master Zhang Yu, let me do this."
All of them wanted to join the battle. Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, "Evil Snow, you fight the second battle." Han Ying-shui was caught by surprise as she was definitely a lazy person. She had slowly edged away from the crowd, planning to spectate silently. The last thing she expected was Zhang Yang asking her to fight a battle. She quickly shook her head and said, "I'm just a healer, getting into a duel is none of my business."
Zhang Yang laughed happily and said, "It's okay, didn't you buy a putrefying poison skill book last few days ago? Just keep that dot on your opponent, and keep refreshing it. All you have to do is to heal yourself in the meantime." It was really difficult to defeat Han Ying-shui with her current equipment unless the opponent struck really, really hard. Otherwise, with her immense healing capabilities, she would easily undo any damage she sustains. Of course, if she encountered Destructive Smash, she would be helpless. Obviously, the only warrior in Imperial Sky's Team One Sword Stroke could possibly possess such a skill. However, he would be fighting with Zhang Yang in the third battle, so there was no way One Sword Stroke would be Han Ying-shui's opponent. She may be a healer, but she was a super healer, and a super healer with super equipment would bulldoze over anyone else. After discussing among themselves, both parties sent out a player from each party for the second battle. Han Ying-shui vs. Fire Fountain. Fire Fountain was a pyromancer. His equipment gleamed.
Although he did not have a full set of set equipment, he had a level 50 gray silver staff on his hand. His magic attack had surpassed 1,300.
He definitely had the best equipment there was. However, they had not taken Han Ying-shui's equipment into consideration.
It racked up her magic attack to 1,800, probably being the highest magic attack among all spellcasters, globally. The moment their fight commenced, Fire Fountain immediately activated Heart of Flame and rapidly started casting Explosive Flame. Heart of Flame increases fire spells damage by 10%.
Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 3 minutes.
Explosive Flame throws a huge fireball towards target and causes fire damage equivalent to 300% of magic damage.
Cast time, 2 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Distance, 30 meters.
While Han Ying-shui immediately activated her accessory, Magician's Brooch, to boost her magic attack to 2,500 and casted Putrefying Poison on Fire Fountain. Putrefying Poison putrefies enemy with the power of darkness and causes Dark Abyss damage equivalent to 200% of magic damage within 15 seconds.
This skill's effect cannot be stacked. Cooldown time, 1 second. Distance, 30 meters.
After that, Han Ying-shui cast many healing skills on herself such as Regeneration, Mending Prayers, Holy Shield, and Brilliant Light, where she completely ignored the existence of Fire Fountain. She did not even bother looking up at the fireballs that came flying at her face, she just kept on healing herself. Fire Fountain nearly vomited blood to death as he watched Han Yngshui. Fire Fountain was a professional player. Han Yngshui should at least be fighting him with more finesse, such as constant movement, tactical distancing or interruption of his casting bar.
She should at least use Punishment Ray on Fire Fountain.
Yet, here she was casting healing spells on herself and buffing herself up before even paying attention to Fire Fountain, fighting as she would be a monster. That's right, Han Yngshui did not have any clue on piking, but her healing was very potent. She did not have to do much except to heal herself as her opponent slowly nibbled away at her HP. 2 seconds later, a huge fireball flew from the tip of Fire Fountain's staff and struck Han Yngshui.
Damage absorb.
That's right, Holy Shield simmered around Han Yngshui. When she applied Holy Shield on herself, her 2,500 magic attack meant that she could absorb up to 5,000 damage points. Thus, Fire Fountain needed another explosive flame to break through Han Yingshui's Holy Shield. Only now did Han Yingshui realize that she could absorb damage with Holy Shield. She quickly changed her mind mid-heal and fired Punishment Ray at Fire Fountain. Fire Fountain was even madder and thought to himself, they sent such an idiot to fight me, are they looking down on me?
He was embarrassed and furious. 1005. 3723.
The Han Yingshui cast Punishment Ray on Fire Fountain. The first tick of putrefying poison occurred at the same time, taking at least 4,700 HP in total.
He almost jumped out of his skin just then. His total HP was about 8,000. More than half of his HP had suddenly been hacked off. How could anyone remain composed after that? Oh my god, how much magic attack does this woman have? She's powerful. 2012. At the same time, his fireball struck Han Yingshui and finally broke her Holy Shield, causing damage. Fireball casts a fireball and causes fire damage equivalent to 200% of magic damage to target. Cast time, 2 seconds. Distance, 30 meters. Plus 5034. Mending Prayers immediately activated and fully recovered Han Yingshui's HP. Damn.
The top priest in Imperial Sky was also capable of casting Mending Prayers. Based on that, Fire Fountain knew that it healed by an equivalent of 200% of the caster's magic damage. This only meant that his opponent's magic attack was over 2,500, it was almost double his. Fire Fountain immediately used Ice Barrier to dispel putrefying poison's effect and tried to create distance between himself and the crazy healer. He teleported in a blink of eye and reappeared 100 meters further. He hastily tried applying bandage on himself. When Han Yingshui saw Fire Fountain running away, she chased after him in a rare show of effort. You would have a higher chance of being hit by a meteorite than witness her go crazy like that. However, by the time she got within range, Fire Fountain was already almost done using his bandage. On top of that, he had the time to glug down 1 health recovery potion and regenerate an additional 3,000 HP. Han Yingshui did not realize that Fire Fountain had already dispelled her putrefying poison. So, she stood at one spot and started casting Punishment Ray like a stationary turret. Fire Fountain was much more experienced in player versus player combat than Han Yingshui was. With a wave of his hand, a blast of fire instantly struck Han Yingshui, causing 1,450 damage to her. After that, he immediately stepped backwards and tried to keep his distance from Han Yingshui. Fire Blast uses fire to launch a blast to the target and causes fire damage equivalent to 100% of magic damage.
Cast time, instant. Cooldown time, 8 seconds. Distance, 30 meters. Han Yingshui's casting bar 4, Punishment Ray, was interrupted as he stepped out of her range. Han Yingshui did not bother chasing after him and immediately starting casting healing spells to heal her own HP. Fire Fountain quickly ran into the 30-meter attack range and started casting Explosive Flame. If Han Yingshui was more aware of the mechanics of the game, she would just need to take a step backwards to interrupt his casting, as they were both exactly 30 meters apart. Instead, she went on healing herself. When she saw Fire Fountain entering her Punishment Ray's attack range, she started casting just that. Fire Fountain was already done casting Explosive Flame and fired a huge fireball. He immediately stepped backwards after that. 3963. A huge bubble of damage text popped up over Han Yingshui's head while her Punishment Ray casting bar was interrupted again. She quickly started casting her healing spells, Mending Prayers, Holy Shield, and Brilliant Light. Fire Fountain took a step forwards, used Counter Magic, followed by Fireball. Counter Magic immediately interrupts target's casting bar and renders target unable to cast related skills for the next 3 seconds. Cast time, instant. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Distance, 30 meters. Han Yingshui's casting bar 4, brilliant light, was interrupted. At the same time, all her spells in the holy tree started cooling down for 3 seconds. Thus, the only spell she had left was putrefying poison, as it was under Dark Abyss Tree. Now only did Han Ying-shui realize that Fire Fountain had already dispelled her putrefying poison long ago. Since she could not cast any other spells other than putrefying poison, she went ahead and used it, out of a lack of choices rather than a calculated maneuver. 2 seconds later, Fire Fountain cast Fireball and hit Han Ying-shui. Damage absorb. +3, 602. Holy Shield absorbed Fireball's damage while Mending Prayers regenerated Han Ying-shui's HP to full. Fire Fountain was astounded. His powerful and long cooldown skill, Heart of Flame, was used, Counter Magic, and Ice Barrier, which were vital skills have also been used, were currently cooling down, yet Han Ying-shui's HP was full. On his end, he had 7000 HP left, and the dot was already taking effect, but a dignified professional player was actually being forced against the ropes by a healer who had no clue about player combat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227, One Sword Stroke. Chapter 227, One Sword Stroke. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Yen was rolling on the floor, laughing. She was completely out of breath, and she leaned against Sun Xinu1, clutching her stomach as she continued laughing silently, her mouth twitching wordlessly. On the contrary, the people of Imperial Sky had turned as white as snow. Some of them looked as though they were about to get sick. Fire Fountain was regarded as being second only to One Sword Stroke, a masterful player whose looks could be compared to the pretty boy, Blooming Ichor. Having brought in by One Sword Stroke to become an irreplaceable asset of the party, not only was he superb in managing his damage output, he shone best in PK battles. But for such a superb player to die by the hands of an idiotic healer who does nothing but heal herself while leaving all the work to putrefying poison? Anyone's pride would be ripped to shreds. Fire Fountain was still struggling to stay alive, constantly moving around the area while manipulating the 30-meter range rule, but Han Ying-shui had already suffered once and had learned from it. Currently all she did was to refresh the putrefying poison dot on her opponent while keeping her HP constantly refilled. 721. As the effect of the Magician's Brooch had already faded, Han Ying-shui reverted to her regular magic damage. The damage of putrefying poison, which kicked in every 3 seconds, had been reduced to 700 points, but 15 seconds was enough to inflict an approximate damage of 3600 on Fire Fountain. Putrefying poison kicked in once again. It didn't require any targeting at all on the part of the caster. Even if Fire Fountain ducked and roll, activated a 30-meter or a 31-meter long-ranged spell, nothing prevented the poison from kicking in. 30 seconds later, the putrefying poison was triggered for one last time, causing a damage of 752. Fire Fountain's final humiliating struggle to keep his last drop health points came to an end, and he crumpled, dead on the ground. A pair of gray-silver gloves fell to the ground, which was instantly picked up by a member of the Imperial Sky. Meanwhile, Han Ying-shui activated a brilliant light, her health back at its full state. Wow, cousin sister is mighty. Wei Yen was still guffawing like a drunken old man. Fatty Han and the rest were also showering her with endless praise. A healer killing anyone in battle was unheard of, and with full HP too, to add on to that. Soul Striker of the Imperial Sky quickly revived Fire Fountain. Their party members were looking sickly, avoiding eye contact. Fire Fountain looked like one of the Spectre-type monsters. He was dying for another round with Han Ying-shui. It had really been too embarrassing and depressing for him to lose like that. Fire Fountain is a person who can accept failures, but to lose to Han Ying-shui in such manner, he wanted to bang his head against the wall just thinking of it. But he also knew that even if he was given another chance, he would still be poisoned to death. It was inevitable, as the difference in magic damage between the two of them was just too much. Furthermore, the opponent was a terrific healer, with loads of HP restoring skills. He could not help himself but to suspect that even if both of them had the same magic damage output, would he stand a chance after all? The second round had ended, but the two players from the first round were still playing hide-and-seek with each other. One Sword Stroke stepped forward atop his battle wolf, and he said, "Brother Zhang Yu, let's get started." Zhang Yang laughed evenly, riding on his whitey, and said, "Bring it on, let us have a good fight." The fellow members of the Imperial Sky had their uttermost faith in One Sword Stroke at securing his win of this battle at the beginning, but after seeing Zhang Yang producing a mount of his own, they figured that the opposition also possessed a battle mount. It diminished their hopes, but One Sword Stroke was still their leader. It isn't capturing a gray-silver battle mount. Zhang Yu's battle mount must be a green copper grade, or even a black steel. Can't you see how lethargic that white bear is?
It's such a lazy animal, the gang tried to comfort themselves, coming up with whatever reason they could come up with.
The two opponents locked eyes, sizing each other up. Nobody moved.
In a short period of 3 seconds, Zhang initiated the first attack of the battle. Whitey let loose a loud roar, charging straight towards one sword stroke. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Wild charge. Whitey was charging like a stream of meteorite, rushing at the battle wolf at blinding speed.
In an instant, the body of the battle wolf suddenly flew into action.
A miniature sonic boom formed as exploded off the ground at high speed, moving 3 meters to the side, evading the charge attack of Whitey.
Impressive.
Zhang was praising his opponent from the bottom of his heart. Although both of them did not have any knowledge on the attributes of their opposition's battle mounts, they were able to obtain certain extent of understanding by comparing the battle mounts to the monsters they were apparently derived from. Therefore, one sword stroke had deduced that Whitey possessed some sort of charge skill, and had used Agility of the Wild to counter it. Agility of the Wild increases movement speed by 50%, lasts for 5 seconds.
Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Consume, 20 focus points. This was a universal skill, possessed by any wolf type, leopard type, tiger type, and lion type monsters. Both of them wielded their battle axes and charged forward. Missed. Zhang and one sword stroke were both currently mounted, so they avoided each other's attack at a greatly increased speed. Normal attacks were easily telegraphed and anticipated.
Zhang, for instance, must pull his axe back before he can swing it out in an attack, but weapons with a longer time interval of attacking will be far slower and cumbersome, as their wielders needed to gain inertia by swinging such weapons back before they could be swung towards the enemy. On the contrary, lighter and shorter weapons such as daggers can stab a person in the blink of an eye, without any warning signs. An attack from a heavy weapon was easy to read, with the movements basically being exaggerated. For Zhang and one sword stroke, dodging enemy players' normal attacks were just a walk in the park. Everything came down to their respective in-game skills now. Skills had no signs that gave them away prior to activation. As long as all the criteria to activate a skill were ready, players could just activate them and use their skills. Speed, that was one of the many advantages of using a skill. Some skills even have an auto-targeting system, making it impossible for players to dodge even if they intended to.
Blood Rage.
Instantly boosted with 30 rage points, Zhang now 36 rage points in total. One sword stroke had realized that Zhang was definitely a master-level player, as evidenced by how he evaded his normal attack, so he too immediately activated his Blood Rage. The two guild leaders were on a collision course once again.
Block. Plus 30 rage points. Block. Plus 30 rage points. -0. -0. With both of them activating block at the same instant, they successfully defended themselves. The reflective damage from block, on the other hand, was like a gnat trying to penetrate their defenses. Both players made the decision not to activate Shield Bash, as the damage would be negated nevertheless. The sheer speed of their mounts had sent them on an impasse, and they broke off, heading in opposite directions. What an opponent. With both parties know that the other had block, they used Crippled Defense, which not only consumed a negligible amount of rage points and only had 1 second of cooldown to trick their opponent into using block. Shoof, both of them circled around to face each other again, and similar to jousting knights, they charged at each other again. Blast Wave. Blast Wave. The similarity of their tactics was eerie. Both of them had been sent into stun states. As the moment passed, however, Zhang and one sword stroke both used Warrior's Will to recover, and they once again charged towards each other. 4600. Zhang Destructive Smash, Critical Attack. 2040. Zhang Horizontal Sweep. 3508. One sword strokes, Destructive Smash, Critical Attack. 0. One sword strokes, Force Strike. The differences between skills and equipment of the two had been revealed immediately. Zhang had a defense of 920 and a damage absorption attribute of 930, while one sword stroke only had a gray-silver shield, a defense of 600 and a damage absorption attribute of 600. Furthermore, Zhang had Eagle Eye, to ignore another 300 defense. One sword stroke was shocked. The superiority of his opponent's equipment had exceeded his expectations. Turning their respective mounts around once again, they charged. The bear and the wolf passed by each other, but there was something different happening this time round. Zhang suddenly made a sharp U-turn, demonstrating masterful control of the bear, following the tail of one sword stroke. How did he do that? Spectators from both sides were all stunned speechless. Just like real life, when a large object carrying a lot of momentum is stopped abruptly,
it must then pause to regain its balance before heading in another direction. However, Zhang Yang had immediately turned a complete 180 degrees, as smoothly as a water stream. It was almost magical to look at. Zhang Yang smiled vaguely. That was a specially designed skill, backspin step, just for battle mounts. Simply put, it does magical things to his inertia.
This is a skill that all ground-based battle mounts must learn.
However, in his past life, players would only discover skill half a year from now on, eventually becoming a staple part of battle-mounted combat. Tailing the ass of one sword stroke, Zhang Yang immediately pulled out his axe and started swinging, while Whitey could only use one of its thick and sturdy paws to slash at the rear of the battle wolf's leg. One sword stroke was racked between shock and intrigue at that moment, as he could not comprehend how Zhang Yang had managed to stick to his ass in such a manner. Still, there was a time and place for everything. All he could do was to focus on shaking Zhang Yang off his ass. But no matter where he turned, or he feinted, he still could not get rid of Zhang Yang. During the entire time, his graciously offered back was being hacked at. After being sliced and diced by Zhang Yang for over 20 seconds, the health points of one sword stroke had sharply decreased from 19,000 points to only 5,000 points. Finally, his pet mount's agility of the wild had cooled down. He quickly activated it, and with a shove, he finally managed to leap forward a great distance, getting away from Zhang Yang's tailgating. Wild charge. 10 meters away from one sword stroke, Whitey instantly caught up.
Checkmate.
One sword stroke did not have eyes on the back of his head. Under normal circumstances, he could have evaded the charge. A sudden slam from a certain white bear stunned him for a full second.
Shield wall. Berserker's heel. Plus 4992.
One sword stroke was finally forced to activate his life-saving skills, but the negative effect of the destructive smash had reduced his healing effect by 75%. The members of Imperial Sky still harbored hope that their great leader would still best his counterpart. But as the battle progressed, their faces were ashen white.
It wasn't a duel. It was a predator toying with its prey.
Their glorious leader, one sword stroke, was being toyed around like a cat playing around with a half-dead rat. This Shan Yu was the real deal. Their guild master, who could easily outmaneuver them to their deaths without taking a single hit, was actually tasting his own medicine now. This was really astonishing.
Slice and dice.
Zhang Yang did not hold back at all. He finished off his prey in no time at all. The battle wolf wailed for a final moment, before instantly turning into a stream of blood-colored light which streamed into one sword stroke's backpack. One sword stroke himself crumpled to the ground with an audible pack, and he stayed dead on the ground. A pair of silver boots popped out of his corpse, quietly lying right beside its dead owner.
Well, it cannot be helped. Zhang Yang possessed the experience in terms of controls, tactics and awareness that exceeded even the existence of the game.
He had several years of head start. Furthermore, his equipment and skills also outclassed his opponents. If he did not manage to take out his opponent cleanly and easily, he should be embarrassed of himself.
It was another loss.
The members of Imperial Sky were crestfallen.
Now, they only could ask for Blooming Ichor to try bringing credit to them by scoring a point, in order to avoid scoring a duck egg, 0, against 3, losing in a manner they will not be able to accept. However, even that was too much to ask for. Suddenly,
the shadow of Blooming Ichor was suddenly revealed from his stealth state, but there was a bunch of stars spinning around above his head. It was a stunned state after having been ambushed. Sun Xianyu had also revealed herself right after that, consecutively wielding her 2 daggers with murderous intent.
She carved out petals of blood from Blooming Ichor's back.
Right after ambush ended, she activated kidney shot and continued to slice and dice without any signs of stopping. The health bar plummeted straight down, and in just 10 seconds, Blooming Ichor lay dead. At the same moment, Soul Striker had just resurrected one sword stroke. Resurrection had a 5-minute cooldown, but they could only rely on other players with redemption to rescue the others. 3 battles, 3 loses. The members of the Imperial Sky were putting up their dull face, as they did not foresee the outcome, not at all.
To lose in such a bad manner.
One sword stroke indeed possessed the characteristic of a leader of one of the strongest parties in China region, as they would have been in another future. He smiled brightly and said, "Brother Zhang Yu certainly lives up to his reputation. I have learned much, I hope to learn more in the future.
Let's move."
He tore a teleportation scroll up in that instant, without any signs of sloppiness.
He indeed possessed the aura of an ace.
As the remaining members of the Imperial Sky tore up their teleportation scrolls one after another, they gazed determinedly upon Lone Desert Smoke.
They will have their rematch soon.
Shoof shoof shoof, as streams of white light passed through, members of the Imperial Sky were all teleported away from the scene.
Shay.
So that's all they were capable of, daring to claim being the second strongest guild in China region. Fatty Han spoke in contempt.
That's right. Absolutely right.
Wei Yan'er nodded to express her agreement. Noob Tank is really a bad boy, not letting me join a fight when there is one.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, fine, you will be the first to go up front when there is a fight in the future. Wei Yan'er was instantly appeased.
Looking at the spot where one sword stroke disappeared, Zhang Yang could not help but admire the man, as he thought to himself, one sword stroke had remained composed throughout the entire course of events, never revealing his thoughts or intentions. Although he had suffered a disastrous loss, but he had not been shaken by it, he was indeed a strong opponent. What advantage Zhang Yang had over other players were his additional 5 years of experience and understanding towards the game. But with time set in motion, that difference will only grow shorter and shorter. Other players will quickly improve with time, while he was highly limited in his room for learning, but... Sun Xian walked back up to him, giving Zhang Yang a scornful stare.
Zhang Yang smiled a little and said, no one is bothering us now, let's clean out the remaining monsters and get ready to battle the boss. The gang was divided into 2 teams.
With Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight leading each of the teams respectively, they quickly rounded up the monsters from both sides, clearing out every single monster on the 3rd floor of the altar. It was fortunate that the size of the altar was just like the size of a football too. In just half an hour, the 2 teams had already met up with each other halfway through their routes. All that remained were the boss and 10 elite grade worshippers around it.
Starlight, you shall be in charge of kiting those 10 elite monsters, will that be a problem for you? Zhang Yang asked Endless Starlight. No problemo. Endless Starlight answered, pounding his chest.
Alright, when the battle begins, I will kite the boss, Starlight will lead the monsters away.
After you guys take them out, come help me. Show him your worst.
1. We are aware that Sun Xian was supposed to be engaged in her own battle against Blooming Ichor at that point, but it is what it says.
We simply translated it.
2. Size of a football, author is trying to emphasize the size is very small, in a hyperbolic way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 228, Lord of Flames or Cell. Chapter 228, Lord of Flames or Cell. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Charge.
Zhang Yang let Endless Starlight go ahead, allowing him to acquire the initial aggro of all monsters, giving him the opportunity to kite the elites away.
Blasphemer, die.
The 10 flame acolytes stood up one after another, pointing their magic staff straight at Endless Starlight and began the chanting of their fireball spells. Meanwhile, the boss swung his gigantic hammer at Endless Starlight.
Sacred Protection.
Endless Starlight quickly activated his invincible skill and rushed straight at the monsters, activating his devotion. He began swinging his battle hammer around to begin kiting the monsters. Zhang Yang went straight up with a wild charge to engage with the boss. By activating his blood rage, he instantly gained 30 points of rage points. With one normal slash, followed by a cripple defense and a horizontal sweep, he swiftly built up the aggro value.
Boom!
A stream of fire waves spewed out from the body of the Lord of Flames or Cell. It spread outwards in all directions, and everyone was hit with a damage of -1000. The radius of the effective range was at least 40 meters.
Ding!
Lord of Flames Arcel has unleashed Flame Gush. Zhang Yang quickly reacted and kite the boss to one side of the area, distancing themselves away from the gang.
Boom!
Another stream of fire wave gushed out from the body of the Lord of Flames Arcel. Because Zhang Yang had already moved a certain distance away from the gang, this time around, only Fatty Han, Daffodil Daydream and Perfumed Water were inflicted by the damage effect.
Perfumed Water, come heal me, Witchy Snow, go heal Starlight. Zhang Yang commanded.
The focus fire of fireballs from 10 elite flame acolytes was really terrifying. Only a super healer like Han Shui would be able to prevent the tank from turning into a crisp. Sun Xian and the others immediately activated their AoE attacks, trying their best to clear out all the acolytes in the shortest possible period of time, with the intention to let Han Shui get back to Zhang Yang as soon as possible. Other than Snowseeker and Perfumed Water, others had already completed their respective level 50 profession quests with perfect scores. They were all equipped with yellow gold weapons, while the tanks had been rewarded with yellow gold shields. Therefore, the whole party dealt a ridiculous amount of damage, and within a minute, they had managed to take out all 10 elite acolytes without a hitch. The boss was slowly met with an increasing number of attackers as the party switched their sights on him.
Damn it, the fire resistance of this boss is really high.
Daffodil Daydream attacked with Explosive Flame, a powerful attack that should be dealing 6000 damage, but on this target, that value had been halved, almost making her weep.
You've had your fun with that gigantic tree in the afternoon,
Be thankful that you're not strengthening this fiery creature, feeding it with more fire, However, in place of Daffodil Daydream's penalized attacks, Snowseeker was dealing double her usual damage. Being an Ice-type caster, she was a hazard to beings of fire. Her damage already overtook Zhang Yang's damage, even while being supplemented by his battle mount. Hashtag UN asterisk, as the Lord of Flames Arcel spoke in a language that the human tongue could never replicate. Time and again, his gigantic hammer slammed down on Zhang Yang. The melee damage of the boss was not particularly high, only in the 7,000 range. However, his attacks were accompanied by licks of flames, every attack taking away a total of 8,000 plus from Zhang Yang's health points. Flame Gush was being unleashed every single second, burning everyone up considerably. Other than Zhang Yang, every other player was constantly being struck with 1,000 damage every second. Even though Han Yingshui and Perfumed Water were super healers, they had their limits. Starlight, Daffodil. Remove yourselves from the AoE area of the boss, let's make it easier for our healers. Zhang Yang improvised. Although Endless Starlight and Daffodil Daydream were not willing to do so, they understood their shortcomings. A tank would be unable to dish out much damage anyway, while a Pyromancer wasn't much use against a fire element boss. With two players leaving the battle, the situation was momentarily stabilized as the healing efforts of the two ladies evened out with the damage. After Zhang Yang had combined with his mount, his health bar had gone straight up to 30,000. As a result, every attack of the boss only would slice away a quarter of his total health points. The more hit points a tank possessed, the larger the margin for error was for the healers. Compared to the demonic Treant King, the Lord of Flames Arcel was obviously much more easier to handle. All that they needed was a tank who can perpetually survive his onslaught, with enough healing. 80%, 60%, 40%. The health points of the boss slowly went down. Fatty Han was so thankful for the simplicity of the battle, so he spoke up, finally, a boss that's not bats hit insane. He could still remember clearly how the demonic Treant King had flattened his prostate figure back then in the lake. Yeah. Likewise, as they were reminded about the Treant boss, everyone nodded to express their agreement. Actually, this boss was a pushover only due to the fact that these players had top-of-the-range equipment. If the tank was to wear slightly inferior equipment, the boss could have inflicted over 14,000 damage a hit, killing a player instantly. 30%, 20%, 10%. It purely depended on the equipment when engaging a boss that relied on sheer damage values such as Lord of Flames Arcel. As long as the equipment reaches the standard requirement, it would be easy battling this boss. On the contrary, the party will be annihilated repetitively if their equipment did not meet the standard requirement. There were no additional tactics required for this battle. In less than 6 minutes, the large body mass of the boss crumbled to the ground, its flames extinguished. All that remained of it was a single, crimson sphere the size of a human head, which continued to burn weakly. Zhang Yang swiftly jumped down from his mount to pick up that object. The moment he touched it, he was inflicted with 1,000 damage consecutively. Molten Core of the Flame King, quest item. Item description, hot. 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 He quickly shoved the object into his backpack, and with this, the 3 main quest items were now gathered. Noob Tank, hurry up, where are my boots? Wei Yenair ran up to, egging Zhang Yang to look at the loots. As Zhang Yang looked through and picked up the loots, picking the yellow gold equipment pieces first, before distributing them out to the others according to their professions. Unfortunately, the last piece of his set, Furious Boots, did not appear. Other than the 4 equipment set pieces, there were 2 more non-set equipment pieces, a melee damage output necklace and a tanker's ring. Zhang Yang took the Ring of Raging Blaze. Unfortunately, he must wait until he was level 60 before he can equip it. After distributing all items, everyone transported themselves back to White Jade City. As it was already 12 a.m., they should have been sleeping by now. They did not communicate throughout the night, and the next day in the morning after his training, Zhang Yan logged onto the game, bringing along the Ring of Raging Blaze to identify it. Ring of Raging Blaze. Vitality, plus 50. Strength, plus 50. Equip, absorbs 58 damage points when attacked. Level required, 60. Before even he attempted to leave the shop, Wei Yenair and Han Yingshui had logged into the game as well, holding him down to ask him for another favor in identifying the equipment. Furthermore, 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream had also settled the sponsorship deal with Silky Soft Holdings. Every month, Silky Soft Holdings would provide Lone Desert Smoke with an amount of 1 million. Taking down a first clear title for dungeons would reward each of the party member $100,000, clearing a speed challenge once earns every member of the party $10,000 respectively. Up to this point, Lone Desert Smoke had begun transitioning into a semi-profession guild. Zhang Yang had reorganized the setting of the guild's membership levels. There are now 3 main levels in total. The first level, comprised of the guildmaster, the vice guildmaster and a few game masters, they would all be paid with fixed salaries of 20,000. The second level was made up of the core players of the guild, which were further divided into another 5 levels of classification, with their respective monthly salary ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 according to their level of classification. In addition, for players who had full-time jobs could still earn commissions ranging from 1,000 to 300 as long as they can complete a number of collection quests every month. The more you work for the guild, the more you earn from it. The third level was made up of regular members of the guild. The players in this level of classification will not receive any salary or payment. But as what Zhang Yang mentioned earlier on, as long as any guild members contribute or perform outstandingly in dungeons, they would all have the opportunity to be promoted as one of the core players of the guild. Also, the core players cannot be slacking off. They could be demoted if their performance is ever lacking. With solid cash rewards to instigate them, the members of the guild will surely be motivated to do their parts for the guild. In other semi-profession guilds, the sponsorship money would be divided among the game masters, with only a small amount of money left for the lower-ranked players. On the other hand, the benefits Zhang Yang provided to the game masters weren't that high. Most of the sponsorship money was being spent on the core players of the guild. Such an unconventional system gained the favor of his core members, as they did not feel like they were being used as tools by the game masters of the guild. Over the time, the reputation of the Lone Desert Smoke had shot up by a lot. With such generous treatment given to their guild members, it drew quite a number of professional players to ally themselves into the guild. It was just a game anyway. If joining Lone Desert Smoke could earn them a stable salary, why not do it for fun then? But Zhang Yang had his merchandise shop to support him. By dividing the profit earned from selling equipment among party members, each of them earned tens of thousands of dollars on monthly basis. They barely needed to use the sponsorship money for themselves. Furthermore, after securing new territories in future, the teleportation gates under their control would grant them fortune beyond any comprehension. Having an additional 5 years of experience into the game, Zhang Yang had a vast head start ahead of everyone else. By just investing a small part of his fortune, he had the loyalty of the entire guild secured. After capturing a territory, it was imperative for a guild to be of one heart, fueled by its members, united in a common goal. Such unity would lead a guild to greatness. As the number of level 50 players were getting more and more day by day, the sales for the Solid Iron Bar had reached another level. The same could be said for the sales of his Fire Resistance Potion, S. The revenue of the little merchandise shop had reached a total of 1,700,000 gold pieces by yesterday. Zhang Yang smiled contentedly as he used the city order to teleport to Tukulo Fortress. He summoned Whitey and headed straight for the flatlands of the passing to complete Princess Serena's quest. It was really inconvenient, not having a mount that could fly. He had to circle around mountains and hills, look for different routes to cross rivers. More than 2 hours later, Zhang Yang had finally arrived at the Twilight Hills. 2 days had passed, all the monsters that were spread out everywhere over the hills and dales had all respawned. As Zhang Yang was in a hurry to turn in the quest, he simply rode through them all without stopping. Whenever the number of the monsters became too much for him to handle, he would activate his Shadow of the Void to escape battles. After sitting down and having some snacks to replenish his health back to full state, Zhang Yang continued to charge forward like an unstoppable train. After waiting for his Shadow of the Void to cool down, he charged through and used it again whenever he deemed fit. Having used up all his evasive skills, and being surrounded by monsters, he could only obediently kill the monsters before him to open up a path forward. Still, the Shadow of the Void had helped Zhang Yang save about an hour and a half. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang arrived at the deepest coffin chamber of the tomb cave. The miserable necromancer had not respawned yet, and the beautiful sleeping princess was still lying quietly on the platform made of stone, waiting for the dragon slayer to come to the rescue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 229, Reclaiming the Throne. Chapter 229, Reclaiming the Throne. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After giving the princess a few gentle slaps, there was no response. No longer surprised, Zhang Yang let out a sigh. It looked like he had to deliver a true love's kiss once again. Serena uttered a low moan, as the mirage of hers once again projected out in the air, standing right before Zhang Yang. She looked at Zhang Yang and asked, "Warrior, why haven't you departed yet?" "Woman, you underestimated me far too much." Zhang Yang took out the molten core of the Flame King and the other 2 quest items, placing them on the floor one after another and said, "My princess, I have already collected everything as you requested." Serena looked at all 3 of the quest items. Her face broke into a surprised smile.
Warrior, your bravery and your strength far exceeded my expectations.
Thank you. With these ingredients, I can finally create a soul vessel. Ding! You have completed the quest, Soul Vessel, acquired 200,000 experience points. Time to completion, 2 days, quest evaluation, perfect. Ding! You have acquired the reward, Furious Boots.
Zhang Yang immediately looked into his backpack. All he could see was a pair of boots that shone gold, lying there quietly in one corner of his backpack.
Furious Boots, yellow gold, armor. Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 144. Strength, plus 58. Equip, absorbs 116 damage when attacked. Required profession, Guardian. Required level, 60. The set is complete. Zhang Yang was greatly pleased.
Warrior, I shall be casting a spell to create the vessel. Please protect me from every form of interruption. Serena spoke rather sternly. Zhang Yang nodded and said, My princess, you have nothing to worry about. The mirage of Serena opened up both of her hands and began chanting an agonizingly convoluted incantation. Shuf shuf shuf, streams of colorful lights were emitted from both of her hands.
All 3 quest items began floating up one by one, circling around the mirage of Serena.
They began picking up speed, and soon they were a blur around her.
A very long magic progress bar appeared right on top of Serena's head.
Zhang Yang estimated that it would probably take about 2 minutes for her to finish her incantation. Although Serena had mentioned the possibility of being interrupted, the surroundings remained quiet and peaceful.
There was not even a sign of any monsters spawning.
Zhang Yang stood idly, as he got bored watching Serena trying to complete her spell.
Shove! A bright flash of light beamed out, and gradually dimmed down. Serena had finally completed her creation. A small box the size of a palm appeared on the ground.
The box was crimson in color, composed of a material unlike any other. The surface of the box was lined with countless runes. The mirage of Serena revealed her exhaustion, as she asked weakly, Warrior, the vessel for the souls has been completed. The time is now, please bring it into the palace and slay the undead imposter, and activate the soul vessel to acquire the other half of my soul. Then, you must bring the soul vessel back to me immediately. With a completed soul, I will have enough power to remove myself from the seal.
Ding! Princess Serena has given you a new quest, Retrieve the Soul, do you accept? This quest will be linked to the main story's quest.
Complete the main story quest to obtain a luxurious reward.
Accept. Still, running into the palace to kill the princess,
Zhang Yang could not help but feel a chill down his spine, knowing that the palace was filled with guards and magic casters crawling all over the place, all level 80 and above. For a little warrior like him who had yet to even achieve level 60, it would be like sending a goat into the lion's den. Let's not talk about assassinating the princess first. Getting through the first door of the palace was already a huge problem. My princess, the palace is strictly guarded. I am afraid that I cannot even get close to that imposter.
Zhang Yang believed that the game developers would not create an unbeatable quest, so he decided to pry.
Serena nodded her head and said, Very good, you did not just recklessly charge into the palace without a plan. Bring this jade pendant along with you, it is a token of my authority, you should be able to enter the palace without facing any obstacles. She pointed at a jade pendant that was very exquisitely crafted located around her waist, and said, Also, remember this incantation. Use it to awaken the other half of my soul and aid you in slaying the undead.
And tu lama ku and ida.
Serena began to read aloud an incantation that involved a lot of tongue twisters.
Zhang Yang repeatedly practiced the incantation aloud many times.
It took a while before he got it memorized. Brave warrior, please act swiftly, the further we delay, the more damage that undead being would cause to the kingdom. Right after Serena finished her sentence, her mirage flickered before shattering. Zhang Yang took the jade pendant from the waist of Serena before tearing a teleportation scroll up. He now had the symbol of her authority, he had an incantation up his sleeve, but who the heck would know how strong the imposter was? If she stalled him long enough, the guards would definitely come to tear him up into shreds. He decided to gather more men, ready to charge in with the force of a thunderbolt to blow the imposter into pieces, before using the city order of the Tukilo fortress to shake off his pursuers and leisurely head straight for the flatlands of the passing to turn in the quest. After setting his mind onto it, Zhang Yang immediately contacted all players with the best equipment in the entire guild, commanding them to travel back to the city using teleportation scrolls and gather at the entrance of the palace.
Noob Tank, are we going to revolt with sticks and arms and slay the fatuous and self-indulgent ruler and then flee to Liangshan County 1? Wei Yan Air was shouting in excitement.
Little girl, you are changing your tastes again, watching, Water Margin, now I see. I've long heard about the infamous Zhang Yu, spoken widely in hotels.
But I see now that the person does not match the rumor. What a shame.
Wei Yan'er giggled, but she suddenly changed her gaze upon Zhang Yang and said, Noob Tank, you still haven't told us yet, are we going to slay the emperor himself?
Zhang Yang shook his head and said, not the emperor himself, but the princess herself. Oh dear me, you really don't have a soft spot for fair ladies. Han Shui gave a straight sigh.
That's right, instead of killing the princess, why not nab her and make her your mistress of the fortress? Daffodil Daydream was much more serious and got down to business. Zhanyu, the guards in the palace are all level 80 elites, they are so much more powerful than yellow gold bosses that we faced recently. It will already be extremely difficult for us to break into the palace, let alone assassinate the princess.
Zhang Yang smile ABD said, yes, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to break into the palace. Still, these are rather abnormal circumstances.
This is actually a main quest that I received, we have a special item that would allow us to enter the palace and go straight for the princess. Just a while later, everyone in the party had finally gathered at the entrance of the palace.
Let's go, with Zhang Yang leading them on the front, the party moved forward.
Hold it right there. This is a restricted area in the palace, civilians are forbidden from entering, remove yourselves at once. The 8 guards by the entrance of the palace instantly drew their blades, blazing with murderous aura.
These guards were all level 80 elite grade units. Any one of them would wipe the floor with the entire party.
Zhang Yang took out the jade pendant that he had acquired from Serena and flashed it before him, speaking in an arrogant manner, I am the leader of Princess Serena's spy squad, instructed by the princess herself to have an audience with her.
You dare to deny me entry? Have you gotten tired of carrying your heads upon your shoulders?
The face expressions of all 8 guards suddenly changed, and they hastily stuttered, Sir, please forgive us, we did not know of your identity, we apologize for any offense made.
However, we have responsibilities as well, we must inspect the authenticity of the jade pendant.
Zhang Yang handed the jade pendant over to the guards.
After the 8 guards had inspected it thoroughly, they respectfully returned it back to Zhang Yang and said, Sir, we meant no offense.
Wei Yan'er laughed out loud and said, Noob Tank, you really are good at acting. Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, move out, but... Sir, suddenly, one of the guards stood up front and stopped them, and said, I am afraid that entering the palace with this many people is not appropriate.
Humph. This is the direct order of the princess, you dare to defy the authority of the princess herself?
Zhang Yang tried his best at earning an Oscar.
We dare not.
We dare not, the 8 guards bent over while shaking their heads. Zhang Yang then simply said, one of you come forth, quickly bring us to the princess, now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the 8 guards stared at each other, before one of them stepped out and led the gang forward.
We actually managed to get everyone in? Fatty Han whispered joyfully. The gang followed the NPC moving forward, and as they were moving forward, they encountered many layers of security, but as long as Zhang Yang shoved Serena's jade pendant in their faces, they proceeded without any obstacle.
After just a short while, the party had arrived at the deepest spot of the palace, at the royal chamber of Star and Luna. This was the bedroom of Princess Serena, named after her nickname the Star and Lunar Princess.
You can return to your post now.
Zhang Yang waved his hand at the guard that led them here. Yes, sir, that NPC immediately turned around and left. The royal chamber of Star and Luna was styled in European-inspired architecture, with 24 huge pillars supporting the whole large palace.
Looking from afar, they could see a lady in a fancy palace dress, sitting on a throne.
The chamber was empty, with only a dozen guards guarding the entrance of the chamber. Who's there, who dares trespass the royal chamber of Star and Luna to disturb the princess? Kneel on all fours now. A general wearing a golden armor pulled out his sword and stopped Zhang Yang and the others by their way forward, standing in an imposing, powerful stance. Captain of the guards, Rodus Ryan, yellow gold leader, humanoid creature.
Level, 80. HP? Defense?
Zhang Yang slammed the jade pendant which was given by Serena right onto the face of the captain and snarled angrily, I am the princess's secret guard, who are you to be threatening me?
The poor NPC was immediately shaken from head to toe. After measuring the pendant with his own eyes intently, he quickly returned the jade pendant back to Zhang Yang. He had his head bowed down, with both of his hands holding the pendant up to Zhang Yang, saying, I was not aware of your identity, please forgive me. You and your men can remove yourselves away from here now, what I have to say are only for her ears.
Zhang Yang continued his ploy. Sir, I am afraid that does not go, according to procedures.
Rodus Ryan had doubt on his face.
Zhang Yang immediately raged on and said, you dare to defy the order of the princess? Rodus Ryan turned his head towards Princess Serena who was sitting quietly in the sacred chamber, he revealed a fearful expression on his face. Ever since the princess had come back from her expedition 3 years ago, she had become a totally different person, known for striking her guards dead on a whim. He instantly bent over and said, as you wish, sir.
With a wave of his hand, Rodas Ryan and his subordinates immediately retreated. And now, the only thing left was the final blow. TL notes.
1. Liangshan County, Chinese, Pinyin, Liangshan Xian, is a county in Shandong Province, China, where many individuals who revolted against their rulers and stayed hidden there for their own safety. The area is the setting for the classic novel The Water Margin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 230, The Princess and the Impostor. Chapter 230, The Princess and the Impostor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Little Young, you really know how to act it out. Fatty Han laughed out loudly.
Zhang Yang was beside himself in nervous excitement, smiling himself silly. With a wave of his hand, he led the gang into the sacred chamber, facing the undead impostor of Princess Serena. Serena, Princess of the White Jade Kingdom, holy, humanoid creature.
Level? HP? Defense? Phew. The gang took a deep breath in. A holy grade boss, what is this madness? The highest grade of bosses in God's Miracle is the celestial grade, the grade right below the celestial grade is the ascended grade, and the grade right below the ascended grade is the holy grade. Following the holy grade in descending order were the ethereal grade, mythical grade, and violet platinum grade before reaching the yellow gold grade. This was not just a difference of 1 or 2 levels, it was actually a tens of thousands kilometers long kind of difference. The boss could probably wipe out their entire party without lifting a finger. So how do they kill it? Who goes there? Who dares to trespass into my sacred chamber? Serena was sitting high on her throne, one hand holding on her sweet cheek, staring at them scornfully with her phoenix eyes. Guards! Guards! Zhang Yang stepped out, laughing boldly, as his gang lined up behind him. He said, "Undead scum, your play is over. Just show yourself already." With a slight change in her facial expression, Serena stood up abruptly from her throne, emitting such an oppressive aura that the gang had to take a few steps back. This was a special attribute, a pressurizing oppression that only high-graded bosses would possess. Puny creatures, you can actually see my true form? And tu lama ku and ida. Zhang Yang began chanting the incantation that had been taught to him by Serena. Boom! An invisible shock wave gushed emanated from Serena's chest. Gong gong gong. Like pieces of tiles on that were giving way as they tried to contain an explosion from within, several pieces of stuff shot out of her body, clouding the air with dust. What? No, what is this? Serena's composure had broken for once. I already sealed you, how can you be awake? No, go back in. Go back. The gang stared, bedazzled, as 7 colors of lights protruded out of her body, forming a shape of a human, which slowly detached itself from the main body. A head, a neck, 2 hands, a waist, 2 legs. Instantly, a shadowy figure that looked exactly like Serena floated between Serena and party in mid-air. At that moment, the name that had labeled Princess Serena's head began to change. Witch Spectre Angelina, Yellow Gold Leader, Undead. Level, 68. HP, 20 million. Defense, 1200. The shadow figure that looked exactly the same as Serena had a name right above her head, Shadow of Serena's Soul. She pointed at Angelina furiously, and spoke with royal authority. How dare you, to actually imprison my soul? The prestige of royalty will not be desecrated by you. Shadow of Serena's Soul, Holy Leader, summon. Level? HP? Defense? Obviously, the impostor had been classified as holy, because she had Serena's soul in her. The moment the soul was separated from her, Witch Spectre Angelina had been forced back into her original form. Humph. Witch Spectre Angelina remained confident. A greenish flame began to flash within both of her eyes, as she softly spoke, "My dear princess, please do not forget that your body is still sealed. Even if you manage to resist my control at the moment, how long can you last? 1 minute. 10 minutes? Long enough to slay you." Shadow of Serena's Soul turned to Zhang Yang and said, "My brave warriors, aid me in slaying this evil undead." Zhang Yang immediately wielded his dragon-tooth battle axe and raised it up, bellowing, "Comrades, let's go." As Shadow of Serena's Soul lifted her right hand up, a huge long sword made of light congealed out of the void. She held the handle of the sword and swung towards the Witch Spectre Angelina. The sword of light tore through the air, making a series of sonic booms. -200,000. The attack of the Shadow of Serena's Soul was brutal as F***CK. One hit had already reached a damage of 200,000, it was simply horrifying, but The witch spectre Angelina roared with rage and said, "*TCH, I may not be able to kill you because I need your soul, but when I imprison you all over again, I shall torment your soul beyond your wildest imaginations." Shove. Zhang Yang had already charged into the battle and had began hacking at witch spectre Angelina. The boss had been set not to kill the Shadow of Serena's soul, therefore, her aggro meter did take Shadow of Serena's soul into account. With a single chop from his axe, her aggro had already switched to Zhang Yang. Producing a magical staff out of nowhere, the boss pointed the blackened end point of the staff at Zhang Yang. The skull that was on top of the staff was flashed a ghostly green, and an arrow of dark light shot out at him. 7021. Zhang Yang was immediately struck with a large amount of damage which appeared on top of his head. It was fortunate for him that there were many healers on the party. One by one they started using all sorts of healing skills on Zhang Yang, swiftly healing him back to his full health. The offensive players took action, swarming the boss wildly. For a level 68 yellow gold boss, without talking about the boss's already insanely high defense and magic resistance, her level that was at least 10 levels higher than everyone around there had already penalized their damage. Initially they could have delivered an approximate damage of 6,000, but now, it would be extremely good if they could achieve 2,000. It was fortunate that they had a superpower damager. Without much effort, Serena's soul had already sliced off a sum of approximately 5 million health points. "Serena, you useless *TCH, I will definitely torment your soul until you no longer wish to exist." Witch spectre Angelina could only receive the massive damage, unable to retaliate. She frequently screamed for the guards right outside the chamber so that they would come in to protect her and remove these so-called traitors. Speed kill. "If the guards return, we are doomed," Zhang Yang shouted loudly. Although they all knew the witch spectre Angelina was an imposter, the guards had no clue about that. They would only see their princess being assaulted, and would chop her assailants to pieces before any words could be exchanged. Holy light, cross soul slash. Shadow of Serena's soul suddenly let out a noble cry. Using the light sword on her hands, she drew a cross-shaped light wave and sent it towards Angelina to slice her up. 2050000. 1890000. Son of the... This damage value, it's just so freaking awesome. Fatty Han clenched his butt cheeks. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Only NPC in battles can inflict such ridiculously high damage. Rest assured, players will never have to face such bosses, but..." Even though the cross soul slash had heavily damaged the boss, the burden had proven too much for Serena's soul. Her shadowy form was flickering continuously, it looked like she would shatter into pieces anytime soon. Shroud of the Undead. Angelina's health points had almost dropped lower than 50%. She opened her mouth wider than a human's biology would permit, and spat out a thick black mist towards her front, covering a conical area in front of her. As the black mist spread through the place, everyone was inflicted with varying amounts of damage. It did not make sense at first, but by observing the health points of the players, it was possible to know that the black mist caused all players to lose 1% of their respective health points. At the same time, the health of the boss was also increasing gradually, 1% at a time. 10 seconds later, the black mist had finally vanished, and the health of the witch spectre Angelina had recovered from 51% back to 61%. Fortunately, the boss was still affected, destructive smash. If it wasn't for that, she would have almost recovered her health back to full. Holy light, cross soul slash. Shadow of Serena's soul was attacking zealously, repeatedly using her powerful skills. 2040000. 2160000. With every activation of the cross soul slash, the shadow of Serena's soul would grow more faded. It was unclear exactly how long more she could hold on. Speed kill. Speed kill. Zhang Yang had kept an eye on the situation beyond the wall of the chamber all along, realizing that there was already a large number of guards hurrying over. They were responding to the blasted specter's distress calls. Mwahaha, the witch spectre Angelina gave out a bone-chilling laughter. "Such poor souls, I am an undead, protected by the army of the kingdom, while you valiant fools will be executed one by one for trying to save your kingdom. Oh, the irony. No worries, after all of you are dead, I shall resurrect all of your corpses and make you all my most loyal subordinates, to serve the great undead god. Undead, if going all out would take off 20 years of my lifespan, I will still do it to eliminate you." Shadow of Serena's soul spoke in her noble, ethereal voice. With both hands, she raised her sword up above her head. "This is..." Angelina revealed an expression full of fear, as she spoke in disbelief, "Sword of life and death. Impossible. Only the ascended grade could wield such powerful techniques. You actually know." "No." As she cringed back in fear, Shadow of Serena's soul directed her sword at the specter, creating at least thousands of her sword's shadows. -500,000. -470,000. -520,000.
Each shadow of the sword would take away approximately 500,000 of Angelina's health points, leaving the boss's health point value to decrease steeply.
Shroud of the Undead. Which Spectre Angelina shrieked frantically, spewing out another black mist.
However, a mere recovery of 1% health points every second could not make up with the damages inflicted by the divine sword of life and death. 30%, 20%, 10%, 0%.
It looked as if the witch Spectre Angelina was almost instantly slayed by the shadow of Serena's soul.
Even before Shroud of the Undead could fully take effect, she had already let out a cry and collapsed, lying in her own pool of blood.
Little Yang, I felt that we were like side characters, they didn't even need us after all. Fatty Han shrugged. Who said that? At least we get some awesome equipment. Zhang Yang smiled and pointed at the loots dropped by the boss. Boom, dot.
The shadow of Serena's soul suddenly shattered into pieces and gushed into the corpse of the witch Spectre Angelina. Zhang Yang quickly took out the soul vessel and followed the instructions that were taught by Serena. He began the incantation while facing towards the dead body of Angelina. A stream of 7-color light went straight into the soul vessel.
Ding! You have successfully retrieved Princess Serena's other half of her soul. The mission will commence into the next process. Ding! As the king and the soldiers have not known about the impostor, you are now a traitor of White Jade Kingdom. Ding! Your position as the owner of Tukulo Fortress has been forfeited by the king himself. All related rights and skills are revoked. Ding! Your reputation in the White Jade Kingdom has descended to hatred. All NPCs will see you as an enemy. You will not be able to buy any merchandise, repair any equipment, rent any flying griffins from any NPC. Ding! Your land property in the White Jade City has been temporarily confiscated. Ding! You cannot log off the game before your quest is completed, or else the quest will be judged as an automatic failure. Ding! You must return with the soul vessel to Princess Serena in the Tomb of the Shadow Ash, or else the quest will fail. If you are killed by a player, the soul vessel will be dropped. Any players who acquire the soul vessel can take it to rescue Princess Serena and win a large number of rewards. Once the other player has completed the quest, you shall be labeled as a castaway and remain banished permanently from White Jade Kingdom. The continuous system alerts were presented in the form of text and voice. Zhang Yang blinked in a daze, his face slowly turning white. Son of the beach. The penalty for failing the quest can be so serious? This was indeed a goddamned main quest, providing a large number of rewards, but the penalty could practically frighten players to death. Losing his city order was fine, it's just a minor inconvenience concerning the city teleportation system. But little merchandise shop was the root of his income. You treacherous thief! Prepare to die. The army of NPCs flocked into the chamber like a hive of bees, and the first person in front of them was the captain of the guards, Rhodus Ryan of the Royal Chamber of Star and Luna. The NPCs had referred to him in the singular term. As he was the one who triggered the quest, they ignored his party members. After all, this was not reality, or else every single one of the involved players will be seen together as accomplices in a plot. Being relieved of his title as the owner of the Tukulo Fortress, Zhang Yang had also lost the ability to teleport. His whole plan had been ruined. It was fortunate that he had already predicted those NPCs arriving. Zhang Yang had already passed the title of leader to Han Yingxue, allowing her to distribute the loots. Witchy Snow, divide the loots as quickly as possible, and ignore the NPCs, they only want me. Time for me to go. Zhang Yang literally spat his words at the party and began to make his exit. You traitor! I'll kill you! Rhodus Ryan shouted with a loud voice, waving the blade in his hands at Zhang Yang. Even if Zhang Yang was the best equipped tank in the entire game at the moment, he wouldn't stand a chance against a level 80 yellow gold boss. Using Charge to create distance from the boss, he immediately activated Shadow of the Void and began running like crazy. His movement speed increased by 100%. 20 seconds was enough for Zhang Yang to remove himself from the sacred chamber, finding a safe corner to rest. He quickly took out the lease of the Gold-Eared Bear King and summoned Whitey. 2 seconds after, Whitey materialized. Zhang Yang quickly mounted it, shouting out a command, Whitey, let's cross 5 passes, slay 6 generals, and ride alone for thousands of miles. He rode on Whitey heading towards the exterior of the palace. At that instant, word of the princess assassination had to reach those NPCs, even though he saw their names in red. After they heard the shouting of the other guards pursuing from behind, only did they start giving chase. Of course, the game had scripted the events in such manner. If that wasn't the case, if the main gate of the palace shuts, he will make himself an easy target. This mission would become impossible to be completed.
Running about wildly all along the way, Zhang Yang did not even dare look back. He went straight out of White Jade City. For him to turn over the quest, Zhang Yang had to go through a number of maps before he could leave Tukula Fortress and enter the Frozen Sky Wasteland, then passing through the Necrotic Wastelands, and finally into the Flatlands of the Passing, find Princess Serena, turn in the quest and prove his innocence.
Server announcement: the Princess of White Jade Caste was assassinated. The perpetrator is player Zhan Yu. Under the command of the king, the player that kills Zhan Yu must present the killer's head to obtain these rewards: 3 level ups, 1 yellow gold weapon, and the position of the Great General of the National Army. Position: XXXXXX, Yai. An announcement will be made every 10 minutes. Pack. A piece of wanted poster appeared in the backpack of every player, with a picture of Zhang Yang's face on it. 1. Cross 5 passes slaying 6 generals, riding alone for thousands of miles, to overcome all sorts of difficulties along the way, referenced from the novel, Romance of Three Kingdoms, The Story of Guan Yu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, The Traitor of the Kingdom. Chapter 231, The Traitor of the Kingdom. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang was on the verge of spewing out a series of vulgarities.
Does this game want him to die that badly? It was enough, having to deal with every NPC that once considered him a friend, but now, actual, human players had been sent after him? Level +3, a yellow gold weapon, and the title of the Grand General Protector of the Kingdom. With such rewards, even Zhang Yang thought about killing himself and turning his own head over for the reward, but all players of the game would want to have higher levels, better equipment than everyone else. That was a given. However, the title was priceless. Levels and equipment can still be achieved by other means, but the title of the Grand General, Protector of the Kingdom, was one of a kind. The Protector of the Kingdom, Grand General, it was truly impressive. All the players in White Jade City had been riled up into a riot, as large guilds began formulating plans. The players in other 7 main cities had also teleported over one after another, shouting slogans like "Kill Zhan Yu, become Grand General." In no time at all, entire armies had been formed in White Jade City. Ha ha ha. Wei Yan'er laughed gleefully at his expense. Noob Tank, you have become a boss now, giving players who slay you experience points, loots and also a title. Why don't you let me chop off your dog head then? Better not to let one's own fertile water flow into the fields of others. F***ck off, little girl, where's your loyalty? Zhang Yang was speeding away on his bear as he cursed under his breath repeatedly. I would rather betray everyone, rather than have me betrayed by everyone else. Wei Yan'er spoke in the tone of an ancient conspirator. You've been watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms these days? How's your mother? How's your whole family?
Fatty Han immediately recalled a few lines, laughing at himself, before everyone else quickly shushed him up.
Guildmaster, do you need us guild members to escort you?
Zhang Yang gave it some thought and said, no need for that.
It can be assumed that 80% of the players in China region are trying to pursue me.
Even if the whole guild gets involved, there's no way we can stand up to them with numbers. Furthermore, we'll only end up as a bigger target. I'll use speed to handle this. But the system will announce your coordinate once in every 10 minutes. Not a problem, 10 minutes is a lifetime. They won't get a clear fix on my location. Zhang Yang continued riding Whitey into the forest. His high level reduced the chances of monsters being attracted to him. Guildmaster Zhan Yu, your quest definitely shook the heavens and the earth. China is all riled up thanks to you now. There's even a thread open solely about your situation on the official forum website. They are guessing whether you can evade all the NPCs and players and succeed at the end of the day. Snowseeker connected her voice communication device with Zhang Yang, a smile on her face.
Zhang Yang laughed and said, my luck has been always good. Yeep, you definitely need that now.
Snowseeker expressed her agreement. Needless to say, even the alliance of Lone Desert Smoke, Crimson Red and Lost Paradise had no chance of holding the entire region back. It would be just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot one. After thinking about it for a while, she asked, so you cannot stay offline to go into hiding, not? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, the quest will fail the moment I log off. Snowseeker gave a gentle smile and said, my members will not lay a head on you. However, if you ever feel that failure becomes likely, don't let the others earn the spoils, just prepare your neck for me when it comes to that. Not long after, Crimson Fire had also messaged Zhang Yang, almost echoing Snowseeker's words. What the F***ck, everyone was treating Zhang Yang as the meat of the Tang Sung too. 10 minutes after, the system had updated his coordinates. Hey Zhang Yang, you are really good at getting yourself deep into trouble. I think you really woke the whole of China up. Li Rujiao could not stop laughing. Bad boys are always more attractive, I really feel like giving you one bite. It's getting so wet, I better change my panties. F***CK. Femme fatale. Most perturbed, he quickly cut off the communication with Li Rujiao. An hour after, Zhang Yang had arrived at the map of the level 30 plus Wild Boar Ridge. Because he constantly changed direction every time his coordinates were announced by the system, nobody had found him yet. However, it was clear to the more experienced players that he intended to leave the fortress. The moment he stepped his foot out from the embouchure of the Wild Boar Ridge, Zhang Yang had finally met with his first ambush. The Dominators. By the embouchure, about 30 players were in a formation that faced the passageway. Humbly Gentleman himself stood right in front of them all. When he was Zhang Yang riding out atop his bear mount, he could not help himself but laughed loudly. Zhan Yu, no matter how clever you are, you shall never escape the grip of my 5 fingers. There are only 3 ways to get out from the Wild Boar Ridge, and I have arranged people to set up ambushes on every route. But, I never expected my luck to be so good, for you to run into MY Group. Most players would be chasing after him based on the announcements of his coordinates. However, more ingenious players would be able to intercept his routes, setting up ambushes in advance. Currently, the way to his front was blocked, and the back. Zhang Yang dreaded even thinking about it. There would be tens of thousands, or even millions coming after him. No time to waste. Must open up a bloody path to escape. Zhang Yang scanned the members of the Dominators. He could not help but smile gently. Gulping down a fire resistance potion, he rode out towards his enemy on his mount and laughed. Hypocrite, do you know what is a Pai Fu Han de Shu, a tiny insect, trying to shake a mighty tree? 3? Pai Fu Han de Shu, sweaty-skinned uncle? Humbly Gentleman had limited vocabulary, instantly interpreting the wrong idea. Blood rushed up his face, and he raged, what's wrong with me having sweaty skin? It's not like it's some chronic disease, I'm just saying, don't be so overconfident of yourself. Zhang Yang had already began his assault on the Dominators that were surrounding him. They struck back. -2, 270. -2, 750. -147. The attacks of the range professions reached Zhang Yang first. A string of damage values popped up above his head. He currently had a defense of 920 points, 930 points of damage absorption. Melee professions who were equipped with gray-silver equipment could only inflict 150 points of damage at most. If the weapon in hand had a high attack speed, it might even end up doing no damage whatsoever. Only the casters could hit him significantly harder. However, as he had drank a bottle of fire resistance potion, the pyromancers were also unable to land solid blows. Such was the balance of the game. Tank professions subdue melee professions subdue the spellcaster professions, while the spellcaster professions subdue the tank professions. Of course, that was the case between similarly equipped players of similar skills. For the current Zhang Yang, not only did he have vastly superior equipment, along with a powerful battle mount that granted him a vast amount of hit points. He was basically a boss monster compared to the 30 players. The damagers of the Dominators were a total of 5 cryomancers, 7 pyromancers, 6 hunters, 9 thieves, and 4 berserkers. The remaining 6 were healers. Without a tank during a PK, no player would be stupid enough to go up against a tank and accomplish nothing. In a hurry to gather manpower, Humbly Gentleman was only able to scoop up about 100 of his best players, but as they were required to block 3 different routes, each route was blocked with about 30 plus players. Zhang Yang had already summoned his servant, Clear Lotus and Shadow of Merlinda, as he charged forward. As he sustained concussion shot from the hunters which reduced in his movement speed, he immediately activated Substitute. Whitey regained speed once again, finally colliding into the crowd of players. Horizontal sweep. Numbers up to 3,300 appeared on top of the attacked players at the same time, some of them struck with the horrifying critical damage of 600-700 plus. But, as these members were elites of the Dominators, they were decently equipped. Their health points surpassed 7,000, with some of the better ones having 8,000 health points. Zhang Yang could not instant-kill anyone, not even with his powerful critical strikes of horizontal sweep. Blast wave. Another field of numbers 490 plus appeared on top of the players in range. What the hell? How did he manage to attack on his mount? No, something's not right. He can't have more than 20,000 HP. Our attacks had already inflicted more than 10,000 damage points, but still has more than half of his HP. Son of the beach, he must be hacking. Seeing Zhang Yang atop of Whitey, killing players in all 4 directions, the group of 30 were in disarray. Zhang Yang had hidden his personal character information from public. Although others could not see the specific amount of his health points, they could still predict an approximate value of his health points by looking at the fractional variations in his health bar, between the health lost and the health remaining. The healers of the Dominators began to heal their comrades up, but Zhang Yang threw another horizontal sweep and a blast wave at the players around him. The healers were panicking, as they had no idea on which players to heal first. They could only focus their healing on the players with the least health points for a start. Other than Holy Shield, Regeneration, and Mending Prayers, which instantly activated, other healing spells required a short cast time. Gold-Eared Bear King was currently at level 46. Surrounded by players who were around level 50 without much difference between their levels, his yellow gold pet mount struck with deadly force, his damage fully unleashed. Under the control of Zhang Yang, a regular attack was thrown at a spellcaster who only had 800 plus health points left. The poor spellcaster went straight down onto the ground, lying quietly. Whitey had once again targeted another half-zero dead thief who was left with only 900 plus health points. With a wave of its paw, a damage of -1824 was inflicted upon the thief, leaving the player flat on the ground as well. The duration of invincibility triggered from substitute had passed. Zhang Yang began to see his health points dropping gradually. Well, at least there won't be a shortage of his rage points. His battle axe rose and fell again and again. Destructive Smash, Force Strike, and even Crippled Defense were all flung out like confetti as he channeled all his attacks at the players who were left with the least health points, managing to kill off several players. Kidney Shot, Frost Ring, all sorts of skills, one after another, hammered on him in return. Warrior's Will. Zhang Yang activated Shield Wall. With his vastly increased defense, high damage immunity, high health points, and high damage, he charged straight into the formation of the Dominators, hacking away along with Whitey. Zhang Yang had managed to instantly kill several spellcasters at the beginning, but these elites were not idiots. They scattered across the place, giving no opportunity for Zhang Yang to take them out in bunches. Toom. In less than 10 seconds, the health points of Zhang Yang that started off close 30,000 had been reduced to the very bottom. Berserker's Heal. Plus 14300. As he had been hit with Destructive Smash, Zhang Yang had only managed to recover half of his health, but it was already enough for him to kill another one or two players. Humbly Gentleman was enraged to the point of no return. He could not even imagine that the 30-plus elite players he had gathered would be bested by Zhang Yang so easily. It was simply too humiliating. As his fireball formed within his palms, he snarled, "Zhanyu, I do not know whether you have accepted a quest or not, and if you did I will definitely not allow you to complete it. On the contrary, I will be using your head to acquire a title that would shake the world." Zhang Yang laughed loudly, charging towards Humbly Gentleman atop his mount, shouting, "Then I shall slay you first, hypocrite." 1. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, an ambitious attempt without a sense of one's pitiable limitations. 2. Tang Sang, a central character in the novel Journey to the West by Wu Cheng'en. The character is based on the historical Buddhist monk Xuanzang. 3. A tiny insect, trying to shake a mighty tree, ridiculously overrating one's own strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, The Chase. Chapter 232, The Chase. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rearm. Warrior's Will. Berserker's Heal. Zhang Yang removed all the debuffs that he had been bombarded with and recovered his full health. With unrelenting force and will, Zhang Yang shoved his way towards Humbly Gentleman and slashed at him with extreme prejudice. Absorb. -6, 320. Destructive Smash, critical. Humbly Gentleman had a maximum HP of 8,200. The first strike had been completely absorbed by a Holy Shield, and was torn through like hot butter after deducting a mere 1,300 damage from Destructive Smash. Not so invincible now, huh? -1, 623. -1, 892. Zhang Yang's axe and Whitey's claw struck him from both sides. Humbly Gentleman dropped dead. To add further insult, Whitey walked over Humbly Gentleman dead body. Talk about wild teabagging one. He bent over and reached out his hand to pick up magic staff that was on the ground. He laughed triumphantly and kept it in his inventory. Just as he was about to relax, he was hammered with attacks from all sides. Boom. 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 Many status effect skills blasted from all direction. Zhang Yang's HP was really dropping now. Swiftly, Zhang Yang got off his mount and entered Shadow of the Void, disappearing from sight and fleeing as fast as he could. He found a huge boulder and hid himself behind it. After healing himself with that bandage, he summoned Whitey and furthered his distance from the danger zone.
His disappearance had left members of the Dominators truly flummoxed. Where did he go? How could he disappear? Bloody hell, he ain't no thief. Was that a bloody stealth technique? What the father F*King F*ck? This was exactly the same thing that happened during the Expedition War. Someone came and stole all of our loots, vanishing just like a thief. Now that you mentioned it, yeah. D*AMN. Report his *SS. He must be using some kind of hacking software.
Shut up, said Humbly Gentleman, his voice dripping with acid. He sounded like he was speaking in some foreign language, his voice thick with fury.
Get you lazy bums moving and revive me now.
How can the whole lot of you let a single man escape, and still have the face to talk C*ck?
He was clearly angry. How could he not be?
With more than 30 members surrounding one man, not only did Zhang manage to escape, he had even killed 8 of them. If word got out, the guild will face massive humiliation.
No one is allowed to speak of this. Or else, I'll kick you out of the guild.
Humbly Gentleman threatened the guild.
Everyone present nodded their head obediently. Their own reputations were at stake as well.
Hey hypocrite, I took the liberty to record the fight just now. When this is over, I'll post the recording on the forum and watch the fireworks.
You're done for. Ha 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 ha. Zhang posted on the local channel.
Knowing that, Humbly Gentleman could do nothing.
Even after teasing the hypocrite, Zhang was still as tense as ever.
The tension he felt lingered on like an itch he could not reach. After all, there were many more smart players in the game. Even Humbly Gentleman, who he did not consider particularly intelligent, had managed to slow Zhang, even if it ended as a critical failure. If that's the case, perhaps there could be more people will be blocking his path ahead. He had to make preparations if he wanted to get to his destination. Humbly Gentleman failure was linked directly to a single flaw: he had underestimated Zhang capabilities. He believed that he could kill Zhang with only 30 players, but instead, he was killed instead. So far, Zhang had only faced one guild. It was very likely that other guilds lay in wait ahead.
30 members would very likely be enough to kill Zhang.
Because the Dominators had been lacking in spellcasters, and if they weren't, Zhang would have been forced to use Shadow of the Void immediately.
He would not be so lucky the next time.
Zhang did not dare to use the trails along the mountain since they were widely known and highly limited. He decided to make his way through the forest where others would need to bring a whole army to secure the perimeter.
Even that might not be enough to cover all the exits.
After settling on a plan, Zhang stuck to his route and was met with a few obstacles. Along the way, he encountered a few small groups.
In small numbers, Zhang could easily hack his way through without much problem. He had to take detours and alternate routes when he saw larger groups ahead.
It took him 5 hours to reach Tukula Fortress. To enter any map beyond level 50, all must pass through the fortress.
It is the only way. However, Zhang did not blatantly walk to the fortress.
Instead, he hid in the nearby forest and slowly considered all possibilities.
If he was the pursuer instead of the pursuant, he would intercept his quarry's path.
In this case, the best waiting spot would be Tukula Fortress. Since there was only one way in and out, it was only inevitable that both parties would meet.
Now, the real question is, how does he infiltrate the place? Zhang frowned intensely.
He had to make his decision in the next 3 minutes because the system will be announcing his position. According to his informant, there were already hundreds of thousands of hunting parties on his tail.
Hey dummy, you must be at a loss now that you can't think of a way to get through the fortress now. Han Yingshue's voice suddenly rang in the party channel.
Along the way, Zhang had explained his situation to everyone that he could not teleport directly to the fortress nor take the plane.
Zhang scoffed. What's your genius plan then, B*TCHY Snow? Humph. To cause mass confusion. Han Yingshue smirked.
I've already informed everyone in the guild to head over to the fortress. I'll get everyone to rush into the fortress. You will take advantage of the situation and join the fray. With 10,000 players rushing into the tiny gate, I don't believe any pair of eyes could zero in on you out of the crowd.
Zhang scratched his chin and nodded. Okay. In 3 minutes, I want you to gather anyone at the entrance of the fortress.
Order everyone to ride on their Storm and Gale direwolves.
Understood.
Zhang unsummoned the gold-eared bear king and summoned the Storm and Gale direwolf.
It was a highly common mount that anyone in a level 2 guild would be able to access. It would serve a good decoy.
After 2 minutes, Zhang rushed out of the forest to join the raging crowd. In just 1 minute, Zhang had arrived at the entrance.
Wow wow.
A sea of players quickly swarmed up to surround him. Carrying the tag, Lone Desert Smoke above their heads, the players rode on their direwolves to join Zhang Yang.
Server announcement: the Princess of White Jade Caste was assassinated. The perpetrator is player Zhan Yu. Under the command of the king, the player that kills Zhan Yu must present the killer's head to obtain the reward, gain 3 level, 1 yellow gold weapon, and the position of the Great General of the National Army. Position: XXXXXX, Yai. An announcement will be made every 10 minutes. Zhan Yu has arrived. We're right at the coordinates, F***CK. There are so many players down there. Which one is Zhan Yu? SH*T. Hey. Spread out, stupid. Countless players had already gathered up at the fortress, but when the entire sea of Lone Desert Smoke members came swarming in, everyone was thrown into confusion. Zhang Yang switched to the guild channel and announced, "Fellow members, let's roll. We are heading outside the fortress." More than 13,000 players simultaneously changed their direction and headed towards the outskirts of the fortress. Kill them all. Kill them all. Other players roared and started launching their attacks from above. Since they could not determine which one was Zhan Yu, they started peppering the mass of players with various AoE skills. Tukula Fortress was not a main city, therefore, PK was perfectly legal, but do no return fire. Maintain the formation and charge forward. Those who participate today will be awarded with 50 guild contribution points and 50 gold coins as compensation, said Zhang Yang in the guild channel. Protect the guild master. Move your *SS. Protect the guild master. Cover him. Keep him in the middle. F***CK this SH*T. Even if I die 100 times, I'll make sure I deliver the guild master to the fortress. What a bunch of F***curs. All sort of spells covered the sky, from red fireballs to blue frost arrows, to actual physical arrows were raining down from above. Many players from Lone Desert Smoke had already been defeated. In fact, many of them had dropped their own equipment. However, the attacks did not dampen their fighting spirit. None of them stopped nor withdrew. The entire army had a single goal in mind: to get their guild master into the fortress at all costs. Block their path, screamed the attackers from inside the fortress. Some of them even summoned their mounts to Lone Desert Smoke from entering the fortress. Wham! Bam! Clang! Bang! Mounts collided with mounts and players were being dismounted to the left and right. In God Miracle, if a collision occurred while mounted, the system will realistically throw a player off their mount if they were not properly holding onto it, cancelling the mount. Even though there were around 13,000 players from Lone Desert Smoke, the number of players in the fortress had exceeded a staggering number of 3 million. With that ridiculous number forming an impregnable defensive line, their formation was so long that it stretched out from the inside of the fortress to the outside of it. Together, they were an invincible force. Kill them all. Zhan Yu must be hiding in the center of the crowd. 10,000. 7,000, 3,000. The number of surviving players were dropping like flies. Equipment dropped everywhere like the littering left after a marathon. But no one was willing to surrender. None of them. Not even a single member backed down from the rampage. Everyone only tightened up even more to protect their guild master as they rushed towards the fortress together. It was like an epic game of tower defense, with them being the monsters. Someone even spiritedly said, "Every day, the guild master was the one holding up his shield to protect us. At least, right now, we can do something in return and protect you instead. For Lone Desert Smoke. For the glory of the guild. We are the best." 2,000. 1,000. 800. With only around 300 players left, the party had managed to rush through the exit of the fortress. "Guild Master. Please get going. We will remain here to protect you. Guild Master. Go now. We will be your shields." One by one, members of the guild screamed as they stopped following Zhan Yu and turned around to face the incoming players. Zhang Yang nodded solemnly. He kicked his spurs and dashed forwards like a gush of wind. From a far distance, Zhang Yang glanced back to see the remaining 300 players forming a neat formation, like a human blockade, blocking the players that were coming out of the fortress. The army collided with the blockade. Clashes of sword and blasts of arcane magic could be heard. Members of Lone Desert Smoke were dropping like domino pieces, defiant till the end. Everyone had steeled their will and blades, determined to protect the formation. Sun Xinu has fallen, Haning Shui has fallen, Hundred Shots has fallen, Endless Starlight has fallen, Daffodil Daydream has fallen, even Fatihan has fallen. Yua, Noob Tank. I really want to cry, said Wei Yin Air.
In the beginning of the clash, she had swung her battle axe, ravaging through the mass and killing 3 players.
However, she was quickly killed and even dropped a gray-silver boots.
Zhang Yang sucked in a deep breath and gripped the leash tightly.
We will have our revenge.
With the countless number of pursuing players, no matter how strong Lone Desert Smoke was, numbers simply overwhelmed them. The ones who took the most advantage of the situation were the guilds that opposed Lone Desert Smoke the most, that is, the Dominators, Pride and Axe Gang. If he himself had fallen by himself, so be it. But now all his other members had been involved, suffering losses as a result of protecting him. The other players had already crossed the line when they had publicly announced that they would kill all players from Lone Desert Smoke and take their dropped equipment. They had publicly marked everyone from Lone Desert Smoke. How could Zhang Yang still remain calm?
F***ck this sh**t.
Just wait. When I get back, I'll kill all of you bastards and chase you out of White Jade Castle. I swear this, on my entire gaming career. Seething with anger, Zhang Yang could only move forward, towards the flatlands of the passing. He could now walk this path thanks to the sacrifice of his members. This toll was paid with the lives of all 13,242 members of Lone Desert Smoke.
He had to complete the quest.
He had to finish what he started. He had to, or else, the members would have died in vain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 233, Mission Accomplished. Chapter 233, Mission Accomplished. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Thanks to the system announcing Zhang Yang's position every 10 minutes, Zhang Yang had no chance of covering his trail. His pursuers followed him all the way through the frozen sky wasteland, over the land of deteriorating bones, and into the flatlands of the passing. After dying repeatedly for 2 to 3 times, they were unable to revive any further and hovered in their soul states nearby their bodies until it was safe to revive again.
Are they still behind me? Oh shit. They're still coming.
Bloody persistent bastards. Zhang Yang arrived at the Twilight Hills and turned around to observe his situation. All he saw was a swarm of players charging through the flatlands like a massive stampede.
Humph. I'll let the monsters here give you a sweet kiss.
Zhang Yang swapped his mount back to the Gold-Eared Bear King, and quietly wait for the players to approach. Until the nearest players had entered the 100-meter range, Zhang Yang ran into the tomb of the Shadow Ash.
Crococola.
A large group of skeletal warriors chased after Zhang Yang as they rushed past them, sending chills of fear down spines. Some players managed to break through. Since the tomb was considered to be an indoor instance, Zhang Yang's mount was cancelled the moment he stepped into the tomb. Once he got on his feet, Zhang Yang activated, charge, and clashed to the closest monster. Without turning around, he quickly rushed deeper into the tomb.
The entrance of the tomb was not that big.
It was big for one person, at most allowing 4 to 5 players to enter at one time. However, when a large number of monsters were clustered at the entrance, the pursuing players had no choice but to kill the monsters in order to get inside.
Luckily, the monsters were only normal tiered, not a huge problem for most players.
It did not take long for the players to kill all the monsters outside the entrance. However, now that they had solved the monster problem, the next annoying obstacle was the size of the entrance.
It was a bottleneck. They entered the tomb slowly like tiny drainage hole in a huge bathtub. How long would it take for all of the water to be drained?
Zhang Yang did not waste his time, as he ran into the tomb like the wind, activating all his skill to survive. Shield Wall, Berserker's Heal, Merlinda's Shadow, Substitute, and several other skills were used to make sure that the monsters do not kill him. Just as his HP was about to reach the bottom, he activated Shadow of the Void, and ran in the alternate dimension, giving him a luxurious 20 seconds to move ahead unobstructed. When Shadow of the Void expired, Zhang Yang hides himself in a corner and ate recovery snacks. The chasing monsters that Zhang Yang had attracted had ran back to their original positions, like rumbling tides of waves.
His pursuers were not as lucky.
The monsters were slaughtering them, leaving piles of dead players in their wake. The monsters inside the tomb were all elites, with attack power that were similar to players wearing a full set of gray-silver equipment. The sheer amount of monsters quickly picked off stragglers who strayed too far from formation. Eventually, both sides had clogged up, fighting in the narrow pathway. Only 5 from each side could fight at a time, while the others waited behind, waving their weapons in anger. It was extremely slow progress. Zhang Yang used rearm and resetted all the skills cooldown. He then proceeded to run deeper into the tomb, using Shadow of the Void again to find a safe space to recover when he was close to death. Thanks to the geographical landscape of the tomb, the players behind were stuck for a good duration. Zhang Yang rested for only a brief second and drew in a deep, long breath. He got up, steeled himself, and began to run again. Sadly, he was just one man. No matter how strong he was as an individual player, he could not outpace a group of players who were working together. When the players had cleared all the monsters that were blocking their path, they quickly caught up. More and more players entered the tomb, all searching every nick and corner of the tomb for Zhang Yang. Even when Zhang Yang had been using the Shadow of the Void every 10 minutes, the distance between him and the chasing players behind was dwindling. In less than 30 minutes, Zhang Yang could already hear the sound of rumbling footsteps behind him. "Keep going. Just a little bit more," one of the players cried. Even though Zhang Yang had hidden his profile, they could easily recognize Zhang Yang since they were given the wanted notice that had a screenshot of his face on it. Furthermore, it did not matter if he hid his face, the chasing players would not stop at killing 1,000 innocent players in order to get to him. They had even killed every player with hidden profiles just for good measure. "Zhan Yu, your life ends here. Let's see how long you can keep running," seeded Floating Fireball through his teeth. Ever since his level had overtaken by Fatty Han and the gang, Floating Fireball had a deep hatred for everyone from Lone Desert Smoke. Not long after, Zhang Yang had even KS'd a boss and even killed him. He had to spend another large sum of gold coins to buy the equipment that had been dropped at his death. It's safe to say that his hatred was too deep, it was down to his bones. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he had ordered the entire Guild of Pride to guard the dead bodies of Lone Desert Smoke members, and take every equipment that the fallen members of Lone Desert Smoke. At the same time, he had dispatched a large group to chase after Zhang Yang, led by a team himself. The rewards for killing Zhang Yang was 3 level ups, but to gain 1 level after level 50 is as hard as it would take at least 7 days. If he could kill Zhang Yang, he could save at least 21 days of time grinding. To him, a player who valued level values above all else, Floating Fireball was completely keen on beheading Zhang Yang to obtain the reward. As he ran, Zhang Yang turned his head around and spat, "Come and get me." He picked up his pace and ran deeper down the tomb. His fearless provocation was due to the fact that Rearm was almost ready to be used again. Naturally, Floating Fireball went after him without second thought. Following closely behind him were many other members from Pride. Zhang Yang had a long trail of monsters that followed him closely. More than one of them were within striking range, slashing at his exposed back. The more monsters he kite, the lesser HP he would have left. Luckily, the monsters chasing after Zhang Yang effectively blocked Pride's line of sight, preventing Zhang Yang from receiving any status effect skills from Floating Fireball and his merry gang. 3, 2, 1, ready. Rearm. Shadow of the Void. Zhang Yang entered the alternate dimension, disappearing from the physical realm and shaking off the aggro from all the chasing monsters. Losing their targets, at least 40 monsters turned around and started attacking the players from Pride. "What the actual F***CK? Floating Fireball screamed. Just as victory was within grasp, Zhang Yang had slipped between his fingers. Zhang Yang laughed as he ran away and entered the chamber of Princess Serene. He quickly took out the soul container, placed it on Serena's chest, took a step back, and waited for the original princess to rise. A brilliant rainbow light blasted out of the container and illuminated the entire room. A shadowy image of Princess Serena emerged out of the box and merged together with the physical body of Princess Serena. Shoom. Another bright light blasted out, as blinding as the sun itself, forced Zhang Yang to shield his eyes. The shadow and the body began to merge as the soul seeped into the body. "I am the rightful princess of White Jade Castle. I am Serene Andealer Martin Holy Sanchist." Serene opened her eyes and started hovering above Stone Table. Radiant light of heroic royalty pulsated around her out as she levitated across the table. She thrust out her right arm and a large sword materialized in her palm. Divine Incarnate itself, the embodiment of power and grandeur, stood before him. Serena, Princess of the White Jade Castle, Holy, Humanoid. Level? HP? Defense? The title on her head disappeared just as fast as it appeared. After that, the light faded, and Serena was just the same as Zhang Yang, with no name tag on their heads. He could not even select her to observe her properties. Zhang Yang thought to himself, perhaps she have not regained her own name. Everyone in the kingdom believed that the princess had already been killed by Zhang Yang. Perhaps, the only way for her to get her name back was to return to White Jade Castle and prove that she was the one and only princess. Ding! You have completed the quest, Return the Soul. Obtained 1 million experience points. Was that it? It'd be nice if the system would grant him a little more reward than just experience points, especially his shop. Warrior. You saved my life, said Serena as she bowed a little. At least there was a gesture of appreciation. She was, at the very least, still a princess.
Now, follow me back to White Jade Castle. I will reward you properly for your efforts. Ding.
Serene has a quest for you, return to White Jade Castle.
Do you accept? This quest is linked to the main story quest.
Complete the main story quest to obtain a luxurious reward. Now that the princess has shown her true self, it was time for Zhang Yang to clear his name. Zhang Yang accepted the quest hurriedly.
Ha ha. Zhan Yu. It's dead end for you. I'd like to see how you escape this time.
Floating Fireball had managed to break through all odds and had arrived.
His members had barricaded the doors to prevent Zhang Yang from escaping.
Now that he had Zhang Yang caught like a fish out of water, he cracked a smile and laughed manically.
Level +3. Yellow gold equipment. Army General. Mine. All mine. Ha 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 ha.
He was so certain that victory was now in his hands.
Serena turned around to face Zhang Yang and frowned.
Who are these people? Quipped Serena as she pointed at Floating Fireball with her finger nonchalantly.
A bunch of lowlives.
They have been trying to kill me and nearly prevented me from delivering the soul container, said Zhang Yang as he quickly framed all of Pride members. Even though Serena had her name completely hidden, but she was a holy tiered boss.
If any Pride member attacked her, Serena was infuriated.
If her soul container had not made it here, she would still have been imprisoned, possibly locked away for good.
This was downright betrayal.
Kill them both, cried Floating Fireball.
He did not think that Serena was an NPC since she couldn't be identified.
He had thought that she was just a player who had hidden her profile information. Without hesitation, he started attacking.
Pew pew. Boom boom. Shush shush.
In an instant, the light was blotted out by arrows, fireballs, and frost arrows. They rained towards the princess and Zhang Yang.
Such impudence! Serena bellowed.
She reached out her left arm and created a huge shield, protecting both Zhang Yang and her.
Pew pew pew.
All attacks landed on the shield, but they were completed absorbed without any trace.
WTF? What is that skill? I remembered that a priest's shield skill can only protect one person.
Even if that was a priest skill, there's no way it could absorb that much damage.
Crap. Who the hell is this woman?
She's even stronger than Zhan Yu. Voices started to be raised across the room. Those who raise their sword against the crown shall face death. Serena was downright furious and swung the sword in her right hand. Holy light, cross soul slash.
Sush. Sush.
Two beams of light formed out of the sword, forming a cross that blasted through the players. The light sliced through them like lasers, splitting their bodies into pieces.
Instant kill. Mass instant kill. Ding.
You have committed a crime by attacking Princess Serena.
You will be automatically teleported to the White Jade City jail.
You will be jailed for 1 day. After the prison sentence, you will be unable to perform any transaction with all NPCs in White Jade Castle for 3 days. All repairs, item purchase transaction fee will be increased by 200% for 10 days. Not only were they completed massacred by the princess herself, they were not criminals. When the players that were killed by Princess Serena received the system notification, they flabbergasted, their jaws flapping wide open.
What on earth is happening? Didn't Zhang Yang kill Princess Serena? Wasn't that why they were tasked to kill Zhang Yang in the first place? Why did the system indicate that they had attacked Princess Serena? If that woman was the Princess Serena, then who was the princess who was supposedly killed? Confused, frustrated, the players who were teleported to the jail could not spread the news about not touching the woman beside Zhan Yu. According to the game system, players inside the jail would not have access to any kind of communication channel. They could not even send private messages. Being jailed in this game was just like being jailed in real life. If a player logged out during a prison sentence, the duration of the sentencing will pause, only resuming when the said player relogs. Players could not just leave their character resting for a whole night to pass the time. Let's go, said Princess Serena boldly. She took the lead without waiting for Zhang Yang to respond. This was how a brave and heroic princess should behave, just like Princess Leia. She would not let her subordinates open the path for her. She would do it herself. It's him. Zhan Yu. Kill him. Just as Zhang Yang and the princess left the room, more players attacked them. Holy light, cross soul slash. Serena chanted 2 phrases, shooting 2 bright lights out, silencing the entire world. The 2 of them proceeded on. There he is. Kill him. Kill the F***er. Holy light, cross soul slash.
Holy light, cross soul slash. Holy light, dot. Walking casually behind Princess Serena, Zhang Yang could only hear nothing but her chanting and the screaming from the players.
Anyone who dared to strike them was blasted to hell. Smiling contentedly, Zhang Yang was greatly pleased. Ha!
You guys were having fun trying to kill me, huh? Have a taste of your own medicine.
Any players killed by Princess Serena would be automatically sent to the jail.
As such, it had created where more and more clueless players charging ahead with equally clueless players following closely behind. All of them would eventually fall victim to Serena's blade. Serena progressed through the tomb rather fast. Even though there were many players and monsters alike, she cleared them all in just a flash of lights.
They were practically moving, completely unhindered.
By the time they had made it out of the tomb, they had only spent half an hour. Holy light, cross soul slash. The blast of light slashed more players in half. After such a long time, the number of players who had managed to squeeze into the tomb were only slightly more than 10,000. There were even more players gathered outside of the tomb since they were shoving each other, trying to get in. With a swing of her sword, she forcefully blasted open a large pathway for them to proceed. The players behind saw what happened and were stunned. Now that there was a chance for them to rush into the tomb, none of them dared to move a single step forward.
Zhang Yang and Serena finally walked out of the tomb. Zhan Yu. It's him. D*MN. How did he come out? What happened to the thousands of players who got in earlier? Did he kill them all? Who is that woman there? Don't matter. Just kill the target and take his head for the reward. More than 100,000 players started to scream and yell, charging bravely towards Zhang Yang. You would seek to slay the hero of the crown? Such insolence shall not be tolerated.
Serena raised her beautiful eyebrows and her sword materialized in her hands.
Ha ha ha. Who is this woman? Look at her, putting up a brave act and all. How will the two of them take on 100,000 of us? What a looker. Check out her tits, yo. Ah yeah. And that asterisk SS. SH asterisk TB perky as F asterisk CK. That B asterisk TCH must be a SL asterisk T. I'd tap that. Eh? She looks Western. Perhaps she's a transfer student studying in China. Who cares? Just kill the two of them.
In an instant, the sky was covered with projectiles consisting of frost arrow, fireball, and other flying objects.
The melee class players were all charging towards Zhang Yang, all yelling their battle cry as loudly as they could.
Zhang Yang only had one head to offer. They would have to fight against each other if they wanted to claim the reward. Zhang Yang stood calmly, facing the oncoming projectiles. He was completely at ease since Serena had her left hand up, casting a protective barrier to shield them. Her sword in her right arm had begun to move.
Kill them all. Sword of life and death. Sush. Sush.
Millions of streams of light were sent out flying in all directions.
Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Instant kill. Anywhere the light ray traveled, dead players lay on the ground.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 234, Counter-Attack. Chapter 234, Counter-Attack, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Where the sword of life and death was swung, million would be deprived of their lives instantly. The massive surge of players storming up the Twilight Hill were instantly wiped out, nothing but a fading trace of golden light remaining at where they stood. Bodies were piling up, streams of blood flowed down, dyeing the hill red.
What a deadly princess. Such strength. Such power. No wonder they say that one does not anger royalty.
Zhang Yang was witnessing raging fury incarnate.
Like a storm, simply going on its way, leaving destruction in its wake.
Inspired by the scene before his eyes, Zhang Yang called out to 100 shots in the guild channel.
100 shots. Are those bastards from Pride and the Dominators still standing guard over the bodies of our guildmates?
Yes, said 100 shots, a man who rarely let his anger show, but nothing could be hidden from his tone at this moment. They said that if they are unable to kill us to level 0, they will remain here and kill us until we drop all our equipment.
Zhang Yang smirked. Keep your heads down, don't revive just yet. Wait for my arrival.
I have just finished my quest and had procured some sort of killing machine as a result. When I reach you guys, we will strike back and get their equipment as revenge.
Awesome.
Guild Master completed his quest.
Ha ha. Yeah. It's time to give those bastards a taste of their own medicine. Let them bark all they want. We'll have our revenge soon enough. The entire guild cheered. Right then, 100 Shots was kind enough to not pour cold water on their heads. For once, he allowed them to chit and chat in the guild channel. Warrior. Can you summon a beast mount? Asked Serena. Yes. I am. Zhang Yang quickly summoned Whitey and got on its back. Serena got up as well and sat with both her legs on one side of the bear. One of her hands was upraised, ready to attack, the other holding onto Zhang Yang's shoulder. Run, run like the wind. Just as Zhang Yang started to move the bear, Serena murmured some words out. Spheres of wind gathered at all 4 feet of the bear and the speed of the bear was greatly increased. The beast ran forward, having gained 3 times its original speed. This is good *T. If any players ever got their hands on this skill, they would have hit the jackpot. 1 death every 10 steps, over a trail that could not be traced. The legendary Chinese war general, Guan Yu was known for his killing spree of Yan Liang, Wen Shou, and Old Lu. Those who heard his tale could say one thing, Guan Yu. Such speed. 1. He had taken more than 2 hours to get to the tomb, but he had only spent less than 20 minutes to travel all the way from the tomb to the fortress. With haste, Zhang Yang rode the bear to the front of the fortress. Since Serena had not regained her official title, and Zhang Yang still had the wanted status on him, the system would still announce his position every 10 minutes. A majority of the players around who had not joined the chase earlier knew that there were at least millions of others going after Zhang Yang. Thus, realizing that it would only be a waste of time, they had packed up and left the fortress. So far, the only players remaining in the fortress were players from Pride, the Dominators, and the Axe Gang, guarding the dead bodies of players from Lone Desert Smoke. The grudges that Pride and the Dominators had against Lone Desert Smoke were well founded, however, Axe Gang was as simply doing it out of their presumptions. The guild had only been recently created. They wanted to use the fame of killing Lone Desert Smoke to boost themselves, reaching the peak of stardom in an instance. Shocked, the players from those aforementioned guilds realized that Zhang Yang was making his way all the way through the flatlands of the Passing, land of deteriorating bones, and frozen sky wasteland. The most shocking part was the fact that the most recent announcement had revealed Zhang Yang's current position in front of the fortress. What's going on? Has he come to kill himself? Humbly Gentleman was too demented to think twice about it. He was already pissed since he had taken such a long time to arrive to the fortress. By the time he had arrived, Zhang Yang had already broken through the fortress. He had missed the most climatic event. Frustrated, he had directed his frustration to the members of Lone Desert Smoke. He had brought along over 10,000 players to guard the bodies. But all of that did not matter any longer. Zhang Yang had returned. Humbly Gentleman was pleased. Now that a second chance had presented itself, he would be more careful this time. He commanded a large number of members to ready their guard. At a single command, hundreds of spellcasters rushed towards Zhang Yang. Not matter how strong he was, he could never survive hundreds of attacks from spellcasters. Even if he had an unlimited duration of shield wall, the sheer cumulative attacks from that many spellcasters will kill him eventually. Now that the Guildmaster of Pride, Floating Fireball, had been sent to the jail, the rest of the spellcasters from Pride had formed a small party to rush out of the fortress to join their counterparts from the Dominators in killing Zhang Yang. Riding the tide of battle, the Axe Gang, not wanting to miss their chance for stardom, joined in. Right now, Zhang Yang had the glory of being China's #1 tank. Stepping over his dead body would be the best way to gain great glory and fame. Knowing that Zhang Yang's was strong against physical attacks, the 2 guilds had gathered up their spellcasters, sending them all in one shot. All 3 guilds' attacking parties came out of the fortress practically at the same time. All 3 leaders exchanged a look, but neither of them looked like they were willing to cooperate with each other. After all, Zhang Yang had only one head. In the end, only one person would be holding up his severed head. Only one of them could claim the prize. Let's just kill him first, and talk about it later. We take some time off to discuss about whoever gets the final prize. Humbly Gentleman cried. The other 2 guilds exchanged a look and nodded at the same time, agreeing to Humbly Gentleman's terms. Humbly Gentleman smirked. In his heart, he was gazing at those guilds in contempt, for being ignorant of his power. Only those who were worthy may challenge the Dominators. The Dominators was one of the 4 super guilds in White Jade Castle. Even if Pride and the Axe Gang were to combine their forces, or even double their strength, they would still be weaker than the Dominators. They focused on the scene of the approaching Zhang Yang. My princess. Zhang Yang raised his fingers and pointed at the dead bodies, piled outside the fortress's entrance, and said, "Those people had given up their lives to protect me.
They had sacrificed their own well-being to ensure that the soul container could reach you. Those people, gathered outside the fortress, were the ones who had sullied their hands with the blood of those that stood up against injustice.
Serena remained as stoic as ever.
This kingdom's princess must be from a generation of Ironbloods. She made her decision quickly and leaped off the bear, landing on the ground. She flung out her right arm, and the gigantic sword materialized in her slim hand.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Yu, no matter how much you try to run around, you will fall by my hands.
Humbly Gentleman gloated.
He somehow knew that Zhang Yang had to run back into the fortress to complete his quest. His prediction was right on the mark, but he had not predicted the appearance of Serena the killing machine. The guild master of the Axe Gang spoke up.
Zhang Yu. Do you know who I am?
Zhang Yang snickered.
Some random guy who came out of nowhere.
I don't need to know your name. He frowned and patted his chest proudly.
Bastard. Don't act all high and mighty just after gaining a little bit of fame. I want you to remember me. Because today is the day that I, Moon. Stop yapping and start killing. Humbly Gentleman bellowed.
Hundreds of spellcasters led by him started to march forward. All started to cast their spells as soon as they entered the effective casting range.
TCH, the guild master of Axe Gang clicked his tongue. Zhang Yu. Etch my name in the back of your brain. Because the person that will be killing you is Moon. Die. Zhang Yu.
Kindling chest hair screamed from the top of his lungs. Almost everyone from Pride let out their hatred, making sure that Zhang Yang would receive their sentiments.
The guild master of Axe Gang dropped to his knees and sobbed. How hard was it to just announce his name? Shush. Shush. Shush.
Thousands of spellcasters got together and covered the sky with fireball and frost arrow. Now that it has come to this, even if Zhang Yang used shield wall, he had no chance of surviving such an onslaught. Those who worship chaos and evil shall face the wrath of my sword. Serena held out her left arm and created a large barrier. Her right arm, holding the gigantic long sword, was raised up high.
A glowing aura of great destruction could be felt emanating from it. Absorbed. Absorbed.
All attacks that had made contact with the barrier simply vanished from existence, as if they had passed through a wormhole.
There was not even a single ripple on the shield. How could this be?
Humbly Gentleman could not understand what had just occurred right in his eyes.
Everyone was stunned.
Because Serena did not have any name tag, and players had come to believe that she was just another player who had hidden away her profile information. She had just raised an arm and was neutralized all the attacks from nearly 1,000 spellcasters.
This. It's just bullsh***t. F***ck. Hack. She must be using some kind of hack. **TTY developers.
What bullsh***t were they saying about no hacks being used in this game?
F***ck them. Suck my D***ck. Get your lazy ***Cs out here now, GMs.
I want to report AF***Cur here for using hacks.
Serena scanned the area and locked onto her targets.
With gleaming eyes that radiated death itself, she swung her sword and created 2 pillars of light that came out blasting towards Humbly Gentleman and the players around him. Holy light, cross soul slash.
Shush. Boom.
The blast flew straight into the herd of players and sent bodies parts flying into the air. Nearly thousands of players were killed, leaving only 30 to 40 survivors, only because they were standing at the edge of the party, missing death by an inch. After dying, the guild master of the Axe Gang was hugging the iron bars of the jail with tears flowing non-stop. What a pitiful scene. Even in death, he had yet to find the opportunity to announce his name.
Zhang Yang laughed happily.
He then switched to the guild channel and announced, those who are still waiting outside of the fortress may revive now.
Get up. Let's fight back. It's our turn to kick some *SS.
Over 300 players outside the fortress heard Zhang Yang's call and quickly revived themselves. They got up and started killing off the players who had survived Serena's Mega Blast. Even though the recently revived members had only 20% HP, these 300 members from Lone Desert Smoke were the elites among the elites.
Without breaking a sweat, they easily wiped out the enemy. What a relief. F***ck yeah. Kill these sons of B** cheese.
After waiting for more than 3 hours, the itch in their heart was finally solved.
Hey noob tank. How did you suddenly become so strong?
Wei Yenair ran over to Zhang Yang after she revived. She cocked her head to one side while asking him. In the soul state, a character's range of vision was limited. Just like Shadow of the Void, the character could not see other monsters or characters unless they traveled to where their dead bodies were. This system was implemented to prevent spying during a major war. A player could purposely die and spy on the enemy's army while in their soul state, undetected. That was why Wei Yan had no idea what exactly happened. In her vision, as were the vision of the others who had died, they could only witness Humley Gentleman and his men being slaughtered. But they had no idea what killed them.
Zhang Yang pointed at Serena and said, "Recognize her?"
Whom?
"She's very pretty. D*MN, noob tank.
What are you showing her off for?
You already have my cousin sister.
Why would you still be finding other girls to play with?
Humph.
You have lost my respect." Wei Yan scoffed and crossed her arms angrily.
Zhang Yang was rendered speechless.
"Sigh, the elder one is a broken compass and the younger one is a complete idiot.
She is Princess Serena.
The one we killed before was the spectral impersonator.
This one is the real deal."
"Oh," said Wei Yan as her eyes widened. She observed the princess carefully from top to bottom and finally scoffed after a while.
She does look a little similar."
Just in the nick of time, Han Shui, Sun Xinu and the rest of the gang arrived.
Fatty Han was wheezing in anger as he bellowed angrily, "Little Young. I reckon we can fight back now, right?" Zhang Yang nodded.
"I don't care whether it's Pride, the Dominators, or even players from the Axe Gang.
I want you to kill whoever you see. If it's a fight they want, it's a fight they'll get.
They better be prepared to lose when they're the ones who declared war.
F***CK.
If they won't leave White Jade Castle after this, we'll kill them until they do so."
"Hell yeah. Growl."
Members from Lone Desert Smoke had been piling up their anger after being guarded for hours after death. After such a speech from their guild master, their blood boiled, spewing out their battle cries.
Translator's thoughts. ASB.
This was one of the event in China history, describing how fast Guan Yu the war general rode his horse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 235, Super Ultra OP Reward. Chapter 235, Super Ultra OP Reward, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Walking together, Zhang Yang and Serena proceeded slowly into Tukula Fortress. The horns of war have been sounded. Kill all those who stood guard over the bodies. Kill all those who took advantage of the war.
Kill all enemies.
Bodies of Lone Desert Smoke continuously revived as the duo passed through them.
All of them joined the Revolutionary Army and their numbers soared. 500. 900. 1,700. Pride annihilated. The Dominators wiped out. Axe Gang vanquished. As the army exited the fortress, all three enemy guilds were completely destroyed.
Half of them were sent to jail by Serena, the other half killed by Lone Desert Smoke.
As such, the fallen players revived and joined the army. Their numbers surpassed 10,000.
Watching his enemies in pieces, Zhang Yang summoned Gold-Eared Bear King, mounted it and shouted at the top of his lungs.
"I'm back, *cheese. Everyone laughed at his actions. With the system repeatedly announcing Zhang Yang's position, Zhang Yang proceeded towards the city.
Word finally got out about Zhang Yang having a mysterious woman beside him, massacring everyone he met. At first, players did not believe such an overpowered character could exist. But when a recording of the scene where Serena had struck down thousands of players got out into the internet, the news started to spread like wildfire. Such devastating power.
Those who still had the intention to behead Zhang Yang finally had second thoughts.
They would have to see if they could fight on toe-to-toe with that mysterious woman. There were other players who did not trust anything except their own eyes, and had meekly tagged along the large army of Lone Desert Smoke from behind. They would only believe it if they could see it with their own eyes.
They were in luck.
Oblivious and ambitious players had come, attempting to kill Zhang Yang. Some guilds like Counts of the Rose and Dragon Rampages were small guilds that wanted instant fame, and had come up to fight Zhang Yang. Of course, naturally, they were wiped clean when Serena furiously lifted the sword of life and death, sending them all to dust. The players who were tagging along got to watch the movie, and were left awestruck. However, if they even had a little bit of IQ in their brains, players would easily guess that Serena was not a player. Think of it, Zhang Yang was accused of killing the princess and had a kill order on his head. Yet after a miraculous effort, he managed to turn the tables around with just one woman.
How cool was that?
For 30 years the river has flowed to the west, the water would return to the east 30 years later. After having been persecuted so heavily, the tables have turned for Zhang Yang and now he had the grandest of luck.
D*MN. I wish I could become the king's son-in-law. Think of it, guys. If I could bring my wife with us into dungeons or wars, we would be invincible, said Fatty Han rather earnestly. Fatty bro, with that kind of body, how could you even become the princess's husband? Where would White Jade Castle hide its face? If one wants to become the husband of a princess, one must at least have a handsome face such as I, said Endless Starlight as he tried to snatch the spotlight. They had managed to bring Serene back to the city after a total of 3 hours. By then, the number of players following behind Zhang Yang was exceeded beyond 8 million. It's either that or 10 million. If there was a Guinness World Record for a number of spectators in a game, they would have successfully been drafted. As they entered through the castle entrance, the 12 elite soldiers standing guard there saw Zhang Yang and immediately unsheathed their swords. They surround Zhang Yang and one of them shouted, "You murderer! Surrender now!" "Impudent," cried Serene as she got down from the bear. "Stand down, right now," she bellowed. "Why you are?" When the soldiers saw Serena, they were bewildered and did not know what to do next. "In the presence of the crown, why do you not kneel?" Serena was no longer as furious as she was before, rather, she was only treating her own soldiers as a superior would. Either way, she had managed to strike fear and doubt into the hearts of the soldiers. "Am my princess? We heard that you were Keiki," one of the soldiers spoke, his voice trembling. "Poof. That's not of your concern. Stand down." "All of you," said Princess Serena as she thrust her fair hands out, gesturing them to withdraw from their attacking stance, like a true noble. "Yes. Princess." All the soldiers withdrew and allowed the party to proceed. With Serena leading the way ahead, the path was cleared until they reached the king's chamber in White Jade Castle. This time, only Serena herself and Zhang Yang were allowed to enter the chamber. Foom. The doors opened at her call and the two of them walked in extravagantly. Maids and soldiers along the way were kneeling down and hailing their princess. Royal Chamber of the Dawning Light. This hall was the king's own forbidden chamber. Even though it had almost the same structure of the Royal Chamber of Star and Luna, this hall was much larger and luxurious. The towering pillars of the hall were so large that it was estimated to be at least a few hundred meters tall. The pillars only could express pride, honor, dominating power of the citizens. "Father." The moment Serene entered the hall, stepping forward and bowing down to an elderly king who was seated upon the throne. Derek, king of the White Jade Kingdom, ascended, humanoid. Level? HP? Defense? King Derek was clearly shocked, a look of childlike wonder dawning upon his wizened face. He quickly raised to his feet and said faintly, "Serena, why you?" "Father. I'm not dead. I'm alive," said Serena with a smile on her face. 3 years ago, I was ambushed and imprisoned by the specters. This hero saved me. The princess before me was an impersonator who had used half of my soul to impersonate me. Is that true?" said Derek. His voice trembled with doubt. He thought for a while and said, "Follow me to your chamber. I want to see the true form of the accursed specter with my own eyes." The king and the princess strode to the chamber with guards and maids following closely behind. The crowd arrived at the royal chamber of Star and Luna. At the center of the hall, a huge jade coffin lay there. On top of the coffin were fresh flowers that were maintained by several maids who quickly got to their knees. There were a total of 12 maids dressed in white, beautiful maid uniforms. "My king. PPPP princess." The maids got up to their feet and bowed respectfully to their king. But when their eyes saw Princess Serena standing next to the king, they trembled. Confusion, bewilderment, shock filled their faces. Derek thrusted his hands out and gestured. "Open the coffin." 4 guards walked quickly to the coffin and each of them took a corner. With a simultaneous heave, they pushed the lid open. A dried, wrinkled skeleton was revealed to everyone. The face was distorted so badly and the corpse and the real Princess Serena shared no common features. "Without my soul, this wretched specter could no longer maintain the illusion," said Serena. "Oh. My child. My precious child. I'm so happy that you're safe." The king hugged Princess Serena as tightly as he could, with tears flowing down his old, tired eyes. Standing at one side, Zhang Yang was tapping his boots repeatedly, thinking, "Old fart, it's time for my reward. At least rescind the kill order and give me back my shop." Luckily, it was only a matter of minutes before the King Derek turned to Zhang Yang and praised him. "Young warrior. You have saved my only daughter. You have also foiled a major conspiracy and saved the entire kingdom. You are now a hero. I must reward you handsomely. About D***MN time old fart. Ding. You have completed the quest, return to White Jade Castle. Obtained 1 million experience points. Ding. Main story quest link, The Spectre's Scheme. Complete. Evaluating. Ding. Your quest score, perfect. Ding. You have obtained the reward, level +5, skill point, +1. Ding. You have obtained the reward, indistinct skill book beast taming. Ding. The king has removed all charges pressed against you. You have regained all the authority you have in White Jade Castle. Your reputation point in White Jade Kingdom has been raised to revered one. Server announcement, White Jade Kingdom has cancelled the kill order on player Zhang Yu. Server announcement, player Zhang Yu has completed the main story quest link, The Spectre's Scheme. His achievement will be recorded in the achievement board. Server announcement, War of the Spectres will be launching next month. For more information, please visit the official website. Zhang Yang's notification channel was constantly flashing with new notifications until finally it stopped. When he read everything, he was stunned. Indistinct skill book. Zhang Yang's knees went weak from the sudden news. He felt like he had been given a huge pie. A hot, delicious, luxurious strawberry rhubarb. The kind that you'll never get sick of eating. In God Miracle, skill books were categorized into two types: normal skill books and indistinct skill books. Needless to say, indistinct skill books will grant an awesome, mega, OP skill. Yet, at the same skill, they will grant a normal, extremely common skill such as regeneration or force strike. These types of skills were the most basic of their respective classes. Basically, skill books will grant a skill, requiring a specific class requirement. An indistinct skill book, however, would completely ignore such requirements. Any class could learn from them. Because of them, there will be rare cases of warriors casting magic spells, spellcasters using stealth. However, an indistinct skill book was, at most, extremely, awfully hard to farm. In fact, in his previous life, after God's Miracle had been operating for 5 years, according to the data statistic from the 5 years game review, the entire world had only managed to produce 127 counts of indistinct skill books. The rarity of the skill book was beyond any measure, but as such, since indistinct skill books could only grant basic class skills, it had its advantage and shortcomings. For example, if a warrior had learnt the thief's skill Shadow Assault, it would only grant the warrior an additional attacking skill. However, what if the warrior manages to learn the skill Stealth? That would be a whole different story. Beast taming was a hunter's basic skill. With this skill, a hunter can capture a wild beast and tame it to be his pet. They could also use the skill to use their pet mount as their pet. Now that Zhang Yang had learnt the skill, his pet mount could remain in the field as a pet instead of a battle mount or a mount. In fact, his pet would exactly be like a hunter's pet, fighting alongside Zhang Yang in dungeon, battle arena, and even indoor instances. It would turn him into part hunter. He quickly took out the skill book and observed the item that he had never even got a whiff of in his past life, but Beast Taming, Indistinct Skill Book. Use, teaches you beast taming. Level requirement, 10. Bound. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yang pat the book on his chest and learned the skill. Beast Taming, captures a wild beast to be your pet. Allows battle mounts to be summoned as pets. During a beast's capture, you have to be the target's main aggro or the capture will fail. You cannot capture any beast that is higher than your current level. You can only summon one pet at a time. Casting time, 30 seconds. Zhang Yang took out the lease of the gold-eared bear king and summoned it. After 2 seconds, the fat, white bear appeared beside Zhang Yang and lay down on the floor lazily. It scratched its chin with its claws and even yawned. Once a mount was not ridden within 2 seconds, it would instantly disappear. Now that he gained the skill, the mount would not disappear. Zhang Yang cracked a wide smile. Even though the main story quest had caused him so much trouble, the rewards were definitely worth it. Hey noob tank. What's your reward? The impatient little Wei Yenair had seen all the server announcements and had quickly rushed to Zhang Yang to ask. He. Increase 5 levels. 1 skill point. And an indistinct skill book. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, Service Hiring. Chapter 236, Service Hiring. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 5-level bonus? Whoa! Dumb you. That means you must be level 60 then. What's an indistinct skill book? Zhang Yang had made the announcement in the party channel, which was why the rest of the gang had rushed over to check things out. He explained the characteristics of his newly obtained skill and the team was floored.
For a non-hunter class character to be able to use beast taming, it made Zhang Yang into half a hunter and a full tank.
Warrior, please head back for now. I'll personally reward you in the future, said Serena with a radiant smile.
Her mannerisms and speech towards Zhang Yang seemed a little more than friendly.
Ding. Your relationship with Princess Serena is now good. Zhang Yang almost staggered in surprise. Relationship and reputation are two different systems. Only an NPC with strong AI programming such as Serena could establish a relationship system. However, the true function of the system is unknown. Still, it can't possibly be a bad thing, having a good relationship with Princess Serena. Now that his quest has been completed, and the rewards collected, there was no more reason for Zhang Yang to stay there any longer. Zhang Yang did an adventurer's salute and said, "My king, my princess, Zhang Yu will now take his leave." As he stepped out of the palace, he saw members of Lone Desert Smoke occupying the entire courtyard. Faced with 10,000 members who were all cramping together like sardines, Zhang Yang could not help but feel honored. All of the players raised up their weapons and cheered. They had fought as a guild, facing all players from China as the enemy, and had successfully helped Zhang Yang achieve his goal in completing his quest. This achievement was truly worth celebrating. Zhang Yang took out his own axe and raised it up into the sky and cried, "From today on, we, Lone Desert Smoke, will declare war against the Dominators, Pride, and the Axe Gang. Until they leave this city, we shall not rest. For honor! For honor!" 100 shots, Endless Starlight and the rest of the gang led teams of their own to start the assault. Each of them formed attack teams consisting of at least 100 members, leading them out of the city and beginning their hunt for the aforementioned guilds. While all of that was happening, Humbly Gentleman was still locked up in jail. He had logged out to have his dinner when he learned of the news through a frantic phone call. Due to the fact that most members from the Dominators were in jail, with the remaining players scattered and divided without a leader, they could not endure the attacks from the very furious Lone Desert Smoke members. Most of them were killed so many times that they were afraid of reviving themselves and eventually logged off the game. With the rising pressure and stress of being the hunting target, most of the players chose to leave the guild. With such events happening, Humbly Gentleman grew anxious.
To speed things up, he spent the entire day and night to let the duration of his punishment run its course. He did not even spare any time to sleep. However, even after his efforts, by the time he was released from the prison, the Dominators had already lost at least 10% of its members.
Unrelentingly, Lone Desert Smoke showed no mercy and no signs of slowing down.
Crimson Rage and Sky High joined the fray and participated in the assault on the Dominators. In just 5 short days, the Dominators, Axe Gang, and Pride suffered heavy losses. All of them were cowering behind the city walls, refusing to leave the place to go grinding. As a result, many members of the guilds had chosen to abandon their guilds as a result of being unable to handle the massive stress. Now that the situation had escalated to such a level, Humbly Gentleman gave up resisting and was forced to do the right thing. He discarded his ego and faced Zhang Yang to beg his forgiveness. Zhang Yang agreed to forgive the man, under one condition. Humbly Gentleman would have to kneel down in front of Little Merchandise Shop for 24 hours. Zhang Yang merely offered the condition as a prank. He knew that a person such as Humbly Gentleman would never accept that level of embarrassment. However, against all odds, Humbly Gentleman did the impossible. He went to the shop, planted his face on the ground and knelt for an entire day. Unlike him, Zhang Yang was a man of his word. Now that Humbly Gentleman had crossed the bridge, Zhang Yang complied to his wishes and pulled his troops back, issuing a temporary ceasefire on the Dominators. However, things took a different path. Now that Humbly Gentleman's act was witnessed by the entire world, the guild had lost its credibility. Many more players in the guild quit since they believed that the guild will have no future under the so-called leadership of such a spineless bastard. A small internal conflict occurred and the guild lost a handful of elite players. As such, the Dominators lost a great deal of strength and was removed from the rankings of strong guilds in White Jade Castle. Even though they still had their standards, they had lost respect. Morale was poor. As for Pride and the Axe Gang, they hung on using their own methods. Even if they could not put up a fight, they could still hide. The two guilds had migrated to Wild Willow City and Crimson Sky City, to reduce their pressure from Lone Desert Smoke. At the same time, things got a little rowdy in the real world. There were online arguments coming up in the forums. Some said the guilds deserved such treatment. You reap what you sow. Why in the first place did those guilds guard the dead bodies of players from Lone Desert Smoke? Back then, why did not they feel remorse as they hacked at prey that they greatly outnumbered? They should have known what they were getting themselves into when they decided to go to war against Lone Desert Smoke. They should have known what could happen to them if they lost. On the other end of things, other players mentioned that the actions of Lone Desert Smoke were a little over the top. Conflicts between guilds are a common thing.
A minor skirmish between one another is too common to even pay attention to. However, Lone Desert Smoke had driven 2 guilds out of the city. It was overly excessive no matter how you looked at things. All in all, the commentators in the forum did agree on one thing. A consensus was established on the authenticity of Lone Desert Smoke's power and its implications. They have proven themselves by almost causing the disbandment of a powerful, established influential guild that had left its mark over many games in the past. Because of this feat, they had gained themselves a top of the food chain status. Such dominating power. As the person in charge of liaising with outsourcing parties, 100 Shots had been receiving many requests and news about company sponsorships. Because of that, Han Yingshui was rather pleased as she was the one who first found the guild. Now that Zhang Yang had gained an extra 5 levels, he had overtaken Han Yingshui and became China's highest leveled player. After removing and putting on all his level 60 yellow gold equipment such as the Ring of Raging Blaze and Arcane Resistor, he gained a major boost in his overall statistics. HP, 24,090. Strength, 730. Defense, 1,000. Damage absorption, 988. Weapon attack, 1,929 to 2,138, x 1.05%. He learned a new skill at level 60, Killing Cleave. Killing Cleave attempts to kill the target. Skill can only be used on targets with less than 20% of its maximum HP, requires 20 rage points to cast. Causes 100% physical melee damage to the target. Every additional rage point will be converted to 3% extra damage per point. This skill will ignore all defense, is unavoidable and unblockable. Requires melee weapon. Cost, consumes all rage. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. If the skill was activated at 100 rage, max, it could deal a total of 340% melee damage. That amount of damage is truly devastating. However, it wouldn't be very practical against a boss. The reason was as such, 20 rage a hit could be the same as Force Strike. If all rage is consumed, each extra rage point will only be an additional 3.4% melee damage. It's much weaker than the 10% rage, Horizontal Sweep, or the level 10, Tornado Cleave, which only costs 8% rage. However, if the target was a player, it would be a different scenario, since the skill can only be used when a target's HP was lower than 20%, which couldn't amount to more than 1,600 HP, since the majority of non-tank players only had 8,000 HP at most. Any other skill can be used to kill that player. This skill will only reach its maximum potential when the game matures a little more. By then, average players would be at a higher level and have higher HPs. By then, the skill could be used to guarantee certain kills. When all other skill have been used and are in cooldown, this skill would serve greatly as a bonus attack. Unavoidable, unblockable, ignores all defense? However, Zhang Yang had Eagle Eye, it would be like adding salt to the sea. A skill like this was currently wasted on Zhang Yang. On an inferior player, however, a tank would need to constantly kite the boss. Taking damage constantly will basically provide an endless supply of rage points. Since the skill could ignore all defense, weaker players with lower tiered equipment could use the skill to deal extra damage to kite the boss properly. After a few days of grinding, Zhang Yang had his Bear King by his side whenever he was in combat. Since pets would require lower experience points to level up compared to a player, Whitey had been gaining levels faster than before. Thanks to Zhang Yang dragging monsters all around the field to kill them as entire herds instead of facing them one by one, Whitey had finally reached the same level as Zhang Yang, level 60. By then, Whitey had not procured any new skill. Zhang Yang had to visit the auction house to purchase 2 pet skill books. As the name states, the skill book was only eligible for pets. By right, Whitey was a mount, not a pet, and therefore unable to learn skills from such a method, but when Zhang Yang learned beast taming, Whitey had gained the status of both pet mount and normal pet. Icy build, passive whenever you are attacked by a frost attack, reduces damage by 90%. Wild recovery, covers 10 focus points into 5% HP recovery every second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Wild recovery is extremely common, which only cost Zhang Yang 20 gold coins. On the other hand, Icy build was as expensive as F***CK. It cost Zhang Yang 20,000 gold coins to buy that bloody book. However, after reading the skill description, Zhang Yang felt that the skill was worth its cost. At level 60, Goldeared Bear King was truly mighty. The difference between a pet and a player is that a pet would not require any equipment to gain stats. Levels would be relative to their power. As their levels go up, so do their stats. The stat growth they gain would depend on their rarity. Goldeared Bear King, Yellow Gold Battle Mount. Level, 60. HP, 16,800. Defense, 1200. Weapon attack, 3692 to 3892, attack interval, 3 seconds, DPS, 1264.
After Zhang Yang had acquired the skill, Beast Taming, the bear had gained a defense attribute. However, the defense attribute would only be active when it is summoned as a pet, instead of a mount. The ridiculous bear had actually surpassed its own master in terms of both offense and defensive values.
Right now, the bear had two modes. 1. The mount mode.
In this mode, Shared Life, Wild Charge, and Claw Attack are the only skills available. As a pet, however, it was able to use Wild Charge, Claw Attack, Wild Recovery, and Icy Build.
The current date was October the 24th.
The majority of players around had already passed the level 50 threshold. Zhang Yang's stockpiled, solid iron plates had been sold out clean.
On average, each solid iron plate was sold at around 13 gold coins each.
All 17,000 stacks of solid iron plate had been sold for a total of 44,200,000 gold coins. The current currency exchange rate was at 1:3, which covered that sum to $130 million. That number had exceeded Zhang Yang's prediction by $50 million. Level 3 fire resistance potion were not as common, however.
This situation had left Zhang Yang in a huge dilemma.
If he placed his efforts in making potions, his current lead in levels would slowly drop. On the other hand, if he ignored the market demand and paid attention to grinding, he would be missing the chance to make more money. The best way to solve this problem would be to hire a player for their services, the kind that specializes in crafting potions.
But, could he find someone he could trust?
It's hard to put his trust on anyone, because every recipe that Zhang Yang finds and procures is worth a lot of gold coins. Facing the prospect of such profit, greed would easily change a man's perception. Fatty Han was his number one choice, but making potion will be a test of patience. Someone like Fatty Han will definitely flip the table. He thought, and after giving some time, he had an idea. He logged out of the game and picked up the phone.
Hello?
Yuli's voice was heard over the phone. She sounded a little tired.
It's me. Zhang Yang. How is your mother?
Yes.
She's been relocated to the best ward now.
A kidney donor is already on the way and the doctor said that she can have her surgery within a week, said Yuli excitedly. She giggled a little and said, "So, I don't think you're calling me just to ask about my mother.
Have you finally decided to accept my invitation to bed?" A drop of cold sweat went down his forehead. What a woman. Actually, I have an idea that would help you return the money you borrowed from me.
I want to hire you as my personal potion crafter. In the game, I will have you craft me some potions. I will pay you $60,000 as monthly salary. You will be able to clear all your debt to me in just 5 years, with some personal savings to boot.
Zhang Yang, I said that I don't want to owe you anything anymore. Listen to me, woman.
Geez.
Have you forgotten that I have been selling potions for a while back then?
In the near future, there will be many more types of potions for sale. I don't have that much free time, sitting around all say on my ass, crafting bloody potions. That is why I'm hiring you to do some virtual hard labor.
Do you understand the situation here, woman?
I could earn millions or even billion while all you get is a fixed salary.
I'm practically robbing you. I understand.
Thank you so much, Zhang Yang. Yuli was silent for a while before she finally replied. She understood Zhang Yang's intention. He could have easily looked for other people to do his work, but instead, he asked her. She knew that Zhang Yang was just finding a reason to help her. Until your mother fully recovers, you best stay with her. You can get back into the game when she's all good. I'll help you increase your alchemy mastery.
Oh. Could you please come over to White Jade Castle? It'll save me a lot of time when delivering the materials. Okay.
Zhang Yang hung up, a great weight taken off his shoulders. At least that's one problem solved. Zhang Yang's daily routine comprised of making potions and grinding his level. The daily dungeon runs of Poison Fireland and the Palace of Centaur were left to endless starlight. That young man had the potential to grow even stronger. After a few days of raiding and training, he was showing the promising skills and capabilities of a great tank. After level 60, gaining one level would take 8 days at minimum. Since Zhang Yang had to allocate some time to craft some potions, he had only managed to gain one level by the 1st of November. Currently, the level ranking board's top 10 players were as such. Zhan Yu, Guardian, level 61. Little Snow, Priest, level 57.
Frost Knight, Assassin, level 57.
Slim and Handsome, Beastmaster, level 57. Drizzler, Berserker, level 56.
Daffodil Daydream, Pyromancer, level 56. 100 Shots, Beastmaster, level 56. 1 Swordstroke, Guardian, level 55. Endless Starlight, Defender, level 55. Drifting Scent, Bandit, level 54. There were 3 tanks and 1 healer in the level ranking board top 10 list?
A normal player would definitely be stunned in disbelief. Everyone would expect a spellcaster to be the leveling king.
Since when was a tank better at grinding than a spellcaster?
9 a.m., Zhang logged into the game on time and heard a clear voice of a woman ringing in his ears. Spectre Warzone has been launched, you may now proceed to enter through teleportation points in major cities.
Spectre Warzone.
The name was self-explanatory, it was a war zone filled with specters. This new map was like a dungeon instance. Even though the map was filled with elite-tiered monsters, the monsters inside the war zone were much easier to defeat than a regular common map elite monster. The experience points granted were lesser than the regular elite, they were still substantially higher than the experience points from normal monsters. These monsters in the war zone do not drop regular drops like coins, materials, etc. items, or equipment. Instead, at a fixed drop rate, these monsters will drop runecrafting essences and runecraft recipes. The war zone will be divided into different level maps to suit the varying levels of players. The lowest tier started at level 10, and the levels went up by 10 per ascending tier. Level 10, Level 20, and Level 30 Spectre Warzone's elite monster had a 1% chance of dropping, Level 1 Black Steel Essence, 0.1% chance of dropping, Level 1 Green Copper Essence. The bosses here will have a 1% chance of dropping, Level 1 Green Copper Essence, and a 0.1% chance of dropping, Level 1 Grey Silver Essence. Level 40, Level 50, and Level 60 Spectre Warzone's elite monster will have 1% chance of dropping, Level 2 Green Copper Essence, and 0.1% chance of dropping, Level 2 Grey Silver Essence. The bosses here will have 1% chance of dropping, Level 2 Grey Silver Essence, and a 0.1% chance of dropping, Level 2 Yellow Gold Essence. At the current stage of the game, there were plenty of green copper tiered weapons lying around, however, Level 40 Grey Silver tier equipment were so rare that no one would willingly disassemble them to extract their essence. So, naturally, without materials, there would not be any rune stones, which made the new profession rather meaningless. To counter this problem that was quickly becoming prevalent, the developers had created the Spectre Warzone. The first 3 days of each month, players would have one chance of entering the Warzone at a cost of 30 gold coins per entry for 3 hours. The entry count would not be carried over to the next month, only resetting when the time came. As such, rune crafting players would not have to worry about a shortage of essences. Even though the existence of the Warzone would not satisfy the current market demand, it was a solution to lessen the burden of those players that learned runecraft. At least, the profession had some meaning now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 237, Spectre Warzone. Chapter 237, Spectre Warzone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Since the entry period was only for as long as the first 3 days of every month, players who had read the introduction of the Warzone have been waiting patiently for the opening of the Warzone. Even though the area was large and divided into different levels of areas, it was still a situation where 10 men would need to share a toilet. There are more than 50 million players alone in China. To make matters worse, the introduction had clearly stated that the Spectre Warzone's monster would only respawn once a month, meaning that latecomers would be left with an empty plain of dust and grass. That was the reason why dozens of players stayed up waiting for the clock to strike midnight. The early bird gets the worms. By the time Zhang logged into the game, Han Shui and the other had already entered the Warzone. When Wei Yan'er noticed, she quickly contacted him and yelled, "Hey sleepyhead. Lazy bum. Why did you wake up so late, noob tank? F***CK. This lazy -SS is the one who's always late. D**MN. She was up a little early just to catch the opening time of the Spectre Warzone. Zhang laughed sarcastically and replied her. So, what did you guys get? My god. There are so many people here. Wei Yan'er sighed. I thought I knew the meaning of a crowd when I visited a mall during the Black Friday sales. But D*AMN. There are so many people here KSing monsters here, there, and everywhere. Now I know what it really means when people say that there's no room for even an apple to fall. Whoa. We got ourselves a smart *SS. Zhang immediately replied. Stupid. Dummy. Noob tank. Call me stupid one more time, and I'll take my cousin's sister away from you. Sure. It doesn't matter since our little Yan'er is a rare flower. A genius philosopher. A rare gem. The flower among flowers. He.
Wei Yan'er rubbed her nose.
Since when did I become yours? Please.
However, I'll overlook that statement since you have pretty good eyes, being able to notice all my points.
Hey. Haning Shui. Why are you always sneaking around when I'm not paying attention? Beep.
The little brat let out a scream that was quickly cut short as she hung up the voice messenger.
Zhang Yang laughed at the amazing little girl.
She would never get boring. Zhang Yang rode Whitey all the way to the teleportation point and paid the 30 gold coins entry fee, and entered the Spectre Warzone.
Of all the players in all 8 servers, China included, Zhang Yang was the only person in the entire map of level 60.
When he entered the map, all he saw was a gray sky filled with dark clouds. The sun was fully blotted out behind the grayish dark puffs of clouds. Ahead of him, there were massive flatlands, filled with spectral monsters lurking around aimlessly. Each of them were separated by at least 30 meters apart.
Fallen Warrior, Elite, Spectre. Level, 62. HP, 20,000. Defense, 60.
The background story of this Spectre Warzone was that the Union had recognized the Spectres as an alarming threat. Thus, they had dispatched adventurers and assigned them to their designated war zones to eliminate the vengeful spirits that had turned into Spectres. Even though the monsters here had the elite title upon their heads, their HP was only a little bit higher than usual normal tiered monsters. They were not hard to defeat. Even a normal players with weaker equipment than Zhang Yang, could slay a monster by themselves with ease. The only difference between them and Zhang Yang was that Zhang Yang could go on while the normal players might have to sit down to recover their HP after killing only one elite monster. Zhang Yang summoned Gold-Eared Bear King and sat on it. He bent down a little and pats the side of its head.
Buddy, it's us against time itself here. Let's see how much we can haul in 3 hours. Growl.
Zhang Yang commanded the bear and both of them rushed down the flatlands and into the roaming monsters.
Since the monster here were rather scattered, Zhang Yang could not rely on his kiting technique. Instead, he had to resort to killing them one at a time. However, with his current damage, coupled with the damage from his pet mount, they could easily kill the 20,000 HP monster in just 7 to 8 seconds, while only losing a fraction of their own HP. As Zhang Yang killed his way deeper into the war zone, he came up to a small hillside and saw a fully clad armored warrior riding a skeletal horse down the other side of the hill. Behind the horseman were a few skeleton soldiers in groups of 10 and more. They were kneeling on one leg with flags stabbed into the ground by their sides. Although the flags seemed ragged and old, these few specters were looking up at the flag with great respect. They were completely still, as if they were statues made from cement. Even after turning into specters, these soldiers could perhaps retain a sense of pride and duty from their days of living. Resurrected Knight, Boss, Spectre. Level, 65. HP, 300,000. Defense, 350. The bosses in the Spectre Warzone did not have any tiers.
They would only drop the respective level of essence based on their own levels.
Zhang Yang sighed.
He had been feeling down since he didn't stand to gain much, only materials for that snow bitch's runecrafting. He gently patted the white bear and commanded it to charge into the monsters.
Ack. The specters noticed Zhang Yang arrival and got up to their feet.
With the flagpole behind them, the soldiers grabbed the hilts of their swords with their skeletal hands and tugged out the rusted swords that were once shiny.
-0. -0.
The attacks were so weak that all of them could not even penetrate Zhang Yang's defense.
Ignoring them, Zhang Yang went straight to the boss. -612.
The boss pulled out a long spear and thrusted it towards Zhang Yang. The damage done to Zhang Yang was only below 1,000, which means its basic attacking power was at around 3,000. It was set that way to favor the majority of normal players. The boss had been set in such a way that even a small group of green copper equipment-based player could defeat it. After all, the purpose of the Spectre Warzone was to grant a lucrative way for essences to enter the market, not to test players' equipment.
No one can stop him now.
In this zone, Zhang Yang was more of a boss than a player. After sharing his HP with the pet mount via shared life, their combined HP had reached 41,000. Their attacking power had reached 4,000 plus DPS. With their current strength, they defeated the boss in only 70 seconds. That, by everyone else's standards, was insanely powerful. After 3 hours in the zone, Zhang Yang exited the instance with a broad smile on his face. Noob tank. Cousin sister said this and I quote, "Pass all the loots to her obediently or she will get over there to search your body thoroughly."
Just as Zhang Yang left the zone, Wei Yan'er merry voice rang. D*MN.
I have yet to even touch these stuffs myself and here they are, about to be snatched away.
Noob tank. Don't feel bad about yourself.
Pervy fatty, starlight brat, and Uncle 100 shots have already been robbed cleaned by my cousin sister, said Wei Yin Air.
Zhang Yang face-bombed. Where is that woman? At the rune crafting instructor.
Without wasting any more time, Zhang Yang rode the bear towards the rune craft shop, only to see Han Shui crafting runestones endlessly. Naturally, everyone had gathered up a large haul. Because of that, Han Shui was able to take everyone's loot from the Spectre War Zone to craft runestones.
Aha! Great timing, dummy.
All the materials were just about to finish, said Han Shui. She looked up at Zhang Yang.
I'd say, have you made any progress with rune crafting at all?
Before, I had only made +1 rune stones. With all these materials now, I can make +2 rune stones.
Come on, hurry up. Give me all the loots that you have gathered.
I'm almost reaching level 3, said Han Shui. She gestured with her hand impatiently. Before the introduction to Spectre War Zone, Han Shui had only the support from Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop. Technically, Han Shui was the first player in China to push her mastery level to level 2. But, to achieve level 3 mastery, one would require many, level 2 Grey Silver Essence. No matter how grandiose Zhang Yang was, he could not provide that much equipment for her to disassemble. After all, the most popular equipment in demand was the Grey Silver tier.
Who would want to sell those equipment for disassembling? However, the tables has turned.
With the Spectre War Zone, and the collaboration of an entire guild, Han Shui had somehow managed to push herself to reach level 3 in rune crafting. That was why normal players could never be proper rune crafters, it would drive them bankrupt before anything else. Without giving a second thought, Zhang Yang transferred all his essence to Han Shui.
Dummy, did you rob 100 people to get these?
How did you get so much? Cried Han Shui in shock and surprise. Like her, Wei Yin Air, Fatty Han, and the rest of the group had only managed to farm on average 10 level 2 Grey Silver Essence, and 1 level 2 Yellow Gold Essence. Zhang Yang had just transferred a total of 92 level 2 Grey Silver Essence, and 43 level 2 Yellow Gold Essence. Having that many Grey Silver Essence was still conceivable, but the amount of Yellow Gold Essence he carried was just unbelievable.
It was an impossible feat. Zhang Yang scoffed. Answer me, woman. Where are the runestones that you promised? How much longer are you going to delay?
Perhaps others did not fully understand, but Zhang Yang knew that every 10 points of luck would increase his chances in several aspects of the game by 1%. Since he had 9 luck points, he had, technically, increased the drop rate of Grey Silver Essence to 2% and Yellow Gold Essence to 1%.
0.1% to 1% was an increment of a multiple of 10.
Plus, Zhang Yang was completely alone in the level 60 Spectre War Zone.
Since he had only focused on killing bosses, how could he not gather that many Yellow Gold Essence?
Han Shui smiled happily, her grin spread from ear to ear. She nonchalantly transferred a few runestones to Zhang Yang and said, with this, I will easily become a level 3 runecrafter.
It's a shame though. Runecraft recipes above level 3 are not sold by the instructors.
Looks like I will have to farm them myself. Zhang Yang took out the runestones that Han Shui had just handed over and observed their properties. There were only 2 runestone, one was for a weapon, and the other was for a shield.
Runestone, vampiric, usable, tier 2. Use, inscribes a rune on a weapon. Grants the weapon a +2 vampiric effect. Grants a chance to restore 100 HP on every successful attack. Effect will only proc once every 10 seconds. Inscribing a rune has a 50% success rate. Failure will result in a drop on the effect tier by 1 level. Runestone, shield spike, usable, tier 2. Use, inscribes a rune on a shield. Grants the shield with a +2 shield spike effect. Grants the ability to inflict 100 shadow damage on a target after receiving an attack from the same target. Inscribing a rune has a 50% success rate. Failure will result in a drop on the effect tier by 1 level. The inscription a rune starts from +1 to +2 and so on. However, since high-tier runestone could replace the usage of lower-tier runestones, super-rich players could buy +10 runestone to jump all the way from +1 to +10. Normal players would start inscribing from tier 1 runestone +1 to tier 2 runestone +2. This was the best and most economical way. However, Han Shui's runestones were all in tier 2. It completely went against her miserly nature. Do I look like a miser? Said Han Shui. She winked at Zhang Yang. Using higher tier runestone could easily increase the success rates. Wei Yin walked behind Zhang Yang and whispered. Actually, she had already thrown away many tier 1 runestones because they had taken up too much space in her inventory. You little minx, bellowed Han Shui angrily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, The Infiltration. Chapter 238, The Infiltration. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Level 1 runestones were weak and the materials needed for crafting were just too cheap. Almost any rune crafter could craft this level of runestone and it only served to raise their mastery level. Just like a level 1 whetstone, it had come to a point where it's something that can be given away. Even the recipient might not appreciate this much. That was the reason why Han Shui had gotten rid of all the level 1 runestones from her inventory and storage. Zhang Yang stared at Han Shui and laughed under his breath.
What are you looking at?
I'll pluck your little balls off and shove them down your throat.
Han Shui scolded viciously.
Zhang Yang laughed more, ignoring her. He took out his dragon tooth battle axe and inscribed the enhanced vampire runestone on it.
Ding!
Dragon tooth battle axe has gained the effect of vampiric +1. Level 2 whetstone effect has been replaced. It's a shame that both the whetstone and the runestone could not stack. Zhang Yang took out another enhanced vampire runestone and applied on the weapon. However, after 2 seconds, a crack was heard and there was a long and unsightly crack on the weapon's edge.
Ding! Enchantment failed.
The vampiric +1 effect on the dragon tooth battle axe has disappeared. 10% of the weapon durability has been lost.
WTF?
You sly minx.
What kind of runestone did you give me? I'd failed at +2. Han Shui shrugged and scoffed. That's your problem. Not me.
I only use 2 runestones and achieve mana drain +2.
What about the little girl? Zhang Yang laughed as he turned to face Wei Yan. Wei Yan shrunk and bashfully whispered. 16 pieces. Bah!
Zhang Yang exploded in laughter.
Looks like there's no such thing as being worst. It can only get much worse. Hey!
This young lady here is beautiful and charming.
Why would you say I'm worse?
Wei Yan rolled her eyes.
Hurry up and keep on inscribing more runes. Don't beat around the bush.
I have a bet with cousin sister right here on whose luck would be the worst. Luckily, Zhang Yang only used 2 pieces of enhanced vampire runestone and managed to upgrade his weapon to vampiric +2. He did not even fail a single time when he came to his shield. He had only used a total of 6 pieces of runestones. After he was done inscribing runes, he bid everyone farewell and used the city's teleportation point to fly over to Tukula Fortress. There, he summoned the white bear and rode on into the wild. So far, Zhang Yang was the only person who had reached level 60. The new dungeon Thunderbolt Prison required a number of players that his guild could not provide. The only choice left was for him to get everyone to train their levels together. Furthermore, the new dungeon had a rather complicated system. The dungeon required 4 parties to start the raid. There were not enough members in Lone Desert Smoke to even dispatch 4 parties of 5 men. Zhang Yang rode through the frozen sky wastelands and entered the Forest of Tanilla. Forest of Tanilla is a level 60+ training ground, and it also carried the possibility of being claimed as a territory. Zhang Yang's current objective was to search for new territories. Theoretically, as long as players achieved level 60, new territories would spawn in level 60+ maps. Forest of Tanilla was a place with extremely large and ancient trees. The ground was rather open as the trees were widely spreaded from each other. That being said, the branches grew excessively, and the leaves from all the trees around had covered the entire sky. Light from the sun could only seep through the gaps among the leaves to reach the floor. The forest was extremely cooling, but well lit. Zhang Yan walked slowly across the forest, pacing slowly without any intention to rush. As he strode on, rays of light beamed on his armor, reflecting the sunlight out across the forest. Zhang Yang lingered in the forest for a total of 3 days. On the 4th day, as he was roaming around the forest, he stumbled upon an open area with a camp in the middle of it. Hold your steps. 2 elven warriors rushed over. Both of them wielded long swords. Though they looked extremely graceful, there were markings and tribal paint all over their foreheads, making them look rather savage, their eyes gleaming with killing intent. Silver Wings Camp Soldier, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 65. HP, 130,000. Defense, 350. Zhang Yang unsummoned his mount and did an adventurer's salute. Fellow elven warriors, I am an adventurer from the White Jade Castle. The 2 female warriors exchanged a quick look with each other and one of them asked. We have sent out countless requests for aid. And yet White Jade Castle sends us a single man? Zhang Yang smiled. Sometime, a man can do things an army could not. Hoof. The 2 female warriors sheathed their swords across their backs as they scoffed. Brag all you want.
We shall see your strength. Enter the camp and speak to our leader." The warriors let down their guards and allowed Zhang Yang to proceed further in. The camp area was as large as a football field with a defensive perimeter made out of wood, to block off wild animals. There were at least thousands of tents in the camp, with the largest tent being right in the center. On its sides were flagpoles stuck into the ground, bearing the sigil of the elven race. Zhang Yang's priority was to search for a territory. However, he had now been led on a little detour as this place seemed to have a quest for him. He might as well complete the quest. Who knows? The quest might reward him with something valuable. Zhang Yang walked around and got into the largest tent. Inside, he saw a female elf wearing completely white ceremonial clothing. Her chest was leaning on the surface of a table. In one hand, she held a light silver-colored magic staff. With her other hand, she was pointing and picking out random spots on what seemed to be a map. There was a worrying frown on her face. Priestess Kaler, Song of the Forest, Gray Silver, Humanoid. Level, 68. HP, 2 million. Defense, 700. The moment Zhang Yang stepped into the tent, Kaler noticed him and lifted her head up to glance at him. After having a look at Zhang Yang, she went back to the map. "So, you're the reinforcements sent by the Union?" "I guess so," said Zhang Yang. "Priestess Kaler, what sort of trouble are you in?" Kaler leaned back on her chair and sighed lightly. "A bunch of bandits have set up a stronghold in the Thunderstorm Castle, somewhere north of the forest. Their activities are threatening our very lives. Even though we have set up a front line here, the bandits would still sneak around here, often attacking our base. They would rob our supplies and kidnap our people to sell them as slaves." Zhang Yang cocked his head. "Why don't you guys destroy their stronghold?" he asked. "Thunderstorm Castle has a perfect, impregnable defense. Their stronghold has the geographical advantage. With mountains surrounding their base, the only entrance in is limited to one. Furthermore, they have set up 3 magical cannons at the entrance of the stronghold. With our current force, we will be annihilated if we were to start an attack," said Kaler disgruntledly. Kaler sighed. Out of the sudden silence, she stood with a sudden glint in her eyes. She looked at Zhang Yang and smirked. Perhaps our approach to the attack was wrong. Perhaps, if we were to sneak into the stronghold and find out where they store the energy source and ammunition of the magical cannons and destroy that. Once the cannons are down, we could take the opportunity to strike and destroy the stronghold. Human. Do you accept this impossible mission? Ding. Priestess Kaler has a quest for you, destroy the defense of Thunderstorm Castle. Will you accept it? Alright, now that he had a quest, he has something to do. Zhang Yang nodded. Priestess, I will do my best to assist our allied elven brethren. Ding. You have obtained a bag of explosives. A bag of explosives, quest item. Use, tick. Tick. Run. It'll blow after 10 seconds, dot. Wonderful. I have here a magic cape that will temporarily change your appearance into a female elf. There will be bandits roaming around in the forest. When that happens, I want you to let them kidnap you and allow them to take you into their stronghold. When night comes, you can remove your disguise and find the energy source to destroy it. Kaler took out a black cape and handed it over to Zhang Yang. D*MN. What a bold strategy. Zhang Yang accepted the cape and scolded the developers for thinking of such a psychotic plan. Cape of Disguise, quest item. Use, turns you into a beautiful elven female. Removing the disguise will also purge all immobile status. Note, the magic power of the cape is limited to only 1 hour. Charges left, 1/1. Zhang Yang took all the items, placed them in his inventory, and left the place. Based on the location Kaler had explained, the place that he should be heading for was somewhere to the north of the forest. Zhang Yang rode his way north, and after 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Zhang Yang observed the stronghold from afar and understood now why the stronghold was said to be impregnable. The castle was built within a valley of mountains. Although the size of the stronghold was large, it was completely shielded by mountains all around it. There was only one entrance, and even that was protected with a river surrounding the castle. To enter the stronghold, one must cross a drawbridge from within the castle itself. Furthermore, the 3 magical cannons hanging outside the entrance of the castle walls were not mere ornaments. Those contraptions are not some toys, they could easily fire at long range, laying waste to anything they struck. At first, Zhang Yang thought of using Shadow of the Void to sneak into the castle. However, he had second thoughts when he saw the large door being tightly shut. The whole time he lay there and wait, the drawbridge was never lowered, even after he had spent some time waiting for something to happen. The only option left was to get kidnapped by the bandits as a female elf. It can't be helped. Zhang Yang sighed and summoned the bear. He rode the bear and started searching the forest for the bandits. After only 5 to 6 minutes, he found a group of bandits, sitting around a campfire roasting what seemed to be their food. Zhang Yang started to move. He got off the bear, took out the cape, and after a bright glow, Zhang Yang turned from a rugged, tough, manly adventurer into a slim, curvy, and sexy elven female. Zhang Yang was now wearing only a rough linen skirt on him. The rest of his original equipment, his shield, his axe, his armor were all hidden beneath the disguise. He lowered his head and walked slowly towards the group of bandits, entering their aggro range. He then pretended to act frantic and quickly ran away. "Hey! There's a girl! Chase after her!" The bandits screamed and started to chase after Zhang Yang. The kidnappers were very happy that their victim was such an easy catch, practically walking into their hands. After that, they brought Zhang Yang into the stronghold. When they approached the river, one of the bandits shouted out to the occupants of the castle, and the door to the castle was opened. The drawbridge was lowered and the bandits entered the castle. After pushing Zhang Yang into a small shack, the bandits locked the doors and left him there. Ha! The disguise effect of the cape could not be dispelled manually. Much worse, when in disguise, Zhang Yang could not even use his weapon. All he could do right now was to wait until the effect wears off by itself. It did not take long for the magical spell to disperse, returning Zhang Yang to his original appearance. He took out his battle axe and started hacking at the door in front of him. Strong wooden door, tool. Level 1. HP 100,000. Defense 1,000. After a series of banging and cracking, the door turned into a pile of splintered wood. Zhang Yang then exited the shack and started his search one house at a time. Monsters have a certain level of AI programming. Since this was just a game, the system would only trigger when a player is within the distance of the monster's aggro, regardless of how visible your actual hiding spot was. As long as you're away from the aggro triggering distance, you can stand, breakdance, or take a dump without being attacked. Thunderstorm Castle Bandit, Normal, Humanoid. Level 65. HP 6,500. Defense 60. Zhang Yang summoned the bear and started his killing spree while searching for the cannon's energy source. Still, the area of the castle was so large that Zhang Yang had been killing for more than 3 hours, only managing to cover a quarter of the entire place. By then, it was already 6 p.m. Zhang Yang logged off and had his dinner before coming back to continue his search. After 2 hours, he arrived at a rather large building. 4 guards were standing outside. They were all elite tier. Captain of the red shirt, elite, humanoid. Level 65. HP 130,000. Defense 350. Just 4? Gimme a break. Zhang Yang pulled on the reins of his bear and started charging fiercely towards the guards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, Invincible King Arthur. Chapter 239, Invincible King Arthur. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. -1012. -1045. -1009. -1011. 4 attacks landed simultaneously on Zhang Yang, taking away only 10% of his entire HP. The basic attack values of the bandit captains should only be around 3,500. Their attacks were nothing but a scratch. Furthermore, Zhang Yang's current armor was already leagues ahead of the number 2 tank in China. With a full set of yellow gold equipment and the pet mount, shared life, ability, these 4 elite monsters were nothing but ants waiting to be squashed. Zhang Yang smirked and slashed the monsters with horizontal sweep, dealing more than 3,800 damage of the monsters. There was still one drawback while fighting with the OP pet mount. Despite the massive boost to the rider's HP, moving around while mounted was a little too meticulous. It lacked the fine control of an individual person's movement. It would be fine if they were fighting a boss, since it's impossible to dodge the lightning speed attacks. However, fighting normal monster would require agile maneuvers and footwork. Furthermore, some skills were inaccessible while mounted. Zhang Yang got off his mount and stomped the ground hard with Thunderstrike, slowing down all 4 of monsters. Zhang Yang thought of a plan and laughed. In such a small area, Zhang Yang started to kite the monsters around. He finally made it so that the bandits blocked off each other, only being able to attack him one at a time. With a block and other status effect skills, Zhang Yang and the bear killed off the 4 elite monsters with relative ease. Among the loots, there was a key. Large gray silver treasure chest key, usable. Use, opens a locked large gray silver treasure chest. After taking care of the guards, Zhang Yang went up to the large building and slammed the edge of his axe onto the door. The door was also a destructible target with 500,000 HP and 1,500 defense. It took Zhang Yang quite some time and a whole lot of banging and hacking before he got the door open. Bang, dot. After the wooden door fell apart into many broken planks of wood, Zhang Yang entered the building and saw that it was a huge storage room, filled with thousands of solid chunks of blue-colored crystals. Zhang Yang referred back to the quest helper and saw that he was standing right at where he was supposed to set the explosives. Zhang Yang got on the bear and took out the bag of explosives. He steeled himself before he lit the fuse, and tossed the explosives into the warehouse before rushing away from the scene like a racehorse and its jockey. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Boom! A deafening explosion was heard from behind, sending pieces of the building flying in all directions. A large mushroom cloud soared up into the night sky, further darkening the already blackened night sky. Even though Zhang Yang had left the place before the explosive even began ticking, the shockwave from the explosion had knocked Zhang Yang off his feet, sending him and the bear flying into a stone wall. Wham! Dot. The collision was so strong that it had taken off as much as a third of his HP. After the ringing in Zhang Yang eardrums ceased, voices and screams from the bandits started to replace the ringing. Chaos filled the air and many of the bandits started to run around in massive confusion. Kill! In the same time, the drums of war could be heard from a distance. Zhang Yang got up and headed to a clear spot where he saw groups of elven soldiers on leopards appearing outside the castle. Riding with the speed of the wind, the warriors were charging in fearlessly with the weapons at their hands, ready to strike down anyone in their path. Wham! Bam! Boom! The battle started with the padding sound of the running leopards, as they sprinted with their might, carrying their elven masters into the castle. The cannons on the castle wall had started firing, managing to kill hundreds of elven warriors. However, since Zhang Yang had already destroyed their ammunition depot, the cannons stopped firing after one volley. Zhang Yang took this chance to rush over to the castle entrance. He killed the bandits guarding the entrance and took control over the drawbridge. He flipped the switch and lowered the drawbridge to allow the charging groups of elven warrior to enter the castle. Kaler was also present in the fight. She was riding a black night panther. She approached Zhang Yang. He saw her legs seeping out of her ceremonial outfit, revealing her sexy jade white thighs. You did it, warrior, said Kaler happily. Ding! You have completed the quest, destroyed the defense of Thunderstorm Castle. Obtained 1 million experience points. Zhang Yang smiled weakly and said, thanks to the gods of war, I'm barely alive at the moment. Kaler smiled back and turned to gaze up towards the peak of the castle. Warrior! We're not done yet. Even though the defenses have been taken out, there is still much to do before victory can be claimed. The leader of these bandits is an extremely powerful beastman. I have heard that his sword strikes are so strong that they could break apart even the strongest shields ever. He is said to have torn wild beasts apart with his bare hands. Our people call him Arthur the Butcher. Zhang Yang stared back at her, unfazed. In the face of justice, let those who worship evil's might. Beware my power, justice shall fight. Zhang Yang tried to say something cool, but he butchered the line on the way. Still, Kaler was impressed by his speech and expressed her admiration. Well said, let's go now, warrior. Together we shall end this monster's life. Ding! Priestess Kaler has a quest for you, kill King Arthur. Will you accept it? Duh, accept. Warriors of the night, to me. 12 female elven warriors, all of them atop night panthers, gathered close to Kaler as she raised her magic staff up high. It's time. For revenge. For revenge. 13 night panthers and their riders dashed towards the peak of the castle. Zhang Yang followed closely behind on his white bear. Along the way, they had to jump across dead corpses of both bandits and the elven warriors. War is always cruel. War does not spare the innocent. War knows no peace. War will always bring death. Foolish elves! How dare you sneak into my territory? I shall mince your flesh. A thunderous roar blasted through the entire stronghold. The roar was so loud that all of the riders, including Zhang Yang, had to let go of the reins to cover their aching eardrums. Kaler's face turned green. It's the demon. It's Arthur. Boom! 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 Sounds of crashing rubble was heard in the distance, along with the sound of a woman wailing in pain. In a flash, a 3-meter-tall, green-skinned man appeared right in front of everyone. In his right hand was a massive sword, dripping in fresh blood. In his other hand was an elven warrior's neck.
She was choked so hard that she could not even scream. All she could do was struggle in vain. When the green monster saw Zhang Yang and Kaler, he cracked a malicious grin and tightened the grip in his left hand with a force so strong that the sound of cracking bones could be heard. The struggling elven warrior suddenly collapsed as her life was taken in an instant. Leader of the bandits, King Arthur, Greysilver, humanoid.
Level, 68. HP, 4 million. Defense, 700. Kill the demon. Kaler roared.
She jumped down from her Night Panther and sprinted forward. Once in range, she pointed her staff at King Arthur and started chanting a spell.
All the 12 elven warrior followed behind and charged towards King Arthur after getting off their mounts. Bah! Imbecile little weaklings.
This king could kill you all with one finger.
King Arthur laughed manically.
He lifted a massive leg and swept across the field, knocking into one of the female elven warriors.
Wham!
The boss force was so overwhelmingly strong that, when the female warrior was hit, all she could do was cry arg and slide across the floor, silent. The body was so disfigured that the chest had caved in, as if all the bones had shattered from within. Blood oozed out from her mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. King Arthur brandished his sword and let out a glowing ray of light. At the speed of lightning, the sword slashed through 4 elven warriors so swiftly that Zhang Yang could not even make out what he was doing.
Shying. 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 Shying.
After what seemed to be a million strikes, blood spilled everywhere like broken fountains.
All 4 targeted female warriors were literally turned into fine mincemeat.
Pieces of them fell to the ground like a large pork loin going through a meat grinder.
The result was so disturbing that Zhang Yang could not bear to look.
The battle was completely one-sided.
5 warriors were taken down, mercilessly destroyed in an instant. D*MN.
Those warriors were elite tier. They had at least 130,000 HP each.
Yet, even they had not lasted for more than a second against the boss. This was a battle that he cannot turn from.
Zhang Yang jumped down from his mount and rushed towards King Arthur. Wild charge. Zhang Yang commanded the bear to charge up to the boss as he slashed with his axe.
Immune. Boom.
All attacks, including the blast of punishment ray from Kaler, were useless against King Arthur. All their attacks were only responded with the word immune.
D*MN. All attacks are immune? How are we supposed to fight? Kaler's face turned white as a paper.
The staff in her hands trembles from her fear.
Why you? You demon.
You have the sword in the stone. Kaler cried as she saw the huge bloodied sword in King Arthur's hand. Despair filled her soul.
Ha ha ha. I am the king's candidate. A man who will become king.
All those who oppose me shall die. King Arthur lifted with his sword. Zhang Yang noticed that he was about to do the same series of quick slashes that he performed earlier, and prepared for the attack. The sword glowed again, and this time, King Arthur swung the sword again, instantly killing every single target in his sight. In just a few seconds, all 12 of the elven warriors were in pieces. The last target was Zhang Yang. He could not see where King Arthur was, but only caught a gleam of the sword.
A strike was coming. Shadow of the Void. Zoom. Zhang Yang entered an alternate dimension and avoided the boss' ultimate killing strike.
Since the boss was invincible, it had to be a mechanism set by the quest. In order to kill King Arthur, he had to find a way to dispel the invincibility on him. Since it was part of the storyline, King Arthur's ability to kill everyone with a single strike seemed reasonable.
Zhang Yang withdrew all the way back into the corner of a random shack.
After the 20-second effect expired, Zhang Yang reappeared back to the real world and walked out of the shack. King Arthur was long gone by now. However, Zhang Yang still kept his guard up. He walked carefully towards the spot he was standing and found Kaler's mount lying dead on its side.
He walked a little further to find Kaler's body split in 2.
She was dead before her body could even fall to the ground.
D*MN.
When Zhang Yang approached the body, a bright, white light flashed. Countless of white particles emerged from Kaler's corpse and gathered together to form a humanoid figure.
Kaler's soul, normal, summon. Level, 1. HP, 0/50. Defense, 0.
Zhang Yang approached the soul and spoke to her.
Warrior. You're all right.
Thank the gods, said Kaler's hallowed soul as she expressed her happiness and surprise. If it was another player doing the quest, they would surely have been killed. If Zhang Yang had died, he would have had to return back here to revive himself.
The story would continue on anyway. Zhang Yang kept quiet. Not knowing what to reply, he nodded. Warrior. My soul will not last any longer, said Kaler. That demon had obtained the legendary artifact. The sword in the stone. He now has an immortal body. No one could kill him now. I need you to find an elf called Merlinda. Currently, she resides in the sacred palace of Frozen Fractal. You can find her there. Only she has a way to defeat the demon. Please make haste, warrior. You must kill him before he kills all my brethren. Arg. Kaler's soul trembled, broke off into countless of light particle. The particles faded away eventually. Ding. Quest change, kill King Arthur. Please proceed to Sacred Palace of Frozen Fractal and search for Merlinda. Merlina, what a familiar name. Wasn't she the same NPC that was held captive in the underground tower back then? Zhang Yang tried to recall. He summoned the Gold-Eared Bear King and rode out of the stronghold. Luckily, there were no surviving bandits as they had all been killed by the attacking elven warrior army back then. The place was completely deserted and Zhang Yang rode swiftly, leaving Thunderstorm Castle behind. Now, the million-dollar question. Where was this palace of Frozen Fractal? Right now, the only thing that came into his mind was Han Shui, the directional idiot, the broken compass. That lady had absolutely no sense of direction, but had a knack of finding the right places at the right times. Zhang Yang could only feel disgruntled about it. Hold up. Zhang Yang remembered something. He tried to recall the memories back from his past experience. Back then, he remembered grinding before in the same map, and went the Palace of Frozen Fractal. There was a boss called the Frozen Fractal Witch Spectre, which was a yellow gold tier. However, back then, the boss was already engaging a guild. He had only managed to catch a glimpse of it. It was supposed to be the west side. Zhang Yang pulled the reins of the bear and headed towards the west of the map. Zhang Yang rode fast and passed through a thick forest. After a while, the forest cleared up and revealed a large flatland. In the distance ahead, Zhang Yang could now see the silhouette of a palace, and as he got closer and closer, the image of the palace got clearer. Zhang Yang stood from a distance, surveying the entire palace. It was as large as a football stadium. It was probably the same size as the Sphinx in Egypt. The entrance to the palace had two skeletal soldiers guarding it. Their deep, dark eyes was lit up with the familiar green emerald-colored flames. Frozen Fractal Skeletal Warrior, Elite, Spectre. Level, 65. HP, 130,000. Defense, 350. From the looks of it, and the names of the skeletal warriors, this must be the place. Zhang Yang felt a little drowsy and found out it was already 12 midnight. He quickly checked around his location and logged out, calling it a day. The next day, after his daily routine, he logged back in and reappeared at the same place. He summoned the white bear and rode towards the palace. When Zhang Yang was within range, he charged into them and started his assault. The aggro range of the skeletal warrior was extremely large. Before Zhang Yang could enter their melee range, they had already pulled out their spears, let out their roar, and charged towards Zhang Yang. As soon as Zhang Yang got within 10 meters from the skeletal warriors, Zhang Yang jumped down from the bear and used charge, colliding into one of the skeletal warriors. At the same time, Zhang Yang commanded the bear to use wild charge and engage another skeletal warrior. Blood Rage. Horizontal Sweep. Wham! 4 counts of extremely high damage was inflicted. 2 of the monsters were stunned and the remaining 2 struck Zhang Yang. Block. Thud. Zhang Yang stomped the ground, activating Thunderstrike, slowing down the 4 monsters as they moved slower towards him. Blast Wave. 4-593 popped out and all of the monsters was stunned again. The white bear could only focus on one monster at a time, chomping on them. This yellow gold pet's regular attack was high, but sadly, its skills were lackluster, dealing only 1,900 DPS. Still, it was a value that could be evenly matched with a fully gray-silver geared level 50 player. Luckily this was not a boss. The monster's attack speed was fast, but not fast enough to be unavoidable. Without breaking a sweat, Zhang Yang danced around with the monsters and played them like they were just nothing but dance partners. He quickly killed them all while only losing as much as 5,000 HP. He did not even need to sit down to eat any recovery snacks. Zhang Yang proceeded to enter the palace. After passing through the gates, Zhang Yang entered a flower garden with thousands of withered flowers. There were pathways to the left and right that branched out from the main path. The palace was so old, who knows how many years it had once stood in glory before turning into ruins. With cracked walls and broken pillars lying everywhere, the once beautiful marbled floor was now just pieces of broken tiles.
Only 2 to 3 pieces of marble tiles were still intact to tell hints of their tale.
Zhang Yang followed his usual behavior and took the pathway to the left. Crack!
In just a few steps in, the ground beneath Zhang Yang cracked open. A pair of skeletal hands came out from the soil and grabbed Zhang Yang's legs.
No wonder the pathway was so empty.
All the monsters were hiding beneath the ground. At a simple mental command, the bear growled fiercely and began swinging its massive claws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 240, Frozen Ice Weeding. Chapter 240, Frozen Ice Weeding. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
This monster that had a fetish for human feet was also a frozen fractal skeletal warrior. After sneaking up on Zhang Yang, the monster got out of the ground, covered in dirt and sand. The eyes were just the same as the previous skeletal warrior, malice-filled green emerald flames, and sought nothing but destruction. However, no matter how malicious it was, any non-boss monster was nothing but a scarecrow waiting for Zhang Yang to mow down. The pair of Zhang Yang and the gold-eared bear king turned this monster into a pile of brittle bones within half a minute. The monster dropped a few cotton cloths and 60 copper coins.
What a stingy monster! Zhang Yang continued down the pathway and confronted many more hidden skeletal warriors. However, no matter how many of them came up from the ground, it was their suicide wish. Without breaking a sweat, Zhang Yang sent them back to whence they came, into the ground. Just as Zhang Yang was about to turn a corner, he caught a glimpse of a shiny object. He walked a few steps backwards and examined the object closely. The shiny object was a crystallized leaf growing from a plant. The branch had 3 leaves growing from it and was hidden behind a large rock in the corner. If hadn't been paying attention, he would have surely missed it completely. This is a frozen ice weeding.
Even though Zhang Yang had never practiced herb picking and was unable to detect herbs and their positions in the minimap, he knew the importance and value of this super famous herb. Frozen ice weeding is a main ingredient when it comes to crafting beginner mobility potion.
What is the most important thing when it comes to PvP?
It would be the ability to counter status effect skills. If a player was inflicted with a status effect, it would bring an end to the fight no matter how strong one's attack was. Mobility Potion is a potion that grants immunity to immobile, slow, and stun effects.
This is extremely important to hunters, thief, and a few melee class characters.
For example, the longest status effect came from the Ice branch of spells.
When a player reaches level 60, Cryomancers could learn the skill, Heart of Ice. This skill would grant an additional slowing effect to Frost Arrow. By then, they could easily play catch and chase with other melee attacking players until the latter died. Take hunters for example, because of their minimum range, once an enemy got within their range, they would be sitting ducks if they could not regain distance. Mobility Potion was so valuable because of the fact that status control skills existed in the first place. Even though beginner Mobility Potion would only last for 3 seconds, it was ample time in PvP. 3 seconds could either save you or completely ensure victory. This potion is a must-have in any professional league tier fights. However, the most troubling problem with beginner Mobility Potion was the scarcity, frozen ice weeding. Besides guilds that had the item and sold them out, no one else knew where to harvest the herb. Now, Zhang Yang has discovered that secret. It had been here all along.
This place, the sacred palace of the frozen fractal, was where this herb came from. It was no wonder why so many guilds in his previous life had waged wars against each other to occupy this place. Not only did it host the frozen fractal witch specter, it was also the place that spawns frozen ice weeding. Frozen Fractal Witch Spectre was a yellow gold level 60 plus boss, and once players exceeded level 100, no one would even want to farm for level 60 yellow gold equipment.
However, that was not the main point. The most valuable loot to be obtained from this place was the frozen ice weeding. Potions and herbs will always remain relevant at any level. There were other tiers of potions besides beginner, such as normal and advanced, with normal having a 5-second effect and advanced having a 10-second status immunity duration. The other 2 tiers of potions were as hard to produce as the beginner tier. The main ingredient to craft the potion was even harder and rarer than frozen ice weeding. That was why these 3 tiers of mobility potion were highly demanded in the potion market. They were one of the most sought after ever in the market. Zhang Yang cracked a smile. This place is a gold mine. He will make sure that Lone Desert Smoke occupies this holy ground. However, it was a pity that he did not learn herb picking. If he attempted to dig out the herb, it would only destroy the herb. He needed a player with the harvesting skill to come and dig it out. Ever since Zhang Yang had announced that he will support artisan-type players, many players in Lone Desert Smoke started to spawn gathering-type players.
They would not spend much time leveling, investing all their time in gathering herbs, mining minerals, cutting leathers, and other materials. As long as they could complete a certain quest, they would be paid and rewarded. The sacred palace of Frozen Fractal had 3 sections, the front wing, middle wing, and the rear wing. Between each hall was a huge flower garden in the middle of the palace. Zhang proceeded on killing several more skeletal warrior for at least another hour and managed to clear the front wing. He walked through the withered garden and moved on to the middle wing. Along the way, Zhang took notice of the herbs. Frozen ice weeding only grew in the flower garden and along the pathway. There was not a single herb in the main wing. The herb was most prevalent in the gardens. After a rough estimation, Zhang counted at least 100 pieces of frozen ice weeding just in the front wing and middle wing. If the spawn rate in the middle and the rear wing were similar enough, he could harvest at least 150 pieces of frozen ice weeding in one sweep. Since herbs respawned in between the time of 30 minutes and 2 hours, he could harvest around 1,800 pieces in one day, if he were to calculate the respawn rate at its longest possibility 2 hours. Since the 3 tiers of mobility potions could be sold for 100, 200, and 400 gold coins each, 1,800 pieces of frozen ice weeding would produce at least 1,800 beginner mobility potion. That meant that he could earn 180,000 gold coins in one day. No wonder those guilds in my previous life were fighting for their lives to get this place. I smell gold here. A huge pile of gold. Zhang nodded his head in appreciation and continued on his way. As the name Frozen Fractal suggested, this place was filled with shiver-inducing chilly air. Even though the surrounding environment was like summer, the place was basically a freezer. Luckily, players could easily adjust the sensitivity of their 5 senses, or else, they would be sneezing from the cold, but the middle wing was slightly larger than the front wing. The moment Zhang walked into the middle wing, an ice arrow came out of nowhere, flying across the room and stabbing Zhang. -1-812. Zhang received a sudden damage. A skeletal spellcaster revealed itself in front of Zhang. Its appearance was roughly the same as the skeletal warrior, only that it wielded a staff instead of a sword. Frozen Fractal Skeletal Spellcaster, Elite, Spectre. Level, 65. HP, 130,000. MP, 60,000. Defense, 450. Zhang had a sudden thought. He recalled that the bear had the skill, Icy Build. He should test the skill and figure out its potential. With a mental command, the bear growled and headed straight for the skeletal spellcaster. The skeletal spellcaster had been in the middle of casting another, Frost Arrow. Before it could finish it, the white bear had charged in with Wild Charge, stunning the monster, interrupting the spell at the same time. The bear started swinging its massive claws and attacked the monster. After 1 second, the monster recovered and faced the bear, starting to chant a spell to attack the bear. -351. The Frost Arrow flew across and dealt severely weakened damage to the bear. Rather strong. Zhang laughed and praised the effectiveness of the pet skill. It had been worth every coin. He used Charge and rushed towards the monster. He stacked Crippled Defense and increased the overall damage dealt by him and the bear. To defeat a high HP, high defense monster, Crippled Defense should be prioritized first. Zhang and the bear continued to attack the monster until its HP dropped below 20%. Zhang accumulated his rage and used Killing Cleave. -7565. *MN, it was not a critical hit. Blood Rage. Warrior's Will. Destructive Smash. -8-900. Critical hit. 20% of the skeletal spellcaster's HP was 26,000. After that combo, it was left with only 9% HP, but without much effort, the skeletal spellcaster was turned into a pile to bones and scattered into the wind. Zhang continued killing for yet another hour, before arriving at the lowest part of the middle wing. There, he saw 4 skeletal spellcasters guarding something that looked like a cage. Inside the cage was a female elven priestess who wore a white ceremonial outfit. Both her hands and legs were shackled with iron chains. When Zhang observed the female priestess name tag, he smirked. It was Merlinda, Song of the Forest. She was the same NPC that Zhang had saved from the underground tower. Right now, he was still wearing the same ring that he had obtained from the Beyond Perfect quest. This woman, how did she get caught again? She must be sharing the same fate as a certain plumber's princess. Zhang shook his head and patted the bear. With a mental command, the Bear King growled and charged towards the skeletal spellcasters. This time, it was best to let the pet to take the lead. The 4 skeletal spellcasters started their powerful spells, but since the white bear had a 90% frost damage resistance, it was the best meat shield against ice spells.
349. 373. 330. 364. 4 weakened damage texts popped out above the white bear. The bear growled and charged towards one of the skeletal guards. It lifted its massive claw and started attacking. Zhang followed his bear closely behind and used charge on another monster. Blood Rage. Horizontal Sweep. In an instant, all monsters switched targets and started to cast Frost Arrow, directed at Zhang. Blast Wave. A blast waves burst out and stunned all 4 monsters at the same time. Warrior. Is that you? Merlinda was both surprised and happy when she noticed Zhang. As a strong 8-eye NPC, it was not surprising for her to have a good memory. Zhang grunted a reply and continued to kill the monsters. He thought to himself, back when I fought Turpat Raihar, this NPC was shackled and lying on the ground. Even after the battle was over, she was still lying down there. I was busy looting the equipment in the land lease and died no sooner. I wonder, how did this woman escape from that place? The 4 elite skeletal spellcasters were rather strong. Zhang had to use Shield Wall and activate Merlinda's Shadow, Berserker's Heal, even using Shadow of the Void to escape the battle. He let the bear tank the monsters as he ate some recovery snacks before rejoining the battle with full health. Only then did he manage to kill all the monsters successfully. Priestess, how did you end up here? Zhang tried to open the cage, but the system rejected it, notifying Zhang that the cage could not be opened via attacks. It could only be opened with a key. I was here to search for my race's fallen celestial artifact, said Merlinda earnestly. This place was once a sacred palace of the moon god ritual. However, as you can see, this place has succumbed to the flow of history time itself. After thorough research, I have found out that the elven celestial artifact, the Staff of Prophecy, was here. However, when I arrived here to search for the artifact, I found out that sacred palace of the past had already been taken over by an evil and powerful spectral spellcaster. Even though I tried my best to confront the monster, I was unable to fight him. He locked me up and forced me to start the ritual of the moon god, to give him the power of the moon god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, Frozen Fractal Witch Spectre. Chapter 241, Frozen Fractal Witch Spectre. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Priestess. I bring grave news. Zhang retold the events that had happened where Kalar had led an attack to assault the Thunderstorm Castle, which failed miserably when King Arthur slaughtered them all. Merlinda listened and could only express her sadness and rage. After a while, she finally opened her mouth to speak. The sword in the stone is a godly relic with unlimited power. Legend has it that only the bravest of warriors could lift the sword out of the stone. Warrior, I would need your help. As I am now imprisoned, I would need you to find the frozen key that is on the person of the frozen fractal witch spectre. You'll need to get the key and the Staff of Prophecy. Only then will I be able to confront King Arthur with his sword in the stone. Ding. Quest change, kill King Arthur. The quest requires you to kill the frozen fractal witch spectre and get the frozen key and the Staff of Prophecy from Merlinda. O brave warrior. Please take extreme caution. Frozen fractal witch spectre has powerful ice magic. She cannot be defeated easily. Merlinda warned Zhang. Zhang nodded. Priestess, rest assured. I shall return with the key and the staff. After getting out of the middle wing, Zhang had to pass through the flower garden. Along the way, he spotted many more frozen ice weeding and was extremely agitated. Soon later, a man who sat atop a bear entered the back wing, having killed more than 10 monsters along the way. The largest area in Palace was the middle wing, and the smallest was the back wing. As expected, smaller was just a relative term. It was still huge. The area was supported by 12 humongous pillars. Each pillar was at least 60 to 70 meters tall. Close to the ceiling were carvings that looked like the moon god. Along the pillars were 12 specter warriors sitting atop skeletal war horses, standing guard beside their respective pillars. Each of the warrior was fully clad in thick metal armor, with only the green emerald flaming eyes visible through the gaps of the helmet visors. Frozen Fractal Death Knight, Elite, Spectre. Level, 65. HP, 300,000. Defense, 1,000. Note, beware the Harbinger of Doom. Beware their swords. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge majestic throne.
Sitting on the throne was a huge being with the name tag Frozen Fractal Witch Spectre, Ludwig. Even though it was a spectre, it did not possess any skeletal body like the normal spectre monster. This one looked like a mighty monarch, a dominating and powerful aura being emitted from its throne. Frozen Fractal Witch Spectre, Ludwig, Yellow Gold, Spectre.
Level, 68. HP, 10 million. MP, 5 million. Defense, 1,200. Zhang Yang smirked.
He might have trouble against any other boss with such stats. But this particular one was clearly ice-based. It would be nothing but an easy target for his bear, Now, before worrying about the boss, it's best to take care of the 12 Death Knights. Zhang Yang picked up a small rock about the size of his palm and tossed it at one of the Death Knight.
Pack. It hit. The rock toss was nothing but a provocation. It did not inflict any sort of damage to it. The Death Knight that was hit by the rock turned around and bellowed. It pulled the reins of its skeletal horse and charged towards Zhang Yang. What a cheater! How could it use a mount inside an indoor environment?
Zhang Yang sighed and took several steps back, waiting for the right timing as the monster entered his own effective range.
Shush!
Zhang Yang glided across the floor with charge and quickly inflicted several layers of crippled defense. He quickly chained a normal attack after and dealt 1,726 damage. The Death Knight recovered quickly after Zhang Yang's charge. This time, before it could even lift its sword, Zhang Yang commanded the white bear to use wild charge and stun the monster again.
After 1 second, the monster recovered again and finally able to attack. It lifted its huge sword and swung it towards Zhang Yang. Block!
Having completed the 5 layers of crippled defense, Zhang Yang's attack was raised to a higher level. Slowly, each strike of his axe increased in damage over time. Suddenly, the emerald flames in its eyes glowed with a sudden burst of flame, and the sword in its hands burst out in dark green flames.
Ding!
Frozen Fractal Death Knight has used Death Strike.
All damage increased by 100%. -6, 212.
The Death Strike was similar to a critical strike, it did double damage.
Its basic attacking power had reached 10,000. Only a tank could survive after taking the hit.
If other classes were to replace him, he or she would surely die.
Zhang Yang jumped in surprise.
He quickly hopped atop the bear's saddle. Shared Life was automatically applied, boosting up his HP to 41,920.
Technically, Zhang Yang's and Gold-Eared Bear King's combined attacks were superior to that of the Death Knights.
However, they would be unable to hold for too long as the monster had 300,000 HP. Zhang Yang was forced to use Shield Wall, Berserker's Heel, and even Merlinda's Shadow to kill the monster.
At his current level, Zhang Yang had already upgraded Shield Wall to level 6.
Coupled with the set equipment's set effect that reduced Shield Wall's cooldown by 1 minute, Shield Wall's current cooldown was only at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This was only 30 seconds more than Berserker's Heel's cooldown.
After eating some recovery snacks, Zhang Yang waited for 2 minutes before attacking the second Death Knight.
Since each Death Knight would take up some time, and Zhang Yang would need to wait for his skill to finish their cooldown, he would spend more than 50 minutes to kill all 12 Death Knights. All that was left now was only the boss itself. But before he started the fight, Zhang Yang decided to wait until all his skills were ready to be used. Zhang Yang paced slowly to the bear and gently patted the white's fluffy head.
It's time, Whitey.
Bite that sucker.
Whitey growled and kicked off his velvety paws, rushing towards the boss.
Since mounts were generally faster than a character's movement speed, the white bear reached the boss's aggro range fairly quickly.
Ludwig stood up in surprise and bellowed angrily. The living? How could the living be in my palace? Die. It raised the staff in its right hand and started casting a frost arrow. With a quick mental command, Zhang Yang made the bear U-turn sharply. Before the boss could finish casting the spell, the bear had already ran out of the effective range, wagging its stumpy, fluffy white tail at the boss to stare. Enraged, Ludwig started coming after the bear. When the boss walked out of the throne room, Zhang Yang quickly greeted it with a charge. Crippled defense. -288. Crippled defense. -1, 629. Normal attack. The aggro on the bear was quickly replaced by Zhang Yang. The boss started targeting Zhang Yang, casting Frost Arrow. Wild Charge. The bear rocketed towards the boss and clawed at the boss ferociously. However, it seemed that the skill was unable to interrupt the boss skill casting. In that case, Crash Magic. Immune. D*MN. It did not work. It was not as weak as the one in the Tomb of the Shadow Ash. -6, 212. The boss damage was strong as well.
With one strike, the boss was able to take away a quarter of Zhang Yang's HP, but Zhang Yang inflicted 5 layers of cripple defense and started his full-scale assault. He consumed a bottle of beginner power potion, used Warrior's Will, hacking away with destructive smash.
Wham! -10 596.
Such power. Even Zhang Yang himself was shocked at his own damage.
At the current stage, which non-tank character would survive this hit?
What if, in the future, Zhang Yang could get his hands on the God of War inheritance and gain the ability to wield a two-handed weapon, using its long 3.8 seconds attack interval weapon to strike an enemy?
What sort of damage would he deal in that case? It was a pleasant surprise, but he currently had an immediate threat to deal with. The boss was strong to begin with. Frost Arrow was fired every 3 seconds.
With 10,000 basic attack, Zhang Yang would be receiving a constant 2,000 DPS. How long would he last against a boss that had such an abundance of HP? After 25 seconds, Zhang Yang HP was reduced down to a dangerous number of 237 HP.
However, he did not activate Berserker's Heal and fought the boss, regardless of his HP. +10 032.
A Frost Arrow hits Zhang Yang on the chest, however, instead of killing him, Zhang Yang recovered his health. This is the 5-set equipment set effect of his Furious set. When you received a fatal attack, the attack will not kill you, and will cause you to recover 40% of your maximum HP. Effect will only proc once every 5 minutes. After 3 seconds, a second Frost Arrow was fired, and Zhang Yang took the attack was left with only 4,031 HP. The boss had started its next attack.
Frost Arrow, 1 seconds, 2 seconds, 2.9 seconds. Pew! Shadow of the Void.
Zhang Yang tucked his tail and ran away from the boss. He reappeared far from the boss' effective attack range and ate recovery snacks to heal his HP. Back at the battle, the boss had switched his target to the bear after losing sight of Zhang Yang.
-1023. Pew!
A Frost Arrow was fired and the bear barely felt it.
Icy build, nice job. With haste, Zhang Yang quickly recovered himself back to full health and used Charge.
This time, to prevent him from gaining too much aggro value, Zhang Yang had unequipped his shield to disable his passive skill, Shield Oath. The bear was now the main tank and Zhang Yang acted as the main attacker. This was one of the reasons why Zhang Yang did not want to combine with the bear. It was to allow the bear to gain enough aggro to pull the boss. In the combined status, attacks of a mount would be registered as the attacks of its master. After 8 attacks from the boss, Zhang Yang mentally commanded the bear to use Wild Recovery, which healed the bear 50% HP over a period 10 seconds. After another 20 seconds, Zhang Yang aggro value had exceeded the bear's. He immediately reduced his skill usage to allow the bear to regain the boss aggro. After 2 minutes into the fight, the bear was finally dying after being shot countless times. Zhang Yang quickly equipped his shield and hopped onto the bear, raising the combined HP to 21,420/41,920. Even though Zhang Yang possessed strong damage reduction skills, his damage reduction was inferior when compared to the White Bear's Icy build.
Just 30 seconds into the battle, Zhang Yang was already being beaten to a pulp. Berserker's Heal. +41 920.
Once Zhang Yang triggered the skill and healed both himself and the bear, he hopped down and started to fight, one man and one bear. However, back when Zhang Yang and the bear were linked together, Zhang Yang had gathered a huge amount of aggro from the boss. When Zhang Yang separated from the bear, the boss switched to Zhang Yang instead of the bear. As the battle progressed dangerously and he was close to death once again, he used Rearm and activated Shadow of the Void to run away again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 242, The Sudden Appearance of a Territory. Chapter 242, The Sudden Appearance of a Territory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang managed to lose his aggro once again, forcing Lukvik to cast Frost Arrow spell at Whitey instead. Zhang Yang recuperated briefly, hefted his battle axe without its usual partner, the shield, and dashed towards Lukvik. After 2 minutes, Whitey Wild Recovery's cooldown was completed, and Perfect Cycle was bound to fall into place.
Zhang Yang had cleared his aggro twice.
Whitey's DPS was at least 1,600, and Zhang Yang was intentionally controlling his firepower throughout the battle. Thus, Lukvik's aggro was securely locked on Gold-Eared Bear King. Wild Recovery, Unite, Berserker's Heal, Split. Lukvik's HP continuously reduced as they repeated the perfect cycle over and over again. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yang's Shadow of the Void was ready again. He used Shadow of the Void again after madly slashing at Luke Vic to fully capitalize on the opportunity, stealing the aggro from Whitey for a few short moments. 40 minutes later, Luke Vic's HP bar was at its end. The boss suddenly roared loudly, an expression of disbelief on its face, and fell defeated.
Ding!
You have slain Frozen Fractal Witch Spectre, Luke Vic. You have acquired 10 million experience points.
Who?
Zhang Yang let out of a long breath. One of the reasons why he could defeat Luke Vic alone was because he had combined the abilities of his pet mountain and his own skills such as Beast Taming, Berserker's Heal, Wild Recovery, and Shadow of the Void. Each one of them was indispensable, coming together to form a miraculous culmination. Luke Vic's loot was generous. There was 7 pieces of yellow gold equipment and a lot of gray silver equipment. It was truly awesome. At Zhang Yang's current level, he did not bother giving any of the gray silver equipment a second look but directly threw them all into his backpack. However, the yellow gold equipment did catch hold of his attention, and he studied them with the seriousness of a curator. Among the 7 pieces of yellow gold equipment, 2 of them were leather armor, one of them a cloth armor and the other a heavy armor chest piece, all of them being set equipment. The other 2 pieces of yellow gold equipment were a cape and a pair of accessories. Flawless Defense Cape, yellow gold, cape. HP, plus 84. Vitality, plus 21. Equipment, absorbs 40 damage points each time you take damage. Unidentified. Level requirement, 60. Lover's Charm, Yang, yellow gold, accessory. Use, immediately teleports you to the target's surrounding. The target is the wearer of Lover's Charm, Een. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Gender restriction, male. Level requirement, 60. Lover's Charm, Een, yellow gold, accessory. Use, immediately teleports you to the target's surrounding. The target is the wearer of Lover's Charm, Yang. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Gender restriction, female. Level requirement, 60. This would come in handy. After killing a boss or player, one could use this charm to escape, on the condition that the person who wore this Lover's Charm must already be in a safe place. But, who should I give this Lover's Charm to? The most ideal person was Han Shui, because in the future if Zhang Yang ever encountered a powerful boss in the open field, Han Shui could simply use Lover's Charm, Een, to teleport to Zhang Yang's location. But if Sun Xin saw the questionable name of the equipment, wouldn't she butcher the 2 of them? On the other hand, Wei Yan was a cheeky brat, and if Zhang Yang did not hand this novelty item over to her, there would be no end to her whining. Well, just forget about it, I will decide on this in the future. Zhang Yang picked up a key that was made entirely out of clear ice and a silvery white magic staff, and placed them all in his backpack. These were the quest items, Frozen Key, and Staff of Prophecy. Unfortunately, despite being a celestial grade weapon, the Staff of Prophecy could not be used as a weapon. Time to submit the item and complete the quest. Zhang Yang ran back to the middle hall. Merlinda caught sight of him and immediately asked, "Warrior, have you succeeded?" Zhang Yang took out the Frozen Key and opened the gate of the prison. At the same time, the chains on Merlinda were also unfastened. Zhang Yang then answered, "Fortunately, I did not let you down, and completed the task you assigned me." "What of the Staff of Prophecy?" Merlinda looked at Zhang Yang nervously. Zhang Yang took the magic staff out from his backpack and handed it over to Merlinda and said, "The item shall return to the owner." He snickered to himself. If it was not a quest item but the real weapon itself, Zhang Yang would just run off with it. Merlinda suddenly showed a relief expression, took magic staff with both of her hands and gazed at it in excitement. 7,000 years. 7,000 years. The Staff of Prophecy has finally returned to the elves. Ding. Merlinda has received Elf's Celestial Weapon, upgrades received. A golden light appeared around Merlinda, and the level 45 elite NPC immediately leveled up at a rapid pace. Merlinda, Song of the Forest, yellow gold, humanoid. Level, 65. HP, 15 million. MP, 10 million. Defense, 1,200. Her excitement was gradually replaced with a solemn expression, and she said, "Warrior, the elf tribe in Forest of Tanilla has suffered great losses to King Arthur. We must destroy the demon as soon as possible. In such a state of emergency, we cannot afford to waste a minute." Ding. Your quest, Kill King Arthur completion requirement changed. Please assist Merlinda in destroying King Arthur together. After doing so many tasks, Zhang Yang was back at the starting point. Zhang Yang nodded and agreed, "We shall set off immediately." Both of them ran out of the front hall and started summoning their mounts. Ayo! Merlinda's mount was a white tiger. It was magnificent and mighty, and just as large as Whitey. Let's go. The tiger and bear started moving their limbs, and exploded into a sprint through the forest, towards Thunderous Storm Castle. After half an hour of rushing, both mounts stopped in front of Thunderous Storm Castle. The castle, which had been host to a massacre not long ago, still reeked of bloodshed and anguished deaths. The castle looked like a horror movie from afar, smoking and riddled with holes. Supposedly, monsters should have spawned around the area, but currently in its story mode quest, it was completely deserted.
Merlinda and Zhang reined in their mounts and slowly entered the castle.
Along the way, the bodies of elves and thieves were scattered throughout the pathway.
Merlinda's face was a mix of sorrow and rage.
Both of their mounts increased their speed and reached the front of a cathedral at the top of castle. There was a huge training ground at the entrance, filled with rows of wooden targets. King Arthur was standing in the middle of the training ground with his sword raised up like a cup of wine. He was huge. 8 elite thieves were surrounding him and cutting the woody target with weapons for training.
"Demon, your death is coming!" Merlinda shouted zealously and dashed towards King Arthur with her white tiger.
King Arthur cracked a smile and said, "You little UNS, kill this woman." The 8 thieves immediately stopped their training and dashed toward Merlinda.
"Warrior, please intercept them, the demon is mine." Merlinda turned around and loudly shouted to Zhang.
"Damn, every time this NPC gets so fired up and always rushes ahead, and I always end up covering her *SS. Zhang grumbled to himself as he dashed forward with his whitey. Once he entered Charge S attack range, Zhang immediately jumped down from his mount and dashed towards the frontmost thief monster, activated Blood Rage, and used Horizontal Sweep, but
a bunch of -3/800 damage texts popped up.
Zhang then followed up by using Block, increasing his rage points by up to 30 points, and used Blast Wave. The 8 thief monsters were instantly stunned, and Merlinda quickly broke off them and directly dashed towards King Arthur.
Zhang skillfully moved around and kite the 8 monsters away.
He also did not forget to pay attention to the battle between Merlinda and King Arthur. "Fool, the battlefield belongs to men and only men. Women only need to stay in bed and nurture the seeds of men into strong descendants." King Arthur scoffed at Merlinda, "Pathetic elves, to actually be led by women, what a weak race."
"Demon, then witness this weak woman sending you to hell." Merlinda stopped 30 meters away from King Arthur.
She raised her right hand and threw a holy punishment on King Arthur.
"Immune.
King Arthur raised up the huge sword on his hand, made a loud laughter and said, "Stupid woman, this is the sword in the stone, given by God, and whoever who wields this will have invincible power.
Go to hell."
King Arthur bent his knees slightly, lowering himself into a horse stance, and launched himself forward, creating a shockwave and breaking the objects beneath his feet and in his surroundings.
The magic of prophecy, Blast Topple. Merlinda raised up Staff of Prophecy. Bang!
This sent the oncoming King Arthur flying back. He rolled on the surface ground like a rock skipping across the surface of water, smashing through 10 woody targets and laying sprawled on the ground.
"Wow, so this is the power of a celestial weapon?"
Zhang exclaimed to himself while he was pulling the monsters.
"Ha ha ha!" King Arthur immediately got up. "You may knock me over, but without causing actual harm, how far can that take you? I have Sword in the Stone, and I will never be defeated."
"Then you shall no longer have the Sword in the Stone."
Merlinda raised her Staff of Prophecy once again and proclaimed in her regal voice, "The magic of prophecy, deprivation."
Shush! Sword in the Stone on King Arthur's hand instantly turned into a ray of silver light that shot directly into the sky and disappeared.
"Impossible!"
King Arthur roared loudly, "*TCH, return me my Sword in the Stone." King Arthur roared angrily, his skin that was originally green in color flashed red and he dashed towards Merlinda.
Ding!
King Arthur has become enraged after losing Sword in the Stone.
He will now deal and also receive double damage. The magic of prophecy, Blast Topple.
Merlinda simply raised her staff and King Arthur was toppled over immediately. At the same time, Merlinda also cast Punishment Ray, and a -4000 damage text popped up above King Arthur's head. Her attacks were still as weak as ever, but King Arthur started advancing but was toppled over again, before being stung by Punishment Ray. The 2 NPCs were repeating their actions over and over again.
3 minutes later, Zhang threw a chain of life-saving skills and finally killed all 8 thief monsters.
Then, he mounted his whitey and dashed towards King Arthur.
Although Merlinda was a yellow gold boss, her attacks were very weak. Zhang rapidly built aggro and got the undivided attention of King Arthur. As predicted, Merlinda was a healer through and through. She immediately cast a higher regeneration on Zhang. It still restored 5% HP every second, despite her upgraded state. After casting her higher regeneration, she repeated her actions in Underground Tower, casting Punishment Ray after ray at her target.
The difference now was that Zhang Yang had vastly lesser HP back then, so the 5% HP recovery did not help him much. With his massive HP now, the 5% HP recovery was ridiculous. Restoring him by at least 2000 HP every second, almost every healer class player would be put to shame. One of King Arthur's bare-handed punches dealt about 6000 damage on Zhang Yang. But the king attacked rather sporadically, once every 2 seconds, so if Zhang Yang used block every 6 seconds, he would reduce the bulk of the DPS to around 2000, which could be covered by higher regeneration easily. On the other hand, King Arthur received double the usual damage, which increased Zhang Yang's DPS to around 5000. With such DPS, the king had his back against the ropes. With the help of Merlinda's higher regeneration, Zhang Yang was unbeatable. It was just a matter of time when it comes to slaying King Arthur. 80%, 60%, 40%. King Arthur had 4 million HP, but with the effect of receiving 100% additional damage, his HP dropped dramatically, and his HP bar became empty within 6 minutes. Finally, Merlinda blasted her final punishment ray, and King Arthur cried out, crashing down onto the ground while loots continuously popped out of his body. Although they won the battle, Merlinda remained stoic. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke up, "Warrior, thank you for your help. I have to go back to my tribe now to see my people whether they are safe." Xin Luo Sayerku. In the Elven tongue, Xin Luo Sayerku held a meaning that could be translated as farewell. Ding! You have completed the quest, kill King Arthur. Gained 1 million experience points. Merlinda gently patted her white tiger and white tiger took her away rapidly. That's it? After going through the trouble of killing a gray-silver boss, a yellow-gold boss and running all the way forth and back, the reward was 1 million experience points? It was a total waste of time. Zhang Yang let out of a sigh and picked up the loot. Although all of them were gray-silver equipment, he could always sell them for money. Money always brought some happiness at the very least. Pseudo-sword in the stone, gray-silver, one-handed sword. Weapon attack, 320 to 520. Attack interval, 2.5 seconds. DPS, 168. Use, dispels all debuffs and causes you to be immune to all damage and effects. Lasts for 2 seconds. Unidentified. Level requirement, 60. This weapon came with an invincibility effect. This was definitely a PvP weapon. Besides, if it had a 2-second invincibility effect prior to being identified, that effect would probably be extended to 3 seconds after the identification process. This weapon looked familiar to Zhang Yang. Still, even if the invincible effect was incredible, the weapon's tier was too low. After identification, the weapon's DPS would still be very low. It was not worth giving up the Dragon Tooth Battle Axe for the Sword in the Stone. This weapon could only be sold. However, with this invincible effect, it could definitely fetch a high price. Finally, Zhang Yang's mood lightened up, and he kept the rest of gray silver and green copper equipment. Then, he suddenly caught sight of a piece of light green command order. The moment his fingers made contact with it, the red color wordings that was unique for system appeared in World Channel. Server announcement: the first territory command order has appeared. Battle for territory will be held tomorrow at 7:00 p.m. All players, please make your preparations. Territory's position will be at Forest of Tanilla. The exact location will be announced when battle for territory starts. The battle for the territory will last for 3 hours. When the battle ends, the final player who holds territory command order will become the lord of the territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, Battle for Terra Nullius. Chapter 243, Battle for Terra Nullius. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. F***CK, another force trade, it activated upon touch. In Zhang Yang's previous life, he had experienced a territory subjugation battle, but never a battle for Terra Nullius 1, so his knowledge on the latter was secondhand, obtained from numerous guides and forums online. Territory subjugation battle and battle for Terra Nullius look similar, but they were actually different in meaning and difficulties. The territory command order Zhang Yang triggered was a battle for Terra Nullius for Thunderous Storm Castle. For tomorrow's battle, Thunderous Storm Castle would become a completely neutral ground, and all the players in the China server would be allowed to participate in this battle. However, the players from the other 7 major cities could only participate if they used Destination Teleportation Scroll S to teleport across cities, and these scrolls were extremely difficult to come across. In the battle for Terra Nullius, the territory itself would be neutral, and there will not be any defensive facilities, so players would be fighting each other uninterrupted. Finally, the one who held territory command order at the end of the time limit would become the owner of territory. Territory subjugation battle were different. It would be the attempt to conquer a territory that has already been claimed by someone else. To activate territory subjugation battle, a territory subjugation order must first be found before it could be used by a guild. After the usage has been registered, both sides had 12 hours for preparation, before battling it out for 3 hours.
If the attacking guild successfully seized the defending guild's territory hall within the time limit, they would then be the new owners of the territory.
In territory subjugation battle, a defending guild could use defensive facilities which would give them a massive edge.
After all, in order to seize the territory of another guild, proper price should be paid, shouldn't it?
Zhang tore off teleportation scroll and thought in his mind, if I solely rely on our own guild, it'll be too difficult for us to hold on for 3 hours. I'll have to seek for reinforcements.
Zhang gathered the gang and said, I got the territory command order.
Zhang thought there would be cheers among them, but he was only greeted with silence. Then Wei Yan'er said, Ha, we knew it was you for sure.
When the server announcement popped up, everyone started looking for you.
Zhang stared back at them awkwardly. These people had too much faith in him, but...
Zhang asked, does anyone know the rules of battle for Terra Nullius?
N. Daffodil Daydream nodded and answered, the side who owns territory command order has an advantage since they can set up defensive positions before the battle. However, any players who die, regardless of their side, will be directly sent back to the main city, and they will be unable to participate any further. Forget about the whole of China, White Jade Castle alone already has 6 million players.
Each of us will end up fighting 300 or 400 people at once. 100 shots interrupted. Not that many.
Han Yingshui shook her head and said, the Forest of Tanilla is level 60 map, even if level 50 players come to this map, they will be hunted down by the monsters. Level 40 players will struggle to pass through the frozen sky wasteland before even reaching Forest of Tanilla. So tomorrow, we will be fighting against most level 50 players, a small amount of level 40 players, and if we estimate it, a total of 5 million players in the whole of China fit that criteria.
That's still an astonishing amount. Endless Starlight lamented. Zhang nodded and said, currently, none of them knows that I have the territory command order, and they do not know the exact location of the new territory, so that's our head start.
Tomorrow, we will gather all level 50 and above guild members in the Forest of Tanilla first.
Then everyone will enter the exact location of the new territory half an hour before the battle starts.
Since no one else knows the exact location of the new territory, we are safe, even if there are spies in our guild, but... Zhang paused for a while and continued, I will contact Crimson Rage, Sky High, and Lost Paradise to help us, and since there will be more territories in the future, we can provide aid in return.
After the discussion, Zhang contacted Snowseeker via voice chat. Guildmaster Zhanyu, are you here to invite Crimson Rage to help you defend and protect your new territory? Snowseeker actually stunned Zhang with her words.
Zhang shook his head and asked, the system did not mention the owner of the territory command order, why do you all assume that it is me? Snowseeker gently smiled and said, when the server announced that the new territory is in the Forest of Tanilla, I checked the map and realized that it is a level 60 map.
Besides you, who else is level 60?
Zhang was about to mention that level 50 players could very well travel in that map, but most of the level 50 and above players would not do that, but...
Alright, since you guessed it correctly, if I continue lying, it would be insulting your IQ.
Zhang laughed and said, that's right, I am really going to invite Crimson Rage help us work together and protect against the enemy.
We are allied, I will definitely help you.
But...
Snowseeker's demure tone changed and she smiled gently. Alright, what do you want?
Guildmaster Zhanyu, don't talk to me like I'm an opportunist. Well, so Crimson Rage would actually help us without asking for anything in return.
How generous, thank you very much.
Hey, you're really bold.
Alright, I'll be straightforward with you. How about this? After winning the new territory, we, Crimson Rage, will get 20% of your profits. Snowseeker proclaimed. Damn, such a big appetite, dot.
Zhang quickly shook his head and said, I can't do that, I still need to invite Sky High and Lost Paradise, if they ask for the same thing, then I will be left with nothing. I should just tear the territory command order up if it turns out like that.
Then, Guildmaster Zhanyu, what's your offer?
If we win, guild members of Crimson Rage and Lone Desert Smoke can use teleportation portals within the new territory without any charges.
Guildmaster Zhanyu, you are so stingy. Guildmaster Snowseeker, do the counting.
5 gold coins are required each time when using the teleportation portal, and you have 20,000 guild members. Every day your guild members would use it at least once.
I'm waiving the teleportation fees for your entire guild. After a month, damn, you would save up millions. Besides, wherever the portal takes you would be bound to earn you even more gold. Why don't you just open up a business? You have the potential. Ha, so Guildmaster Snowseeker agrees with me, right? We are allies, right?
Snowseeker intentionally let out of a sigh. Zhang Yang was just too tricky for her.
Zhang Yang laughed and said, okay, 5 o'clock p.m., tomorrow, please bring your people to the forest of Tanilla. Half an hour before the battle starts, I will tell you the exact location. You are really being cautious. Haha, one can never be too cautious.
Afterwards, Zhang Yang also contacted Sky Shaman and Crimson Fire.
Both of them also supported Zhang Yang and his strength instantly skyrocketed.
Other than Lost Paradise, Sky High, Crimson Rage and Lone Desert Smoke were all currently top guilds in White Jade Castle. The Dominators had taken a great hit, so they had been ousted from the list, barely able to still be regarded as a strong guild. Zhang Yang spent 100 gold coins to identify his Flawless Defense Cape, and its attributes were enhanced.
Flawless Defense Cape, Yellow Gold, Cape. HP, plus 120. Vitality, plus 30. Equipment, absorbs 58 damage points each time you receive attacks. Level requirement, 60. After making some potions, Zhang Yang checked his little merchandise shop's account and was satisfied. Although solid iron bars were sold out, resistance potion was the hot-selling item now. It was only garnering him a daily profit of 300,000 gold coins, but it was a fresh item that would be bound to gain more regulars in little merchandise shop, so the daily profit could rise up to 800,000 coins. Although this could not be compared with the previous solid iron bar sales, Zhang Yang realized that profits of little merchandise shop had still increased a little. Long-lasting, stable income was the long-term solution, but since the server had announced the discovery of a new territory, a large amount of players have started searching around in Forest of Tanilla, hoping that they could find the exact location in advance and gain the advantages over everyone else. However, those players who did the searching were depending on a very combustible factor luck. Most of the strong guilds instead focused on preparing themselves sufficiently a more stable determinant before heading for Forest of Tanilla. It was the first territory, a lot of people hoped to win it for themselves, for glory of being the first, if not for the profits that it implicated. The next afternoon, all the guilds in the 8 main cities of China server were moving in large forces and gathered in the Forest of Tanilla. Although Forest of Tanilla was a level 60 map, the monsters in that map could not fight so many players. Hundreds of level 50 and above players wildly slashed at the monsters, wiping the monsters out via sheer numbers. Half an hour before the battle started, Zhang Yang posted the coordinates of Thunderous Storm Castle in Guild Channel and then informed his allies, and immediately gathered all guild members of the 4 guilds. Because the system did not announce the exact coordinates of the territory or the current holder of the territory command order, several of them hung back, waiting for the final announcement. However, if Snowseeker and some others could guess that Zhang Yang was holding territory command order, there were others who certainly had the same thoughts. Many guilds tagged along the Lone Desert Smoke envoy as they headed to the castle. 20 minutes left before the battle started. Zhang Yang started to set up his defenders. Thunderous Storm Castle's defensive facilities could not be used, but Zhang Yang could still make use of the terrain, the moat in front of Castle Gate, narrow doors, and streets. It would be impossible for 60,000 players to defend against 6 million players in a wide and spacious zone. But, fighting in a castle with such complex architecture, a miracle was possible. Finally, the bell rang. It was 7 o'clock p.m. Server announcement: the first new territory's coordinate is XXXXXYYYYY. The name of the territory is Thunderous Storm Castle. Battle for Terra Nullius will last for 3 hours. The final player who holds territory command order will become the owner of Thunderous Storm Castle. Starting from now on, Forest of Tanilla will be set as special battlefield. All players will unable to access it. The players who die will be sent back to White Jade Castle. Server announcement: the current player who holds territory command order is Zhanyu. The player who holds territory command order will be marked on the map and will be unable to leave the area of territory. Server announcement: Battle for Terra Nullius starts now, counting down. Each player in the Forest of Tanilla could see the text of a timer 2:59:59 counting down at the upper left corner of their HUD. ED note: 1. Terra Nullius, probably best if the term is googled for more details. Basically means unclaimed land, or land where prior owner has relinquished claim. The literal translations of territory subjugation battle and battle for Terra Nullius were battle for territory snatching and battle for territory. It would have been rather ** said if a game coined the latter term as battle for unclaimed land, or battle for nobody's land, and as much as I dislike the use of terms /words /jargons that cause hiccups in the flow of a reader, I decided to settle on Terra Nullius. Anyone with world history /World War knowledge here?
There may or may not have been a simpler, more accurate term.
Thoughts welcome in the comments section.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 244, Battle Commences. Chapter 244, Battle Commences. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding.
You will be marked with a special symbol because you hold a territory command order.
Ding. You cannot leave Thunderstorm Castle, otherwise the territory command order will automatically drop. Ding.
If you are killed, territory command order will have a 100% chance of dropping. Suddenly, a huge green command order light appeared on the top of Zhang Yang's head. The light beamed straight into the clouds, even ignoring buildings and obstacles.
Players far away from Zhang Yang would definitely see the beacon. He was so exposed that he was practically naked. Ha ha ha.
Wei Yan'er could not help but laugh non-stop, out of breath, and said, "Noob Tank, you look like one of those death row inmates from the past, with a sign on your head and round your neck."
Han Shui and rest burst out in laughter once they heard Wei Yan'er.
This is more like a price tag for Zhang Yang to sell his body.
Hey ladies, are you all interested to bid for Little Yon? The minimum price is 1 gold coin. Fatty Han patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, "Too expensive. That's too expensive."
Wei Yan'er shook her head continuously and said, "If the price is 1 copper coin, I'll pay on behalf of my cousin."
Damn it, cut the bullshit. Back to your positions.
Zhang Yang shouted, forcing a straight face, as he tried to reassert his dominance as guild leader.
The battle for Terra Nullius has started.
Even though many guilds were still rushing over to Thunderstorm Castle from their respective locations, those guilds who already guessed Zhang Yang as the person who held territory command order were already formed up outside Thunderstorm Castle. They would have rushed into the castle before everything else, but were repelled. This was because was an invisible barrier outside the gate of Thunderstorm Castle.
Now, who is going to step up to make the first move?
The name of Lone Desert Smoke had spread all over the world as Zhang Yang and his guild, Lone Desert Smoke, had recently broke through all the players in the China server. Even the players in the other 7 regions also knew this legendary guild, which also tore through new dungeons, with a fierce PvP reputation to boot.
Nobody was willing to step up. Tick-tock, the time slowly passed by.
Kill, finally there was a guild who could not help but initiate the first attack. Instantly, like setting off a warehouse of dynamite, more than 10 guilds worked together and started attacking Thunderstorm Castle.
"Boss, why don't we attack?" Traveling Piglet looked at Humbly Gentleman and asked.
He probably hated Lone Desert Smoke as much as his leader. Their guild was almost disbanded by Lone Desert Smoke. It made the people of the Dominators extremely furious. Humbly Gentleman looked at the huge command order light floated on top of Thunderstorm Castle, and although he could not see Zhang Yang, he could clearly see Zhang Yang's location.
He sneered and replied, "What's the point of going now? Battle for Terra Nullius lasts for 3 hours, let the others wear themselves out first."
This is not a competition of whosoever holds the territory command order for the longest time wins.
There is a saying that coming in time is better than coming early. Then, when should we attack?
Let most of the defenders die off before we take advantage of them. Humbly Gentleman's idea sounded good, but he was underestimating the integrity of the defense. The entrance of Thunderstorm Castle was narrow, it was easily defensible, and difficult to fight in. Besides, the ranged attackers of 4 guilds were positioned at the top of castle, while melee attackers were positioned at the entrance. Moreover, many AoE skills were being used at the entrance, killing off the players who had generously bunched themselves up. The defending side could also use the castle walls as firing cover, simply crouching down when under fire and allowing the healers behind them to recover their HP. The only way of attack the defending side was to have several ranged attackers focus fire on one target at a time, hoping to kill the target off before they could dodge or recover. Hundreds and thousands of players passed the drawbridge. Even with millions on their side, their numbers would dwindle down to match the number of the defenders. This was not a battle that would be won solely with numbers. The attacking side had limited options. The more they dallied or tried to form up outside the castle walls, the more fire they took from the defenders. They could only rush forward. As time slowly passed by, more and more guilds gathered and worked together. In such a large-scale battle, the power of an individual player was extremely negligible, even the strongest would fall in no time. Every second, deaths occurred, signified by the flashing white lights as players were sent back to their main cities to be resurrected. Zhang Yang traded, passing the territory command order to Fatty Han and said, "Hold on to this, I'm going to do some killing."
"Damn, I also want to kill people." Fatty Han groaned. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and went away with his whitey.
Server announcement, player Slim and Handsome has obtained territory command order.
F***CK, I don't want this gigolo's price tag.
Fatty Han looked at the green command order light floating over his head in dismay.
Zhang Yang came to the entrance of castle and quickly whirled his axe.
The defenders in front of him slowly died off, and finally Zhang Yang was at the fore. He swung his axe and used horizontal sweep, and instantly, a bunch of high damage text floated above the players' heads.
Some critical strikes instantly brought death to some of them. Blast wave.
A conical shock wave blasted out and his targets were stunned. Zhang Yang and his people took the chance to finish them off, pushing the defense line forwards by 4 meters. That's Lone Desert Smoke's guild master, quickly kill him.
The one who is riding a bear is Zhan Yu. F***CK, he's powerful. Focus your fire on him.
Zhang Yang laughed out loud as spellcasters were ill-suited for fast-paced assaults as spellcasters needed to be stationary in order to cast their spells. The players behind them would constantly push them forwards, interrupting their casting progress. Thus, they could only use instant casting spells, making them rather useless. Therefore, those who were at the forefront were warriors, knights, and thieves, melee attackers. Faced with physical damage attackers, Zhang Yang had nothing to fear. With his high defense, anyone managing to inflict more than 1,000 damage on him in a single hit would already be a powerful foe. However, Zhang Yang had 40,000 HP. He could hack and slash at leisure. He also had the backing of 4 healers, including Han Shui. Like an ultimate god of war, Zhang Yang stood at the entrance of the castle, completely halting the progress of the attackers. Zhang Yang was just like the Zhang Fei one of the past, single-handedly blocking an entire passageway. Hurry up, spellcasters, come forward. Kill that Zhan Yu. Various guild masters ushered their spellcasters forward. When facing a tank with such high defense, it was pointless to send melee attackers to attack Zhang Yang.
The front line of attacking side was changed to spellcasters instead of melee attackers.
However, Zhang Yang was not stupid, he simply fell back when he saw them approaching. The ranged attackers above his castle ramparts took the opportunity to cast AoE skills, wiping out the spellcasters. Defenders had the advantage of engaging with melee attacks on ground level, while assaulting the enemy with ranged attackers on a higher level.
It resulted in a multi-layered attack that was devastating to the attackers. Such firepower was almost double or triple that of the attackers. Zhang Yang could not help but feel relieved that this was not a level 100 battle for Terranulius. Level 100 players could use flying mounts, totally bypassing any obstacle at ground level. The entrance of Thunderstorm Castle was like a meat grinder that claimed the lives of several players within the first hour. However, the number of attackers still greatly outnumbered the defenders.
The attacking side took out a defender for every 10 to 40 casualty, relentless assaulting the defenders. They finally broke through the entrance of Thunderstorm Castle.
Retreat!
Zhang Yang raised his axe, and they fell back to the courtyard, taking advantage of the narrow drawbridge that could be used as a bottleneck against the attackers. However, without the high ground for the defenders to launch attacks from above, they had lost considerable firepower. Luckily, the purpose of defending side was not to kill all enemies but to hold on for 3 hours. Looking at the army that was pouring in like ants, Zhang Yang thought of Princess Serena. If only he could invite Princess Serena and use Sword of Life and Death, they would be eliminated. Retreat in fighting in groups, try to use the castle's terrain. Zhang Yang was standing at the back. There were 7 routes that could lead to the top of castle, where Fatty Han was. Fatty Han was holding territory command order, and the green command order light served as a lighthouse for the attackers.
It was an all-out brawl on the streets now.
Fortified with the HP of his mount, he went wild. Shared Life increased his HP up to more than 40,000, he had strong damage resistance and 4 to 5 healers constantly followed him around, he was a force to be reckoned with.
However, with his power alone, he could not block all enemies as 7 routes led to Fatty Han's location and one of the route's defense lines had already collapsed. Fatty Han was now at risk, and the tide of battle could be changed in an instant. 100 shots in the thick of it all, managing the defense of several routes. He would constantly divide the manpower between them all, reinforcing those that needed help, taking away those who had nothing to do. Here's to victory! Lone Desert Smoke and the rest of the guilds had been set on lasting for 3 hours, rather than killing off all their attackers. That goal was simply too unrealistic. Currently, they only needed to hold on for another 1 hour 52 minutes 37 seconds.
Zhan Yu, I never thought that we'd meet again so soon. One sword stroke tore through a mass of defenders, atop his blood-red dire wolf, his eyes focused on Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang laughed and said, "Cut the bullshit, aren't you here to grab territory command order? Don't pretend to be so noble, let's fight and I will defeat you once again."
Wei Yan'er clapped her hands, laughed and yelled, "Noob tank, straightforward ha." Humph. One sword stroke snorted angrily, patted his mount and dashed towards Zhang Yang.
Looks like you can't wait to die.
Zhang Yang coldly said, swung his battle axe and dashed towards one sword stroke as well.
Destructive smash.
In this chaotic battle, maneuverability became irrelevant, they could only rely on firepower and healing effects, therefore, Zhang Yang had to take the full force of one sword strokes, destructive smash, incurring a debuff that reduced healing effects on him by 75%. Let's not forget that before Zhang Yang's rebirth, one sword stroke was the only warrior in China server who completed the level 30 class quest in S difficulty, but focus fire on Zhan Yu, his healing effects have been debuffed by 3/4, he'll have a hard time recovering. One sword stroke yelled loudly.
ED note.
1. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In the Battle of Changban, Zheng Fei, one of Liu Bei's generals, held back the entire army of Cao Cao back momentarily, buying time for his charge to escape. He held a river and broke bridges down, looking fiercely and shaking his spear, shouting, "I am Zheng Fei.
Come and battle me to the death."
None of Cao Cao's men dared to go near him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 245, Seizing the Territory. Chapter 245, Seizing the Territory. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "Well done, one sword stroke, but don't forget that you are also carrying the same negative effect as well. Focus your firepower on one sword stroke and take him out." Both of their destructive smash had the same effect, the threat was just too deadly. Instantly, both sides focused fire on Zhang Yang and one sword stroke, healers from both sides beginning a race of their own as they expended their mana in healing their leading tanks.
Face to face, axe against axe, shield against shield, titan against titan. Arrows flew across the sky, spells tore through the air, the scene was marvelous.
Although both Zhang Yang and one sword stroke were super tanks, further embolstered by battle mounts to boost their maximum health points, they were losing health quickly. Destructive smash simply removed the potency of the healers, making it extremely difficult to retain their HP.
But in terms of equipment, Zhang Yang had a full set of yellow gold equipment.
His shield was slightly out of place, being a level 50 equipment, but it was also another yellow gold equipment. His mount was also a yellow gold.
What does one sword stroke have to answer to that?
When Zhang Yang's health bar was down to 47%, while one sword stroke's health bar had already gone down to 20%. The consecutive lose of health points would only mean both guardians would have infinite rage points at their disposal. The moment the health bar of one sword stroke fell below 20%, Zhang Yang's icon of Killing Cleave lit up.
Full rage, Killing Cleave. -34, 600.
A horrifying numerical value appeared right on top of one sword stroke's head, instantly taking all his remaining health points away from him. One sword stroke instantly turned into a stream of white light, the shock and disbelief clear in his eyes, as he was directly sent back to his main city.
Everyone was shocked. 30,000 plus in one hit, was he still a freaking human?
Zhang Yang could not believe it himself as well, so he quickly stole a glance at the battle record. Your Killing Cleave is a critical hit, overlaid with one lucky hit onto one sword stroke, a damage of 34,600 points, reduction of 8,800 points, absorption of 600 points. So it was the combined effect of Killing Cleave and one lucky hit, creating a damage that was 6 times higher than the initial value. Such an unlucky person, Zhang Yang sighed quietly for one sword stroke.
He was recording the whole battle. If that clip of his recording ever made it on the official website, surely there would be an uproar among the players. Noob tank, what the heck did you just do? Critical attack of Killing Cleave and one lucky hit.
Zhang Yang posted the description of the skill, Killing Cleave, on the party channel. Wei Yan'er immediately widened her eyes and said, "If a two-handed weapon did that under the same circumstances, with a critical, one lucky hit, my damage would exceed 50,000, or even 60,000.
Zhang Yang laughed loudly and said, "For a character like yourself, who can't even get a critical attack after a millennium, what are the odds of one lucky hit and critical attack happening at the same time for you? Wah! Noob tank, you are so mean. You too, cousin sister, you are just so mean. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat."
Although that 30,000 plus damage hit from his battle axe had bolstered the morale of his guild, but still, one guild was not enough to hold against the assaults of millions of players. He could only order his forces to continue retreating to the peak of the castle. The numbers on his side were rapidly dropping.
It was still 1 hour 22 minutes 12 seconds away till the end of the great battle.
Under the amazing coordination of 100 shots, defenders from all 7 routes were able to fall back unhindered, all of them halfway through the distance. However, out of the 63,000 defenders, they were left with 25,000, and this number was still dropping as rapidly as water from a ruptured vessel. Outside the fortress walls, Humbly Gentleman grinned sinisterly and said, "Brothers in arms, previously we were oppressed by lone desert smoke until we could not even lift up our heads. We were once kings and queens among the guilds in countless online games, and no one was above us, all worshipped us, so what say you, do you accept such humiliation?" No, thousands of the members of the Dominators were roaring.
Do we silently accept humiliations and insults, and allow others to threat on us? No.
Now, this is our best chance to get our vengeance. Kill all of those cheese and lone desert smoke, and reclaim the glory that was once ours.
Kill. Kill
all the members of Lone Desert Smoke, and claim the Territory Command Order.
Reclaim our Dominator's honor. Rock.
Thousands of people were roaring in chorus, stomping their feet against the ground as they charged forwards to the Thunderstorm Castle. Despite being such a hypocrite, Humbly Gentleman knew his way around the hearts of others, being a veteran guild master with several years of experience beneath his belt. There were many other guilds with similar plans as the Dominators, and they had carried out their late assaults at different times.
The Dominators knew it was time to move. If they were any later, there wouldn't be anything left for them.
One big wave after another, Lone Desert Smoke had lost many of their players. The enemy still outnumbered them greatly, a large crowd still waiting outside the castle walls.
Retreat. Retreat again.
40 minutes remained, and the defenders had fallen back so far along the 7 routes that 1/5 of them were already in the hall where Fatty Han was located. Zhang Yu were totally out of reserve players.
100 Shots frantically cried out.
Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, "All defenders, fall back to the hall.
We'll use the doorway as our last bottleneck."
All right. 100 Shots began to coordinate the troops, and the defenders totally turned around and marched to the hall. All this while they had been engaged in combat as they slowly backpedaled at the same time, intending to reserve their strength as much as possible.
The Dominators had waited for some time after the latecomers had made their way in.
But they were surprised to find that the castle was still full of people, each street were crowded with players squeezing against each other. It had become a fool's dream to rush in unhindered, and claim the territory as their own. Unless of course, if they were willing to put aside everything and start killing all the players who were in their way.
But if they really did that, they would be provoking millions of players, signing their death warrants. The initially determined face of Humbly Gentleman instantly fell. What is this madness? How could there be so many people here? How are they going to snatch the Territory Command Order now? There was only 30 minutes left until the battle ends, and even if they were all given 3 hours more, they might not even get a bloody path in front of them to even reach the location of the Territory Command Order, let alone fight for it. Technically, those who had charged ahead first at least had a higher chance of obtaining the Territory Command Order than these cunning ones who have grossly underestimated the scale of the crowd. What did people like Humbly Gentleman stand to gain in the end? They were not getting any free meals anytime soon. Boss, now.
What should we do? The members of the Dominators slowly turned to their leader.
What else is there to do? Let's charge forward with our might. Humbly Gentleman was slouching in disappointment.
If they had actually met their enemies in combat, losing would not be very demoralizing, knowing that they tried their best. But now, to lose before the battle had even begun for them, nobody would be pleased about it. They stared at Humbly Gentleman, unable to hide their discontent. At this point, his members were beginning to question his leadership.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
When Zhang Yang and the others had retreated up to the highest location of the castle, the cathedral, only 1,634 members remained.
Into the church! Everyone, into the church!
Zhang Yang commanded in a loud voice. Fortunately, the church was pretty large, capable of taking in more than 2,000 people. The players from all other guilds were surrounding the church while shouting in loud voices. Zhang Yang laughed loudly, as he and Endless Starlight blocked the narrow doorway, forming an extremely sturdy meat shield. The entrance of the church was a doorway that led to a hallway of the same size that was about 15 meters long, with a width of not more than 4 meters. In the middle of the path, there is a horizontal wall. That part of the path was slightly more spacious than the other parts, and players were required to go around from both sides, like air going around a moving windscreen. Beyond that would be the vast openness of the church. Zhang Yang and the other tanks held their ground at the end of the entrance, leaving only the narrow path for the enemies, forming a perfect defensive formation.
Anyone who rushes over will have to withstand the attack from the spellcasters and the strafing shots of the hunters behind the tanks, leading to even more casualties.
Because it was an indoor environment, Zhang Yang was unable to ride on his mount. His maximum health points had been steeply reduced to only 26060.
However, the limited space also hindered the enemy, and they were only able to come in small numbers at a time. Relying on the special terrain of the path, although the numbers of players on the side of the lone desert smoke were outnumbered beyond 1,000 to 1, they were able to hold their ground. With hundreds of them using spell attacks with splash effects, it was a total death sentence for those who charged in, and there was no room at all to bargain with the results. Stop! 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 Many leaders of their own guilds immediately tried to prevent further casualties, as charging in blindly would only mean using their numbers to fill up a bottomless pit. Even if they continued charging in for the next 3 hours, they would never make further progress. A change of tactics was required. All thieves sneak in, use your stealth. But Zhang Yang had already predicted that it would come to this, so as instructed, the hunters kept bombarding the entrance with barrage. It consumed a fair bit of arrows, but they had already been promised to find some of allowance at the end of the battle. The stealth of the thieves were completely wasted as they were immediately exposed and killed in turn. All knights, charge in and use your sacred protection, we must open up a path. The opposition immediately switched to a new tactic. It was only 21 minutes left until the battle ends. After some redeployment, hundreds of knights walked right out of the crowd. Guardians, Templar and Sacred Knight, all sorts of classes were present. Charge. The knights went around the wind shield and immediately, they activated their sacred protection, charging right into the human shield that was formed by Zhang Yang and his gang. Immune. 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 Carrying sacred protection on them, the knights were glittering in gold complexion, like the statues of immortal gods, ignoring all damage, all negative effects, directly colliding with the human shield created by Zhang Yang and the others. It was a huge impact, an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. When players clashed into each other, the tendency of being knocked back would be determined by the strength attributes of both sides. Gong! 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 That moment both sides collided into each other, men and horses were immediately thrown off their feet, the perfect defense circle was suddenly left with a few gaps. The players of the opposition were like ants that tasted blood, and they poured through the gaps. The defensive formation was slowly torn apart. It was only 14 minutes until the battle ended. Kill that fat F***CK. He's got the command order, the players were shouting endlessly. The remaining time was running out, and everyone turned their sights onto Fatty Han. Tighten up the defense, block the entrance, don't let anyone else enter. Zhang Yang shouted loudly, Fatty, pass me the territory command order. Fatty Han uttered a reply as he squeezed his way over to Zhang Yang, passing the order. Server announcement, player Zhan Yu has acquired the territory command order. Kill Zhan Yu. The players were like a hive of bees, switching their targets to Zhang Yang. The chaotic battle had begun. The players who managed to squeeze in were from a variety of guilds from the 8 main cities, some of them possibly allies, but most of the players were definitely fighting for themselves. The lone desert smoke elites kept their calm, casting AoE skills at calculated areas. In return, those players furiously fired back with their own AoEs, inflicting most lone desert smoke casualties, but inadvertently hitting even more of their own. Son of the beach. Why did you hit me? For F***CK's sake, you were hitting me as well, weren't you? In the massive field of AoE bombardments, the attackers were suffering greater losses than the defenders. But there was a large number of players on the outside that would constantly replenish the attackers within the hall. On the other hand, the numbers on Zhang Yang's side were slowly but surely dwindling down. 7 minutes. Following the reduction in the numbers of the players in the church, Zhang Yang found himself quickly surrounded by the enemy. He was still afflicted with destruction smash, making it difficult for him to recover. His health bar was beginning to flash red at the danger line. Blessing protection. Endless Starlight waved his hand, throwing a spell onto Zhang Yang, instantly slowing the process down. But now Endless Starlight was taking heavy damage. This was the defender's version of sacrifice. It was not a 100% damage transference, only taking on 50% of their target's inflicted damage, but it had a longer duration of 10 seconds. The other guardians and defenders were inspired by his action, taking their own respective turns to activate their sacrifice and blessing protection on Zhang Yang. It gave Zhang Yang the strength to stand firm, towering like a mountain peak. However, their sacrifice was paid heavily for, as more and more tanks on Zhang Yang's side fell. 3 minutes to go, Lone Desert Smoke was left with only 329 members. 2 minutes left. The Lone Desert Smoke was left with only 29 members remaining. The time is just right. The territory is mine now. You should just F***CK off for F***CK's sake. You should be the one F***king off. 1 minute left. Shadow of the Void, activated.
With a shove, Zhang Yang ran right out of the big church, using his 20 seconds of boosted movement speed to get away from his attackers.
40 seconds left. Rearm, Shadow of the Void, activated again.
Another 20 seconds passed. Zhang Yang had managed to find himself a quiet and peaceful corner, and he began to summon his gold-eared bear king.
There.
Over there, the moment Zhang Yang revealed himself, that large green pendant immediately hovered over his head. Leaping atop his mount, Zhang Yang's health bar was instantly boosted up to 40,000 points.
All players were gushing towards him like a fierce tidal wave of tsunami. Shield Wall. Shadow of Merlinda. Block. Berserker's Heal.
Zhang Yang practically threw every emergency skill he had at disposal.
18, 17, 16. 10.
The health bar of Zhang Yang was nearly depleted.
Shove.
Just as he was about to drop dead, he miraculously disappeared once again, but... The players frantically looked about, and saw the green pendant beaming into the sky far in the distance, pointing out the new location of Zhang Yang.
That was the teleportation of the Lover's Charm, Yang.
Zhang Yang had given the Lover's Charm, Ing, to Sun Xianu earlier on, asking her to enter stealth mode and hide somewhere safe, only activating it at the last moment.
Quickly. That side.
The tidal wave changed directions and headed for the new location of Zhang Yang.
9, 8, 7. 3, 2, 1. It was too late.
Server announcement: the battle for the territory command order has ended. The final possessor of the territory command order is player Zhan Yu. The Thunderstorm Castle now classifies as the territory of this player. Everyone will be sent back to your own main cities.
No.
All the players were voicing out in protest, but as the white lights flashed, everyone was forcefully sent back to their respective main cities by the system. Looking at his residual health points of 48 points only, Zhang Yang let out a long breath, laying down on the furry body of Whitey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 246, Territory Construction. Chapter 246, Territory Construction. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the territory owner of Thunderstorm Castle. You can now select to rename the territory. Proceed?
No wonder he was unfamiliar with the name Thunderstorm Castle, having never encountered it in his previous life. It turns out that the name of territories could be changed. Zhang Yang was lazy, so he said, no change necessary. Unexpectedly, the system did not continue on with a tutorial on managing the territory, but instead, took him directly to the management interface. In his previous life, as he had not managed to conquer a territory before, therefore, he was currently on uncharted waters. He would need to slowly feel his way around and learn more about it the old-fashioned way. Of course, anyone would know at a glance that the first thing to do was to set up the teleportation circle. It was one of the main appeals of owning a territory. It would provide convenience to the members of his own guild while acquiring a large income at the same time.
Ding.
You have chosen to build a teleportation circle. Each teleportation circle requires a sum of 1 million gold pieces to build, and each teleportation circle can only be directed to one of the 8 main cities in China region. After building the teleportation circle, you can set up the fare for using the teleportation circle. Zhang Yang immediately took out 1 million gold pieces, passed it over to the system, and built a teleportation circle that channeled straight to the White Jade City. He would hold off on building teleportation circles for the other main cities, as the benefits simply outweighed the costs. As the bank and auction houses of the cities had become interconnected, as were the system-run teleportation circles in the cities themselves, which were free of charge.
Getting to any one main city was as good as getting to any other main city.
Besides, Zhang Yang also had personal reasons for his own teleportation circle. By opening a teleportation circle that took players to White Jade City, players would emerge in the city at a location that was just opposite his little merchandise shop. Even if 1% of the non-White Jade City players who went through the portal visited his shop out of convenience.
He.
Zhang Yang could not hold it anymore and started laughing, his glee unfiltered as he spoke on the guild channel. Members who have achieved level 50 and above, come over to the Thunderstorm Castle and set your teleportation scrolls to the teleportation circle. You will not have to run back and forth anymore. Reaching Thunderstorm Castle would be as good as reaching White Jade City.
Yeah. Hail to the Guildmaster.
Guildmaster, I love you so much.
Let's go. Quickly, onto the plane.
The next instant, players above level 50 were rushing to the teleportation spot. Zhang Yang also contacted Snowseeker, Sky Shaman and Crimson Fire, informing them on the completion on the construction of the teleportation circle, inviting them to use it to their heart's content. He had set the teleportation fare for the members of these 4 guilds to 0, while the fare for others was set at 1 gold piece.
However, when it came to the Dominators, Pride and Axe Gang, the fare was hiked up to 10 gold pieces. It would make no difference to Zhang Yang if they were to use it or not. The teleportation circle was not an inexhaustible source of income, it required a large amount of magic crystals to be powered up on a daily basis, which meant that the owner was required to buy energy from the system. Basically, the owner himself was being taxed by the system itself. The magic crystal is extremely expensive, costing 10 million gold pieces each, but fortunately, it could last for 10 days, still roping a surplus. Currently, there are more than 60 million players in the China region, and approximately 5 million to 6 million players who are above level 50. Each of the players would just need to use the teleportation once per day, which would cover the expenses within 2 days or so, but as more players achieve level 50, his teleportation portal would be accessed far more frequently. Of course, more territories will also appear in the game, he would not hold this monopoly for long. After setting up the teleportation circle, Zhang Yang turned his attention towards the defense line of the territory. The subjugation of a territory did not solve all problems, however. As long as any guilds comes in possession of a territory subjugation order, they could easily trigger a territory subjugation battle. Although Lone Desert Smoke is a powerful force, attackers could gain access to siege engines and lay waste to players. Therefore, it was necessary to set up defensive weapons of their own. Firstly, the iconic magic cannons that had been previewed during the quest back then. That toy was a bundle of pure awesomeness, boasting a ranged attack that reached hundreds of meters, having its explosive attacks covering areas as wide as several tens of square meters. Capable of instantly killing players, it was a must-have. Of course, such power would be met with an equivalent cost. Each magic cannon required 5 million gold pieces, along with the power source crystals, needed to power it up for 1 million gold pieces each. Each crystal would provide enough power for the cannons to fire up to 10 times. This meant that one round would cost 100,000 gold pieces, not exactly something that anyone could afford. For the greater good, however, it was a necessary investment. Zhang Yang purchased 2 magic cannons and 2 power source crystals, watching his money gush out. He could not help himself but thought that if it were up to Haning Xuan Wei Yin Air, they would be in a stressful dilemma as they tried to weigh the cost and benefits of the cannons. Now that the main firepower had been set up, he had other defense to attend to. The game was simply merciless when it came to the retention of wealth. From time to time, monsters will be spawned to harass the otherwise peaceful castle. Their purpose was to serve as fodder for the insanely expensive cannons to waste their rounds on. To prevent that, however, Zhang Yang hired an army of NPCs, 100 elite grade knights, each of them requiring a monthly salary of 10,000 gold pieces. Of course, it wasn't like they needed the money, it was for the system once again. These NPC were all level 65, but were upgradable at additional cost. Their levels were limited by the level of the owner of the castle. For instance, the castle owner had to at least be level 70, in order to level these NPC up to level 75. Similarly, players had to attain level 80 before these NPC be leveled up to level 85. These NPC would be able to ward off monsters and maintain order and security within the territory. They were basically similar to the guards of the main cities, only being slightly inferior. Thirdly, the city defenses itself. The ramparts of the castle, like the walls and main gate, were actually be targetable and vulnerable to attacks. At level 1, the city gate would only have 1 million health points, 1,000 defense points, 1,000 magic defense points, but when upgraded to level 2, it would have 10 million health points, 2,500 defense points and 2,500 magic defense points. The tougher the city defense got, even if under fire from some devastating siege engine, it would buy additional time for the defenders. As subjugation battles were limited by time, the defenders would only have to hold their ground rather than wipe out the attackers. Unfortunately, upgrading the city defense would require all sorts of mineral ores, and the higher the level, the higher the quality and quantity of such required ores. They were far away from being able to upgrade their city defenses to level 2 at the moment. NPCs such as the equipment repairing blacksmith, item sellers, were not immediately available, nor could they be simply bought. Players would be required to complete a series of specific quests to acquire these NPCs. Zhang Yang gave it some thought, realizing that they would only be detrimental to the profiteering of the telephone circle, as the NPCs would only remove the need to teleport back to the main cities for such services. With everything almost settled, Zhang Yang linked his teleportation scroll to the teleportation circle of Thunderstorm Castle before heading back to the White Jade City through the teleportation circle and began shouting across the regional channels, "Fellow players, the Thunderstorm Castle within the forest of Tanilla is currently facilitated with a teleportation circle. As long as you link your teleportation scroll settings to the circle, you will suffer the long hard journeys no more. The teleportation fee is super cheap, only requiring 1 gold piece." After shouting at White Jade City, he then teleported to the other 7 main cities to continue his promotion. Only the foolish or the prideful would forego such a convenient means of transportation.
Zhang Yang would not have to go out of his way promoting this service of his, he would only have to make it known once. In terms of location, Thunderstorm Castle was based in the level 60 ranges of maps, located in between the level 50 and level 70 maps, while also having similar level 60 maps on both its left and right sides. Being in the middle of the maps that varied by 30 levels would keep most players within the region for 4 to 5 months. How lucrative! Before the second territory appears, this teleportation service would stand to earn Zhang Yang lots of profits. Even with the second territory around, or even the third territory appearing, it would not deteriorate much. Zhang Yang then rewarded his guild members for their efforts and contributions, spending a great deal of money. Wei Yenair and Han Shui gazed at him with glittering eyes as they watched him. Such generosity only bolstered the morale and ensured the loyalty of his members. Zhang Yang's reputation as a leader grew far and wide. Furthermore, by also being the long-standing #1 guild when it came to the progress of dungeoneering, the members carried the name of the guild with pride and honor that went beyond the fair and warm treatment of the guild. The moment he returned from his tour around the 8 main cities, he saw many players rushing over to Thunderstorm Castle, linking their teleportation scrolls there as per recommended. Beep beep beep, the voice communication device suddenly alerted him to a call from Humbly Gentleman. "Zhan Yu, you goddamn fascist!" Humbly Gentleman roared. Zhang Yang laughed out and said, "How am I a fascist now? Others are paying 1 gold piece for your teleportation circle, why are we paying it tenfold?" Humbly Gentleman demanded. 10 gold pieces was only 9 gold pieces more than 1, but it devastated the psyche of the dominators, driving a massive wage between the two parieties. Zhang Yang grinned silently in his heart, this hypocrite really does not know any shame. He did not expect him to perform such a humiliating act before this, but the two sides were far from burying the hatchet. Having died once, Zhang Yang would never spare a single tiger cub or puppy and risk regretting it afterwards, he would be determined to see his opponents to their end. He softly replied, "I see. So you have a voice louder than everyone else, and a fortune greater than everyone else. 10 gold pieces too little for you? How about 100 gold pieces then?" You Humbly Gentleman was speechless. When there are competing companies, the consumers held the power of the gods. However, when there's monopoly in play, the consumers would be mere offerings. Humbly Gentleman felt like slapping the man in the face. But the teleportation circle would save them from a 3-hour journey, he could not afford to provoke Zhang Yang any further. He had to endure it. "Well done, you." Humbly Gentleman viciously cut off the voice communication with Zhang Yang. Either way, he could not allow his members to bear the burden of paying 9 extra gold pieces. Mutiny would be imminent if he kept this up. Arrogant and conceited as he was still a guild leader with a functioning brain. He would have to dig money from his own pocket to subsidize the additional payload. Humbly Gentleman made up his mind determinedly, but when the number of 10,000 plus members came across his mind, he quickly shivered. It would be impossible for him to pay for them all on a daily basis, so he could only lay out instructions to his members to limit their usage of the circle, while also offering a subsidy once every 10 days. Even so, he would still have to pay about 300,000 gold pieces. Humbly Gentleman felt an excruciating pain in his heart, his face turning pale green, but why would this Humbly Gentleman always offer himself as tribute for Zhang Yang to step on? Zhang Yang shook his head, tore a teleportation scroll and went back to the Thunderstorm Castle, deciding to get on with his grinding. With the possession of this major profit-earning territory, the profits from crafting potions and other items had become insignificant. Zhang Yang now had to maintain his lead in levels, for if and when a territory of a level 80 map appears, he would be the first to claim it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, Fire Chocobos. Chapter 247, Fire Chocobos. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Territories, indeed, gave much convenience to the players, especially their proprietors. If they had to travel by foot and rented flying griffins, the journey would take 3 hours. During that 3 hours of riding the griffin, players wouldn't be able to perform any actions, other than to chat with each other. If players below level 60 intended to set off to their appropriately leveled maps from Thunderstorm Castle, they could easily force their way through the slightly over-leveled monsters if they worked in parties. It would only take them about 40 minutes to reach their own maps, saving a lot of time. Therefore, a large number of players had linked their teleportation scroll to Thunderstorm Castle, and the fare of 1 gold piece could easily be earned back within an hour. It was both money and time-saving. 3 days had passed. Zhang Yang took a good look at the financial income of the territory. He could not help himself but to rub his eyes in amazement. 10,680,000 gold pieces. Although he had anticipated some ridiculous amount, this far exceeded his expectations. Netting an average of 3 million gold pieces on a daily basis, it quickly covered the cost of the power source crystal in 3 days, with the remaining 4 days being nothing else but profit. Furthermore, only 5 million to 6 million players were in the leveling bracket of 50 and up.
What would happen when that number increases by tenfold?
However, since the first territory has appeared, more territories would be bound to follow in the near future.
Whatever Zhang planned to do was to master the basics of setting a perfect territory, and perhaps add in the equipment repairing blacksmith to add to the appeal of his castle. Mechandise selling NPCs were not as heavily prioritized.
Surely some players would have come up with the idea of selling such supplies in the territory themselves. The benefits were humongous, but Zhang could not possibly keep it all to himself. He immediately gave an enormous raise to the salaries of the members in the management level of the guild, and every core player, so much so that even their very gait as they walked about had a noticeable spring to it. The career of a professional player was much scorned by the other members of society, and they would often live by a don't ask, don't tell basis. However, the players of the Lone Desert Smoke can now righteously proclaim that, I am a professional player. Core players were earning up to 50,000 a month, on par with the income of executive white collars, so these players could carry themselves with the same amount of dignity, right? At his command, 100 Shots had led some members of the guild over to claim the sacred palace of Frozen Fractal as their own. There, he allowed players who possessed the herb-picking profession to pick up some frozen ice weeding once every 2 hours. However, there was no sign of the recipe for beginner mobility potion dropping, so that frozen ice weeding were stored in the warehouse at the moment, eating up its storage space.
As the territory now had an owner, NPCs who provided territory quests started appearing.
However, the territory quests required players to be above level 60. Currently, only Zhang alone qualified for the quests. The 4th day after owning the territory, Zhang accepted a few territory quests, summoned his whitey and sped away. The territory quests were simple, it just involved killing a few bears, slaying a few wolves, clearing out some undeads, all to provide safety for the territory. The 3 quests that Zhang took required the killing of 100 red flaming tigers, 100 bloody scarlet wolves, and 100 flatland chocobos. He quickly completed the quests to kill the tigers and to kill the wolves. At the moment, he was on his way to the northwest part of the forest in search of the flatland chocobos.
Goo goo goo, a strange, bird-like sound was uttered, and a bird that dwarfed even the ostrich appeared right in front of Zhang.
Its whole body was covered with colorful feathers, beneath it was a pair of thick legs that each ended in 3 razor-sharp claws. It had wings, but appeared to be incapable of flight, along with 2 strangely large eyes that occupied 2/3 of the surface area of its entire head.
Forest of Tanilla, Chocobo, Normal, Beast. Level, 63. HP, 6,300. Defense, 60. Zhang rode up to it on his whitey, and effortless dispatched the Chocobo. It dropped some feathers that were worth a few pieces of copper coins which he completely ignored. Slaying them was no problem, but these birds were rather hard to come across, and Zhang took more than 1 hour just to come across one of them. After slaying 90 of them, they appeared to have vanished altogether. No matter how hard he tried to find the remaining chocobos, the numbers just could not be scraped to completion. He decided to venture on into the deeper part of the forest. 93, 96. 98, 99, only one left. Hoof. A shadow blurred with the myriad of 5 colors suddenly entered the edge of his vision, and Zhang reacted almost instantly, instinctively activating, block, and placing his shield before him. Block. A particularly large chocobo collided right into Zhang, the feathers of which had an iridescent quality, magnificently sparkling in the light. It was gorgeous. King of Fire Chocobo, Grey Silver, Beast. Level, 65. HP, 1 million. Defense, 700. Zhang smiled lightly, and with a tap on Whitey, he answered with a charge of his own. With his current equipment, even a Grey Silver boss that relied on physical attacks such as this was a pushover for him. And if it is a boss that had magical attacks, he would simply swap places with his mount, juggling the aggro between them, while using Shadow of the Void to disengage from battle while his mount occupied the enemy. He would still be able to single-handedly take such a boss down, only having to put in a little more effort. Bosses that relied on physical attacks would be a total piece of cake. In less than 6 to 7 minutes, this Grey Silver boss crumpled to the ground in a beautiful heap, dropping a few pieces of Grey Silver and green copper equipment. Zhang leisurely grabbed the loots and placed them in his backpack.
That boss was a good omen, as his counter now read that he has killed 100 chocobo in total.
He can finally head back.
Just as he was taking out a teleportation scroll, Zhang caught sight of something that laid at the trunk of a large tree. He uttered an "eh" in surprise, quickly stepping out of the small circle that was beginning to form under his feet. Just beneath the big tree facing him was a huge bird nest. The miniature head of a chocobo had stuck its head out to look around, its little wings flapping, as it weakly cried out, "Goo goo goo." The whole body of the chocobo was covered in fluffy, short feathers which were milky yellow in color, a far cry from its adult brethren who were dazzlingly beautiful.
Fire Chocobo Chick, Rare Gray Silver Battle Mount. Level 0. HP 50. A Battle Mount. And it was a gray silver grade. It was no wonder why the king of Fire Chocobo initiated an attack on him, he was trespassing upon its nest. Zhang Yang quickly activated his voice communication device and said, "Little girl, quickly. Call me brother." "Stupid noob tank, are you trying to take advantage of me? You are still 1,000 years too far from that." Wei Yan'er snapped back.
Zhang Yang chuckled and replied, "I just came across a battle mount."
"Oh, did I forget to mention that it's gray silver?" "Wow, where?
Where is it?" Her tone quickly changed, and she anxiously pressed him for answers.
"Call me brother." "Heck, I'll call you brother-in-law."
Wei Yan'er was talking sweetly. Han Shui was definitely charming, but it was the type of deadly charm that only a siren would produce. A shiver ran down his spine and he quickly said, "No thank you, I cannot afford to have her, you can save that name for someone else."
"I'll activate the lover's charm. Yang, use the lover's charm, Een, to get over here now." "Ah, sister Sun snatched it back from me. She's so stingy, she's not letting up at all." Wei Yan'er pouted. Fine, stop grumbling already. Drop whatever you're doing, I'm adding you to party."
"Better hurry, or I'll catch it myself, dot."
"Don't. Stupid noob tank. Wait for me. If you ever dare catch my baby, I'll bite you to death."
Wei Yan'er was yelling at the top of her lungs while summoning her mount, swiftly traveling to his location. Currently, Zhang Yang was the only player in the party who possessed a battle mount, while Han Shui and the others were still waiting bitterly for their turns, but if he was to offer anyone else a pet mount, she would probably burn holes through him with her eyes until he turned into ash. Every single member of the party would definitely concede to the wiles of that brat. After all, this little girl knew her way around the minds of her elders, enjoying the attention and pampering that they showered upon her. As he was bored, Zhang Yang sat his ass on the ground and turned Whitey into his backrest while waiting for the arrival of Wei Yan'er. At the same time, he kept an eye on the little chocobo just in case it slipped away. After all, this is a game, who knew if the little bird would wander off on its own, having lost its parent? "Boss, there really is a mount here, but there's a bloody gray silver boss guarding it. Ah, she and myself were killed the moment it spotted us."
"Oh, I see it now, there really is a mount, right there, a gray silver one."
"Boss, if you can subdue a gray silver mount, surely your strength will increase by a notch. When that happens, whoever it is, Zhanyu, One Sword Stroke, or Frost Knight, they all will be beneath the dust before you, boss." That's right, the official site did mention it. The attack power of a gray silver mount is equivalent to the attack of a player equipped with a full set of gray silver equipment. When a player is combined with his mount, he'll gain huge boosts to his attack and HP. 5 players stumbled out of a thick shrub together, one of them being Floating Fireball himself, who had been slaughtered several times by Zhang Yang in previous engagements. When the 5 players saw Zhang Yang, they were shocked, for they never would thought that they would actually see someone in such a place. The weirdest part of it was that this player was not even attempting to subdue the battle mount. "Hey kid. Get lost, this location is now booked by us." Pride, one of the players with the name Prideful Sai above his head, took a step forward and began raising his fist while speaking to Zhang Yang. Few had actually met Zhang Yang in person, and Prideful Sai was trying to butter up the ass of Floating Fireball, which was why he was making a show in front of his leader, raising his voice with his chest puffed out. Zhang Yang smiled lightly, returning his gestures with a dismissive wave of his own. "I found this little fella first, you guys can go on ahead, but..."
"Hey kid, you dare to speak in such a tone? Who do you think you are? One Sword Stroke, or Frost Knight, Drizzler, or Zhanyu?" Prideful Sai was unaware of his boss' rapidly changing expression, as he continued clamoring arrogantly in front of Zhang Yang.
"Get lost already or I'll just cut you down here and now." Zhang Yang was beginning to lose his patience, that arrogant face was just asking for it. As Prideful Sai was going to shout back at Zhang Yang, he was forcefully pulled back by his arm by kindling chest hair. He could not comprehend the situation, but when he heard what Floating Fireball had to say, "Zhanyu, today we will give the respect where it's due, let's leave."
"Zhanyu? This kid is Zhanyu, dot."
Prideful Sai was shocked, almost gagging on the intended insults that he hastily forced back down his throat. Previously, the Lone Desert Smoke had made their name as a PvE dungeon clearing guild, but after the 2 major incidents, the Princess Serena quest and the battle for Terra Nullius, every other guild had been left speechless by their combat strength and unity. To insult Zhanyu would be to insult Lone Desert Smoke itself, and nobody else seemed to be able to stand up to them at this point. Kindling chest hair begrudgingly followed floating fireball back to where they came from, and finally blurted out, "Boss, are we really going to give up on this pet mount?" It was a strong, pet mount, capable of greatly boosting the combat ability of a player.
Floating fireball cracked an insidious grin. Give up? Like hell.
We've got over 20 members close by the area leveling up. Let's wait till everyone is gathered here. We'll let him have a taste of our strength, pride, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 248, Utter Slaughter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Little brat, how much longer are you gonna take? I'm not a gazelle, you buffoon, take it easy, geez.
Well, hurry up, Pride members are lurking about, they had their eyes on the pet mount.
They're probably gathering their men up as we speak. I'm not risking my neck for you, if there's too many of them, I'm out of there. Please, no.
You are the ferocious and mighty noob tank, surely you can take on 100 of them, I'll even send you my cousin's nudes. Wei Yin was genuinely frantic, even bringing up an ultimate weapon.
Zhang Yang chuckled, saying, faster, dot.
He had the Shadow of the Void on hand, which was why he was totally unafraid of being rounded up or ambushed. In a worst-case scenario, he can still activate the Lover's Charm to be spirited away to Sun Xinu's location. He already had many options planned. As expected, Floating Fireball soon returned with an additional 20-plus players behind him, making up a party of 25 players. Zhang Yang fanned his vision across them and saw that there were only 5 spellcasters. He smiled to himself confidently.
Maybe running was no longer needed.
Zhang Yu, on second thought, perhaps you should bow to me this time. Floating Fireball was brimming with confidence, as he folded his arms and flashed a cocky grin. Zhang Yang made an exaggerated show of climbing up his mount, and with a shake of his battle axe, he said, well, we could have done this the easy way, but if you insist on being difficult, the hard way it is.
Kill, dot.
All 25 members of the Pride roared in unity, as their long-ranged players started unleashing volley after volley.
Zhang Yang calmly gazed up at the oncoming projectiles, and looked back down to see the melee players getting into formation.
They started cutting off his routes of escape, and started their advancement. Zhang Yang rode out on his bear like a Mack truck that bodily met the melee players, sending them flying. Pride was extremely far behind when it came to dungeon progression. Besides Floating Fireball, who had a full set of gray-silver equipment, most of the players were barely past level 50, and had green copper equipment at most. The melee profession players could not even get past Zhang Yang's defense value, causing absolutely no damage, and the only threat he faced was from the small bunch of spellcasters at the back of the party. Unfortunately, there were so few of them that they hardly made any difference.
Gong. Gong. Gong, dot. Zhang Yang smacked into a thief, sending the player flying into a tree.
At this point, his mount had considerably slowed down, allowing the other players to round up on him.
Blood Rage, horizontal sweep.
A series of magnificent damage values appeared across the battlefield. The main purpose of this assault was not to hurt his enemies, but to reveal the thieves who happened to be in stealth. To expose them would be to deny them the opportunity of using their ambush skills. Even if they couldn't hurt him, they would still afflict some annoying status effects.
Sanction.
Kindling chest hair threw his hammer at Zhang Yang, instantly stunning Zhang Yang for 5 seconds as golden star glimmered around his head. Without hesitation, Zhang Yang activated Warrior's Will and jumped right off Whitey. Floating Fireball had taken out his sealing leash, ready to subdue the fire chocobo chick, but he was definitely looking down on Zhang Yang if he believed that a single stun would buy him enough time.
Shove.
Wild Charge. At Zhang Yang's mental command, Whitey had charged at Floating Fireball, as Zhang Yang forced his way through to the battle line of the ranged attackers.
-696. -742. -645. -821.
The fireballs and the Jet Frost arrow, coming from the 4 spellcasters, pounded into Zhang Yang, barely tickling him. With the level 50 copper green equipment on them, their spell damages could not even exceed 700 points. Even using their most powerful skills such as Explosive Flame and Frost Dragon Slayer, which multiplied their base magic attacks by threefold, they simply could not hurt Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, the hunter profession players might as well have been sprinkling Zhang Yang with soy sauce, as their arrows bounced off uselessly, causing no more than 0 damage.
What was the main purpose of playing online games? It was all about the equipment, wasn't it?
The differences between copper green and yellow gold were miles apart.
Shove.
Zhang Yang dashed forward towards a caster with Charge. It had taken him less than 8 seconds to reach the back row, and the critical attack of Destructive Smash, which was boosted by the effect of Warrior's Will, was still in effect.
-8, 848. Destructive Smash, critical hit.
Arg, that caster only had a total of 5,120 health points, there was no way he could have warded off the blow. He instantly turned into a flash of white light and crumpled to the ground.
-136. -158. -182.
Both Explosive Flame and Frost Dragon Slayer had 10-second cooldown periods. As a result, the spellcasters could only attack using their inferior fireballs and frost arrows, which only multiplied their magical attacks by 2.
If the previous volley had been pathetic, this one was even worse.
However, these ranged players had been stationed far away from each other under the rational directing of Floating Fireball, to prevent Zhang Yang from having the chance to catch them all in one draft. The melee attackers of Pride had caught up, and surrounded him once again. Although these players could not inflict much damage, their status effect skills, be it speed reduction, bind, or stun, were infuriatingly bothersome. Zhang Yang immediately summoned his servant Clear Lotus and commanded her enter stealth, while he charged at Kindling Chest Hair and the others. Concussion Shot, Speed Reduction Venom, a bunch of status effect skills were thrown right onto Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang plowed through it all, ignoring their effects. He would only have to ward off stun statuses. It was not worth using up his skills on these status effects that only slowed him down, not stopping him completely in his tracks. The remaining 3 spellcasters could still fire their Explosive Flame and Frost Dragon Slayer without any cooldown restrictions, and could possibly remove his HP in 20 seconds or so.
In the meantime, he would have to kill the players around him. He still had his Berserker's Heal to be used when the time comes to return to full power in no time. Blast Wave. Zhang Yang took 2 steps back, angling himself before sending out the shockwave, stunning all the melee attackers of the Pride for 4 seconds. Thunder Strike. After 2 AoE attacks, his targets were almost close to death. If not for the healers practically breaking their backs and healing their teammates, they would have already been wiped out. Son of the beach, someone get this bear off me. Floating Fireball was screaming at the top of his lungs. The V-Goldered Bear King is a yellow gold pet mount, capable of dishing out over 1,900 damage per second, while Floating Fireball was only dressed in thin cloth armor that hardly provided much defense. As Whitey basically smacked him around with its huge paws, the leader of Pride was dying on his feet already. Floating Fireball quickly activated an Ice Barrier, entering an immobile, invincible state. He continued screaming for help. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "I'm truly sorry, they're too busy saving their own asses." Although there were 4 healers of Pride backing them up, Zhang Yang's repeated AoE attacks had left up to 13 melee attackers stumbling about. The healers could not possibly keep all of them alive at the same time, as Zhang Yang began targeting those who were closest to death. Force Strike. Shield Bash. With each hit killing 1 player at a time, even the accompanying damage that came with crippled defense had reached up to 1,000 plus. Zhang Yang gave a few quick slashes here and there for good measure. Zhang Yang was 4 seconds away from being cleared of all the status effects, while Pride was left with only 9 melee attackers. Kidney Shot. The thieves could not afford to wait for the 5-star Kidney Shot, the first thief only managing to save up 2 stars before he used it anyway, forcing Zhang Yang into a 3-second stun status. Substitute, skill activated. Zhang Yang went straight into a 5-second period invincibility, and as Servant Clear Lotus was already in stealth, as per commanded earlier on, the other opponents could not even hit her as they could not even see her if they even knew that she existed in the first place. Slice, Dice. Slash, Hack. By the time he was no longer invincible, another 3 players had fallen. Horizontal Sweep. Thunderstrike. In the chaotic mess of horrified screams, more bodies fell. Zhang Yang swung his battle axe up and down, activating another destructive smash that swept across the battlefield, and the last melee attacker crumpled to the ground. Mother of God, he's wiped out our front line. My God, he still has 3/4 of his HP. How do we even fight him? The gang of the Pride couldn't help screaming out loud, faced with a monster of a player. What else could they do? The difference between equipment grades have been made apparent here. If Daffodil Daydream was the one who engaging him, she actually stood a chance of killing him in less than 20 seconds. Furthermore, Daffodil Daydream was only equipped with level 50 equipment. If she got to level 60 while being fully decked out in yellow gold, she would have forced Zhang Yang against the ropes, bringing out all his emergency skills, but previously, Zhang Yang had slaughtered up to 30 players of Pride while equipped with an incomplete set of gray-silver grade equipment. Now that he surpassed his opponents by 2 grades of higher leveled equipment, it was a total bloodfest. King Hell.
F***ck, the ice barrier would only last for 10 seconds, and floating fireball would still find himself smacked around like a ragdoll when Whitey resumed its attacks. Thanks to a night healer busting his ass to heal floating fireball, he was not yet dead. However, could a copper green grade healer possibly heal more than the damage values inflicted by a yellow gold pet mount? That would be a big no. Zhang Yang was already rushing towards the ranged attackers who cowered in response. "Boss, we are totally no match to him, we should retreat," someone cried out. While the spellcasters were able to do some damage, the hunters had totally given up, seeing how their own attacks inflicted 0 damage on their opponent. Some of them even dropped their bows and fell to their knees in despair. The healers glumly stood at their positions as they mechanically healed their teammates. Everyone was shell-shocked. Against the Godslayer Zhang Yang, their healing effects were just like fireworks being set off in the midst of actual explosions. "Retreat! Retreat!" Floating Fireball shouted in embarrassment. Dying may not deduct their levels, but their experience points would still be removed. It requires approximately 7 days to level up once at their levels, and that amount of time is no joke. However, can he really get away? What would be the first thing that comes to mind when you hear about pet mount? Yes. Speed? To try out running a pet mount would be complete idiocy, but Floating Fireball only managed a few steps before he was flattened by Whitey's paws. Pack! A glittering silver hat dropped right on the ground beside the dead BPDY of Floating Fireball. Zhang Yang immediately ran over to pick it up. Such equipment was already beneath him, but if he could do it to spite Floating Fireball, why not? The others scattered. Zhang Yang quickly mounted Whitey and gave chase. Another 3 of them were brutally killed, before the others managed to tear their teleportation scrolls up, vanishing into thin air. In his previous life, some high-level players would occasionally block the main entrance of low-level territories and initiate battles of one versus many. Zhang Yang had never understood the purpose of doing so. There was no fun in it at all. In reality, even a highly trained operative of any renowned special forces would be unable to stand up to 100 civilians in direct combat. But in a game, with good enough equipment and sufficient levels, such a fantasy could be realized. No wonder the Americans loved producing action heroes, it just felt great to watch a single person take out an army. Firstly, it was torture for the newbies. It was just unfair and callous. If they had been similarly leveled and equipped, it would have been a different story. Of course, Zhang Yang would never deliberately go around killing low-level players just for the sake of fun and adrenaline, however, he was basically acting in self-defense here. It would be injustice to the entire set of equipment on his body if he did not exercise a display of his power over their bratty sentiments. Almost 20 minutes later, Wei Yan'er finally arrived, looking more frantic than he had ever seen her, even during large-scale battles. Seeing Zhang Yang from afar, she screamed in her high-pitched voice at Zhang Yang, "Noob tank, is my baby still there?" Zhang Yang frowned a little and spoke softly. "The party channel, little girl, don't you know there is something called the party channel?" "I love to shout, why can't I?" Wei Yan'er ran over to Zhang Yang, scanning his surroundings, and immediately spotted the nestling. Her face cracked into a joyful grin and she ran over to it. "Hey birdie, you're going to be mine soon, wahaha." "You did not just watch some other series like A Bride for a Ride one, did you?" I don't have time for you now, leave me be." Wei Yan'er took out her sealing leash from her backpack, but she held on to it, clasping it between her palms as the prayed, "To all the gods up there in the sky, please give me your blessings, let me get it in one attempt." She chanted those lines a few more times like some weird mantra before throwing out her sealing leash in excitement. 10%, 20%, 30%. Pack, failed, ... Sigh, this brat is such a pain to deal with, even those gods weren't bothered about you. Zhang Yang could not help himself but ridicule her. They're just lazy, I don't believe in gods anyway. Wei Yan'er took a 180-degree turn from her apparent polytheism, and she threw another sealing leash, uttering a completely different line. "I believe in Chungu too, that there is a bird." Zhang Yang almost fell off his mount, choking on his own breath as he howled in laughter. Pack, failed. Wei Yan'er roared furiously, "Chungu is also unreliable." Zhang Yang collapsed in laughter and said, "Little girl, 2 sealing leash ES are worth 200 gold pieces." Wei Yan'er bitterly glared at him. "Noob tank, you must compensate me." "Why? You called me over for this. If you hadn't called me over, how would I end up wasting 2 sealing leash? This is causality. Cause and effect, understand?" Zhang Yang felt the familiar drip of cold sweat running down his head. This pair of sisters had a level of stinginess that could be categorized as a unique form of art by itself. "Little girl, why do you two save up so much?" Zhang Yang could not hold his urge to ask her anymore. "If I don't save up,
not even $50,000 will be enough for me," Wei Yan'er told him poignantly. Zhang Yang blinked stupidly for a moment, then he asked, "You spend over $50,000 in a month?" From his point of view, these two could have stingily abstained from spending even a fraction of that in a month. It was very much like them. Sigh, perfumes, handbags, the money will be gone after a few simple purchases, and I have to ask anything more from cousin sister. Cousin sister used to only have $50,000 as her pocket money, so she would scrape anything more than that from me. She caused me so much pain that I learned how to save up money myself. Wei Yan'er pouted her mouth discontentedly, and continued, now that cousin sister has become rich, she's become a total miser. Sigh. To eat a meal in her house, I would be required to do house chores. She used to have a maid in her house, but ever since I started going over for meals, the maid was discharged. My life is now bitter. So much self-contradiction in such a twisted history. Yeah. I got it. Wei Yan'er jumped up in joy, as the fifth attempt was successful. Fire Chocobo, Grey Silver Battle Mount. Level, 0. HP, 50. Little girl immediately summoned the nestling out, and due to the summoning bond, the nestling naturally behaved in a way that made her look like the surrogate parent. It continually nuzzled its little head against the ankle of Wei Yan'er, looking extremely cute while doing so. Noob Tank, I've got a birdie now. TL notes. 1. A Bride for a Ride, a comedy that revolves around foolhardy Tiger Wong who was annoyed with his mother's constant nagging for him to get married. He therefore snatches Chow Man Bun, a pretty man disguised as a girl, who later met his sister and turned into a bizarre triangle. 2. Chungu, the stage name of a female singer in China, Chris Lee, who dresses up androgynously, then the term was altered over the time and became a cultural spoof. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Rival in Love. Chapter 249, Rival in Love. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day, Zhang Yang woke up early in the morning and directly logged into the game. He was being summoned urgently by Wei Yan'er. So, he quickly used a teleportation scroll to teleport to Thunderstorm Castle and arrived at the entrance of the castle as instructed by her. The little girl was on top of an extremely colorful chocobo, joy all over her face, giddy with joy. Zhang Yang had something that was a mix between a glare and a smile, and he asked, "Little girl, did you rush me here just to see Birdie?" "Of course not." Wei Yan'er quickly shook her head, but her smile only grew wider, and she eagerly asked, "What say you? Isn't my little flower very pretty?" Giving names such as Little White and Little Flower, this little girl could only seem to throw out one-dimensional names. It wasn't as if Zhang Yang had exceptional naming sense himself, looking at Whitey. It's definitely prettier compared to you," Zhang Yang replied with a deadpan expression. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Wei Yan'er lifted her chin up with rage. Zhang Yang could not help himself but smile, and he said, "All right then, I'll take my leave." "No. Stop. Cousin sister is still waiting for you to save her." Wei Yan'er quickly caught up to Zhang Yang on her chocobo and said, "I'm giving you a chance to save a damsel in distress. Cousin sister will definitely be grateful. You can have her body all to yourself." "Ha!" Zhang Yang guffawed, and he said, "That's no damsel, that's a bloody siren. Like, those ladies who drown you with voices. Why would I save a siren? That's asking for death. One must be alert before doing so. Look at Su Xianwan who saved the white snake too. Look at how miserable they turned out to be. Pooey. You must be a man with a sad love life." Wei Yan'er sniffed. Yeah, what's this all about then?" Zhang Yang did not see any signs of Han Shui. The siren would usually be inseparable from this brat. "Do you still remember that guy we used to mention, Luo Yangming? Yeah, the guy who stalked Witchy Snow all the way to England, but got kicked out later on. What about him?" Yes. Wei Yan'er nodded continuously. That guy has a face thicker than the ancient civilization. Even when cousin sister has totally turned her back on him, he's still sticking onto her like a piece of dog **T. He's really starting to piss her off. Every day, he would call and mutter some disgusting mushy words. She's already smashed 3 of her phones to pieces. That one did break her heart. While he was imagining Han Shui smashing the phones with a look of instant regret, Zhang Yang could not help himself but laughed out loud. "You really don't have a conscience, do you?" Wei Yan'er quickly criticized him, but she had also started giggling. "I thought your ass was on fire, from the way you called me over, but this is it?" Zhang Yang frowned disapprovingly at her. Her mind seemed to work in a completely different manner from the average human. "You're the one who ran here like your ass was on fire."
Wei Yan'er was never one to back down from petty war of words, and she continued, of course not, do I look like I'm that boring? We don't know how that Luo Mingyang found out that cousin is playing God's Miracle, or how he even found her game ID out. This morning, he came looking for her, and has been stuck on her since then. I will always boldly do what is right, so I purposely summoned you, the Panda Prince, to save the princess. What the hell, why don't you just kill him off? What trouble would that be? Zhang Yang shook his head continuously. You are really stupid. The Luo has a face thicker than the walls of the city. Killing him won't work at all, he'll come back like an immortal nightmare. I have a great idea, why don't you act as her boyfriend to get rid of that Luo guy? Zhang Yang rolled both of his eyes backward and said, little girl, are you trying to save Witchy Snow, or are you trying to push me over into the burning furnace? Even if I just have to play act, I can still feel a chill running down my bones. Hee, cousin has the same genetic inheritance like me, you should feel blessed to have her as your fake girlfriend. Wei Yan'er pulled Zhang Yang by his arm and said, faster, faster. Cousin's gonna blow anytime soon. I couldn't care less if I wasn't in the same house as her, but if this is going to affect my lunch hour, my life would be miserable. Holy God, and here I was thinking that you were just looking out for her. Hee. They walked through the alleyways. They saw Han Shui in a corner, with a male warrior kneeling by her side, both his hands holding up a bunch of black roses, offering it up to her. Holy sh*t, those flowers required real money. In God's Miracle, there are numerous shops that sells items that are purely cosmetic. A variety of rings, necklaces, accessories were purchasable. They added no attributes to players, but they were all finely crafted and appealing to look at. Of course, that would make them extremely expensive. For example, a platinum ring with the flavor text "Love her, then buy it for her" would cost 99,999 gold pieces. These were so-called luxurious items, and flowers also fell under this category. That bundle of flowers that the male player was holding up was the most expensive variant in the florist shop, costing 9,999 gold pieces each. Furthermore, one day later, the flowers will automatically wither and fall. It was the most money-burning item ever, but although a platinum ring is more expensive, it would not deteriorate or disappear. That player did not hide his personal information. The name I Love Han Shui, level 10, male human, berserker warrior was floating right above his head. There was no doubt that this man is Luo Yangming. Little Snow, I truly love you, please just accept my tidal wave of love for you. As they walked closer, they could hear the mush Luo Yangming was making. Han Shui was almost blue in the face, she was probably too annoyed to even say no. Luo Yangming, you really are thick-faced. Cousin already told you to roll home 100 times, why can't you see that? Wei Yan'er could not bear it anymore as she snarled at him. Cousin Yan'er, how could you speak like that to your cousin brother? Luo Yangming straightened up upon seeing Wei Yan'er. He turned around and replied her in the strict tone of an elder. How can he be your cousin brother, if he and Witchy Snow Zhang Yang could not help but began to wonder. He is the son to the cousin sister of my father, and cousin sister is the daughter to the sister of my mother. So, the two of them are totally unrelated by blood. Wei Yan'er waved her hand around. Luo Yangming, however, stared at Zhang Yang warily, and said, Cousin Yan'er, who is this man? Don't forget our standing. Please do not mix with these mongrels. What the hell, that sentence would score him 10 out of 10 points in provoking people into beating him up. Wei Yan'er snorted and said, you who bear the surname Luo. What are you overweening for? If my father did not sponsor you, that factory of yours would not even be open. Cutting corners in production, taking advantage of your own people, your actions almost destroyed my mother and her sister's blood and sweat, but... The face of Luo Yangming immediately turned pale, and he said, Cousin Yan'er, don't throw false accusations at innocent people. Witchy Snow, let's go, didn't we agree earlier to go leveling up together? Zhang Yang waved at Han Shui. Luo Yangming's gaze on Zhang Yang instantly turned from wariness to outright scorn, so he turned around to Han Shui and asked, Little Snow, who is this? Hey, I'll only say it once. Zhang Yang rode on his whitey and shoved himself in between Luo Yangming and Han Shui, looking down from his elevated position. As he reached his right hand out and lifted up his index finger, he said, Witchy Snow is my woman, you better goddamn stop harassing her. Ha ha. Where did you wretched being come from? What right do you have to pursue my Little Snow? Luo Yangming shot back. You idiotic moron, she's been my woman since forever. What rights are you talking about? Are you really that F***king idiotic? Zhang Yang purposely cursed continuously, using his very best to land some solid hits into the heart of Luo Yangming. Luo Yangming grew even paler, and his whole body trembled, but after a while, he suddenly smiled and said, Little Snow, this is an actor you hired, right? You have never had a boyfriend till now even, your heart is filled with me.
God, Mr. Luo, can you possibly get any more disgusting? Wei Yan'er made a show of puking. My dear hubby, let's go.
Han Ningxue summoned her, Storm and Gale Direwolf, gazing at Zhang Yang seductively while speaking sweetly, and Zhang Yang felt a shiver down his spine.
His heart was knocked off rhythm for a second, and in a bad way. The three mounts began to pick up speed, leaving Luo Yangming behind in one of the alleyways. You bastards, whether you are acting or not, Han Ningxue is mine. Only mine.
Luo Yangming barked at the backs of the three figures that were rapidly disappearing.
His face was almost goblin-like as he cried, "You King B TCH, you humiliated me for so many years, just wait till I get my hands on Silky Soft Holdings and make it mine, I will turn you into my toy till you die. I realize that your relationships are a little messy."
After riding out for a distance, Zhang Yang began to talk.
I guess it's okay to tell you everything now.
Wei Yan'er looked at Han Ningxue, and seeing no objection, she continued, more than 20 years ago, when my mother and my aunt were still pursuing their studies in university, they took a loan and founded Silky Soft Holdings. The two of them were the best designers in the world. In just a short time, they already made Silky Soft Holdings a major company, but
Zhang Yang was shocked for a moment, never once fathoming that Silky Soft Holdings was founded by their mothers together. Then, about 17 years ago, my mother and my aunt went to Europe to take part in a fashion design exhibition. Who would have guessed, on their way there, their plane crashed. My mother and aunt.
Wei Yan'er was solemn for once, her eyes genuinely beginning to tear.
Zhang Yang stared in shock and asked, Southern Airlines, CA 1077? Ha? How did you know?
Wei Yan'er and Han Ningxue whipped around to look at him, their eyes wide in shock.
Zhang Yang sighed painfully and said, both my parents were on that plane too.
The three of them remained silent for a moment. Noob Tank, to think we actually share the same fate. Wei Yan'er patted Zhang Yang on his shoulder like an old friend. Perhaps in a way, their souls had that sort of bond. Unpleasant memories quickly came flooding back, and he quickly said, please, carry on. But
yes. Wei Yan'er nodded and said, so my mother and my aunt left their shares of the company to me and my cousin here. However, before we hit the age of our adulthood, the company will be under the care of by my father and my uncle. A few years back, my uncle had cancer and passed away. For my sake, my cousin let my father look after the holdings on behalf of her. But, he's not really doing it any good, he's using our shares to sponsor dirtbags like Luo, helping them start up their own companies. She shrugged and said, I'm fine with that, but they're ruining our reputation. As they are considered subsidiary companies of Silky Soft Holdings, their actions reflect on us. They often use substandard goods to throw the market off, resulting in lots of rejected stocks. The company that my mom and aunt had put all their hearts and passion into was really shaky at the moment, but my father will always stand by his side of the family. Humph. When I am 18 years old, it will be the time to place justice above filial piety. I'm not going to let the efforts of my mother and my aunt go to waste. TL notes.
1. Su Xian, male character in Legend of the White Snake novel, who fell in love with White Snake, disguised herself into a woman named by Suzhen. 2. White Snake, female character in Legend of the White Snake novel, who fell in love with Su Xian. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 250, 10,000 Phantoms. Based on what you had just said to me, this guy called Luo who claims to be head over heels over the bitchy snow is in truth only trying to get hold of her share of the company? That's why I said it's disgusting. The lowest. Scum. Wei Yan'er cringed as she described Luo Yangming. He would hump my cousin sister's leg just to get some money from the company's trash can. I mean, look at the guy. Pretending to be a successful man, putting up airs as if he was Bill Gates or the other Apple guy. Disgusting prick. Alright, I'm going to stop you there now. Show's over, I'll get going now, said Zhang Yang as he stopped the bear. Ah. Wait up. We just accepted a quest yesterday. We need to go to some ghostly place to kill a boss. I need you to come with us, screamed the little girl. What ghostly place? 10,000 phantoms. How about it?
Scary, isn't it, said Wei Yan'er as she tried to mimic a ghost with her face.
Zhang Yang smiled with delight. So, you guys know where these 10,000 phantoms are? Dummy. You're really as dumb as you look.
If we had known where it was, we would be clearing the quest by now, said Han Ningxue, pretending to have remained unaffected by the recollection of her sad story.
Zhang Yang knew something that Han Ningxue did not. 10,000 Phantoms was a good place indeed.
That rather scary name aside, the place hosted a boss that drops priceless items called Fate Crystals. Fate Crystals, or Attribute Crystal as players commonly call them, will permanently increase a player's certain attribute. Fate crystals came in 3 tiers: gold, silver, and copper. Gold fate crystals will increase a certain attribute by 10 points, silver by 7 points, and copper, at the very least, 5 points.
The spawning point of 10,000 phantoms was not fixed.
It was something like a mobile dungeon that will only spawns in maps above level 50. Once all the bosses inside are killed, 10,000 phantoms will disappear and will respawn again after 10 days. Since fate crystals were such special items, high-leveled players will flock to the 10,000 phantoms once it spawns. There was no limit to how many times you may clear the dungeon, or how many crystals you were allowed to use on your character. Back then, in his previous life, Zhang had only been in the map once. All he managed was to spectate a horde of powerful players clearing all 7 floors in no time.
He got nothing from it. Okay. Let's go, let's go. Zhang was excited. Han Shui and Wei Yan'er exchanged a look and asked, so, what treasure will appear in 10,000 phantoms? Why'd you ask? TCH. Han Shui clicked her tongue. Take a good look in the mirror, you sly monkey. You have excitement written all over your face. Zhang laughed as he answered them. Alright, the bosses of 10,000 phantoms will have a chance of dropping fate crystals. You can use those crystals to increase a certain attribute, permanently. Whoa. I want that.
In that case, I'll take strength and dexterity, cousin sister will take the intelligence and spirit, all the vitality will go to the noob tank. Wei Yan'er bounced on her feet and shrugged as she expressed a be grateful you beggar kind of smug look. Listen here, you little girl. I'll need strength crystals as well, you hear?
Nope. No deal.
Wei Yan'er shook her head so hard that you could practically play drums with it, if you attached 2 drumsticks to her forehead.
Oh well, in that case, let's hope that all the fate crystals drops are all vitality types, yeah?
All 3 of them rode on their mounts and got out of Forest of Tanilla, passing through the frozen sky wastelands and into the necrotic wastelands. After a small walking distance, they arrived at a small valley of mountains. From afar, they could already see how creepy the place was. Dark, damp air surrounded the valley and occasionally, the sound of crows could be heard as their wings fluttered by rapidly. According to the quest description, it should be around this valley, said Han Shui as she sat on her direwolf, circling around aimlessly.
Zhang observed the area and spotted something that looked like a cave entrance to a tomb. There.
Even though he had only managed to enter 10,000 phantoms once, the image of the creepy and eerie entrance was clearly etched into his brain. All 3 of them kept their mounts and headed into the entrance. Do not be fooled by this narrow entry, the inside was like heaven and earth. The place was in the belly of the mountain, as wide as a football field, perhaps even wider. Along the insides of the mountain wall was a tunnel as wide as 20 meters. The tunnels formed a long spiral-like route, going down and deeper into the earth. Fire torches hung on the side of the tunnel wall, illuminating the otherwise dark, hollow pathway. From where they stood, they peeked down the center of the mountain. It looked like a giant monster with its maw wide open. The spiral pathway had at least 7 spins, with each complete circle being as long as 5,000 meters. The slope of the pathway was rather steep, like the mountainside itself. Judging by the looks alone, it would seem that it went down as deep as several hundred meters.
Noob tank. I want a beast taming, indistinct skill book as well. Wei Yan'er puffed her cheeks and asked Zhang.
She was amazed at how Zhang's gold-eared bear king was able to walk beside him, while her own mount was confined within her inventory since she could not summon it inside an indoor environment.
Zhang snickered. Trust me.
You're better off starting as a new hunter than hunt for the skill book. Arg, if I had known earlier, I would have just cut off your head myself and claimed the price, at least I'd have something to go for me.
Wei Yan'er vented her frustration. Eh? Why aren't there any monsters around, said Han Shui warily. The path ahead of them was completely shrouded in darkness, devoid of movement and sound. Visibility was decent, they could see a few hundred meters ahead of them. The only problem was, there was not even a single monster around. Zhang twitched an eyebrow and frowned worriedly. I think someone else might be here. Let's hurry then. Wei Yan'er kicked off and dashed forward without waiting for the rest. Zhang and Han Shui nodded and started to sprint as quickly as they could.
Luckily, just 200 meters ahead, they already spotted a group of 20-plus players fighting a bunch of monsters. The group of players consisted of 5 different guilds, all forming 5-man parties. Though they were separated by several meters front and back, the gap was not that obvious.
So, players first? Or monsters?
Wei Yan'er switched to the party channel and asked.
Zhang thought for a while and replied. We'll leave them be.
If they were to try anything funny, we'll let them see how funny they look when we kick their asses. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye. Zhang Yang hated being bullied. That was why he understood how it felt like and would not attack unprovoked.
Hanning Shui and Wei Yan'er nodded and followed Zhang Yang.
The monsters around here were all elite tiers. For a normal player, these monsters would be as tough as mini-bosses. That was why, even though those other players had a tank and a healer in their parties that appear to have swapped parties between guilds. No party consisted of 5 players from the same guild.
It was minimum requirement. A perfect dungeon raiding party group would require 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 attackers.
However, all 5 parties' members' equipment were not on par. Most of them were wearing armor that gave out a green-colored hue, while only a few of them had a silverish hue on them. By the looks of it, their progress was slow since they would need around 40 seconds to kill one monster.
Rotten Skeletal Walker, Elite, Spectre. Level, 54. HP, 108,000. Defense, 300.
Zhang Yang took out his golden battle axe and smirked.
Let's kill them all, AoE style. Okay. Hanning Shui and Wei Yan'er nodded.
With their powerful equipment, they could easily kite monsters that were non-spellcaster type, even if they were elite tier. They might only struggle against open world type elites, but even that wouldn't be much trouble if they worked together.
Stay close.
Zhang Yang rushed to the front and got ahead of all the 5 parties. He charged ahead into a bunch of monsters.
Hanning Shui and Wei Yan'er followed closely behind him, along with the bear.
Since the bear did not attack, all aggro was on Zhang Yang alone. With a single charge, Zhang Yang had kite 7 to 8 monsters with him.
Thunder Strike.
Zhang Yang stomped the ground and slowed all the monsters without looking back. He continued on further.
Growl.
The monsters got closer and almost at the range to attack.
Block.
A flash of damage text from the blue block, reflected damage popped out. Zhang Yang chained his move with horizontal sweep to generate aggro on him.
Holy crap.
Are those 3 crazy? Players from behind Zhang Yang's party saw how he was executing the suicidal rush and stared in awe and disbelief. Even if they want to die, they shouldn't do it like that.
Weird, did you notice any hunters in their party? If I'm not mistaken, that's a huge bear following them, right? Yeah. The one with the shield must be a guardian.
He has a rage meter gauge. Same goes the lady with the huge battle axe, she's a berserker. The one wearing cloth armor and with a MP gauge must be a priest.
I'm certain that there aren't any hunters in their party. How could a pet exist then?
Zhang Yang went on charging into monsters for at least 50 to 60 meters ahead. The monsters following behind him already amounted to more than 40. He stopped at a wall of the tunnel and cried, "Little brat.
You're up. -201. -223. -208.
The monster had caught up to Zhang Yang and thrust their hands out to attack Zhang Yang.
None of the damage values went above 200 plus.
It could not be helped, since their basic attack were only around 2,500. They already did the elite title justice by managing to slightly penetrate Zhang Yang's super high defense.
Horizontal sweep, thunder strike, blast wave. Tornado cleave.
Both Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er started unleashed all their AoE skills and dealt devastating damage to all the monsters around. They had killed all the surrounding monster in only 4 to 5 minutes. Defeated, the monsters dropped all sort of cloth etc. items and a few coins on the floor. Smiling and snickering, the 2 girls started to pick up all the battle loots. They had purposely asked Zhang Yang to set the loot distribution to free-for-all before they had entered the place. First come, first serve basis. Seeing how Zhang Yang party had mowed down all the elite monsters like dry twigs, the players behind were staring with huge disbelief. They themselves could only take on 1 monster with 5 men. They even had to carefully draw out 1 monster from the herd, 1 at a time. If they accidentally pulled 2, it would be chaotic. If they accidentally pulled 3, it would be a one-way ticket to the graveyard for them. The problem was that Zhang Yang's party had only 3 players. How could they even stand toe-to-toe with 40 monsters all at once? Are they even humans to begin with, We can't just let them take the lead. There must be a boss up ahead. Initially, the players behind wanted to take the chance and run ahead, following the path that Zhang Yang had just cleared. However, Zhang Yang had not kite all the monsters in his way, he had merely ran through, attracting the attention of whatever he could. The monsters further to the side of the tunnel had spread themselves out to fill the gaps. Even though the gap between the monsters were wider now, players would still have to kill them if they want to proceed. All the players exchange a look and agreed that an alliance is the only way to get past. After the 2 girls were done looting all the drops, Zhang Yang started to rush again. In just half an hour, the party had proceeded so far ahead that the 5 temporarily allied parties were completely shrouded in darkness. Since the bear did not have any AoE skills, it was rather redundant in this field. Though its DPS was as high as 1,800, it was nothing compared to Zhang Yang and Wei Yan'er's total damage. Even with the cumulative pushing power, the area of this mountain belly was just too large. They had only traveled as far as 2,000 meters in 3 hours. They probably had to double that distance to complete one circle. I'm beat. That's it.
I'm done, said Wei Yan'er as she patted her tummy.
I'm so hungry.
I'll go stupidly crazy if I don't put some food in my belly.
As if you could get any smarter after you eat. Zhang Yang whispered. The time was already 12 noon.
All 3 of them agreed to have a quick break and relogged after their lunch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 251, Lost Dream. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
After having their lunch, everyone logged in after 30 minutes and got together. Before they logged off, Zhang Yang had killed all the monster around the area. Since elite tier monsters required 5 hours to respawn, the place was empty and bare when Zhang Yang, Han Shui, and Wei Yan'er came back. All of them continued their journey and reached the end of the first part after 3 hours. Technically, the entire tunnel simply followed the shape of the mountain from the inside. The spiral pathway led downwards to the lowest and deepest part of the mountain.
Technically, Zhang Yang's current position was a complete cycle from where they entered.
If they could drill upwards, the entrance to the mountain would just be 50 meters up. Now that he had arrived to what seems to be a gigantic rock blocking the pathway forward.
Standing in front of the rock was a huge, mega-sized version of the Hatred Amalgamated. Its innards were spilling out of its rotten body.
It had a pair of hands, and an extra hand stitched to its back. Each hand carried a gigantic cleaver. There seems to be green liquid leaking out from all parts of its body. The liquid dripped down, corroding the ground, releasing a visible cloud of gas around it. Despaired Hatred Amalgamated, Grey-Silver, Spectre.
Level, 56. HP, 2 million. Defense, 600. Gimme Strength Crystal. Gimme Strength Crystal. Come. Come. Hoi.
Wei Yan'er clapped her palms together and mumbled something inaudible.
Dummy. What are you standing there for? Get going quickly. It's just a Grey-Silver boss.
Han Shui urged hurriedly.
He. Relax *TCH. Keep pushing and you'll get nothing. I'll curse your future husband to be a minute man one.
Zhang Yang laughed and rushed away before giving any chance for Han Shui to respond to his sarcastic insult. At $%, at %, at dollar, at hashtag at Hatred Amalgamated rumbled incomprehensibly. It stomped forwards with large paces towards Zhang Yang.
-206. The boss landed a strike on Zhang Yang.
He purposely allowed the monster to hit him instead of activating block. He wanted to gauge the monster's attack. He was rather satisfied with the result. If he went all out with the boss, there was hope to defeat him in a solo fight.
However, since it's an indoor environment, he would have to rely on the combined mode with the bear to defeat it. Han Shui swiftly cast a regeneration on Zhang Yang. -0. -1000. -1000.